Chapter 1. Astronauts. April 29th, 2088, 5:58 Beijing time. A Shenzhou spacecraft, marked with the pattern of the five-star red flag and numbered SIN S6621, was steadily returning to the Anning Space Launch Base after traversing the Earth's atmosphere. Inside the cabin, 30 employees of the Space Dispatch Company referred to as astronauts sat in rows of seats. They were not wearing spacesuits, but uniform blue work clothes. All of them had young faces, aged between 18 and 30. Having just completed a 2-month maintenance job at the number 6 Apocalypse space station, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. Therefore, during the return journey, most of them wore noise-canceling headphones and fell asleep, with only a few remaining awake. Lin Luo held his phone, frowning as he checked the bills due for this month. Even if one could go to space, they could not escape the constraints of money. He glanced sideways and noticed his colleague Yang Lin asleep beside him, with his ID card half sticking out of his shirt pocket, almost falling out. Lin Luo raised his hand, turned, and gently pushed the ID card back into the pocket. If the ID card fell into the complex structure of the cabin, it would take a long time to find it after landing. Such things had happened several times before. Although it was a small issue, losing something meant troubling everyone to help find it, delaying everyone's time to leave the Shenzhou spacecraft, affecting the entire schedule, and possibly resulting in a reprimand from the captain and a deduction of the collective bonus. Seeing this, Wang Yuhan, Lin Luo's colleague sitting across from him, retracted her hand. She had originally wanted to help, but Lin Luo beat her to it. Lin Luo, there's a new mission at the end of next month to work on Europa for 3 months. I've already signed up with the manager and am waiting for approval. Are you interested? Wang Yuhan lowered her voice intentionally. She was a short-haired girl with a slightly boyish look, with willow eyebrows and big eyes, slim build, and long legs. At 18, she had already been a space mechanic for 2 years. Lin Luo was slightly taken aback and said, "So soon? Just a month apart, the time is too short, and my body hasn't fully recovered." Europa? Where did you hear this news? I haven't received any word. I have a cousin who joined the business department last month. She knows about any new commissions the company receives right away. I saw her at my grandfather's house during a family dinner, and she casually mentioned it. I immediately signed up with Manager C. And O1 has set foot on Europa, yet just thinking about it excites me. A smile of anticipation appeared on Wang Yuhan's face. Europa? Isn't that just a big ice ball? Staying there for 3 months, what's the mission about? Lin Luo opened the planetary 3D coordinates app and then showed a surprised expression. Next month, the distance from Earth to Europa is about 700 million kilometers, and at the fastest speed of the Shenzhou spacecraft, it would take 2 months just to get there. That means the entire mission duration is 8 months. Can your body handle it? Don't worry, it'll be fine. This is an S-level mission. I'm not sure about the specifics, but the client is willing to pay half the reward in advance, and the other half after completion, totaling 4 million. Even after the company's cut, that's still 3,200,000. Wang Yuhan encouraged. You always say you lack money, right? I think this mission suits you well. Sign up with me, or the spots will be filled. Lin Luo fell into silence instantly. He truly needed money, and this struck a nerve. Since 2030, significant reforms in education have been implemented in the country, reducing the original 12 years of schooling for primary, middle, and high school to 8 years, all categorized under compulsory education. Students graduate high school at the age of 14 or 15, and if they don't attend university, they can choose to enroll in vocational schools with partial self-funding, with study durations varying from 1 to 3 years, depending on the different professional courses. After obtaining their diplomas and job qualification certificates, they can seek their own paths. Lin Luo chose the increasingly popular space equipment maintenance specialty. After graduating at 16, he joined the Space Dispatch Company and frequently took spacecraft to leave Earth for missions, repairing artificial satellites, space station equipment, lunar base equipment, space telescopes. All these high-end jobs were well within his capabilities. 3 years later, he had become a skilled astronaut with an average monthly income of 80,000, which was considered a middle income even in first-tier cities, allowing him to live a decent and comfortable life. However, Lin Luo had a 13-year-old sister and a 52-year-old father at home. His sister, Lin Yu, was born with cerebral palsy, and their mother passed away from stroke at 45 after overworking to care for her. Lin Yu is currently a boarding student at a special education school for teenagers, with monthly tuition and miscellaneous fees of $8,500. During the winter and summer vacations, there were talent courses with even higher fees, sometimes reaching $20,000. Additionally, their father was diagnosed with mid-stage liver cancer during a medical checkup 3 years ago and had undergone 3 surgeries within 3 years, the first two removed tumors and the last one for a liver transplant. Unfortunately, it relapsed in the end, although thankfully, the cancer cells were spreading slowly enough to be controlled with medication and chemotherapy. Currently, their father was in a cancer patient care facility affiliated with the city hospital, with monthly hospital and nursing fees ranging from $25,000 to $40,000. The costs varied depending on the treatment. Sometimes Lin Luo couldn't help but lament that in today's era, where space technology had advanced to the point of enabling space travel, medical science was still a disappointing field, making little progress and remaining helpless against once common terminal illnesses. The average lifespan of humans had not significantly increased compared to 50 years ago, and it seemed that infertility was becoming more common. Both his sister and father were afflicted with incurable diseases, resembling a bottomless pit that absorbed most of Lin Luo's income. Every time he returned to Earth after finishing work, the company provided astronauts with 1 to 2 months of paid leave. Colleagues celebrated joyfully, spending their money freely, while Lin Luo, after paying for his father's and sister's expenses and repaying his monthly mortgage of $22,000, found his pockets empty, forcing him to tighten his belt and cut back on expenses, let alone socialize or date. The new mission that Wang Yuhan mentioned instantly caught Lin Luo's interest. $3,200,000 in compensation for 8 months of work meant an average monthly income of $400,000, 5 times his usual earnings. If he had this money, he could at least enjoy a year or 2 of a carefree life. Such opportunities were actually rare in a lifetime that, in fact, astronauts, like athletes and entertainers, relied on their youth to earn a living. Those who had not worked in space for long could not comprehend the physical toll that space sickness brought. Looking at the veterans who had worked for over a decade, Lin Luo seemed to see his own future. By the age of 30, his physical condition would decline significantly, plagued by various ailments, eventually being dismissed by the company for being unable to handle high-intensity work and receiving a severance pay of 20 times the minimum monthly wage. What are you thinking? Your expression looks so heavy. Wang Yuhan waved her hand in front of Lin Luo's eyes, bringing him back to reality. This new mission is tempting, but I think I should consider it carefully. After saying this, Lin Luo secretly sighed in relief. A task with such a clearly high reward likely contained significant risks, and he believed his colleagues could see that too. However, in the end, the client would still recruit enough personnel. Because if you don't want to take it, there are plenty of people willing to do so. As an ordinary worker, there weren't many choices. I hope you sign up too. Working with familiar people won't be so boring, or 8 months will be tough to endure. Wang Yuhan rolled her eyes and whispered, I've only mentioned this insider news to you, so don't tell anyone else. Lin Luo suddenly felt that Wang Yunhan's demeanor was somewhat ambiguous. With so many people in the team, why did she choose to tell him this insider information? Chapter 2. Family. After landing, Lin Luo and his colleagues were sent back to the company's rehabilitation center. After 3 days of rest and training, they would be able to regain normal walking ability and about 50% of their usual physical capacity. On the first day after landing, the astronaut's body was extremely weak. As the captain put it, at this time, you can't even beat a primary school student, so it's best not to cause trouble. 3 days later, Lin Luo drove back to his apartment in the same city. He bought a small 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit for $4 million, which is considered a mid-range residence. Living alone in the house, and with the owner often away, it seriously lacked a sense of life, feeling more like a hotel than a home. Lin Luo tidied up the house a bit, checked the date, and realized it was Saturday. He changed into another outfit and drove to the special education school for youth located in the suburbs. This school specifically recruits teenagers with health deficiencies, such as the deaf and mute or those with intellectual disabilities. His younger sister, Linyu, studied here. The monthly tuition and miscellaneous fees of $8,500 had already been discounted. Linyu had a disability certificate, so her fees could be halved. Lin Luo did not enter the school. He logged into the school platform on his phone to apply for the student to go out. After the school approved it, a staff member would contact him to bring Linyu to him. Brother, you're here. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a figure rushed out from the school gate, swaying and leaping into Lin Luo's arms. I enter prime. Linyu was slender, with fair skin and long twin ponytails, always wearing pink dresses and white shoes. Aside from her somewhat unsteady running posture and her neck tilting slightly to the right, she looked no different from an ordinary girl. She inherited her mother's looks, with delicate features and a frail aura, turning heads on the street. Every time Lin Luo saw his sister, he would feel emotional about fate's cruelty. If she were a normal person, how much better would her life be? She would definitely live happier, and he would have an easier time too. As for their mother, she likely wouldn't have died suddenly in middle age. "Brother, why did it take you so long to come see me?" When Lin Yu spoke, the right corner of her mouth was slightly crooked. Since birth, she had difficulty closing her mouth. It was only after a brain surgery at 8 years old that she could manage to close it, albeit not perfectly. "Has it been long?" "Last time was also 2 months ago," Lin Luo said, pulling his sister toward the car. "Sit tight and buckle your seatbelt. I'm taking you to a fun place." 2 months feels like forever, by the way. "Brother, I can solve linear equations now." Lin Yu clapped her hands excitedly. "Oh really? Your math has improved a lot. How's your piano learning going?" "I can play Claire de Lune now." "Let's find a place with a piano, and it'll play it for you. You've made such great progress. It seems like you've been working hard these past 2 months. I'm really happy. Keep up the good work." Lin Luo reached out to pat his sister's head. "Okay, let's go to a restaurant with a piano." Every time he returned from space, Lin Luo would take his sister out on holidays, treating her to food and fun before returning her to school afterward. He didn't dare to take his sister back to his place, fearing she would refuse to leave, making it hard to handle later. "Xiao Yu, I have some things to do tomorrow morning, but I'll come back in the afternoon to take you out to play. Be good, okay? Call me if anything comes up." As they parted, Lin Luo said to his sister, who was lingering at the school gate, reluctant to go in. "Got it, brother. See you tomorrow." Lin Yes' eyes glistened with tears as she bounced and waved at Lin Luo. At that moment, the school receptionist approached and took her back inside. In the first few years after his sister was born, Lin Luo resented her deeply because this sickly sister took away their mother's attention, leaving him feeling neglected. His greatest wish at that time was to get rid of her. After their mother passed away early, Lin Luo believed it was mainly his sister's fault, which made him resent her even more. Later, when their father got cancer, the heavy burden of the family fell on Lin Luo, and he realized that if their father also passed away, his sister would be his only remaining family. The next morning, Lin Luo went to the nursing home to visit his father. He didn't bring Lin Yu along because he feared that seeing her would remind his father of their mother, leading to guilt for not fulfilling his responsibilities as a father, which could destabilize his emotions and worsen his condition. Mr. "Lin, please come with me to the office." Seeing the forced smile on the nurse's face, Lin Luo sensed something was wrong. He had specifically requested to visit his father. Why were they taking him to the office instead? When he expressed his doubts, the nurse merely replied flatly, "There are some matters that must be handled by you personally." After entering the office, the nurse closed the door behind her, leaving only Director Su and Lin Luo in the room. Director Su was a retired gynecologist who looked well-preserved in her 60s. She appeared to be in her 50s. At that moment, she wore a serious and somber expression. "Mr. Lin, please have a seat." After Lin Luo sat down, Director Su spoke softly. "I regret to inform you that your father, Mr. Lin Fangyong, passed away a week ago." Lin Luo stood up abruptly as if struck by lightning, knocking over his chair with a loud thud. What did you say? How does your nursing home operate? Why wasn't I notified on the day my father passed away? If I hadn't come today, would you have continued to hide this from me as if nothing had happened? How'd he die? Wasn't his condition always under control?" Lin Luo shouted in anguish, his hands trembling. Director Su pursed her lips and lowered her eyes, saying, "According to regulations, we should have notified the family immediately, but your father left 2 letters. One was for the nursing home, stating not to inform you of his passing because you might be working in space, fearing it would negatively affect you. That we respected his wishes, so we didn't notify you, intending to tell you when you came to visit next. The other letter is for you. Please take a look." Director Su took out 2 envelopes from the drawer and placed them on the table. Lin Luo quickly opened the envelope, labeled "To my son, Xiao Luo." "Xiao Luo, you're 19 years old this year. I shouldn't call you that anymore. You are already a capable young man who can stand on your own, no longer that little boy who needs protecting. When I was your age, I was still enjoying a carefree college life. Well, you have already entered the workforce and are performing excellently. You make me proud. I know that when you read this letter, you will be very sad and unwilling to accept it. You have sacrificed so much for me as your father, and in the end, I have let down your efforts. You don't know how painful it is to have this illness that keeps recurring, making me feel like I'm not living like a person. After falling ill, I can no longer earn a living, forcing you at such a young age to bear the burden. I am so sorry to you, and to Xiao you as well. Every day, I look up at the sky from the window, thinking of you up there sweating and bleeding, and my heart aches more than when the cancer strikes. Every time you come to visit me, and I see the exhaustion on your face, I hate myself for being useless and dragging you down to your age. You should be full of hope for the future, constantly trying new and interesting things. But instead, you only work and come to visit me and Xiao you. You're trapped by us. This is not the life you should be living. Recently, I have been vomiting often, and after the doctor's examination, I was told that the cancer cells have spread to my stomach. I don't want to undergo surgery anymore. I would rather choose my own way to leave this world while I still can move. After I leave, Xiaoyu will be entrusted to your care. Please tell her that Daddy loves her just as much as Mommy does, but Daddy is powerless. Please forgive me. Remember, never despise or abandon her because she is your relative, your family. Father's final note. After confirming it was my father's handwriting, tears gradually blurred Lin Luo's eyes. How did my dad die? Chapter 3, NWA. A week ago, a water pipe burst underground in the woods to the west. The water company came to dig a pit for repairs, and the workers were on break at noon. The surveillance footage showed that Mr. Lin Xianyong crossed the warning line and jumped into the pit. By the time he was discovered, he had already drowned. His body was cremated that same day and buried the next day at Shilin Cemetery. Here are the specific park area and grave number. Director Su took out a grave location certificate, forcing a stiff smile. We recorded the entire funeral process on video, and I will send it to your email now. Also, for the funeral and burial costs, I will send you an electronic bill shortly. Please make the payment as soon as possible. If you're short on funds, you can opt for installment payments. Lin Luo held the grave location certificate and followed the detailed address to find his father's gravestone in Shilin Cemetery. Looking at the aged and familiar face on the gravestone, he mourned silently for a long time, finally unable to hold back his cries. So this is what it feels like to lose one's parents, like floating in space, unable to grasp any support. It wasn't until his legs grew numb that he remembered he should leave. He still had to pick up his sister in the afternoon. Lin Luo hurriedly descended the stone steps, his eyes sore and unable to see clearly, and accidentally bumped into someone. The person stumbled a few steps before being steadied by a companion. In front of him was a young woman in a white long dress, wearing glasses and a wide-brimmed sun hat, accompanied by a tall girl in a gray women's suit with a neutral appearance and short hair. It's dangerous to rush around like this. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? The neutral girl grabbed Lin Luo by the collar and said angrily, "Stop pretending. Apologize to Professor Qin." "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you just now." Lin Luo nodded in apology. He indeed was at fault. The cemetery was on a small hillside, with steep stone steps and no railings on either side. Falling down wouldn't be a joke. The moment Lin Luo looked up, Professor Qin noticed his red eyes and sorrowful expression. Her eyes involuntarily trembled. Then she smiled slightly and said, "It's fine, I have. Nothing going on, just an accident." "You let him go." The neutral girl finally released her grip, gritting her teeth and saying, "Humph. Remember to keep your eyes open next time you walk." After leaving Shilin Cemetery, Lin Luo drove to the special education school for teenagers. He really didn't know how to tell his sister about their father's death. Her mental capacity was equivalent to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. She probably wouldn't be able to handle such a shock. After thinking it over, he decided it was better to temporarily keep it a secret. While waiting at a red light, his phone received a text message. Lin Luo let the phone AI read it aloud. It turned out to be a bill from the nursing home. Lin Luo was stunned after hearing it. The funeral and burial costs for his father amounted to a staggering 860,000, and even though it could be paid in 12 installments, an additional 80,000 interest had to be paid. He simply couldn't come up with that much money right now. Lin Luo gritted his teeth and had the AI dial manager Chao's number. "Lin Luo, how did you find out about the undisclosed mission for Europa?" "Who told you?" "That's not important. I want to sign up. Please help me register. Thank you." "All right, it's officially announced tomorrow anyway, but don't go around saying I'll let you cut in line. It won't look good." "I understand. Thank you, Manager Chao." In the end, he made up his mind. Once he completed this job and received the generous compensation, he planned to pay off the bills and then take a year off, bringing his sister to live with him, picking her up, and dropping her off at school every day. When he returned to work, he could hire a nanny to take care of his sister. Although 8 months was a long time, his sister would definitely complain about not seeing him for so long, but it would pass. There aren't that many things in the world that can be perfect. The next day, after the Europa mission was announced, indeed, applicants flooded in. Lin Luo's application passed the initial review, and a week later, he passed the physical examination and interview, then signed a non-disclosure agreement, officially becoming a member of the Europa icebreaking plan team. B, by the way, Wang Yunhan was also selected. Departure was scheduled for 8 p.m. on May 30th. Lin Luo attended the icebreaking team meetings for 3 consecutive days, gradually getting to know the other members. There were quite a few people, including professors, engineers, streamers, doctors, nurses, crew members, and captains, etc., adding to the 4 maintenance workers from his side, reportedly totaling 28 people. The client held luxurious banquets every night from the 26th to the 29th in a high-end hotel, inviting team members to create an opportunity for them to enhance understanding. On the last day of the banquet, several core leaders took turns to give speeches. The biologist Professor Qin Yuemin, dressed in a black off-shoulder gown, made her first appearance, leaving Lin Luo stunned. The woman he had bumped into at the cemetery was this one at such a young age. She was already a professor, which was beyond his imagination, as the selection for professorship was extremely strict nowadays, indeed a rare find. Moreover, she would be going to Europa with him. What a coincidence in life, but he couldn't help but wonder if someone like her, who hadn't undergone rigorous training, could withstand the long-term life in space. The moment their eyes met, a hint of awkwardness appeared on Qin Yuemin's face, as if she recognized Lin Luo, but she quickly averted her gaze. The next evening, Lin Luo and the others took a vehicle to the Space Launch Center, boarding a large transport Shenzhou spacecraft named NWA. In addition to this Shenzhou spacecraft, another identical Shenzhou spacecraft Fuxi was launched simultaneously to transport engineering machinery and supplies. It was evident that this plan was well prepared and heavily invested. The identity of the client was not disclosed, but it could be seen from the core members that there were both state and commercial capital behind it. This plan was a large-scale space development project with both scientific research significance and commercial value. The content of the plan was not complicated. It involved transporting personnel and equipment to Europa, then using laser drilling technology to penetrate Europa's thick ice shell, allowing deep-sea robots to be deployed through the drill holes to explore Europa's deep sea. During this period, accompanying researchers would conduct on-site investigations of Europa's geology, climate, and other aspects. In short, this plan was mainly divided into 2 parts: drilling and exploration. Humanity has been studying Europa for over 80 years now, but due to technological and financial constraints, it had only been possible to conduct remote observations with spacecraft, and the mystery veil had never been lifted. If the first man landing is successful, it will undoubtedly leave an important mark in the history of world space exploration. The overall commander of this plan was Chun Longxiang, in his 50s, a senior space engineer and a retired major general of the Space Forces. All personnel on board had to follow his orders. Under his management, less than a week after launching, everyone established a smooth and efficient working order. Those who usually had little to no experience in space performed unexpectedly well, clearly having undergone special training before departure, quickly adapting to life in the zero-gravity cabin. From the outside, the Shenzhou spacecraft appeared enormous, but most of its volume was used to store fuel and supplies, leaving very little space for internal personnel to move and live. Aside from the captain and the commander, the other members do not have independent resting cabins and can only sleep in movable recliners, using the silver-gray curtains, pulled between 2 chairs for privacy. The designated areas for showering and using the toilet often have long queues, which brings many inconveniences to everyone's life. However, there's no choice but to endure it. Although the Shenzhou spacecraft incorporates the most advanced technology of humanity, it does not mean it is free from malfunctions. In fact, various issues arise inside the cabin almost every day, making the repair workers the busiest personnel. Whenever there's a report of a malfunction, if Lin Luo has nothing on hand, he will immediately go to the fault location for repairs. If he encounters a problem he cannot solve, he can only call for support from the repair team leader, Hu Lang. Within the cabin, there is a person busier than the repair workers, 20-year-old streamer Amy. Amy is strikingly beautiful, with an alluring figure, and her main characteristic is her long wavy hair, dyed chestnut red. She is currently one of the top 10 hottest streamers in the country, employed by Tianyuan Entertainment platform. Tianyuan Entertainment bought the exclusive live broadcast and interview rights for this plan for $300 million. As the only on-site streamer sent by Tianyuan Entertainment, Amy has significant responsibilities and naturally cannot afford to be idle. Excuse me, Lin Luo and Wang Yunhan, are you two a couple? Chapter 4 Metal Camp Amy, wearing a red vest and black hot pants, appeared in front of Lin Luo and Wang Yunhan, holding a smartphone with an extended pole. At that moment, the two of them were repairing an automatic water dispenser that was not producing hot water. No, we're just colleagues, Lin Luo said with a somewhat awkward expression. Yes, we're just colleagues. Wang Yunhan's face flushed slightly. Colleagues can also be couples, right? Is there a ban on colleagues dating within your company? That would be illegal. Amy pressed on. I see you two always sticking together. And I thought you were a couple. I used to be an astronaut for half a year, and the male and female colleagues around me developed feelings for each other over time, and almost all paired up in the end. You're still colleagues for now. But when you come back, that might not be the case. After all, 8 months is not a short time. After that, Lin Luo used the excuse that they couldn't be distracted from work to send Amy away. Having been colleagues for more than a year, Lin Luo was not oblivious. He had long noticed Wang Yunhan's feelings for him, including this plan where she had intentionally hinted to him in advance and encouraged him to sign up. Wanted to spend more time with him. However, he never felt that spark of excitement towards Wang Yunhan and always regarded her as a junior. Some married seniors had imparted their experiences, saying that feelings are not the most important thing because they will eventually fade. What should be prioritized is whether the two people are compatible in all aspects. 2 days later, Lin Luo's communication watch received a repair message from the management system, stating that the reading light at Qin Yuemin's seat was broken and required a maintenance worker to handle it. Lin Luo took his toolbox and went over, disassembled the lamp to check the interior, and found that water droplets had entered, causing a short circuit. He used a sponge to absorb the water droplets, removed the circuit board, and repaired the burned-out electronic components. 10 minutes later, Lin Luo turned on the light and said to the observing Qin Yuemin, "It's fixed, Professor Qin. Are there any other issues?" "Oh, thank you. No other issues." Qin Yuemin, floating in the air, pushed against a metal wall and drifted toward her seat. "But I still can't understand why this kind of light is prone to breaking. I thought the components of the Shenzhou spacecraft were the best in the world. Even the best things can break after long use." Lin Luo replied, "This Shenzhou spacecraft has been in service for over 50 years. Aside from the shell, most of the internal equipment has been replaced several times. The production year of this reading light's luminous panel is 2072, which was 26 years ago. Huh, that's even earlier than my birth. I was born in 73. Lin Luo was greatly surprised. Calculating it, Qin Yuemin was only 25 years old this year, and she had become a professor at such a young age, showing her extraordinary talent. He hesitantly asked, "Professor Qin, may I ask you a question?" Qin Yuemin adjusted her glasses and said, "Sure, go ahead. You're a biology student. From your professional perspective, why is it that even though we can edit genes now, we still can't eliminate terminal illnesses or extend human lifespan?" Qin Yuemin pondered for a moment and replied, "Because the human body has evolved on Earth for hundreds of thousands of years to become what it is now. It is already the best form. Using technology to eliminate diseases and extend lifespan is against natural laws. Even if it can yield good results in the short term, in the long run, it will lead to unbearable consequences, such as genetic mutations or degeneration, with overall more harm than good. Moreover, it will raise many ethical issues, which is why many advanced research results cannot be applied to reality for a long time." "Oh, thank you for your explanation." Lin Luo felt a bit confused, and he didn't continue to ask further. He lowered his head to tidy up his toolbox, preparing to leave. Qin Yuemin suddenly called out to him, "We met at the Shilling Cemetery last time, remember? Have you recently lost a family member?" Lin Luo's gaze trembled slightly, and he nodded. Qin Yuemin sighed softly and said, "That day was the death anniversary of my parents. They were both biologists, and 2 years ago, they passed away in a mudslide during an outdoor work trip. So, I can understand your feelings to some extent. I believe that striving to live better is the greatest comfort to the deceased. I hope you can soon emerge from the shadows of sorrow. A warmth surged in Lin Luo's heart. He picked up the toolbox and smiled slightly. You make a lot of sense. Thank you. I'm leaving now. Beijing time, July 17th, 2088. Lin Luo originally thought it would take 2 months to reach Europa, but they arrived in just over 40 days. Outside the transparent porthole was an infinitely vast wilderness world. Beyond the horizon, the enormous Jupiter occupied much of the sky. The sun, the size of a glass ball, floated behind Jupiter, far less prominent than Jupiter's other moons. The landing position of the launch spacecraft was on a plane in the day hemisphere of Europa, meaning this side always faced the sun and was perpetually daytime. At this time, the ground's visibility was slightly dim due to other moons of Jupiter passing by and blocking the incoming sunlight. However, the surface of Europa absorbed radiation from Jupiter, and the ice surface faintly glowed with a pale blue fluorescence, creating a serene and mysterious atmosphere. The surface of Europa was not a pure white ice field. It was mixed with some yellow-green silicate rocks, overall resembling a giant ice cream ball topped with mango sauce and matcha powder. The average surface temperature here dropped to minus 160 degrees, even more extreme than the frigid weather at Earth's poles. After more than a month of living in space, everyone was finally able to set foot on solid ground again, and they held back their excitement, orderly lining up to exit the cabin and walk down the slanted ladder to the ground. They wore new-style spacesuits, which were more fitted and lightweight in materials and design, allowing for very flexible movements. Chief Commander Chen Longxiang looked at the electronic screen inside his helmet and read out the important declaration of humanity's first landing on Europa. We have set foot on Europa, unlocking the secrets hidden within. This is a great exploration, and our Chinese space program will achieve ultimate victory. Everyone clapped in coordination. In an airless environment, of course, no sound could be heard, but someone played applause sound effects on the public communication channel to liven up the atmosphere. After the launch spacecraft landed, another 10 minutes passed before the Fuxi spacecraft landed a mile away. The Fuxi spacecraft carried repair vehicles, transport vehicles, camp vehicles, and more than a dozen vehicles with different functions and various supplies. The Fuxi spacecraft landed in a horizontal position, which meant it would not return to Earth. It would stay here to serve as a warehouse and garage. The camp vehicle came out of the Fuxi's garage and drove to a flat, open area to stop. Once the vehicle fully unfolded, it transformed into a metal camp covering an area the size of 2 standard basketball courts. Chen Longxiang led everyone into the camp's interior, stating that since they had just landed today, most people's physical conditions had not yet adjusted, so they would rest for a day and officially start work tomorrow. The camp's interior had 30 independent resting pods, resembling a series of beehive rooms, each with an area of less than 2 square meters, but capable of blocking disturbances to provide better sleep quality. There was a fully equipped kitchen and a food storage room, so they no longer had to eat those compressed bagged liquid foods. Of course, since there was a kitchen, there were also restrooms and laundry rooms, and it was very convenient to enter and exit the camp without having to go up and down stairs. In short, it was much more comfortable than living in the Shenzhou spacecraft. Aside from the crew needing to return to the Shenzhou spacecraft for system checks periodically, the others did not need to return to the Shenzhou spacecraft during these 3 months. Everyone carried their own luggage through the hall, found their designated resting pods, placed their removed spacesuits and luggage on the beds, completing the check-in ceremony. The logistics staff responsible for cooking, Zhao Jie, came out of the rest cabin and immediately went to the kitchen to prepare. Before long, a steaming spread of 10 dishes and a soup was served on the dining table. After so many days, everyone was excited to see the fragrant hot food again, eagerly rushing to grab bowls and chopsticks, eager to eat. Chen Longxiang said seriously, seeing that everyone is reasonably satisfied with the camp. I can rest assured. However, there's one thing everyone must pay attention to. The ceiling of the camp is only 2 meters high. Normally, you won't hit it, but the gravity on Europa is only 1/10 of that on Earth. If you stomp your foot lightly, you'll bounce up. If you jump hard, you might hit your head and bleed. Safety first. Remember, everyone responded that they would be careful, and someone even tried it out, indeed bouncing up sharply, but fortunately, they managed to stop themselves with their hands against the ceiling and did not hit their head. This person was Wang Yunhan. Seeing the angry look from the commander, Wang Yunhan stuck out her tongue and quickly explained, "I'm just demonstrating a bad example for everyone. Don't follow me." This immediately caused a burst of laughter. Chapter 5 Giant Ice Pillars. Afterward, the communications signal vehicle automatically drove to the side of the camp. The compartment on the vehicle flipped to a vertical position and then extended a 10-meter-long metal rod upward. The end of the metal rod suddenly opened like an umbrella, forming a bowl-shaped antenna. According to the work regulations, everyone is allowed to use communication devices to contact Earth every night from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Of course, the messages sent back and forth will have a delay, approximately 2 hours, and synchronous calls cannot be achieved. After dinner, Lin Luo checked his watch. The Earth time was 21:12. So, as usual, he sent a few voice messages to his sister, saying he couldn't play on his phone at work and that his replies might be delayed in the future. Since departing over a month ago, he had frequently contacted Lin Yu, telling her he was on a business trip and might not see her again for 6 months. Lin Yu did not know that her brother was an astronaut. Lin Luo deliberately concealed this fact. In her understanding, her brother should be a member of the engineering team. Before going to bed, Chen Longxiang held a meeting in the hall, asking everyone to explain their work arrangements for the next day one by one, and then made a work list on the spot to post on the kitchen door. After the meeting, he took out a golden round electronic clock and hung it on the wall, saying, "This electronic clock is specially customized for this mission. The bottom shows Beijing time, and the top shows Europa time. Europa has an 85-hour day. We will follow Beijing time for our schedule, and the time reporting will still use the 24-hour system. It is now 22:13. Everyone gather in the hall at 10 a.m. tomorrow." The next morning, everyone had breakfast in the hall. At 9:50 a.m., those going on external missions returned to their rooms to put on their spacesuits and helmets, then gathered in the hall. The commander asked everyone to repeat the work arrangements mentioned last night. After verifying with the work plan list, he said, "Must strictly follow the list for work. If adjustments are needed, you must report to me in advance. No one is allowed to act independently." Towards the end of the meeting, it was suddenly interrupted by a sudden tremor. Everyone, having received professional training, immediately crouched down with their backs against the wall. In less than a minute, the tremor disappeared. Chen Longxiang glanced at the display screen on the ceiling and said, "Magnitude 5. 2. Not serious. Earthquakes are frequent here. Everyone will gradually get used to it. The surface of Europa is an ice shell, but it is not a hole. It is split into many large and small plates like Earth's land, due to the vast amount of seawater beneath the crust being influenced by Jupiter's gravity. Tidal pressure is formed, and the steam generated by underwater volcanic eruptions also creates pressure. Under the action of these two enormous pressures, pushing and colliding between plates can sometimes trigger earthquakes." Everyone had learned a great deal about Europa beforehand, so they were not surprised. Afterward, everyone lined up to exit the hatch. Outside, communication could only be done through the radio in the helmets. The helmets were equipped with an AI system, so whatever operations were needed could simply be communicated to the AI. Manual operation was not possible. Dr. Gao, who was 50, and Nurse Zhuang, who was 18, remained at the camp on standby. Like Sister Zhao, who was cooking, they belonged to the logistics personnel and were responsible for cleaning and organizing the camp when there were no patients. The team could not accommodate idle people. Lin Luo's colleague Su Wei and team leader Hu Lang acted together. The maintenance team had a dedicated maintenance vehicle. The maintenance vehicle was 5 meters wide and 8 meters long, equipped with 4 flexible robotic arms on the roof, and there was a cargo compartment at the back filled with various large maintenance tools. The ends of the robotic arms could attach to repair tools to fix large machinery. Even when there were no devices needing repair, they had to assist other members in completing their work within their capabilities. Wang Yunhan stayed at the camp to check whether all the camp systems were functioning normally. She certainly had her complaints, but this was the captain's arrangement, and she did not dare to say anything in person. Lin Luo had not walked far outside when Qin Yuemin called him over. Although they all looked similar in spacesuits, the names and numbers on the outside made them easy to identify. "I want to go a bit further to collect experimental samples. Could you drive me there, Shaolin?" "Oh, no problem. Please wait." Lin Luo ran to the Fushi vehicle, drove out a small two-seater off-road vehicle from the garage, and returned to pick up Qin Yuemin. She pointed in a direction and said to go that way. After driving a few kilometers, she asked Lin Luo to stop. The ground here was raised, like a small hill, with 5 giant ice pillars towering at the top. The tallest ice pillar was estimated to be 50 meters high and 8 meters in diameter. Even the shortest one was still 20 meters high and was the lower half remaining after a fracture. There was no wind or rain or snow on Europa's land. So how were these giant ice pillars formed? Lin Luo asked. Qin Yuemin answered. There used to be a fountain here, and the water vapor that was ejected cooled and fell as ice powder, wrapping and stacking layer by layer over time, eventually forming these gigantic ice pillars. Qin Yuemin took a small iron pick from her toolkit and walked up to the shortest ice pillar, raising her hand to strike it. Lin Luo shouted and rushed forward to grab her. "Professor Qin, it's dangerous. These ice pillars can remain stable without external force, but with external force, it's hard to say. If they collapse, we won't have time to escape." After thinking for a moment, Qin Yuemin said, Your concerns are not without reason. However, the samples from the ice pillars are essential. The remnants on the ground cannot replace them. Both types of samples need to be collected." Lin Luo couldn't help but marvel at how meticulous scientists were in their work. "Wait a moment, I have a solution. The vehicle has a pair of auxiliary robotic arms underneath. I can use the remote control to have the robotic arms collect them. This is the safest way." In fact, Lin Luo wasn't very confident either. If the robotic arms didn't control the force well, it might even make the ice pillar break more easily. If that happened, the off-road vehicle would be smashed to pieces, and there would be no way to repair it. But since he had already said it, he couldn't take it back and could only brace himself to give it a try. Qin Yuemin couldn't think of a better method, so she agreed to this proposal. Lin Luo took the remote control from inside the vehicle, activated the vehicle's remote control mode, and pressed the remote to extend a pair of clawed robotic arms from beneath the bumper, then drove the vehicle in front of the ice pillar. He didn't rush to act immediately, but first practiced on some ice debris lying on the ground. After successfully removing a few pieces of ice, he found a right feel and then targeted the vertical ice pillar. A few minutes later, 2 different types of ice blocks were sent to Qin Yuemin. She took out a sealed box and properly stored the samples. At that moment, another earthquake occurred with a magnitude of 5.8 and was quite powerful. The two of them swayed violently, and they had to support each other to avoid falling. Suddenly, Lin Luo noticed fragments continuously falling from around the ice pillar. Upon closer inspection, he saw mottled cracks appearing in the middle of the ice pillar and felt a sense of impending danger. He hurriedly grabbed Qin Yuemin's hand and desperately ran away from the ice pillar. He exerted all his strength, and with a jump, he could leap over 10 meters. After a few consecutive jumps, they had already escaped to a safe distance of a mile away. However, the landing was too forceful, and it was difficult to maintain balance. The two of them rolled on the ground for several turns before stopping. "Professor Qin, are you hurt?" Lin Luo helped Qin Yuemin up. "No, I'm fine." Qin Yuemin's voice sounded a bit unnatural. The two turned back to look. The 5 ice pillars had not collapsed. Only some fragments had fallen from the top. Once the earthquake passed, calmness returned. It was purely a false alarm. One can tell that the icicles are not that fragile. Because earthquakes frequently occur here even before humans arrived on Europa, it's impossible for the icicles to collapse just from a minor quake. Unless it's a particularly strong earthquake, but such earthquakes are very rare. "Professor Qin, I'm sorry I thought. I don't blame you. You did the right thing. Being cautious is necessary." Qin Yuemin was breathing heavily, and a screen inside her helmet indicated that her body temperature was rising abnormally, prompting the control system to automatically enhance the cooling efficiency. The soft gloves were covered with a few millimeters of insulating aerogel, and Lin Luo could feel Professor Qin's hands trembling. He wondered if she was thinking of her parents. He remembered her mentioning that her parents had passed away in an accident while working outdoors. It's quite normal to be reminded of past events in such a setting. It seemed that Qin Yuemin realized her lapse in composure. She released Lin Luo's hand and returned to her normal tone. "We can go back now, collect the samples. And then I want to work in the lab." Lin Luo immediately contacted other personnel, and learned that the experimental vehicle had already arrived next to the camp and had established a pipeline connection with the camp. He then drove Professor Chin back to the camp. "Professor Chin, why didn't TU bring an assistant this time? Don't professors usually bring a few student assistants? I would have liked to bring one, but the quota is limited and I couldn't bring anyone. The tasks this time are relatively simple, and I can manage without an assistant. Besides, there are capable staff like you here who can serve as temporary assistants. Today's work feels easier than I expected, and I appreciate your support." Being praised in person made Lin Luo a bit shy. He instinctively wanted to touch his hot forehead, but he couldn't reach it through the helmet, making the gesture seem somewhat silly. After entering the lab, Qin Yuemin hadn't come out for a long time and hadn't left a message for Lin Luo to wait for her. So he drove the vehicle back to the garage of the Fushi. Suddenly, a strange thought popped into his mind. How great would it be if Professor Qin asked me to be her assistant in the lab? Chapter 6, Is There Such an Operation? At 11 o'clock in the morning, 500 meters away from the camp, the ice drilling project has commenced. Once the laser drilling vehicle stops at the designated location, the 10-meter-long laser emitter on the vehicle will flip upright, and its support legs will drop to the ground to stabilize and automatically adjust to a horizontal position. The drilling vehicle is powered by a cable connected to the Europa spacecraft. The laser head will shoot high-energy lasers at the ice surface, melting it into water, after which a metal water pipe will extend into the hole to extract the water and drain it into nearby ice cracks. If the water is not extracted in time, it will freeze again in just a few seconds at the ultra-low temperature of -100 degrees. The laser drilling vehicle has an unmanned operation mode. Once started, it will continuously drill according to the programmed settings without the need for human supervision, stopping automatically only when it penetrates the ice shell. Based on previous research data, it is estimated that the thickest part of Europa's ice shell is 100 kilometers, and the drilling vehicle can drill about 3 kilometers a day. So it should be able to breach the crust in about 30 days, barring any accidents. Several countries have long had their eyes on Europa, eager to explore the deep sea hidden beneath the crust, but due to various reasons, manned landing plans have repeatedly stalled. This time, our country has revived this almost forgotten space program, not only to advance the interstellar era, but also to demonstrate to the world that as long as we persist in developing aerospace technology, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Work ends promptly at noon, and everyone returns to the camp for lunch. Chen Longxiang allows everyone a 2-hour break, resuming work at 2 p.m. and finishing at 6 p.m. He shows understanding, stating that since everyone has just arrived on Europa and is not yet fully acclimated to the new environment, and the new worksite is still incomplete, they only need to work 6 hours a day, which will increase to 8 hours once everyone is fully adapted. During lunch, Wang Yunhan sits next to Lin Luo and quietly complains to him that she spent the entire morning in front of the screen. She is not familiar with the doctors and nurses remaining at the camp and finds it hard to connect with them. With her personality, she prefers outdoor work. In the past, Lin Luo might have approached the team leader to suggest swapping shifts with Wang Yunhan, but this time he simply reassures her that the testing system is just taking longer during its initial run and that it won't take as long in the future. The team leader will definitely let her assist outside then. In the afternoon, the team leader indeed sends Wang Yunhan outside. Qin Yuemin comes over to call Lin Luo, as she needs to collect samples from a distance and wants Lin Luo to assist her again. Lin Luo readily agrees. Wang Yunhan notices this and steps forward to volunteer as an assistant too, but is politely declined by Qin Yuemin, who states that there is no need to waste extra manpower. Wang Yunhan immediately becomes sullen. However, upon going to the garage, Lin Luo discovers that the vehicles are unavailable. All 5 all-terrain vehicles have been taken out, and when he asks those who drove them, they all say they won't be back anytime soon. Can you ice skate? Qin Yuemin suddenly asks. I learned a bit during rehabilitation training. Why do you ask? Lin Luo replies. No need to wait for the vehicle. Let's go ice skating. Qin Yuemin says, returning to the camp and pulling out a large suitcase. Opening it reveals a dozen pairs of ice skates, all custom-made special styles that fit over the boots of the space suits perfectly. You can pick a pair, she says. Lin Luo chooses a pair of black skates, while Qin Yuemin picks a purple pair. The two then quickly leave the camp on their skates. Onlookers can't help but look on in surprise. Is there really such an operation? It must be said that on this permanently frozen and flat surface satellite, ice skates are quite an efficient means of transportation. After skating about 10 kilometers, Chin women stops, not to rest, but because they have arrived at their destination. Not far ahead is a fountain that sprays a nearly 1,000-meter-high column of white vapor every few minutes. This is steam heated by geothermal magma from the Earth's core, which spews from cracks in the crust, condensing into marble-sized ice particles in the cold air, falling like a rain of flowers, stunningly beautiful. This natural scene is quite breathtaking. Similar sights have only been seen in movies or game effects before. Lin Luo and Chin women gaze in silence for a long time. The samples Chin women needs to collect this time are the steam and ice particles ejected from the fountain. She has prepared 2 large soft steel umbrellas to shield against the countless ice particles falling from above. Even without the umbrellas, being hit by the ice particles wouldn't cause injury due to the low gravity here. What would normally be a fatal danger from high-altitude projectiles is no longer so. Collecting the ice particles is easy by using a silicone bag propped open with steel rods as a tray on the ground. They managed to collect nearly half a bag in no time. However, collecting gas requires getting very close to the fountain, posing a risk of being blown away by the high-pressure gas. Naturally, this dangerous task falls to Lin Luo as the assistant. Lin Luo takes the gas collection bottle and the 2 umbrellas from Chin Yuemin, gliding quickly toward the fountain. At this moment, the fountain is in a pause phase, making it relatively safe. The fountain opening is over 1 meter wide and more than 5 meters long, shaped somewhat like a centipede, with white steam gently rising from it. Lin Luo ties the collection bottle handle and the umbrella handles together with a rope and extends them directly above the fountain. He then opens the other umbrella horizontally to protect his head and chest. A few minutes later, the fountain erupts again. The first wave of gas is not at peak yet, but after several consecutive eruptions, the pressure builds increasingly. Once the gas fills the collection bottle, the silicone bottle mouth automatically seals, trapping the gas inside. Lin Luo immediately starts to slide back. Countless ice particles continuously hit the umbrella. He cannot hear the sound, but he can feel the relentless and increasingly dense impact on his hands, as if being sprayed by machine gun bullets. Returning to Chin Yuemin's side, he puts away the umbrella and says, "Professor Chin, the gas has been collected." Chin Yuemin nods in satisfaction, saying, "Well done. Your ice skating skills are really good. I'm not very good at skating backward. You should teach me when you have time." Lin Luo hands the collection bottle to Chin Yuemin and replies, "You're also quite skilled at skating, Professor Chin. I almost couldn't keep up earlier. I didn't expect you to excel at this sport." Chin Yuemin smiles and says, "We Northerners generally know how to skate. Knowing we were coming to Europa for research, I thought to bring ice skates. Regular skates wouldn't fit. These are all custom-made. I ordered a few extra pairs because I thought others might enjoy them too. It's better to share joy." At exactly 6 o'clock, work ends. A day on Europa feels excessively long, especially on the daylight side. Here, one can hardly feel the passage of time. From 10 o'clock in the morning until now, there has been no significant change in the sky, save for the occasional shadows cast by passing satellites or asteroids, which briefly darken the ice shell. The small sun hanging in the black void of space has almost no presence, like a small hole burned through a black curtain by a cigarette, with a faint light seeping through. Compared to the sun observed from Earth, it is simply worlds apart. One cannot feel the warmth of sunlight here. The illumination is severely insufficient, with the softer light scattered by Jupiter illuminating a much larger area. Upon returning near the camp, they find many people wearing ice skates, quickly gliding across the open space and enjoying themselves immensely. They must have seen Chin Yuemin and Lin Luo skating away earlier and noticed the skates Chin Yuemin left in the hall, prompting them to follow suit. Everyone reaches a consensus. Ice skating is the most fitting outdoor sport for Europa, simple yet wonderfully enjoyable, and it should be vigorously promoted in the future. What no one expected was that the impact of those ice skates would extend far beyond this. Chapter 7: Interesting Accident at Dinner that day. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing the popular topic of ice skating. Someone suggested creating several professional skating rinks for practice and competition, which received majority support. Even the chief commander nodded in agreement. This indicated that in the coming days, ice skating would become the most popular form of entertainment and sport. At 9 p.m., it was time for free communication. Thanks to advanced communication technology, even those billions of kilometers away on alien planets could still keep in touch with friends and family back on Earth. Previously, long-distance relationships were common, but now even interplanetary relationships were no longer news. Lin Luo went to the gym for half an hour, then took a hot shower, changed into his pajamas, and returned to the rest pod to prepare for sleep. Suddenly, the communicator embedded in the headboard rang, flashing a red light. Someone was calling him, and it would automatically connect after 5 seconds. Lin Luo, are you asleep? It was Qin Yuemin's voice. Lin Luo ran to the headboard, drying his hair, and replied, "Not yet. Professor Qin, is there something wrong with your equipment? Wait, I'll get my toolbox." "Ooh, no. Nothing is malfunctioning. I want to let you know that I won't be going out for sampling tomorrow. I'll be in the lab all day doing experiments. I think you work quite efficiently and have a good attitude, so I wanted to ask if you would consider being my research assistant." Lin Luo paused before replying, "Assistant? I'm not very good at experiments." As soon as he said this, Lin Luo regretted it and wanted to slap himself. Why did he say something so silly when such a good opportunity was in front of him? What was wrong with his brain? You don't need to worry about that. Just follow my instructions in the lab. Oh, that works. I'll tell the captain about it tomorrow. You should agree to let me be your assistant. Okay, it's nothing. Get some sleep. I really appreciate your help today, taking such big risks during both sampling. You're too polite, Professor Qin. That's my job. Don't call me Professor Qin anymore. It feels too formal. My assistants usually call me Mingjia. You can call me Mingjia too. All right, Mingjia. That night, Lin Luo tossed and turned before finally falling asleep. The next day, Chen Longxiang kept his promise. He had engineers bring 2 multifunctional engineering vehicles to the empty space behind the camp, marking out 3 adjacent oval rinks of different sizes, and completed the construction in 6 hours. They dug up ice blocks from the edges of the skating rink and piled them up to form walls. Each rink had only one entrance and exit. The small rink was suitable for beginners. The medium one had a starting line specifically for racing, and the large one was for free skating. During break time, everyone eagerly put on their skates and headed to the rink to have fun. Someone accidentally fell, causing their spacesuit's backpack to hit the ice surface. The backpack's outer shell was made of reinforced alloy, so it wasn't easily damaged, especially on a low-gravity planet, so there was nothing to worry about. Host Amy was particularly excited because she could skate while using the built-in camera in her helmet to record videos, which she could edit and add voiceovers before submitting them to the company. Ice skating on Europa was much more newsworthy than on Earth. If humans can settle on Europa in the future, ice skating will definitely be the most popular sport on this planet, along with diving. Though I doubt anyone would be able to come up for air after diving into the underground ocean at over -100 degrees. She recorded her witty commentary in advance to avoid forgetting it during editing. Amy saw Wang Yunhan, who was wearing skates and looking around at the edge of the medium rink, and asked Xiaohan, "Why are you so distracted? Looking for me?" "I'm looking for my colleague Lin Luo. Have you seen him? His spacesuit number is 118. Haven't seen him. You can call him on the private chat channel." I tried, but he turned off the private chat channel. "Doesn't your captain know where his team members are?" "The captain is busy, and I didn't want to disturb him." Suddenly, Amy pointed behind Wang Yunhan and said, "Speak of the devil. Here comes 118 with Professor Qin." I guessed it. He must have been with Professor Qin in the lab. She didn't bring an assistant and used him as one. I don't believe they were just doing experiments. Wang Yunhan scoffed and skated towards Lin Luo. Amy watched Wang Yunhan's retreating figure, blinked, and smiled meaningfully. Interesting, looks like there's new material to film. This kind of gossip attracts more attention. She chased after Wang Yunhan. Wang Yunhan reached Lin Luo and said, "Lin Luo, I've been waiting for you. Let's race. Racing is more fun." Lin Luo glanced at Qin Yuemin, who said nothing, so he nodded in agreement and followed Wang Yunhan into the medium rink, calling over 3 others to join in the race. A minute later, the 2 maintained their lead, neck and neck, with no clear winner. "Did you stay in the lab all morning?" "Yes. I reported to the captain and got his approval. I thought today was your turn to check the camp system. So I thought you were staying inside. Pretty much, it's all indoor work, so it doesn't make much difference. Are you and Professor Chin really doing experiments in the lab? What do you mean by that? Nothing, just asking out of curiosity. I want to work in a lab too. I'm a girl. Wouldn't it be more convenient? Could you talk to Professor Chin and see if she could consider letting me come next time? Lin Luo was slightly taken aback and said, Okay, I'll ask her for you later and let you know the result. After 10 laps, Wang Yunhan won with a narrow lead of half a body length. The audience gave her a thumbs up. In her moment of excitement, she forgot the chief commander's warning and raised her arms in celebration, jumping up suddenly. To everyone's surprise, she soared 10 meters into the air. At the highest point, her body began to flip erratically. She panicked and flailed her arms and legs, tried to regain balance and position her feet downward, but she failed and ultimately fell backward. At that height, it was hard to say whether the contents of her backpack would be damaged or shaken. If the oxygen tank inside broke, Wang Yunhan would be in danger of suffocation. Moreover, if the oxygen tank ruptured, it would release high-pressure gas, causing her to be propelled upward again. Lin Luo was the closest, so he watched the landing spot, spread his feet apart, extended his arms, and prepared to catch her. The other two participants in the race quickly skated over to help. In the end, Wang Yunhan was caught safely and, with everyone's help, managed to stand upright again. She patted her chest, calmed down, and first bowed to thank the three who saved her, then continuously apologized in the public channel for her reckless behavior, saying she was willing to accept the commander's punishment. The chief commander witnessed this scene and privately messaged Wang Yunhan, saying, "No need to be so nervous. This was just an interesting accident. I won't punish you. Just be more careful next time. Young people sometimes can't control their emotions, and that's normal. I've been there too, and understand how." The other onlookers didn't blame Wang Yunhan. After all, it wasn't intentional, and the scene was indeed quite entertaining. Amy was the happiest, as she had new material to record for her video. This little unexpected incident did not dampen anyone's enthusiasm for skating. And no one got angry with Xiaohan. I really want to know what she thought during those few seconds of weightlessness. After she calms down, I will go interview her. After Lin Luo left the racing venue, she and Qin Yuemin played at the large skating rink for over half an hour. By 2 p.m., the two of them returned to the lab. Sister Min, my colleague Wang Yunhan, also wants to come to the lab to help. She asked me to ask you if you think she would be suitable. No need. The lab is so small, it's crowded with too many people, and I don't need a second assistant. After receiving this news, Wang Yunhan was down for several days. Last time she was rejected when she brought it up directly, and this time she was also turned down when she asked through someone else. Being rejected twice in a row was a big blow to her. Everyone thought that something embarrassing had happened that made her feel uncomfortable, which was why she became emotionally down. Chapter 8. Abnormal earthquakes in the days following the abnormal earthquake. Aside from being occasionally called to repair machines, most of Lin Luo's time was spent in the laboratory with Qin Yuemin. He was nominally Professor Qin's temporary assistant, but in reality, he only did some menial tasks lacking technical content, such as fetching things or moving equipment. Such simple work was something anyone could do. In other words, being an assistant to Professor Qin was just an easy and pleasant job. Minjia, you seem a bit unhappy these days? Lin Luo keenly noticed the change in Qin Yuemin's mood. No, I'm very happy to be working on Europa. Many researchers go their whole lives without this opportunity. Qin Yuemin replied with a slight smile. Is it because the experiments aren't going well? Although Lin Luo had been involved in Qin Yuemin's experimental work for most of the time, he mostly just observed, worried about disturbing her, and didn't dare to ask too many questions, so he wasn't clear about the content of the experiments. He guessed that even if Qin Yuemin explained it to him, he wouldn't understand. Of course, he didn't need to understand, as he wasn't Qin Yuemin's student or peer, and he didn't need to learn biology. With the advent of the space age, social division of labor had become increasingly refined. Everyone only needed to be proficient in their familiar fields, which was the strongest driving force for overall social development. However, this low mood quickly disappeared from Qin Yuemin. Lin Luo also noticed another change in Professor Qin. At first, when working in a lab, Qin Yuemin would wear a shirt and long pants, draped in a white lab coat, with her long hair tied back in a ponytail, looking very much like a successful professional woman. About a month later, her attire began to change. Instead of the uniform shirt and pants under her lab coat, she started wearing skirts of various colors. Her hairstyle also became diverse, sometimes up, sometimes down, sometimes to one side, and sometimes in braids, exuding a sense of fashion. What surprised Lin Luo the most was one day when Qin Yuemin actually wore perfume. She gradually transformed from a scientist into a young woman more in touch with reality. In the blink of an eye, everyone had spent 56 Earth days on Europa. At this moment, it was 12:47, 23 p.m. Beijing time. The headlights of the laser drilling vehicle suddenly lit up automatically, while the vehicle's smart system sent out a special signal. The central management system received this signal, which was good news. The drilling task had been completed. Along with the high-temperature laser, a probing laser was also deployed, and the changes in the probing laser when hitting water and ice were different. Based on the feedback information, the sensor determined that the ice layer had been penetrated and had reached the water layer. Consequently, the laser drilling machine automatically stopped working and sent a notification to the central system. This meant that the ice-breaking plan was 90% complete. The remaining part only required deploying the deep-sea submersible into the ice hole and starting it up. Originally planned to stay on Europa for 3 months, the ahead-of-schedule progress meant they could return in less than 2 months, which was certainly welcomed by everyone. Although everyone had gradually adapted to life on Europa, no one likely enjoyed living on such a frigid and desolate alien planet. Moreover, having been away from Earth for more than 3 months, everyone missed their friends and family and longed to return to life on Earth. Nearby, Chen Longxiang quickly walked toward the laser drilling vehicle while calling the engineer to use the laser detection function to check if the drilled holes had deformed or clogged. If confirmed that everything was fine, he instructed to pack up the laser drill and move the vehicle aside, exposing the 50-centimeter diameter ice hole. He also ordered the administrator on the Fushi to move the deep-sea submersible from the warehouse, load it onto a transport vehicle, and send it to the drilling site. The deep-sea submersible resembled a slimmed-down torpedo, cylindrical, about 3 meters long, with a small propeller at the rear. Its diameter was specifically designed to be 40 centimeters, just right to easily pass through the 50-centimeter hole. This type of robot used a nuclear power battery with a range exceeding 30 years. After everyone received this good news, they suddenly became exceptionally busy. Everyone wanted to complete this core task as soon as possible so they could be free afterward. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. During their time living and working on Europa, everyone had grown accustomed to frequent earthquakes. There was even a day when they experienced up to 5 earthquakes. But the highest magnitude was only 6.2, causing no damage. However, they soon realized that this earthquake was clearly different from the past. It lasted more than a minute and showed an increasing trend. Standing on the ice surface, everyone's legs went numb, their bodies swayed, and they could hardly stand, having to squat or sit down with their hands supporting the ground. The earthquake detector sent real-time data. The magnitude was 4.2 a minute ago, and after a minute, it had risen to 7.3, seemingly still escalating. Geology expert Professor Luo sent a voice message on the public channel. Attention, everyone. This is not an ordinary earthquake. Repeat. This is not an ordinary earthquake. Please follow the earthquake evacuation protocols and take emergency protective measures immediately. The logistics personnel in the camp received the message and quickly put on their spacesuits and ran outside. Seconds later, in full view of everyone, the 25-meter-long laser drilling vehicle suddenly flew off the ground, performing 3 consecutive backflips before crashing down heavily. The cylindrical laser drill showed significant deformation, completely bent. It turned out that just now, a strong airflow carrying a large amount of steam had burst out from the ice hole. This high-pressure gas contained violent power, flipping the drilling vehicle over. Following that, a small steam fountain appeared at the drilling site, with a gas column exceeding 50 meters in height. Chen Longxiang sat helplessly on the ground, and through the brown helmet visor, no one saw his face had turned ashen. The disaster continued. As the intensity of the earthquake continued to rise, radial cracks gradually appeared on the ground, centered around the artificial ice hole. These cracks kept growing longer, wider, and deeper, resembling strange creatures rapidly growing. The cracks extended in all directions, reaching beneath the camp, reaching the the Fushi, extending to right beneath people's feet. Suddenly, dark cracks appear beneath them, like a demon opening its bloody maw, attempting to swallow all life. The normal human instinct would be to get up and run away, as far as possible from the cracks. However, in a panic, one might make the mistake that Wang Yunhan had made, exerting too much force and jumping, resulting in being airborne. If a landing spot happened to be another crack, it would lead to a dead end. Two people happened to encounter this perilous situation. One was Chun Longxiang, and the other was Lin Luo. After Chun Longxiang fell, his lower body slid into a crack, and he clawed at the edge with his hands, struggling to climb back up. Several members nearby saw this and hurried over to rescue him. However, the ground shook violently again, causing them all to drop to the ground, and Chun Longxiang's hands lost contact with the surface, sending him sliding into the abyss. A desperate scream echoed on the public channel, abruptly silenced. On the other side, those watching Lin Luo felt their hearts leap into their throats. His landing spot had a crack about 5 or 6 meters wide. Even if someone wanted to go over and rescue him, they wouldn't dare act rashly, lest they end up risking their own safety without being able to save him. Lin Luo. Wang Yunhan sprinted toward Lin Luo at full speed. "Don't come over, it's dangerous," Lin Luo shouted. With close-range sensing, the communication channels inside their helmets would automatically connect, allowing them to hear each other's voices. Wang Yunhan's body flew across the gap, and she pushed hard against Lin Luo's backpack with both hands. With this force, Lin Luo successfully jumped to the ground on the other side of the gap, while Wang Yunhan's figure instantly froze before plummeting straight down. Lin Luo quickly turned and knelt on the ground, extending his right hand towards Wang Yunhan, from which a steel wire with a spring lock was fired from a mechanical device on his wrist. This was a safety rope used for high-altitude work. Wang Yunhan, grab it. Wang Yunhan's body flipped rapidly in the air, and she couldn't see the lock or even the rope, only feeling something fly past her. Fortunately, the steel wire wrapped around her right foot, and she was caught, but her body crashed heavily against the icy wall inside the gap. Lin Luo pulled Wang Yunhan up to the ground and called out, but there was no response, leading him to suspect that she had fainted. Noticing that the gap seemed to be widening, he picked up Yunhan and quickly walked towards a clear area without any fissures. Chapter 9 Emergency Mission. It took a full 10 minutes for the tremors to completely subside. However, this short 10 minutes felt like several days to everyone. Many people were calling out on the public channel. "Is everyone okay? I'm Fine. I'm okay, just sprained my ankle. My space suit has some tears. I need to return to the camp to change." Everyone reported their status as soon as possible. Since Wang Yunhan had fainted, she couldn't speak. So Lin Luo reported for her. "Wang Yunhan has fainted. I am taking her back to the camp's medical room." In the communication list of 28 people, apart from Wang Yunhan, 3 other avatars remained unlit, indicating they had not sent any messages. One of them was the commander, Chun Longxiang. Not long ago, in front of everyone, Chun Longxiang had slipped into a bottomless ice crevice. The monitoring system in his helmet showed that his backpack system was still functioning normally, and the heart rate monitor indicated he was still alive. According to the positioning system, he had fallen to a depth of 2 kilometers above ground and likely landed on a protruding ice platform, preventing him from falling further down. Everyone continued to call for Chun Longxiang, but received no response, suggesting he had likely lost consciousness. If urgent rescue efforts were not initiated soon, the chances of the commander's survival would diminish over time. Professor Luo Ying, a geologist, spoke on the public channel. "Everyone, please do not panic. The cause of this accident was the release of high-pressure gas from the ground, which caused an explosion. It was not an actual earthquake. Once the high-pressure gas has completely dissipated after some time, the same thing will not happen again. Now that Commander Chun has met with an accident, we must quickly organize a rescue team to save him. We will need about 3 people. Who is willing to come? Please contact me. Commander Chun is currently unavailable. I will be in command here." This incident resulted in 5 or 6 injuries. The injured team members were assisted by their companions as they made their way towards the camp, jumping over narrow cracks on the ground and detouring around larger fissures that were several meters wide. The situation at the camp was not optimistic either. The wheels of vehicles were stuck in cracks, and due to the uneven ground, the entire camp tilted several degrees to the right. Everyone gradually returned to the camp and checked the operational systems on the display screen, confirming that the pressure regulation and oxygen circulation systems were still functioning normally before they felt relieved enough to take off their spacesuits. Several female team members were in tears from fright, as they had never encountered such a terrifying accident before. If this had happened on Earth, it wouldn't have been too serious. Other teams would have come to the rescue. But on Europa, this isolated alien world, they could only rely on themselves and hope for the best. At this time, after hearing Professor Luo's call, many people got in touch with him. After a brief selection process, Professor Luo confirmed 3 rescue personnel: Technician Lin Luo, Dispatcher Zhao Yuming, and Paramedic Ao Bu. Simultaneously, the 3 made their way to where Professor Luo was, coming from 3 different locations: the Fushi ship, the base, and outdoors. Professor Luo stood near the location where the commander had gone missing. He was gesturing with his hands, explaining something to 2 team members nearby. When the 3 arrived, Professor Luo sent those 2 team members away and walked up to the 3 young people, saying, "I'm glad you 3 volunteered and responded quickly. You are all commendable. However, I must remind you that this emergency rescue mission is time-sensitive, and preparations and plans may not be very thorough, so there are certain risks involved. I hope you all are mentally prepared." This was a rather euphemistic way of saying it. To be mentally prepared meant that if anyone had any last words, they should quickly convey them to their families, as they might not have another chance once the mission began. Xiaoyu, I've been quite busy these days and haven't had much time to chat with you. Today I happen to have a little time, so I'll send you a few voice messages. How are you doing at school? Is any boy bullying you? Let me know, and I'll definitely settle the score next time I go to school. Every mission was filled with unknown dangers. So Lin Luo had listed Lin Yu as the beneficiary of his insurance and the recipient of his remuneration. In case of an accident, at least the insurance money would be deposited into a public account under Lin Yu's name, and the public welfare organization would manage the funds, using them entirely for Lin Yu's benefit. After sending a voice message to his sister through the AI assistant in his helmet, Lin Luo's mind suddenly filled with the image of Qin Yuemin in a white lab coat. For some reason, he particularly wanted to see Qin Yuemin at this moment and talk to her. He and T figured out what exactly to say, but he felt that once they met, he would know. After all, this trip might be one way, so he had no reason to hesitate. He instructed the AI to connect to Qin Yuemin's private chat channel. "Xiaolin, are you outside? I haven't seen you in the camp." Qin Yuemin's tone was slightly anxious. I joined the emergency rescue team, and will be going to save Commander Chun, who fell into the ice crevice. But you're just a technician. Why participate in such a dangerous thing? Because there aren't enough hands right now. Someone has to step up. Then why did you contact me? What do you want to say? I just want to say thank you for choosing me as your assistant. I really enjoy working with you, Sister Min. Then, you must come back, okay? My experiment isn't finished yet. The assistant position will always be reserved for you. At that moment, 2 engineering vehicles drove over and stopped in front of Lin Luo. Professor Luo sent a voice notification for everyone to gather. The rescue operation is starting. I have to hang up. Sister Min, see you later. See you later. After ending the call, Lin Luo felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Yet he couldn't pinpoint the reason. The 2 engineering vehicles, one carrying a rope machine and the other a small transport vehicle. Professor Luo instructed, "Please pay attention to the details of this mission. The rope machine can lower the rope into the ice crevice, and the length is absolutely sufficient. You'll wear the spider exoskeleton and hold on to the steel wire rope to descend. After finding Commander Chun, secure him to the rope, and the rope machine will pull you all up together. If any unexpected situation arises, prioritize saving Commander Chun." Understood. The cover of the small transport vehicle automatically lifted, revealing 3 mechanical exoskeletons inside. All 3 had the same spider design but different colored shells: red, green, and blue. The spiders had 8 2-meter-long multi-jointed legs, with serrated hooks at the ends, making them adept at climbing steep rock walls or ice walls. It was precisely because climbing ice walls might be necessary that 3 spiders had been loaded onto the ship, and now they were indeed useful. No wonder Professor Luo had previously mentioned needing 3 people. There were only 3 pieces of equipment, and bringing more would mean some would be without gear and unable to descend. Under Professor Luo's instructions, the 3 got into the vehicle, donned the spiders, and practiced maneuvering them down from the vehicle, then circled the vehicle a few times before proving they were adequately trained. Grab the steel wire rope and start descending. Wishing you all the best. Commander Chun is counting on you. Professor Luo gave a formal military salute to these 3 young people who had stepped up in an emergency. Chapter 10. Grasshoppers tied to the same rope. The rope winding machine began to rotate in reverse, and the steel wire rope slowly slid out from a spool, with a metal hammer weighing dozens of kilograms tied to the end. Professor Luo personally took action, throwing the metal hammer into the ice crevice. The winding machine rotated at a constant speed, continuously releasing the rope, which was pulled down by the metal hammer. At that moment, Lin Luo pulled out the safety buckle connected to the safety rope inside the spider and clipped it onto the steel wire rope, tugging it a few times to ensure it was secure before reporting. Ready. The other 2 team members also announced they were ready. Professor Luo ordered, "Mission start. Descend one by one. Be careful not to let sharp ice rocks cut your spacesuits." Lin Luo was the 3rd to go down. The 3 were all tied to the same steel wire rope, truly living up to the old saying about grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If this steel wire rope were to break, all 3 would face the same fate, even with the powerful exoskeleton of the spider assisting them. It was highly likely they wouldn't successfully complete the mission without the steel wire rope serving as a safety line and providing upward propulsion. Silence. Although they were descending and the steel wire rope was rubbing against the ice rock, in a vacuum environment, no sound could be heard. Only the occasional faint buzzing of the communication system could be heard. To descend faster. Lin Luo and the others had their exoskeleton's mechanical legs retracted and did not use the climbing function. At a depth of 50 meters looking up, they could only see a hazy white light. At a depth of 100 meters, complete darkness engulfed them. They turned on the lights on their exoskeletons. For those who had undergone space training, darkness was not frightening, as most environments in deep space were as black as ink. However, Lin Luo still felt an invisible pressure, because they were inside the ice crevice. There was an ice wall in front of them, and not far behind was another ice wall, with their bodies situated between the 2 ice walls forming the crevice. If an earthquake were to suddenly occur, and both ice walls collapsed, giant ice blocks would fall inward. The consequences were unimaginable. This was the terrifying aspect of the ice crevice. It felt more nerve-wracking than being in the void of space. After floating in space for a few hours, Lin Luo would not feel uncomfortable, but staying in this ice crevice for just a few minutes intensified the feeling of suffocation. After 4 minutes, the speed of the rope's descent significantly slowed. "Did you see Commander Chen?" Professor Luo's voice came through the mission channel. The 3 turned to look at the surrounding ice walls. "I see him, just a dozen meters below, at the 7 o'clock position," Zhao Yuming shouted. Lin Luo looked in the 7 o'clock direction and indeed saw a figure lying motionless on a protruding flat ice rock. The area of that ice rock was about a dozen square meters, close to an olive shape. The astronaut suit worn by that person had the number 1 in red, glowing under the light, very conspicuous. It was confirmed to be Commander Chun Longxiang. The rope descended to the same height as Chun Longxiang, but continued to lower. Why? Because his current position was still more than 20 meters to the left of Lin Luo and the others. They had to extend the rope to climb over at an angle. "Report, this length is good. Go, Bu shouted." Upon hearing the report, Professor Luo immediately ordered the control personnel above to stop the winding machine. "Let's move over slowly, don't rush. If one person falls, it will pull everyone down," Gui Yuming reminded. "Although we can use the spider to resecure ourselves to the ice wall, such an accident could lead to unpredictable dangers." "I'll be careful," Lin Luo assured. "Understood. Go, Bu replied." The 3 activated the 8 mechanical legs of the spider. The sharp ends of the mechanical legs pierced into the ice wall, firmly securing their bodies. And then they slowly moved towards Chun Longxiang. Since all 3 were tied to the same steel wire rope, they had to maintain a similar speed. Otherwise, the fastest would be held back by those behind, and those too slow would drag down the others. Although the three usually did not work together, they had all undergone a week of cooperative training at the space base before boarding, so they were able to coordinate quite well during their first joint mission. Guo Yuming was the first to land on the ice rock. Gao Bu was second, and Lin Luo was last. Since Chun Longxiang was wearing a space suit, they couldn't check his physical condition. However, the AI in his helmet sent real-time detection information, showing that his blood pressure, heart rate, and oxygen consumption were all within normal ranges, proving he was still alive, just unconscious. "Let me carry Commander Chun," Guo Yuming said, turning around. "You guys put him on my back, then secure him with the safety belts." Lin Luo had no objections. He carefully lifted Chun Longxiang using the mechanical legs, then extended his hands under Chun Longxiang's armpits, pushing him onto Guo Yuming's exoskeleton backpack, and then supported him. Gao Bu reached down and pulled out 4 safety belts from under the exoskeleton backpack, securing Commander Chen's waist and armpits. Guo Yuming's space suit already had a metal-sealed backpack, and after putting on the exoskeleton, an additional mechanical backpack was added to it. Carrying another person on that backpack looked somewhat odd. Gao Bu couldn't help but say, "There are many inconveniences with this. The center of gravity is too far back, making it easy for the mechanical legs to slip on the ice rock. It would be better to pull out the safety buckle from the commander's space backpack, clip it onto the steel wire rope, and let the rope pull the commander and us up together. Let's ask Professor Luo what to do," Lin Luo said, immediately contacting Professor Luo to inform him of the situation and let him decide. "Do it according to Guo Yuming's method," Professor Luo said decisively. "For safety, carrying the commander on the back can prevent the commander's spacesuit from coming into contact with the ice wall during the rapid ascent." Guo Yuming reported, "Yes, ready." Gao Bu and Lin Luo were about to report further when suddenly an unusual tremor was felt beneath their feet. They looked down and saw a crack appearing at the connection point between the flat ice rock and the ice wall, and that crack was rapidly widening. It was likely that the combined weight of the 3 of them and the 3 spiders exceeded the maximum load capacity at the connection point, causing it to suddenly crack. The next second, the entire ice rock fell away, leaving the 3 of them with nothing beneath their feet. "Wow!" Hearing the scream, Professor Luo quickly asked what happened. The 3 controlled their mechanical legs to tightly grip the rock wall to avoid significant swaying of their bodies. Once stable, Lin Luo quickly said, "The ice rock beneath our feet collapsed, but we're all fine, and so is Commander Chun." Then, the 3 used their exoskeletons to move sideways, restoring the inclined steel wire rope to a vertical position. Guo Yuming reported, "We can ascend." Gao Bu said, "Okay, start winding the rope." The rope began to pull them up. The 3 used their mechanical legs to push against the ice wall, coordinating with the speed of the rope's ascent to mimic a spider's crawling motion, trying to keep their bodies about a meter away from the ice wall. In this high-speed movement state, if the uneven ice wall scraped against their spacesuits, it could pose a fatal danger. It is well known that if a spacesuit leaks, the person inside would die from cold and suffocation within just a few seconds. Chapter 11 Ice collapsed. The steel wire rope descended steadily. The 8 legs of the spider exoskeleton climbed nimbly on the ice rock, perfectly in sync with the speed of the steel wire rope, appearing neither hurried nor slow, moving effortlessly. After a few minutes, Lin Luo saw a faint white light falling from above. They were very close to the top of the ice crevice. The 3 of them were extremely excited inside, as this meant they would successfully complete their mission. Completing such a challenging task was already worth celebrating. No one expected that just when they were only a few dozen meters above the ground, an accident occurred. Due to the prolonged friction of the steel wire rope against the ice rock, the heat caused a small crack to form at that position, and the steel wire rope fell right into that crack. The pressure exerted by the steel wire rope caused a large block of ice rock to split in half from the crack and suddenly break apart, falling downwards. The shattered ice blocks came crashing down. Lin Luo and the others were directly below. "Dodge left," shouted Guo Yuming, who was at the top and carrying the commander. Lin Luo and Gao Bu immediately coordinated, controlling the mechanical legs to move towards the upper left. The 3 of them were all tied to the same steel wire rope and had to move in the same direction at the same time. Otherwise, They would pull each other and be unable to move. The three of them moved 7 or 8 meters to the left front, and then a pile of large ice blocks weighing over 100 pounds fell straight down, disappearing into the dark ice crevice. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, glad they reacted in time. Otherwise, being hit directly by that pile of ice blocks would have been fatal. Professor Luo's anxious voice came through the communication system. "Are you all okay?" The three of them reported in succession. Professor Luo continued, "I've already paused the rope winding machine. I will have someone bring the engineering vehicle over to use the boom to support the steel wire rope, preventing it from contacting the ice rock so that the ice rock will not continue to split." Lin Luo looked up and used the zoom function of his lens, then immediately said, "Professor Luo, it's too late. I'll send you the image I see." Professor Luo saw a high-definition photo on the virtual screen inside his helmet. It turned out that at the position close to the ground, the ice rock around the steel wire rope had developed a spiderweb-like crack, appearing precarious. No one could say when those ice blocks would come crashing down. The crack covered a horizontal distance of more than 200 meters, which was too wide. This meant that once an ice collapse occurred, there would be nowhere for them to hide below, and they would be struck solidly by the ice blocks. Lin Luo analyzed. The structure of the ice rock near the ground has become very fragile. I'm afraid that the mechanical legs of the exoskeleton crawling on top will also cause the ice blocks to detach, so we can't proceed according to the original plan. Otherwise, when we get close to the ground, a large-scale collapse of the ice rock will occur, and we will be hit by a large number of ice blocks. It could even cause a massive collapse of the ground, putting you and other personnel nearby at risk as well. Then, what do you think we should do? Although Professor Luo had worked in extraterrestrial environments for many years and had seen many large scenes, he did not have much experience in emergency rescue, and he couldn't come up with a solution in such a critical situation. Lin Luo suggested, "I think there's another method we can try. The spider exoskeleton has a less commonly used mode called self-protection mode, which curls up all 8 legs to wrap around the body, forming a cage. This cage is strong enough and elastic enough to withstand continuous impacts. After we activate self-protection mode, you can quickly operate the rope winding machine to pull us up as fast as possible." Professor Luo paused and said, "Well, this method is a bit risky, but there is no better option now, so let us do as you say." Gu Yuming agreed. Gabu also said, "I agree." Everyone looked up and could clearly see that the crack in the ice rock above was continuing to lengthen and deepen, indicating that a major ice collapse could happen at any moment. There was no time to slowly discuss better solutions. "Attention! The rope winding machine will start again in 5 seconds, and it will be fast. You must adjust your positions." After hearing Professor Luo's instructions, the three immediately moved their bodies back to directly beneath the rope. Then they activated self-protection mode, curling the 8 long mechanical legs to form a cage that enveloped their bodies. However, they soon realized that Gu Yoming's side had a serious problem, because he was carrying the commander, and self-protection mode could only be used for oneself. The thickness of the mechanical device, plus the commander's body, meant that the mechanical legs could not fully close, leading to a significant gap in the cage, leaving both of them in an unsafe state. Gu Yuming made a quick decision, adjusting the self-protection mode to have the 8 mechanical legs surround the commander, forming a protective cage while his own body was exposed. As the rope winding machine spun rapidly, the steel wire rope ascended quickly, bringing them closer to the ground. Suddenly, the ice rock layer above emitted a noticeable vibration, and then a large number of ice blocks were scattered down. Lin Luo instinctively raised his hands to protect his helmet. Even though the helmet was very hard and bulletproof, the protective cage of self-protection mode could block ice blocks with a diameter of over 10 centimeters. But those smaller ice fragments could still slip through gaps and strike the spacesuit. Lin Luo heard a rustling sound inside the spacesuit. However, this noise only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. Soon, they were pulled up to the ground by the steel wire rope. Lin Luo deactivated the self-protection mode, unbuckled the safety latch, and took off the exoskeleton. Most of the mechanical legs were severely deformed and could no longer be used. "Gu Yuming! Gu Yuming!" Professor Luo's tense voice came through the team channel. Lin Luo and Gao Bu ran over to check Gu Yoming's condition. discovering that his helmet had been pierced with a small hole, and this small hole was enough to be fatal. The life support system inside Guiyoming's helmet had stopped functioning and could not receive any real-time feedback. He did not respond. He was dead. Chen Longxiang was firmly protected by the mechanical legs. Both his helmet and spacesuit were undamaged. Although he had not regained consciousness, his vital signs were stable. As a rescuer, Guiyoming had exchanged his life for Chen Longxiang's. The group faced Guiyoming's body and observed a minute of silence. This was the final tribute to a hero. Let's go. We don't have time to waste. We'll deal with Guiyoming's body later. We have many things to handle. Let's take the commander back to the camp first. Professor Luo came up and patted Lin Luo and Gao Bu on the shoulders. The two lifted the commander and walked towards the transport vehicle. After placing the commander in the vehicle, they got in as well. Professor Luo sat in the passenger seat and instructed the driver to take them back to the camp. The vehicle carrying the rope winding machine also returned to the Fushi. The scene was left with Guiyoming's solitary body. 3 minutes later, there was another partial collapse of the ice rock near the crevice, and Guiyoming's body slid into the depths of the ice crevice along with the ice blocks. Chapter 12. The grim reality back at the camp. Lin Luo and Gao Bu immediately took Chen Longxiang to the medical room, and then returned to the lounge to replenish their nutrient fluids while recounting the events of saving Chen Longxiang to everyone. At first, everyone was encouraged, but upon hearing that team member Guiyoming had sacrificed himself, they fell silent. At that moment, the captain of a Nuwa ship entered and delivered some unfortunate news. Due to the earthquake, the upright Nuwa ship had fallen over. Fortunately, the gravity here is low, and the Shenzhou spacecraft was not scrapped, only suffering minor damage. The damaged parts included one fuel tank, one oxygen tank, one water storage tank, and one lateral thrust engine. Everyone looked at the maintenance team leader, Hu Hai, in unison, as the importance of maintenance workers was fully demonstrated in such critical moments. Professor Luo patted Hu Hai on the shoulder, quietly instructed him for a moment, and then Hu Hai stepped forward, stammering as he explained how to repair the situation, indicating it wasn't too serious. At that moment, someone suddenly sat down next to Lin Luo. The faint scent of elegant perfume indicated it was Sister Min Lin Luo. I'm really glad to see you back, Qin Yuemin said with a slight smile, then added, although I wasn't there at the time. I can imagine how dangerous it was to go down into the ice crevice to save someone. Lin Luo recalled everything he had experienced not long ago, still feeling uneasy, his thoughts drifting, unsure what to say. Actually, I happened to see your colleague jump in to save you, and it almost scared me, Qin Yuemin said. I thought you. Xiao Wang risked himself to save you, and I felt very moved. It was evident that she had feelings for him that went beyond mere colleagues. Lin Luo hurriedly explained, no, that's not it. I've always treated her as a junior, with no other intentions. Sister Min, please don't misunderstand. Misunderstand? Qin Yuemin smiled lightly. You haven't done anything wrong, so why are you afraid of my misunderstanding? Lin Luo's lips twitched a few times, wanting to say something but hesitating. Have you just visited Wang Yunhan? Not yet, he replied. She's in the hospital room. Still hasn't woken up, but the doctor said it's just a mild concussion, nothing serious. Oh, that's good. Suddenly, the door to the medical room opened, and the doctor walked over to whisper a few words to Professor Luo. Professor Luo nodded and then walked to the center of the activity room, announcing loudly. According to the police, the commander's condition isn't too serious. He only has a concussion and some soft tissue bruises. Everyone can rest assured. I believe he will wake up soon. Lin Luo frowned. He had seen the worried expression on the doctor's face when he spoke to Professor Luo. So how could the commander's condition be fine? Was Professor Luo lying to calm everyone down? Then, the doctor stated that there were other patients needing treatment and returned to the medical room to get busy. Qin Yuemin tapped Lin Luo's shoulder. Let's go see Wang Yunhan. Oh, okay. When she wakes up, how do you plan to thank her? Thank? I haven't thought about that. A brief silence followed. Qin Yuemin wore a somewhat awkward smile, suddenly stood up, and walked towards the hall. After taking a few steps, she paused and said without looking back, Shaolin, if it were me who fell into the ice crevice today, what would you do? Before Lin Luo could answer, Qin Yuemin quickly walked away. Lin Luo watched her retreating figure, feeling perplexed. Since Qin Yuemin asked him to call her Sister Min, he had sensed a subtle change in her feelings towards him. He recalled the times they spent alone in the lab. Lin Luo noticed many changes in Qin Yuemin, from never wearing perfume to now wearing it. From always wearing a white uniform to changing into different styles of skirts every day, from wearing her hair down to trying various hairstyles. She was becoming increasingly feminine. It was clear that Qin Yuemin wanted Lin Luo to see her as a woman. Did her earlier words hold some deeper meaning? However, there was no time for him to get tangled up in thoughts and worries, as Professor Luo used the intercom to call everyone to gather in the hall immediately. According to regulations, with the commander absent, Professor Luo was the highest-ranking leader present. At 48 years old, he had worked at space stations, lunar bases, and near-Earth orbits around Mars, making him an expert in both technology and command. In this accident, our Commander Chun was injured and unconscious, and many team members are hurt, with some equipment damaged. This is certainly disheartening, but we cannot let ourselves be immersed in negative emotions. Next, we should resolve the new problems that have arisen as soon as possible at all costs, and do everything we can to complete this mission. Professor Luo informed everyone that there were currently 3 major issues that needed addressing post-disaster. First, the laser drilling vehicle has been scrapped, but fortunately, the drilling has been completed. Next, we must use a steel wire rope to lower the deep-sea submersible robot through the ice crevice directly into the deep sea to complete the deployment. This work must be done immediately to prevent the bottom of the crevice from refreezing over time. Second, the Nuwa ship is damaged and must be repaired quickly. Since the Nuwa ship has fallen, we must restore the Shenzhou spacecraft to a vertical position and move it back to the launch pad. Otherwise, the Shenzhou spacecraft cannot take off, meaning everyone cannot return to Earth. Third, the bottom of the Fushi ship's warehouse has cracked, and many supplies have fallen into the crevice. After counting, the remaining food is only enough for everyone to eat for 3 weeks. So starting today, we need to reduce the ingredients used for cooking, and everyone should avoid wasting food. All right, those of you I just named, put on your spacesuits and come out with me in 5 minutes. Stay alert. The more difficulties we face, the more we must rally. We Chinese space personnel are indomitable. Minor difficulties cannot shake our determination to complete the mission. Let's get moving. Lin Luo was also named. Although he had just finished a dangerous mission and hadn't had enough rest, there was no one in the team more suitable than him. After putting on a spacesuit, he followed the team outside, seeing the ground filled with cracks and the destroyed ice rinks. He momentarily felt as if he had arrived on a completely unfamiliar planet. Following Professor Luo's arrangements, some people went to operate the multifunctional engineering vehicle and maintenance vehicle to dismantle the outer wall of the Fushi ship for use in repairing the bridge and restoring normal traffic. Others organized and transported the remaining supplies from the warehouse. Some returned to the Nuwa ship to contact the space agency. After half a day, the road from the warehouse to the drilling point was finally repaired. The deep-sea submersible robot and the winch were loaded onto the transport vehicle and sent out. The cracks around the drilling point were the most concentrated, and even with dozens of metal plates laid down, they had to proceed with utmost caution. Otherwise, one misstep could lead to a bottomless abyss. Before lowering the robot, Professor Luo instructed the engineering vehicle to use a laser device to measure the conditions beneath the drilling point, and the results showed that the part close to the ocean had refrozen. The worst-case scenario had occurred. The only way now is to send someone down with TNT to conduct small-scale pinpoint blasting. Otherwise, the longer we wait, the thicker the ice layer will become, and all our previous efforts will be in vain. Who is willing to go? 2 crew members raised their hands to volunteer, their expressions resolute, as if they were willing to disregard life and death to complete the mission. Good job. You're all tough guys. Before lowering the 2, Professor Luo shook their hands. The steel wire rope wrapped around the hook of the engineering vehicle's boom, descending a uniform speed of 10 meters per second towards the ice crevice below. The 2 crew members and 3 deep-sea robots were tied to the steel wire rope. The electric winch could precisely control the descent speed of the rope. The speed could not be too fast. If it was too fast, the rope would swing significantly, and the crew members and robots could collide with the ice wall, resulting in casualties or damage. Chapter 13 overwork at that moment. When Professor Luo asked who wanted to go down, Lin Luo wanted to raise his hand. But when he thought of Qin Yuemin and his sister, he hesitated. This hesitation led Professor Luo to choose someone else. However, Lin Luo didn't have the leisure to stay and watch the excitement. Team leader Hu Hai drove over in a maintenance vehicle and called him and his colleague Xiao Su to go to the Nuwa to assess the extent of the damage to the spaceship. The outer shell in sections 2 and 4 is obviously deformed. Hu Hai frowned deeply. It all needs to be replaced. He sighed. If this were on Earth, we could take it to the Starship Repair Factory, remove the deformed shell, and restore it using sheet metal techniques. But here, we can only replace it. The Nuwa and Fushi are of the same model of mass-produced starships. The damaged components of the Nuwa can be replaced with parts taken from the Fushi. This process of removing the damaged parts from one and installing the good parts from the other will likely take a considerable amount of time. After that, the maintenance team took a four-wheel drive vehicle to the position of the Fushi. The Fushi had remained in a horizontal position since landing. The reason was simple. According to the plan, after decades of service, the Fushi's flight performance and load capacity could not compare to the latest starships, and it was scheduled to be decommissioned after this mission. Therefore, the team had no intention of bringing the Fushi back to Earth. As a result, the fuel tank of the Fushi contained only enough fuel for the journey to Europa, with no fuel for the return trip. This way, the fuel tank could be minimized, freeing up more space for various engineering vehicles and materials. Seeing that the Fushi was intact, the three members of the maintenance team breathed a sigh of relief. If they had been unlucky and the Fushi had also been damaged in the previous earthquake, there would have been no parts to take for the Nuwa, and everyone would have had to stay on Europa and wait for death. Let's get to work. Hu Hai shouted. Now everyone is counting on our maintenance team. We need to show some real skills to give everyone hope, which is more important than anything else. Yes, Lin Luo and Su Wei replied. The three of them drove the maintenance vehicle, operating the mechanical arms to begin disassembling the necessary components from the Fushi. Originally, the maintenance team had only 4 members, and now, with Wang Yunhan unconscious in the medical room, only 3 could work. The workload for various repairs after the disaster was particularly heavy, putting immense pressure on the 3 of them. Others couldn't see it, but as professionals, they knew that given the current damage to various instruments, an optimistic estimate would require working more than 10 hours a day for at least a month to fully restore everything. Typically, they could rest after 4 hours of continuous work, but this time they had been at it for 5 hours without hearing Professor Luo call for a stop. Seeing that others were still working, the maintenance team didn't dare to stop on their own. Shaolin, you should take a half-hour break. You can't keep pushing yourself like this, or I'm afraid you might faint from exhaustion, Hu Hai said, noticing Lin Luo's pale face. He quickly locked the control panel in front of him, forcing him to stop working. Captain, you're being too biased. Let Lin Luo rest, but I'm tired too. Su Wei complained. I've been working since now, and my hands haven't stopped. I feel like I'm about to cramp. Shaolin participated in the emergency rescue mission before. You didn't, but I was busy repairing the malfunctioning circulation system at the base at that time. Hu Hai shot him a glare, his eyes blazing. Wanted to scold him, but biting his tongue to hold back. They were already short-handed. If he lost his temper at Su Wei, he would probably become negative and lazy, further affecting work efficiency. All right, Shaolin will rest for 15 minutes, then it'll be your turn. Everyone will take turns resting. You have no objections, right? Hearing Hu Hai say this, Su Wei stretched his shoulders and smiled. I have no objections. That's fair. After removing the necessary pieces of the outer shell, they needed to figure out how to transport them to the Nuwa, but the shells were too large, and there were no super transport vehicles that were 30 meters long available here. They could only resort to dragging them. They would use steel wire ropes to loop around the shells and then call in a transport vehicle to pull the ropes, moving the shells to their destination. Since the Fushi and Nuwa were only about 1 kilometer apart, and the ice surface was smooth with a low coefficient of friction, the shells would only get scratched during the dragging process, without cracking or deforming. Hu Hai contacted the warehouse manager and requested several rolls of steel wire rope. Although the warehouse was inside the Fushi, only about 20 meters away, they still had to follow the procedure to apply to the manager and have them deliver it. They couldn't just go and get it themselves. Procedures were very important. If, after a disaster, everyone disregarded procedures for convenience, things would become even more chaotic. A few minutes later, a transport vehicle drove out of the warehouse and quickly arrived next to the maintenance vehicle. Hu Hai got out to check the steel wire ropes and then directed Su Wei to operate the mechanical arms to unwrap the coils of steel wire. After the steel wire ropes were spread out, Hu Hai decided to manually bind the outer shells. Although the mechanical arms of the maintenance vehicle could also grab and bind the ropes, they were too powerful and could easily damage the shells if not careful. After that, Su Wei was called out to help, and since Lin Luo's break time hadn't come yet, he could continue to stay in the vehicle. A few minutes later, the oxygen supply system of Hu Hai's spacesuit lit up with a red light, and the smart AI reminded him, "Compressed air is about to run out. Please replace the air tank in time." Since the three were using the team communication channel, Su Wei and Lin Luo also heard this message. "Captain, come back to change the air tank. There's a spare bottle in the vehicle," Lin Luo called. "It's fine. I can still use it for a few more minutes. It's dangerous to wait until it's completely used up to change it. Didn't you teach us that during training? Okay, fine, I'll go back and change it. Su Wei, you stay here and keep binding things." Hu Hai quickly ran back to the vehicle, and with Lin Luo's assistance, he quickly replaced the compressed air tank in his backpack. Just as Hu Hai was about to continue, he heard an announcement on the public channel. Everyone returned to the camp for dinner. Hu Hai breathed a sigh of relief, sat back in the driver's seat, and called Su Wei. "Xiao Su, come back. Let's leave it for now. We can go back to the camp for dinner." Su Wei hurriedly ran back to the vehicle, hopping with excitement. "Finally, we can eat. I'm so hungry I could collapse. I haven't felt this kind of hunger in years." Hu Hai laughed heartily. "That just shows your experience is too shallow. If you had worked as long as I have for over a decade and experienced a few things, you know that being hungry is very common and not a big deal at all." Lin Luo suddenly asked, "Captain, what do you think of this mission? What are the chances we can complete it successfully?" Hu Hai was silent for a moment, then replied, "Don't worry, just do your part well, and everything will turn out fine." Chapter 14. Visiting the sick. It was 8:30 in the evening, well past dinner time. The logistics staff had prepared the meals, and everyone gradually returned to the camp and immediately sat down to eat. The work intensity today far exceeded usual, so the hunger was extremely strong. However, due to the insufficient food, the logistics staff distributed the meals evenly, and each person could only eat a fixed portion without any extra. After finishing his meal, Lin Luo felt only 7/10 full. Feeling a bit empty in his stomach, he could only drink half a bottle of water to soothe his restless stomach. Soon, Professor Luo returned. He asked the others to stay in the camp to rest, while he himself didn't even eat and didn't take off his spacesuit. After having someone change his oxygen tank, he took a few people back to the drilling point to continue the unfinished deep-sea robot deployment task. Everyone began to discuss in low voices. Professor Luo must be very tired. He hasn't had any rest. There's no choice. The commander hasn't woken up yet. So Professor Luo is the highest-ranking person in charge and must command on-site. This is going to be an all-nighter. What if the ice hole we drill gets sealed again? Wouldn't our main mission fail? Don't say such disheartening things. I'm not worried about the mission failing. I'm worried about whether we can return to Earth. I'm worried about that too. The Nuwa has capsized. Although it can be repaired, it will take time. The food we brought is limited, and we lost quite a bit of it in this accident. Without food, we can't hold out for that long. Sigh. Today has really been full of disasters. I hope there won't be any more trouble tomorrow. Everyone was both tired and sleepy, but couldn't fall asleep. Many stayed on the sofas in the lounge, quietly discussing what had happened today. Overall, their mood was not optimistic. After all, a serious accident had occurred. Even if they completed the mission, whether they could leave Europa was still uncertain. If they requested rescue from Earth now, it would be too late. Qin Yuanmin walked over to Lin Luo and whispered, "Come with me to the lab." Lin Luo wanted to ask, at a time like this, "Are we still going to continue the experiment?" But seeing Qin Yuanmin's expression, which suggested she didn't want to draw attention, he held back his questions and silently followed her through the corridor to the lab. Qin Yuanmin opened a storage cabinet, pulled out a package, and handed it to Lin Luo, along with a cup of hot water. It was a package of chocolate-filled biscuits, a snack Qin Yuanmin usually kept in the lab for energy. "Eat this. I know you definitely didn't have enough for dinner," she said. Thank you, Sister Min. Lin Luo looked at the biscuit packaging, his appetite whetted, and he began to eat without hesitation. When Lin Luo had almost finished, Qin Yuemin hesitantly spoke, Xiao Luo. About the question I asked you last time. Can you answer me now? The last question? You mean if it were you in trouble, would I save you? Lin Luo wanted to confirm. Otherwise, it would be awkward if he got it wrong. Yes. Isn't it obvious? I would definitely go all out to save you. Is it because it's your duty? As an assistant, you must ensure the safety of the scientist? Of course, that's one reason. But it's not the only one. What else? I don't want Sister Min to disappear. That would be too painful. I want to come to the lab every day like usual, chat with you, help you with work. That's really important to me. Are you not considering that your sister is still waiting for you to come back? She's your only family. You are her only support. What will she do if something happens to you? After more than half a month of getting to know each other, Lin Luo had shared a lot about his life with Qin Yuemin, including his family and the situation of his younger sister, Xiaoyu. My insurance beneficiary is her name. If something happens to me, at least she will be well cared for the next 20 years. Are you really that at ease, letting others take care of her? She is not an ordinary person. She doesn't have the ability to protect herself. What can I do if I'm not at ease? It's impossible to have everything go as one wishes. I just seek to have no regrets. Well, that sentence is quite profound. You're not very old, but you see things very deeply. It's rare. Sister Min, why did you suddenly bring up my sister? Because you often talk to me about her. Although I haven't met her, I feel familiar with her. Unknowingly, I've also become someone who cares for her and wants to think for her. If she knows that she has an older sister caring for her, she would definitely be very happy. Not necessarily. Oh, why? Haha. Girls' thoughts are not so easy to guess. Isn't she already a teenage girl? She is at the age of adolescence. But I don't think her mindset has entered that stage. It still feels like she is around 10 years old. Psychological changes in people are sometimes influenced by physiological factors. That is a helpless fact. I feel like the more I listen, the less I understand. It's nothing. Qin Yuemin smiled lightly. There are still some snacks hidden in the lab. If you're not full next time, just come here and I'll find something for you. But if the other team members find out, just consider it a benefit of being my assistant. I don't think anyone will say much. For a moment, Lin Luo couldn't find a response, neither good nor bad. By the way, I just went to the medical room and saw that your colleague, Wang Yunhan, has woken up. Do you want to go see her? I'll go now. Sister Min, will you come with me? Sure. I have nothing else to do right now anyway. The two left the lab together, passed through the corridor back to the activity room, and then arrived at the entrance of the medical room. After pushing the door open, Lin Luo directly said to the doctor, I'm here to see Wang Yunhan. Visiting time is a maximum of 10 minutes, remember, the doctor reminded. The two entered the collective ward at the back, and Lin Luo quickly found Wang Yunhan's bed. She was half sitting, extending her right arm, receiving a 4 drip while resting with her eyes closed. Yunhan, are you okay? Lin Luo. Wang Yunhan's expression of surprise immediately disappeared when she saw Qin Yuemin behind Lin Luo, but she still made an effort to put on a smile. I'm just a bit tired. I should be back to normal tomorrow and able to work with you. Wang Yunhan sat up against the head of the bed. Professor Qin also came to see me. I'm really sorry. I came with Shaolin, Qin Yuemin said generously. At a time like this, there is nothing I can do to help. Visiting the injured is the only thing I can do right now. Oh, so you're only visiting me? I'll go visit the other injured later. Thank you for your concern, Professor Qin. I saw your brave actions before. I witnessed it all. To be able to save your companions at the first moment in danger, that spirit of self-sacrifice really moved me. I don't just save anyone at the risk of my life, Wang Yunhan said with a hint of meaning in her words. Chapter 15 New Victims. There seemed to be a strange scent brewing in the air. The two women exchanged glances that appeared to be just a usual stare, yet subtly formed an opposing stance. Xiao Wang, you are really an honest person. Professor Qin, you are quite straightforward too. Xiao Wang, do you have a boyfriend? Not yet. I'm just about to find one. What about you, Professor Qin? I have always been alone. Why? Professor Qin, you are talented and not bad looking. Could it be that your standards are too high? I'm too busy with work and don't have that kind of mood. Besides, I feel that nothing is more fulfilling and enjoyable than doing experiments. So you're a workaholic. I see. then indeed you don't need a boyfriend. However, sometimes when going out for field investigations, deep into the wilderness, I still hope to have a reliable person by my side, not just as a bodyguard or assistant, but also for mental companionship. Professor Cheen, is it that you don't agree to let me be your assistant because you feel we won't have any mental exchange? You think too much. I don't think that way. I just feel that Lin Luo and I have been working together for a while now, and we have developed a tacit understanding. Sometimes I don't even need to speak, just make a gesture, and he knows what I need. I don't want to train someone else to develop that kind of understanding. At this moment, Wang Yuhan and Qin Yuemin both looked over at Lin Luo, who had been silent for too long, which was a bit strange. As a result, they were both taken aback. Lin Luo had already fallen asleep on an empty hospital bed nearby, with his legs dangling over the edge and still wearing his shoes. Qin Yuemin bent down to lift Lin Luo's legs up and helped him take off his shoes. He must be exhausted. He worked for at least 10 hours today. Wang Yuhan felt a pang of guilt. She had done nothing lying here today. If she had been present, she could have at least helped share some of the workload with the maintenance team. Once I recover tomorrow, I will return to my post immediately. At this time, Qin Yuemin exerted considerable effort and finally adjusted Lin Luo's sleeping posture to a normal position. Throughout this process, Lin Luo remained completely unresponsive, indicating that he was in a deep sleep. She panted, "Xiao Luo will sleep here tonight. Xiao Han, you need to keep an eye on him." "What do you mean keep an eye on him? I'm the injured one, okay," Wang Yuhan said unhappily. Qin Yuemin smiled lightly, patted her clothes, and turned to leave. At that moment, the assembly bell rang in the camp's activity hall. Qin Yuemin immediately moved to the hall and happened to see Professor Luo returning. Seeing Professor Luo's gloomy expression, she knew things had not gone well. Professor Luo walked to the center, and someone immediately handed him a cup of hot water. He gulped it down before speaking. "Comrades, I have a good news and a bad news to announce. Personally, I prefer to start with the good news. The good news is that after 2 hours of emergency descent, 2 crew members reached the bottom of the ice crack and conducted a targeted explosion, successfully blasting a gap leading to the deep sea. Did you feel the vibrations from the explosion?" The crowd shook their heads, saying they felt nothing at all. Professor Luo nodded and said, "It's good that you didn't feel it. Do you know? The depth of the explosion was over 50 kilometers from the surface. What does that mean? If a 3-meter-high building is 1 floor, 50 kilometers is over 16,000 floors high. Just descending from the ground took more than an hour. At such a depth, you naturally wouldn't feel anything on the surface. I was near the drilling site, and I didn't feel any vibrations under my feet either. I only knew it had been detonated from the reports of the 2 crew members, Zhuang Hao and Lu Wei. The good news is that the 2 crew members deployed the deep-sea robot into the deep sea. After starting up on its own, the robot has been operating normally in the deep sea and continuously sending various detection data back to the main system. This means that our main task, the ice-breaking plan, has been successfully completed. Wow, that's great. The crowd cheered loudly, with some even moved to tears. However, the cheers quickly subsided, because they knew there was a bad news following. After Professor Luo waited for everyone to settle down, he said, "The bad news is that during the process of bringing the 2 crew members back up, the winch suddenly lost power, and changing the battery took some time, resulting in them not being brought up in time. The compressed air tank in their backpacks ran out of air first, and they sacrificed. Their bodies have been transported back to the Enhua, placed in metal coffins. Tomorrow we will hold a simple funeral to commemorate the 3 brave members who sacrificed today, Gui Yuming, Zhuang Hao, and Lu Wei." The crowd instantly showed expressions of sorrow. The team only had 28 members in total, and today they permanently lost 3 members, and they were all capable young men, which was indeed a huge loss. Professor Luo clapped his hands repeatedly. Everyone understood and joined in the applause. Let's send off the 3 heroes with our applause. Though they're no longer with us, their spirit will remain with us. It was clear that everyone was very tired today. Due to the long working hours, I had no choice but to arrange this way. The post-disaster remediation work is urgent and must be resolved as soon as possible. Although it is not completely resolved yet, the most pressing issues have been addressed, which comforts me. Our team is full of vigor and perseverance. We will not be easily defeated by disaster. All right, everyone, get some rest early. As for what happened today, please be sure to keep it confidential and do not mention it to the outside world. When it's time to announce it, I will naturally make it public. Professor Luo walked to the dining table, where someone had already prepared his meal. Qin Yuemin deliberately went over to take a glance and greeted Professor Luo. She noticed that as the temporary commander, Professor Luo had no special privileges. The amount of food he received was the same as everyone else's, and the nurse responsible for distributing the food did not give him any special treatment. Afterwards, everyone returned to their resting cabins with tired faces. Wang Yuhan looked at Lin Luo, recalling the earlier conversation with Qin Yuemin, feeling a mix of emotions. Although she did not go to the hall, Professor Luo's speech could be heard in every room through the camp's broadcasting system. Hearing that 3 people had died today, she couldn't help but say to the sleeping Lin Luo, you are really lucky. But the post-disaster remediation work has just begun. I wonder how many more dangerous tasks await us. Will we really have the chance to live to return Earth? Will we end up like the Venus project 3 years ago, which went down in the annals of space history, completely wiped out? Chapter 16 time is too precious. At 8:30 the next morning, Professor Luo woke everyone in the camp through the broadcast. Everyone dressed neatly and went outdoors to attend the funeral hosted by Professor Luo for the 3 heroes. Guo Yoming's body had fallen into a crevice and could not be retrieved. Only 2 black metal coffins containing the bodies of Zhuang Hao and Lu Wei were present. Between the 2 coffins was a stainless steel table with photos of the 3. The youngest of them was only 20 years old, and the oldest was just 26. The 3 young men stepped forward at a critical moment, completed their mission excellently, but paid the price with their lives. This is truly regrettable. Their brave and fearless actions also inspire us, telling us that only by moving forward can we overcome difficulties and win final victory. Professor Luo's eulogy contains some clichés, which usually have a strong hypnotic effect, but at this solemn moment, it resonated deeply and was heartfelt. As we bid farewell to the 3 heroes, we have more important things to do. So please stop mourning and regain your spirits. Their sacrifice will not be in vain. We must carry their beliefs and their heroic spirits back to Earth. Let's observe 3 minutes of silence for them. Collective silence. After 3 minutes, Professor Luo announced a new work plan, and everyone dispersed to engage in their respective tasks. The entire memorial service lasted only half an hour. Professor Luo was right. Everyone indeed had no time to waste on sorrow, with so many things needing urgent attention. The 4 members of the maintenance team boarded the maintenance vehicle and headed towards the vicinity of the Fushi ship. Xiaowang, are you feeling okay? Don't push yourself too hard. There is still a lot of work to do. If you mess up your health, it wouldn't be worth it, Huhai asked. I'm definitely fine, Captain. Since when did you become so nagging? Wang Yunhan rolled her eyes at the captain and said, Dr. Gao said I just had a mild concussion. After resting for a night and checking this morning, I'm fine. Since you're in good spirits, I'm relieved. Huhai suddenly put on a serious expression. From now on, you must pay close attention to safety. Don't rush just to get the work done. I don't want any heroes in my team. I brought all 3 of you out alive, and I intend to bring you all back alive. Captain, we understand, Lin Luo nodded. Understood, Su Wei also nodded. Captain, when did you learn to be so sentimental? Where did you get those lines? Wang Yunhan joked. Stop being cheeky. Huhai gulat. When a maintenance vehicle arrived at the destination, the 4 continued their work from yesterday, tying up the disassembled outer shells with steel wire ropes. Su Wei and Wang Yunhan chatted. Yunhan, I heard you were very brave yesterday. You even flew in to save Lin Luo. Unfortunately, I wasn't there at the time to see that exciting scene. Oh, really? Sorry, I don't remember much. You have amnesia? Yes, the doctor said it was temporary amnesia. I just lost a little bit of memory before and after the incident. What happened at the time, I only learned from others after I woke up. Is that true? Why would I lie to you? If the same situation happens again, would you still take the risk to save Lin Luo? I don't know. Su Wei felt that Wang Yunhan didn't want to discuss the matter further, so he stopped asking. Huhai criticized, focus while working. Be quick with your hands and feet, and cooperate to tie everything together to improve speed. 2 hours later, all 6 outer shells were securely tied with steel wire ropes. To test their firmness, Huhai used the hook on the mechanical arm of the engineering vehicle to pull on the steel wire ropes forcefully, checking if the ropes would slip or come loose. All right, let us take a break. I'll call the transport vehicle over now to have the driver tow these 6 outer shells to the Nuwa ship. Huhai sighed. Disassembling here is relatively simple. Over there, we still have to take off the damaged parts and replace them with good ones. The damaged parts have basically deformed, so it won't be easy to take them off. If it were a small spacecraft, just a few meters long, it would be fine, but a medium-sized Shenzhou spacecraft like the Nuwa is too labor-intensive. Even you find it difficult, Captain? Lin Luo was surprised to hear the usually diligent captain complain. This is still a minor issue, Huhai said seriously. After all, no matter how difficult the work is, as long as we work hard and operate carefully, it can still be resolved. What is the major issue? Wang Yunhan's voice rang out in the team channel. It's time, Huhai said helplessly. The others suddenly realized that there was no support on Europa, and they didn't have much time to slowly repair the damaged hull. The most important and urgent thing was to quickly repair the Nuwa ship and return to Earth before their supplies ran out. Time is too precious. They simply did not have that much time to take it slow. The group waited with heavy hearts for the transport vehicle to arrive and take the outer shells away. Then they sat in the maintenance vehicle, driving behind the transport vehicle. Along the way, they saw other work teams laying iron plates over cracked ground to create temporary bridges, leveling out the protruding ice rocks, constantly repairing the road surfaces to restore normal traffic and allowing everyone to move back and forth without taking a detour. Everyone is working so hard. Wang Yunhan sighed, raising her fist and waving. We can't lose to them. A few minutes later, the maintenance vehicle arrived beside the Nuwa ship. Although the Nuwa ship could be seen from a distance through the glass windows in the camp, standing in front of it, seeing the horizontal Nuwa ship, their mood became even more oppressive and chaotic. At this moment, the Nuwa ship looked like a critically ill patient, barely hanging on a life, appearing alive but actually not far from death. Restoring this fading Nuwa ship to health and getting it back on its feet was no easy task. Captain, where do we start? Wang Yunhan asked impatiently. First, let us remove the 6 outer shells that need to be replaced. I've sent you the specific locations, so make sure to pay attention. Huhai said, start with the number 6 outer shell. With the cooperation of the 4, they quickly removed 5 deformed outer shells. When they reached the last one, they encountered difficulties. Part of the number 8 outer shell was trapped underneath, and even if they loosened the screws, they couldn't pull it out. They needed to tilt the Shenzhou spacecraft by 20 degrees to fully expose the number 8 outer shell. The Shenzhou spacecraft was cylindrical as a whole, so to tilt it was not difficult. Find a stress point, tie steel wire ropes to the holes in the outer shell, and then call in a few vehicles to pull simultaneously, and it should be doable. But with the ice surface being so slippery, could they really pull the 100-ton Shenzhou spacecraft? Wouldn't the tires of the tow vehicles keep slipping and be ineffective? Huhai also wasn't sure, but he could only call in a few vehicles to give it a try. Chapter 17. Tense disassembly 2 groups of tracks. The tracks of the half-track vehicle can enhance friction on the ice surface, preventing skidding. It is precisely because of the understanding of Europa's natural environment that such a vehicle was specially prepared. This vehicle doesn't run fast, but has incredible power, making it perfect for towing. The 3 vehicles lined up in a row, and the maintenance team members stepped forward, securing steel cables to the vehicles and adjusting the lengths to ensure that the 3 vehicles would not tilt when starting simultaneously. A few minutes later, Huhai called out to the 3 drivers. I will count down from 3, and you will start the vehicles at the same time, gradually accelerating. Don't floor the gas pedal all at once. 3, 2, 1, start. The 3 transport vehicles started simultaneously. Their wheels began to turn. But the towed Nuwa did not move an inch. The wheel speed and torque continued to increase. One of the yellow transport vehicles began to sway slightly from side to side, but after some adjustments, it quickly stabilized. The maintenance team members were eagerly watching. Finally, after a minute, the starship began to move. The Nuwa slowly tilted forward 1 degree, 2 degrees, up to 8 degrees. Finally, the section of the outer shell that needed to be replaced was completely exposed. Let us quickly disassemble it now, Sue said eagerly. Wait, not yet. Huhai stopped Sue. Don't rush. Let us observe a bit longer. Observe what? Observe the stability. Everyone was puzzled, but since the captain said so, there must be a reason. Otherwise, the captain, who had just mentioned the value of time, wouldn't waste it waiting. Another 10 seconds went by, and suddenly, the tires and tracks of the three vehicles began to slip. The Nuwa, which had already tilted 12 degrees, started rolling back, and the section of the outer shell that needed to be replaced was pressed down again. It was equivalent to doing useless work. Huhai immediately contacted the three drivers, saying, "Change direction to maintain an 80-degree angle with the Nuwa's hull, then stand by." The three drivers complied, readjusting the angle of their vehicles with the hull of the Nuwa. Huhai led the maintenance team back to the maintenance vehicle. Although the horsepower of the three vehicles could make the Nuwa roll, its center of gravity was low, and once the power reached its maximum, a slight decline would cause the Nuwa to return to its original position. In that case, we would be at risk of being crushed while disassembling below. Therefore, further measures must be taken to prevent such accidents. Now I see. The captain is indeed far-sighted. No wonder he has 20 years of experience. Impressive. You still have a lot to learn. Then, Huhai instructed everyone to operate the two mechanical arms, to use laser cutting heads and excavators to cut triangular ice blocks about 4 to 5 meters in size on the ice surface. They continuously cut out more than 30 blocks. At this point, Huhai said to the three drivers, "You can start now, just like last time, gradually increase the horsepower." The three vehicles successfully towed the starship again. Once the section of the outer shell that needed to be replaced was completely exposed, Huhai drove the maintenance vehicle and instructed the three team members to control the mechanical arms to push the triangular ice blocks one by one into the triangular gaps close to the ground of the Nuwa. 10 minutes later, all 36 ice blocks were inserted. These ice blocks would limit the backward rolling of the Nuwa, even if the three steel cables suddenly snapped. With the support of these ice blocks, at least the maintenance vehicle would have time to escape to a safe area. The two mechanical arms of the maintenance vehicle switched to electric screwdrivers and suction cups, using the suction cups to grip the smooth outer shell. And then the electric screws disassembled the connecting screws on the shell. In one smooth motion, the outer shell was removed in just 1 minute and dragged to a spot several meters away. Subsequently, the maintenance vehicle brought over the number 6 outer shell that had been disassembled from the Fushi, and the mechanical arms quickly installed it onto the Nuwa, completing the installation in less than 2 minutes. Yay! Wang Yunhan cheered loudly. "The last row of screws is mine," Su Wei shouted. "I didn't expect changing an outer shell to be so thrilling." Lin Luo grinned. "My hands are sweating." Huhai connected to the temporary team channel and said to the three drivers, "Thank you. You've worked hard. We have completed our task, and you can slow down and stop now." The three vehicles gradually came to a halt, and the Nuwa lost its towing force. So it wouldn't immediately roll back due to being propped up by the triangles. The mechanical arms of the maintenance vehicle switched to cutting tools and then cut the three steel cables. The three vehicles regained their freedom, and the drivers didn't rest. They immediately ran off to execute other tasks. The maintenance team began to install the other 5 outer shells onto the Nuwa. Originally, it should have taken 20 minutes, but they ended up taking nearly 40 minutes, doubling the time. The reason was simple. They could not afford to fail. During the installation process, if any accidents occurred that led to deformation or damage of the outer shell, it would be a major disaster. There was no processing plant here, and damaged shells could not be repaired, and there were no other intact outer shells available for replacement. Every time they moved a shell, they had to concentrate and be extremely careful. Every screw they inserted had to be tightened to the appropriate torque. They absolutely could not rush. It was as if they were not repairing a malfunctioning starship, but performing a critical surgery that concerned the lives of the entire team. Finally, when a number 1 outer shell was installed, it should be fine, right? Wang Yunhan said. "Don't jinx it at a time like this," Su Wei scolded. "We maintenance workers only believe in technology, not luck." Lin Luo spoke up in fairness. Huhai spread his hands, allowed a long breath, and said, "Everyone stop arguing. I will operate alone from here. Just watch and don't make a sound." "Yes," the three replied in unison. For the next few minutes, the three focused intently on the windshield, staring at the enlarged images on the electronic screen. They understood that all the pressure was now on the captain, who must be extremely nervous. The left mechanical arm used a suction cup to lift the number 1 outer shell, and after reaching the appropriate height, it slowly lowered it. Once the shell was aligned with the starship's frame, it began to make minor adjustments to the position of the shell, aligning it before lowering it down and making fine-tuning adjustments to ensure that the number 1 outer shell fit perfectly with the other shells at the bottom. Up until this point, everything was going smoothly. For the final step, the left mechanical arm pressed down on the number 1 outer shell, while the right mechanical arm used an electric screwdriver to insert 15 anti-loosening screws. Wang Yunhan was afraid to speak, covering her mouth tightly with both hands. Beads of sweat were continuously forming on her forehead. The first screw was in. The 3 were greatly encouraged. But when inserting the second screw, several of the triangular ice blocks that had been inserted between the starship's outer shell and the ground suddenly cracked, followed by more triangular ice blocks breaking apart. The Niwa lost its support and suddenly rolled back. Not good. Huhai quickly drove the maintenance vehicle back a few dozen meters. Chapter 18 Remedy. The Niwa spacecraft only rolled a few degrees and swayed slightly before regaining its balance. The maintenance vehicle was unharmed and safe. However, when everyone looked at the number 1 shell, they were immediately shocked. It was broken, the No. 1 shell had been thrown out of its original position, but had not fallen off, because the captain had previously secured it with a screw, and that screw was still holding it. Wang Yunhan finally couldn't hold back, and spoke up. You don't have to say it out loud. Su Wei nudged Wang Yunhan's shoulder and quietly pointed at the captain, whose face had turned ashen. Lin Luo comforted, it's okay, as long as we remove the screw. Push the shell back into the correct position and reinstall it, we'll be fine. At this moment, Hu Hai's hands began to tremble violently. He hurriedly lifted his hands off the control panel, afraid to touch even a single button. Captain, what's wrong with you? Wang Yunhan noticed something was off with the captain. She had never seen him react this way before. I just need to rest for a moment. Hu Hai clenched his fists tightly, but they continued to shake uncontrollably. He shifted his legs and sat in a nearby position. Lin Luo, you go over there and take control. Oh, okay. Lin Luo immediately went to the pilot's seat. Now, let's carefully check the condition of the number 1 shell. Hu Hai issued the command. Understood. Lin Luo drove the maintenance vehicle forward, getting very close to the number 1 shell, then raised the 15-meter-long mechanical arm and used the camera on the arm to observe closely. The hole where the screw had been was obviously deformed, but there were no abnormalities elsewhere. Remove the screw. Yes. Lin Luo operated the mechanical arm, with the left suction cup firmly adhering to the shell, while the right electric screwdriver was inserted into the screw hole and turned for a few seconds before removing the screw. Place the shell on the ground gently. Be careful with the force. Lin Luo instructed the suction cup-equipped mechanical arm to place the shell on the ground and then remove the suction cup. The metal around this installation hole is deformed. It must be ground smooth again, or we won't be able to continue the installation. Hu Hai delivered some disappointing news that left everyone feeling disheartened. At this point, complaining or regretting was futile. They could only grit their teeth and find a way. We need a raised base to secure the installation hole. Then we can go out and manually hammer it. There were no materials available here. They could only use ice. Cut a flat piece of ice rock measuring 4 by 4 meters. Then excavate it and place it on the flat ground as a base. Under Hu Hai's command, Lin Luo methodically operated the machinery. Then, he used the suction cup to attach to the shell, placing it on the cubic base, and use another suction cup to attach to the other side. With one suction cup on each side, it could be firmly secured. After that, Hu Hai led the 3 others to retrieve a large hammer and an iron plate from the vehicle's tool compartment. In this ultra-low temperature outdoor environment, using sheet metal techniques to repair the shell was not ideal, but they had no choice now. They had to install this shell. So many people were watching us. Who is watching us? Wang Yunhan turned to look toward the camp. Lin Luo said flatly, of course you can't see that far from here. Just think about it. Repairing the Niwa spacecraft is such a big deal. Everyone will be very concerned. I believe everyone will take the time to check on our progress, no matter how busy they are. They must have been scared by the earlier incident too. But Professor Luo didn't send a call. He won't show up now, because if he contacts us, it will only add to our pressure. He doesn't understand repairs. and he can't provide useful advice. We can only rely on ourselves now. Stop chatting and come over to work. Hu-hai was already standing on the deformed installation hull, waving for the others to come over. He seemed a bit angry, his tone becoming particularly stern. Lin Luo and Wang Yunhan quickly ran over, with Su Wei following last. My hands aren't cooperating. Look, you guys come. I'll tell you what to do. Before long, the three young maintenance workers were swinging the hammer and pressing the iron plate, starting the sheet metal work. Normally, it would make a clanging sound, but in Europa, there was no air, so there was no sound at all. They could only feel the slight vibrations through their gloves, making it hard to control the proper force. Gradually, the three worked skillfully, and the deformed areas slowly returned to flatness. Slow work produces fine results. After half an hour, the area around the installation hole had returned to normal. Although the spacesuits had temperature regulation functions, the three still sweated quite a bit. Captain, not good. I only have a little bit of compressed air left. Me too. I only have 3% left. The three received a prompt from the AI system and realized that the air in the compressed air tanks was running low. Quick, get back to the vehicle and change the tanks. Hu-hai said calmly, I still have 12% left. Since Hu-hai had been supervising and hadn't done any physical labor, he naturally consumed much less compressed air than the three team members. The four returned to the maintenance vehicle. Why are there only 2 tanks? Didn't we refill them yesterday? Wang Yunhan exclaimed, holding 2 compressed air tanks. Sigh. That was my oversight. I forgot to check the number of oxygen tanks this morning. We need to go back to the camp to get more. Lin Luo, you drive. Okay. Lin Luo drove the maintenance vehicle quickly, speeding up due to the urgency. Professor Luo saw them rushing toward the camp and sensed something was wrong. So he contacted Hu-hai. Captain Hu, what's going on over there? Why are you rushing back to the camp? My 3 team members are running low on oxygen tanks. We need to get back. Okay, hurry back. Right now, your maintenance team is crucial. No one can afford to have an accident. 1 minute later, the 4 returned to the entrance of the camp, where someone opened the door to welcome them. Once inside, they removed their helmets and backpacks. Someone replaced their compressed air tanks without them having to lift a finger. Wang Yunhan comfortably sat on the sofa, drinking hot tea, tilting her head back and squinting, saying, so tired. If only I could take a good nap. I feel like my whole skeleton has fallen apart. Lin Luo and Su Wei were also exhausted. After returning to the camp, they were too tired to say a word, just continuously drinking coffee and eating energy bars. Hu-hai looked at his team members, all of whom were worn out, feeling quite sorry for them. But he still had to be tough and said, rest for 10 minutes. Then put on your backpacks and helmets. We need to continue with the repair task. The number 1 shell hasn't been installed yet, and we can't let our guard down. Captain, the number 1 shell is secured with suction cups. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Wang Yunhan said dismissively, unless there's another. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Luo covered her mouth. Although Lin Luo didn't believe in jinxes, he didn't want to hear Wang Yunhan say something that would dampen morale. Lin Luo, what are you doing? Wang Yunhan glared at Lin Luo, her face flushing. I wasn't doing anything. I just thought this would be a quicker way to stop you from saying something you shouldn't. Lin Luo admitted. What do you mean by something you shouldn't say? How do you know what should or shouldn't be said? Wang Yunhan was unhappy. Generally, what you think should be said in public is probably something that shouldn't be said. Lin Luo summarized. The others present heard this and all burst into laughter. Chapter 19 New Dilemmas. At this moment, Lin Luo took advantage of a break to the restroom to quietly ask someone, has the commander woken up yet? Not yet. If he had, he would have notified everyone already, the person replied. Lin Luo guessed it would be like this, but he couldn't help but ask anyway. This morning, disassembling the shell of the Shenzhou spacecraft was nothing short of thrilling. Not only did they have to ensure their own safety, but they also had to ensure the safety of the shell. To some extent, the shell was even more important than their lives. Otherwise, the Shenzhou spacecraft couldn't be repaired. And how would everyone get home? Even the experienced captain, who was shaken, his hands trembling so much that it showed how much pressure he was under at that moment. The hands of a maintenance worker are just like those of a surgeon. Once the mindset cannot remain calm, those hands become useless. I hope Captain Hu's mindset can recover soon. After coming out of the restroom, Lin Luo was about to head to the hall to meet his colleagues when he encountered Qin Yuemin, dressed in a white coat with all buttons neatly fastened. She seemed to have just come out from the lab. Today, she wore a black shirt under her white coat, looking very much in line with her work attire. Lin Luo remembered that it wasn't like this before. When he was her assistant, Qin Yuemin often wore more feminine clothing, and most of the time, her coat buttons were not fastened. Xiao Luo, Sister Min, how long have you been back? Not long, about 10 minutes. The task is heavy, isn't it? You don't look too good. You seem very tired. It's all right. I'll definitely be busy these days because of the previous earthquake. There's a lot to repair. How about you? I can't assist you right now. Can you handle it alone? Qin Yuemin smiled slightly and said, You don't need to worry about me. My experimental work is nearing completion. The remaining work is just some simple experiments, and I can manage alone, but it may take a bit more time. You should take care of your health and not overwork yourself. Lin Luo nodded and said, Thank you for your concern, Sister Min. I will pay attention. Qin Yuemin took a half step forward, getting closer to Lin Luo. Her gaze shifted slightly, and she said softly, We must go back to Earth. Yeah, it won't be a problem. Lin Luo saw her anxious expression and felt an impulse to embrace her to comfort her, but seeing people coming and going nearby, he ultimately didn't dare to make a move. Suddenly, the communication watch beeped. Ding ding. Xiao Lin, gather. We need to continue working. Lin Luo smiled awkwardly and said, Sorry, the captain is calling me. I have to go out. Let's talk again tonight. Okay, you go ahead. Qin Yuemin nodded slightly and gently pushed Lin Luo's shoulder. Lin Luo jogged back to the living room, where 3 colleagues were already up and waiting. Once he arrived, they immediately set off towards the main entrance. At the entrance, the 4 donned their space helmets, then opened the door to enter the airlock, and finally opened the outermost sealed door, stepping forward into the bright light. They boarded the maintenance vehicle and returned to the re-encased spacecraft to continue installing the first shell. This time it went surprisingly smoothly. They placed the shell in the correct position, then fastened all the screws, and finally used suction cups to hold the shell, applying a slight pull to ensure it was securely installed. Hu Hai exclaimed with relief. Fortunately, the installation holes of the first shell were only slightly deformed. They could be completely repaired with manual sheet metal techniques. If it had cracked or severely deformed, it would have been very troublesome to repair. Without an indoor workshop in Europa, outdoor super low temperatures make even simple tasks extremely difficult. Captain, the shell is replaced now, but how we get the re-encased upright? Su Wei asked. Does this also require our maintenance team to handle? Wang Yunhan said unhappily. This isn't a maintenance issue. It's an engineering problem. It should be solved by the engineers. Lin Luo shook his head and said, I estimate it will ultimately fall to us to solve. Hu Hai thought for a moment and said, Lin Luo is right. This matter may indeed end up on our shoulders. The few people from the engineering team were injured during the last drilling due to a pressure explosion, and 1 person has even passed away. Now, even Engineer Chun is still unconscious, and they have no one left to use. Wang Yunhan looked at the horizontally lying re-encased spacecraft and said, A nearly 200-meter-long Shenzhou spacecraft cannot be stood upright without a hydraulic rotating launch platform. Even if there was one, without large lifting machinery, it would be impossible to get the Shenzhou spacecraft onto the launch platform. Lin Luo pointed out a key issue. In addition to standing the re-encased upright, there is another special requirement, which is that the re-encased must be erected on the metal launch base. Only with the support of the launch base can the re-encased avoid crushing the lower ice layer, and when launching into deep space, the launch base can withstand high-temperature flames, preventing the ice layer from melting and causing deformation of the foothold. Hu Hai praised. Lin Luo's idea is correct. We not only need to find a way to get the re-encased upright, but also to have her stand on the launch base. That's a double challenge. I've been doing this for many years and have rarely encountered such a tricky problem. This is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Is there really a way to accomplish it? Su Wei questioned. Even engineers might not come up with a solution. Let us not rack our brains here. Let us hand this problem over to Professor Luo. Hu Hai concluded this discussion. Afterward, Hu Hai contacted Professor Luo to report on the maintenance progress. Has the outer shell been replaced? That's great. Your maintenance team's work is outstanding. The efficiency is so high. I thought it would take another 2 or 3 days to finish. Professor Luo's tone sounded very pleased. Professor Luo, what is next? Do you have any ideas on how to get the Nuwa upright? Still under discussion. There's currently no feasible plan. Do you have any suggestions on your end? Please share. It's a time when we need everyone's wisdom to overcome difficulties together. We don't have any good ideas either. Oh, I see. It's okay. We'll figure out a way sooner or later. All right. We are now heading to repair the communication tower. Well, thank you for handling this. Once you finish the communication tower repairs, return to the camp and rest well. Everyone is counting on your maintenance team now. You can't let your health deteriorate. Yes. After the captain ended the call, Wang Yunhan excitedly said, Professor Luo is really nice. He truly cares for his subordinates. Once we finish the communication tower, we can return to the camp to rest. Su Wei poured cold water on her enthusiasm. The tower's structure is complex. By the time we finish, it will be around dinner time. At least we 1T have to work overtime. Wang Yunhan retorted. Hu Hai drove the engineering vehicle away from the Nuwa and returned to the communication tower near the camp. Some parts of the communication tower had been damaged during the earthquake, although it did not affect usage and still maintained contact with Earth. Repairs were still necessary to avoid sudden signal interruptions. Chapter 20. Heart to heart. After finishing a day's maintenance work, Lin Luo returned to the camp to eat and take a shower. Usually, he would work out for half an hour at the gym before going to bed. But he was too exhausted now and couldn't muster any energy to go to the gym. He returned to his resting pod and opened the virtual screen. There was a new message alert. It must be Lin Yu replying. Brother, no one is bullying me. My classmates are all very nice, and they always communicate well. Although some of them are a bit silly, they never attack others. Brother, where are you working now? We started learning geography recently, and I've learned a lot about places both domestic and international. If you tell me, I'll definitely know where it is. Brother, are you not there? Never mind. Tell me next time. I know you're busy. Bye. These 3 voice messages were over 10 hours delayed. However, he should have seen them last night. Who would have thought that he would end up falling asleep shortly after sitting down in the medical room while visiting a patient, and then sleep until the next day? He must have been too tired. After working extra hours under intense pressure for over 10 hours, he had long exceeded his physical limits. Lin Luo thought seriously and then replied to Lin Yu. Oh, I was just worrying too much. I thought my sister was so cute that someone would bully her. Little boys are like that. They like a girl but don't know how to express it, so they bully her to get her attention. Hearing you say that your classmates are all good people, I can be at ease now. I'm working at a observation station in Antarctica. The communication here isn't very good, and there isn't always a signal, so I can't reply immediately. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep now. We can chat tomorrow. Bye. Lin Luo yawned. After ending the communication, he walked over to the small tea table by the wall, poured himself a cup of hot water from the drinking supply pipe, changed into his pajamas, and lay down in bed, ready to sleep. Beep. The communication system suddenly sounded. This was the internal communication alert. Hello, who is it? Lin Luo pressed the answer button on the virtual screen. It's me. It was Qin Yuemin's voice. Oh, it's Sister Min. It's this late. Do you have something to discuss? Can I find you if there's nothing? Oh, that is not what I meant. Are you going to sleep? Not yet, but if you hadn't called, I would have already been lying down. If you're feeling tired, you can lie down now. Who said you have to sit or stand during a call? Lin Luo actually lay down on the bed since Qin Yuemin couldn't see him. Strangely, just a moment ago, he was feeling very drowsy, but now he was wide awake upon receiving the call. That's a good idea. How was today's work? Sister Min, do you want to know? Lin Luo then briefly recounted the work he completed today. The repairs on the Nuwa and the communication tower are finished. You're really capable. You completed 2 tasks in 1 day. That's commendable. Sister Min, you flatter me. It's not just my achievement. So what's the plan for tomorrow's work? I'm not sure about that either. The captain said we'd see how things go tomorrow. The most important work left is to get the Nuwa upright, right? You've been paying attention to our progress, huh? You're right. But we haven't come up with a mature and effective plan yet. So we 1T start working on it for now. This issue has been handed over to Professor Luo. Let us see how he arranges it. But our food and oxygen cans are running low. We can use the food from the Nuwa. The food stored in the Nuwa is reserved for the return trip. I know that. Didn't Professor Luo say he's already informed the Space Center to send rescue supplies? We'll receive a rocket carrying supplies on our way back. So we won't have to worry about food then. The problem is, we need to last until then. Oxygen can be produced by electrolyzing water, but food can't be produced. If we consume all the food from the new wab before returning, we'll starve before we even receive the supply rocket. Sister Min, I know what you're worried about. The problems we're facing this time are indeed quite unique. Sometimes I can't help but think negatively, but I still believe that by combining everyone as strengths, we can overcome any difficulties. Maybe when we look back later, we'll think it was nothing serious, just a false alarm. All those worries will turn out to be unnecessary. Huh, you're really optimistic. At this moment, Lin Luo sensed Qin Yuemin's inner unease from her slightly downcast tone. He suddenly remembered her past, possibly due to her parents' accidental death, leaving an indelible shadow in her heart. Naturally, when faced with uncertain difficulties, she would generate various negative thoughts. Sister Min, we will be fine. Actually, every space mission is filled with unknown risks, but look, there are still many astronauts flying around in space every day or working on distant planets away from Earth. Statistically speaking, the probability of an accident happening in outer space is lower than the probability of a car accident on Earth. With the intelligent networking protection systems in vehicles now, accidents can still happen. The two talked freely, transitioning from their current situation to the history of space development in the country, then to childhood memories. They talked about everything. I'm sorry, I forgot you worked all day today. You must be very tired. I kept you chatting for so long and delayed your rest. Qin Yuemin said, let us stop here for today. Good night. Yeah, good night. Lin Luo glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night. He had actually chatted with Qin Yuemin for over an hour, and during this time he had remained alert without even yawning, which was quite a miracle. In the past, Lin Luo had also contacted Qin Yuemin at night, but most of the time they only discussed preparations needed for work the next day, and they wrapped it up in just a few sentences. Today was completely different. They talked about many personal matters. Such in-depth topics are usually only discussed among closer friends. Lin Luo covered himself with the quilt and was just about to sleep when the communication system emitted a call signal again. He rolled over and sat up, pressing the answer button. Lin Luo, are you asleep? It was Wang Yunhan's voice. Almost. Are you asleep or not? I should be talking in my sleep right now. Is there something? Can I find you if there is nothing? You can go ahead. Have you noticed that Su Wei has been acting a bit off lately? Yeah. It seems like he has some dissatisfaction. Exactly. And it's clear that he is targeting you. Why? The manager mentioned that the captain of Team 6 will resign next year, and you and Su Wei are both candidates for the next captain. They'll select someone based on your performance in this mission. Oh, that is true. You know about this news? The news has spread, but no one told you. Su Wei is a bit petty, so you need to be careful. You never know when he might deliberately cause you trouble. Okay, I'll be cautious. Thanks for the reminder. Chapter 21, The Greatest Threat. 5 Earth days have passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the hard work of the entire maintenance team and the close cooperation of others, the damaged parts have basically all been repaired. On this day, Professor Luo gave everyone a day off. After a week of intense overtime work, everyone needed to rest and recuperate. Otherwise, health issues could easily arise. Recently, 2 team members had experienced muscle strains and fainting spells. However, while the body can rest, the mind must continue to work. In the morning, Professor Luo held an important meeting in the camp hall, which everyone was required to attend. Now that our temporary base has resumed normal operations, it is all thanks to everyone's hard work, diligence, and commitment to not procrastinating. I have witnessed it all, and I feel greatly reassured. I believe everyone is well aware of our situation. We have successfully completed the core task of deploying the deep-sea submersible robot. Professor Luo paused deliberately, and everyone responded with applause in unison. Next, we should arrange for our return journey as soon as possible, but our Enwa is currently lying on the ice, and we must find a way to get her upright again before we can board the return capsule. Over the past week, I have come up with many plans and discussed them repeatedly with the experts at the space base, but I still haven't come up with a mature solution. Don't be disappointed. Let me continue. However, the expert team did provide some valuable suggestions. The Enwa consists of 4 modules: the communication module, passenger module, supply module, and fuel module. Since they can be assembled, they can also be disassembled. If we break it down into 4 modules, stand them up separately, and then transport them to the launch platform to reassemble them. The longest module is only 60 meters long, which significantly reduces the difficulty. I agree with this idea, and I wonder if anyone has other opinions. Please don't hesitate to speak up. There are ways to stand the modules up. It can be done using leverage principles. Transporting them to the launch platform is also feasible, but how do we lift the modules for assembly? We don't have a launch pad, nor do we have a gigantic crane tall enough. Someone raised a question. Yes, and even if we manage to get the modules upright and assemble them piece by piece, what if an earthquake occurs during this process? Another person spoke up. No matter what method we use, this process will definitely take a long time. Can our remaining food and energy last until then? One after another, over a dozen people expressed their views and concerns. Everyone seemed filled with various anxieties about the future, and a negative and pessimistic atmosphere filled the room. I have noted everyone's opinions down, Professor Luo said, shaking his paper notebook appreciatively. I am grateful for your candidness. I admit that there are many challenges, big and small, in the return journey, but please do not forget that all of you here are the elite among the elite, selected through rigorous screening processes, which is why you are here. Regardless of whether your background is military or civilian, you're all Chinese astronauts. We, as Chinese astronauts, have never feared difficulties. Even when faced with tremendous challenges, we can grit our teeth and persevere. Because only by persisting can we hope to see the dawn in the darkness. Professor Luo continued with a barrage of encouraging words, hoping to uplift everyone's spirits. Although they were all cliches, they still had a certain effect. Lin Luo once again felt the importance of leadership. A leader, besides guiding specific work, has the most crucial role of uniting people's hearts in critical moments. He suddenly doubted whether he could manage a team of 10 if he were to become the maintenance team leader. Lin Luo noticed that Professor Luo had deliberately concealed a dangerous point, not revealing it publicly. Disassembling and reassembling the starship into 4 modules would take at least 2 weeks, and they didn't have that much time to waste. This was not even the greatest threat. Food and compressed air tanks could be transferred from the NWA, which could temporarily alleviate the urgent situation. The greatest threat lies beneath our feet. After experiencing the last earthquake triggered by high pressure, the once intact ice shell surrounding the camp has now shattered into thousands of pieces, and earthquakes will continue to occur. If we encounter another earthquake of magnitude 8 or higher, those fragments will collide violently, breaking into even smaller pieces, creating more and longer ice crevices. Once we lose our footing, the starship, the camp, all the equipment and personnel will be swallowed by a chasm of ice dozens of kilometers deep. Is there anything more terrifying than this? Those who could think of this could hardly sleep at night, fearing that at any moment the ground would shake, and the next second they would fall into endless darkness. As a geologist, Professor Luo must have anticipated this worst-case scenario long ago, but he had never mentioned it to anyone. He knew that speaking it out loud would change nothing. Instead, it would severely dampen morale and cause unnecessary trouble. If panic spread among the people at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Luo carefully observed Professor Luo's facial expression and noticed that his eyes were darkened, with bloodshot whites, and his cheeks were slightly swollen. Clearly, he had a good night's sleep for several days. The pressure on a leader must be greater than that of anyone else, and they cannot express it openly, having to bear it silently within. Lin Luo suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for Professor Luo. An hour later, the meeting adjourned. Lin Luo changed into a spacesuit, put on his helmet, and walked toward the hatch. Wang Yunhan saw him and came over to ask, Lin Luo, "Isn't today a day off? Where are you going?" "I'm going out for a walk." "Don't you have enough of the scenery outside?" "It's not about the scenery. I just want to walk. It feels a bit stuffy in the camp." "Then wait for me. I'll go with you. I also want to take a walk. I want to be alone." "Why? Do you find me annoying?" "I want to think about some issues seriously." "How serious? What issues?" "Not convenient to disclose." "Too much. Can I even say it?" Wang Yunhan angrily punched Lin Luo in the chest. "I'm leaving." Lin Luo forced the door open and went out, leaving Wang Yunhan behind. Pushing open the airlock door again, he re-entered this world covered in ice. From this distance, he could see the inn while lying flat, lifeless, looking like an old man on the verge of death. He truly hoped she could suddenly bounce up and stand straight on the launch platform. If that happened, everyone would be carefree and could happily return to Earth. Of course, that was just a childish fantasy. The reality is that even the experienced Professor Luo and the experts at the space base, with their impressive titles, could not come up with any effective solutions. But Lin Luo did not give up. Just because others could not think of a solution did not mean he could not. The mindset of those working at a construction site is different from that of those merely watching others work. Chapter 22. Sparks of Thought Unknowingly. Lin Luo had walked up to the in-wa spacecraft. You don't want to lie on this cold, hard bed forever, do you? It's uncomfortable. And you want to get up, right? Well, let me help you think of a way. Give me some inspiration. Otherwise, no one can help you. In the end, we will all be like you, forever stranded on this barren planet, becoming a part of it. Lin Luo spoke to the in-wa as if it were a body with a soul. He didn't open the communication channel. So what he said wouldn't be heard by others. What difficulties do we have here? Of course, it's the lack of suitable equipment. If we had a launch pad, large transport vehicles, cranes, and hydraulic launch pits, everything would be fine. What did you say? Can those things be made on-site? Haha, you must be joking. There are no workshops here, no spare parts. We can't create something out of nothing. It's hard to cook without rice. The more Lin Luo spoke, the more excited he became. You said there's ice here, an endless supply of ice, and we can use it as raw material? Well, you might not know, while ice has a certain hardness, it is also too heavy and not easy to process into precise shapes. Wait a minute. We don't need precise shapes. Can't we use primitive methods? How did prehistoric civilizations build large structures? They didn't need modern machines. A concept gradually became clear in his mind, a small spark of thought igniting a blazing fire. I've thought of it. For a moment, Lin Luo was beside himself with excitement, pushing off the ground with all his might, suddenly soaring 7 or 8 meters into the air. He adjusted his posture and performed 2 somersaults before landing smoothly. He immediately turned and ran toward the camp. Those in the camp hall who were watching in that direction were startled. Lin Luo had only been gone for a short while, and then came rushing back like a madman. Could it be that something urgent happened at the in-wa? If that were the case, why didn't Lin Luo send a communication? Someone tried to call Lin Luo, but found that he had turned off the communication function and was completely unreachable. 2 minutes later, Lin Luo returned to the camp hall. After taking off his helmet, he found a dozen people staring at him. What are you doing? We want to know what you're doing, everyone asked in unison. I need to find Professor Luo. Where is he? Lin Luo anxiously scanned the hall 3 or 4 times, but didn't see Professor Luo. He really wanted to go to the medical room to see the commander, Wang Yunhan replied. Oh, then I'll go find him. Lin Luo hurried toward the medical room. Upon entering, he saw Professor Luo and a doctor quietly conversing in front of the bed where the commander lay. A week had passed, and the commander was still in a coma, showing no signs of waking up. This was one of the reasons everyone was feeling down. After all, the commander was a highly experienced and renowned aerospace engineer. If he woke up, he might find a solution to the problems they were facing in no time. What seems complicated and serious to outsiders might just be a piece of cake for true professionals. Professor Luo's expression turned displeased when he heard someone enter without knocking. You are from the maintenance team? What are you here for? Professor Luo couldn't remember Lin Luo's name. Professor Luo, I have something important to report to you. Seeing Lin Luo's serious demeanor, Professor Luo thought something else had gone wrong and had to end his conversation with the doctor, then led Lin Luo outside. Only after entering the office module and closing the door did Professor Luo ask, What's the matter? Go ahead. I've thought of a method to lift the 4 modules of the in-wa. Professor Luo didn't immediately show ecstatic or excited emotions. Instead, he took a sip of water and nodded. Don't rush, sit down and explain slowly. After sitting down, Lin Luo immediately said, My idea is this. There's an endless supply of ice outside, right? And this ice won't melt at ultra-low temperatures. We can cut out flat ice blocks to use as bricks and build a small launch platform beside the launch base, constructing winding roads around the platform for the engineering vehicles to access. After that, we can install pulley systems on the ice block launch platform and install a winch below the platform to use with cranes. We can lift one module, position it upright onto the launch base, then continue to elevate and enlarge the ice block launch platform, moving the pulley system to the top, repeating the previous steps. Then we can drive the maintenance vehicle up to install the screws, and we can piece together each module, right? As long as the base of the launch platform is large enough, it can be built high enough, 200 meters is no problem. Although such a large project is time-consuming and labor-intensive, if we start immediately, we could complete it in about half a month. Professor Luo listened, dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. What is your name? Lin Luo. Lin Luo, you have quite an idea. Young people are always so bright. Professor Luo said, walking over to pat Lin Luo on the shoulder with a gentle smile. Those experts aren't unintelligent or unprofessional. They just overthink things and overlook the simplest and most straightforward methods. You agree with my idea? I can't pick out any problems for now. Professor Luo turned around. I will convey your idea completely to the aerospace base, not to seek their opinion, but to request them to simulate the construction process based on your idea. We will follow the simulation program step by step, and naturally, there won't be any major issues. It might even be faster than your expected half month. Well, I'll go out first. You can go out first. I'll contact the aerospace base right now. Professor Luo sat back at his desk, opened the communication system, raised his head to look at Lin Luo, who was about to leave, and suddenly called out, "Wait." Lin Luo paused, asking, "Is there anything else? Come here for a moment." "Yes." Lin Luo walked to the desk. Puzzled, Professor Luo stood up, took a box from the storage cabinet behind him, then handed it to Lin Luo. "These are canned goods. Take them to eat. During this time, everyone has been allocated a fixed amount of food, and I know that young people like you can't get enough. So take these, and don't be polite. Bring them back to the rest cabin and don't let anyone see, or you'll have a hard time explaining where they came from." "Thank you, Professor Luo." Lin Luo was naturally very happy during this special period. Canned goods were more precious than gold. Holding a heavy box of canned goods, Lin Luo opened the door and immediately ran into Wang Yunhan, who had been standing at the door for who knows how long. Chapter 23, I noticed that raising the Nuwa was established as the next major project. Professor Luo divided the staff working outside into two teams. One was a disassembly team centered around the maintenance squad, primarily responsible for dismantling the Nuwa into 4 modules. The other was an ice collection team, tasked with selecting a small ice hill and converting into an ice collection site. Both teams began work simultaneously, from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening, working 12 consecutive hours. Although everyone would be physically exhausted, it was necessary to improve efficiency. Qin Yuemin's experimental work was nearly finished. With nothing to do at the camp, she decided to go out and see what others were doing. "Professor Qin." The nurse Zhuang, who was cleaning in the hall, suddenly called out. Qin Yuemin, holding her helmet, asked, "What's the matter? Are you going out alone?" "Yeah." "Is there a problem?" Professor Luo had instructed that unless there was a special circumstance, one shouldn't act independently. It would be best if you took someone with you. Qin Yuemin then remembered that this had indeed been mentioned in yesterday's meeting, but she felt embarrassed to call someone to accompany her just for a casual stroll, fearing it might delay others' work. "Well, is anyone free at this time?" "I'm free." "Aren't you supposed to be cleaning?" "Only the stubborn stains need manual cleaning. The rest can be handled by the cleaning robots." Zhuang quickly walked to the corner, shoved the cleaning tools into a storage locker, and clapped her hands to indicate she was ready. Seeing Zhuang's eager expression, Qin Yuemin couldn't help but smile. She could somewhat understand Zhuang's feelings at that moment. Everyone had been on Europa for nearly 2 months, and Zhuang seemed to have only gone out 2 or 3 times, spending most of her time in the camp on standby or doing cleaning work. The only person she likely chatted with regularly was Dr. Gao. Moreover, Zhuang was only 18 or 19, at an age full of vigor. How could she endure such loneliness, akin to being caged? "Okay, you can come with me." Qin Yuemin smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Professor Qin." Zhuang beamed and excitedly ran into the changing room. In less than a minute, she changed into her external spacesuit and came out holding her helmet. The two exited through the airlock. With no transportation available, they had to walk. "Professor Qin, where are you going first?" Zhuang asked directly, as she believed Qin Yuemin could only go to 2 places, the Nuwa, or the ice collection site. Let's go check out the Nuwa first. It was about a kilometer away, and they arrived in about 10 minutes. Maintenance vehicles and 3 transport vehicles were busy over there. Lin Luo was not inside the maintenance vehicle. He was standing on the outer wall of the Shenzhou spacecraft. Although the outer wall had a certain curvature, Lin Luo stood very steadily. Even if he accidentally fell from 20 meters high on this low-gravity planet, it wouldn't pose a fatal danger. He was holding a small wind gun, removing screws from the outer wall. There were over 100 screws in total. Wang Yunhan was on the ground, also using a wind gun to remove the lower screws. They had previously used the transport vehicle to tilt the Shenzhou spacecraft to expose the bottom, allowing them to remove the hidden screws down there in advance. Of course, dismantling the Shenzhou spacecraft into modules wasn't simply a matter of removing all the external connecting screws. The maintenance team had previously instructed the captain to take the crew inside the Nuwa to disconnect the wires and pipes at the module connections, then shut the ceiling doors of the front and rear modules. Only under these conditions could external disassembly proceed. Otherwise, when the 2 modules separated, it would tear the wires and pipes, and most critically, the ultra-low temperature air would flood into the cabin, damaging the equipment that couldn't withstand low temperatures. In fact, dismantling the modules of the Shenzhou spacecraft was a large project, typically done in an assembly workshop using large cranes and fixed fixtures, with over 20 skilled assemblers involved simultaneously. However, under the limited conditions on Europa, only simple and direct methods could be employed. At this moment, Lin Luo had removed all the screws from the upper section and secretly collected them in a bag nearby. He used a safety wire shot from his wrist to secure the latch on the outer wall of the Shenzhou spacecraft, then slid down while holding the wire, dumping all the screws from the bag into a plastic bucket. At this point, he turned around and noticed Qin Yuemin and Nurse Zhuang. He had already remembered that Qin Yuemin's spacesuit number was 60, although he didn't know Zhuang's number. The Red Cross emblem on doctors' and nurses' spacesuits made it easy to guess her identity. Lin Luo walked over to them and activated the close-range automatic communication feature of his communication system. "Professor Qin, Nurse Zhuang, what brings you two here? Is there something you need?" "Nothing, just can take a look," Qin Yuemin replied. "You are busy to death while we are bored to death," Zhuang said. Both Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin laughed. Sometimes, Nurse Zhuang could be quite charming. "Can you take down a module today?" Qin Yuemin asked. "It should be fine. The communication module is relatively simple," Lin Luo said. "If we dismantle everything, it might take about 3 days." "Seeing you climbing up and down looks so tough," Zhuang remarked. "No, you guys staying at the base for later support is also very tough." "Everyone is working hard," Lin Luo said politely. "I've basically completed my scheduled experimental projects, but the results were not as expected, and there were no significant discoveries," Qin Yuemin sighed. "Right now, I'm just a spare person. So if there's anything I can help with, I hope you can find me a task to do. I really can't sit still seeing everyone working so hard. We don't lack manpower here. If you want to help, you can ask Professor Luo and see how he arranges it," Lin Luo suggested. "Okay, I'll ask him later." "What wind blew Professor Qin and Nurse Zhuang over here?" Wang Yunhan also came over. "The northwest wind." "Hee hee," Zhuang joked. "Did you come specifically to check on us?" Wang Yunhan asked. "No, we just came out for a walk, passing by here, and thought we'd take a look," Qin Yuemin replied. "What's wrong? Are we not welcome?" Zhuang asked. "Of course not. You're very welcome," Wang Yunhan said. "Don't you have anything to do at this time? I really envy you. I also want to take a walk. I just finished the cleaning work." Zhuang defended herself. "I wasn't slacking off. I organized the experimental data and was just thinking of coming out to see if there was anywhere I could help," Qin Yuemin said. "Being idle in the camp is also quite uncomfortable. We don't have any suitable tasks for you here, Professor Qin. I suggest you go check out the ice collection site," Wang Yunhan said. "Professor Qin, let's go." Zhuang pulled Qin Yuemin away. Qin Yuemin turned back to Lin Luo and said goodbye. After the two walked quite a distance, Qin Yuemin asked Zhuang why the sudden rush to leave. Zhuang said indignantly that Wang Yunhan was clearly trying to hurry us away, annoyed that we were in her way. We won't stoop to her level." "Really? I didn't notice." "But I did." "What else did you notice?" "Professor Qin, do you have feelings for Lin Luo?" Chapter 24. An impromptu interview. Why do you ask that? Wasn't he your assistant in the lab before? "Oh, that's true. It's easy for feelings to develop when a man and a woman are alone together. Although I'm not very familiar with Lin Luo, he gives a good impression. Qin Yuemin was slightly taken aback and said, "How could that be? We're just work colleagues." Nurse Zhuang laughed. "It starts as a work relationship, but it can develop into something else." Qin Yuemin fell silent. For a moment, it felt like something soft was blocking her chest, making it a bit hard to breathe. If it really can't go back, then it might be better to have a proper romance. Nurse Zhuang said eagerly, "So, you came out with me, actually, too." Nurse Zhuang shyly said, "To have more opportunities to interact with boys." Qin Yuemin couldn't help but laugh. "At your age." "Well, but that's quite normal. After all, high concentrations of sex hormones in your body drive you to have such impulses. Even in a lifeless alien planet, it wouldn't affect the secretion of sex hormones." This topic could actually serve as a research subject. "Professor Qin, why are you always thinking about research?" Nurse Zhuang chuckled. "Haven't you ever been in a relationship? Not in school, and not after entering society either." "No." Qin Yuemin's unwavering response left Nurse Zhuang confused. "That's so abnormal. I attended a closed school within a scientific research institute during middle school, where the teachers were renowned scientists and professors from home and abroad, and the requirements were very strict to prevent romantic relationships between male and female students. We received a dose of an 8-in-1 hormone suppressor every semester to keep our hormone levels low, allowing us to focus on our studies." "Wow, I've never heard of such a thing." Nurse Zhuang was very shocked, realizing that elite schools raised talents this way. "I thought all schools were like that, but later found out ours was unique. Although it went against natural laws, I did gain a lot of benefits. For instance, I completed university courses in high school and was directly admitted to graduate school after university, working on research with professors." "What about after you entered university? You weren't still taking suppressants every semester, right?" "Of course not. So you didn't T-date in university either?" Nurse Zhuang pressed on. "Professor Qin, you look pretty good. Although your style is a bit conservative and you don't wear much makeup, there should be quite a few boys who like this natural type. Didn't anyone pursue you?" "There were. I didn't T-accept." "Why? Were they not to your liking?" There was no feeling of excitement. Perhaps it was due to the long-term use of the suppressants. Even after I stopped taking them, my hormone levels didn't T-rise, so I had no desire in that regard. Moreover, I feel that love itself is a meaningless thing. There is no reasoning behind it. Merely biological impulses driven by hormones following instincts to reproduce and continue the genes." "Professor Qin, your perspective is rather cold. I senti it? Is it colder than Europa?" "Haha, Professor Qin, you can still joke." By this time, the two had walked 2 kilometers from the Anhua spacecraft and 1.5 kilometers from the camp to the ice collection site. The ice collection site is quite similar to a quarry on Earth. The entire ice hill is viewed as a giant ice block, which is then cut into small pieces and transported away using engineering vehicles. Unlike quarries, where stones on the surface are excavated and a funnel-shaped pit is dug underground, the ice collection site flattens the ice hill and then looks for another ice hill to continue collecting ice blocks. Ice hills are everywhere on Europa, and collecting ice blocks from the hills is much easier and less labor-intensive than from the ground. 3 engineering vehicles were cutting the dozens of meters high ice hill into 2-meter square rectangular blocks and then loading them onto transport trucks. Once a truck was filled, it would take the ice bricks to the launch pad nearby to unload, stacking them into a pile, and soon after, an ice drill would be established there to build a pure ice launch platform. The launch pad is a red metal plate shaped like a disc, 0.5 meter thick and 15 meters in diameter. On the day of landing, when the Anhua spacecraft was still 3,000 meters above the ground, it opened the valve of the second module and threw out a strip-like object. This object, entirely metallic, would automatically unfold like an umbrella as it approached the ground, transforming into a disc with a diameter of 20 meters. This special object, which landed on Europa even before the Anhua spacecraft, is the launch pad. Since Europa's land is an ice shell, even flat areas cannot serve as landing points for the Shenzhou spacecraft, because the high-temperature exhaust from the engines would melt the ice shell, causing the ground to become soft and wet, losing its flatness. The same goes for taking off. The exhaust would deform the ground and create flowing water, likely causing the Shenzhou spacecraft to slide off completely. Therefore, the metal launch pad is essential for the Shinjo spacecraft, whether for landing or takeoff. The 4 Shinjo spacecraft modules must be reassembled on the pad. Otherwise, a successful launch cannot be guaranteed. Wow, it's lively here too. Nurse Zhuang exclaimed, raising her arms. I wish I could help with something. It's only the first day of work, and everyone's working status is already on track. Qin Yuemin said, admiringly, I hope this state can be maintained. Anchor Amy was recording on-site, and when she saw Qin Yuemin and Nurse Zhuang appear at the construction site, she immediately ran over. The proximity automatic contact function quickly connected their communication channels and identified their true identities. Beautiful ladies. It's quite a surprise to see you here. We're just going to take a look, Qin Yuemin replied lightly. So did I, Nurse Zhuang echoed. It's rare to see both of you out. Amy stepped directly in front of them. By the way, just shooting construction scenes is too monotonous, and they don't have time to chat. Can you accept my interview? Just a few minutes. Nurse Zhuang immediately agreed, while Qin Yuemin nodded after a moment of consideration. May I ask, what are your thoughts upon seeing the scene before you? Qin Yuemin replied, I'm very moved. Even under such harsh conditions, everyone is working together for a common goal. Nurse Zhuang added, I want to join too, but I know nothing about this work. Do you want to go back to Earth now? Qin Yuemin answered, of course. Nurse Zhuang replied, very much. Especially, what is the first thing you want to do when you return to Earth? Nurse Zhuang answered, put on a pretty dress and go shopping. Qin Yuemin replied, submit research reports and experimental samples to the university's research department. Both of your answers are interesting. Isn't the first thing you want to do to meet the most important person? Going out shopping is a chance to meet the most important person, Nurse Zhuang said ambiguously. After a few seconds, Amy realized, oh, so Nurse Zhuang, you're still single. She then looked at Qin Yuemin, waiting for her response. Staying here is how I would meet the most important person, Qin Yuemin said calmly. Amy was baffled and could only press on. Is the most important person here? Who is it? Can you share? Qin Yuemin had to clarify. I mean my late parents. Suddenly, there was an awkward silence. It seemed that the interview couldn't continue. Chapter 25. S-Class new mission. After 3 days of intensive and orderly operations, the dismantling team has successfully disassembled the Europa spacecraft into 4 major modules. From top to bottom, they're called the first, communications, second, passenger cabin, third, cargo hold, and fourth, fuel modules. The Shinjo spacecraft has a circular cross-section, and as long as sufficient thrust is applied from the rear, it can roll like a wheel. The tail of the Shinjo spacecraft needs to roll up onto the launch pad, and then special-shaped ice blocks will be used to support the bottom of the 4th module, which is 52 meters long. It is not an easy task to stand it upright. The ice block launch pad must reach a height of 80 meters to lift the module. It is estimated that building such a high structure with ice bricks will take half a month. After all, a building is constructed brick by brick. There is no shortcut. In 3 days, 5,000 bricks have been transported from the ice harvesting site, and the construction of the base has begun. The bricks are stacked horizontally and vertically, with the ice bricks pressing against each other, making it relatively stable. However, due to the lack of adhesive, the structure must be built in a pyramid shape to ensure stability beyond 100 meters. This poses a problem, as the number of ice bricks required for a pyramid structure is too high. It might take 3 months to complete. A right-angled triangle is the most economical and quickest structure. How to reinforce the right-angled edges. The building experts at the aerospace base provided professional advice. Use the fire baking method, utilizing high-temperature flames to bake the outer walls of the right-angled edges, melting the outer ice bricks into water. Then, remove the flames to allow the water to freeze quickly, forming a solid structure that greatly increases stability. Of course, the same method can also be applied to the outer walls of other sides to achieve the same effect. But where can we find high-temperature flames? After thinking it over, the only solution is to use the Fushi spacecraft's aerospace engine. Although the fuel tank connected to that engine is not prepared for return fuel, it hasn't been completely depleted. There is still a bit of fuel left, which should be sufficient for processing the ice construction. Dismantling the engine and fuel tank, and then modifying them into a convenient flamethrower has now fallen to the maintenance team. While the launch pad is still under vigorous construction and has not yet reached the designated height, the maintenance team must complete the flamethrower. This way, once the flamethrower is ready, it can reinforce the launch pad, and the launch pad can be put into use immediately. Another S-class mission, Wang Yunhan exclaimed in despair. There can't be a moment of rest. Sui said somewhat wearily. Let's do our best. Lin Luo said calmly. Everyone is watching us, so let's keep our spirits up. Hu Hai encouraged. No matter how difficult the task is, as long as we take action, we will eventually complete it. The maintenance team left the Nuwa spacecraft and drove the maintenance vehicle to the Fuxi spacecraft. The Fuxi, with several parts of its outer shell dismantled, looked very desolate. Like an old man on his last legs, abandoned by his children and bedridden without care. Although its warehouse and garage are still in normal use after repairs. Everyone's feelings towards it have changed. There are a total of 24 engines. We only need to dismantle 3. Hu Hai instructed, Shaolin, you go up top to dismantle. Xiao Su and Xiao Wang will dismantle from the bottom on both sides, and I will assist you from the vehicle. Understood. The 3 replied in unison. After getting out of the vehicle, the 3 went to their assigned positions to start working. The engine is located at the tail of the Fuxi spacecraft, and the internal and external structures of the tail are interwoven and divided into many layers, making it the most complex. It is expected to take 3 days to dismantle the 3 engines. After that, the fuel tank needs to be dismantled, which will take another 2 or 3 days. Once dismantled, it needs to be reassembled, modified, and then tested and adjusted before it can be transported for use. If any unexpected incidents occur during this process that lead to engine damage, everything would have to start over. Everyone certainly hopes for a one-time success. That would be the best outcome, while also understanding that the more steps involved, the greater the chance of failure. It is not just the team leader, but every team member who bears a heavy burden. No one wants the reason for failure to be attributed to their own lack of performance or mistakes. To alleviate the psychological pressure on his subordinates, Hu Hai, as the team leader, occasionally jokes in the team channel, telling silly jokes to help everyone relax a bit. Working under too much pressure can lead to frequent problems. Captain, your jokes are so old-fashioned. I heard them in elementary school. Wang Yunhan bluntly criticized. Then Xiao Wang, you tell a few. Let us give him some applause. Once upon a time, there was a person who watched old martial arts movies, and there was this scene, a person trained martial arts from a young age, tying 2 sandbags to his calves, jumping over a small tree every day, year after year. Later, the tree grew taller, and he became a martial arts master skilled in lightness skills. So he planted a small tree in the corner of his yard to start practicing. Later, he went to study in another city and stopped practicing. 30 years passed, and now every time he returns home in his spare time, he stares blankly at the 20-meter-tall treetops. He unwillingly thinks, if I had continued practicing, I could have jumped over this height by now. I would surely be the Olympic high jump champion. Haha, that joke is so interesting, much better than mine. Hu Hai laughed. This person is really stubborn. Sui commented. Interesting. Lin Luo commented. Any more? Hu Hai asked. I want to hear more. Everyone wants to hear. Captain, you have to apply for an extra bonus for me, or I won't tell any more. No problem. I'll arrange the bonus for you. Keep going. Then I'll tell a few related to aerospace. There was a little boy. Someone asked him what his dream was, and he said he wanted to be an astronaut. When asked why, he said, if I become an astronaut when I grow up, then when I get married, my wife will keep saying, go clean the room with the vacuum cleaner, tidy up the house, take out the trash, go to the store to buy things. And I can't do any of it because I'm in space. How wonderful that would be. Haha, go on, go on. 2 aliens landed at an unmanned smart gas station on Earth, which specializes in providing filled gas tanks. One alien said to the gas tank, hello, Earthling. We come from outer space, and we are here for peaceful purposes. Please take us to your leader. The alien repeated this. But the gas tank remained silent. The alien was very displeased and raised his laser gun at the gas tank. I told you we were pacifists. Take us to your leader immediately, or I'll shoot. Another alien quickly stopped him. Don't do that, don't provoke him. But before he could finish, the alien fired. With a loud bang, both aliens were blown to bits. The gas tank ended up in the museum. You've heard this kind of joke before. Sui said. The alien's IQ is concerning. Lin Luo said. That joke is classic. I like it. The captain commented happily. Under the captain's intentional guidance, The atmosphere of work became relaxed and pleasant. Although it occasionally distracted people, it did not affect the progress of the work. Chapter 26, Endless. The structure at the tail of the Nuwa was incredibly complex. Layer after layer was being dismantled, seemingly never-ending. The maintenance team followed the blueprint step by step, as otherwise they could end up unable to continue halfway through. 3 hours later, the three returned to the maintenance vehicle to replace the used compressed air canisters. "Captain, I don't think we can finish this in 3 days. It might take at least another 3 days," Wang Yunhan complained. "I'm so exhausted that I can't even lift my arms." The work intensity was indeed quite high. Lin Luo agreed with this. "Let us call back those previous few people," Su Wei suggested. Earlier, when the dismantling team was formed, Professor Luo had sent 4 people to assist them in breaking down the Nuwa into 4 modules, but later, due to a shortage of manpower in the ice collection team, they were reassigned. "Taking it slow is fine," Hu Haisong said. "If we rush and damage something, that would be a big problem. Let's work at this pace. Even if it takes an extra 2 or 3 days, it's no problem." At that moment, Lin Luo was up above, unscrewing a component, securing himself with the safety rope around his wrist as he began to slide down to the ground. Suddenly, the safety rope snapped, and Lin Luo's body plummeted. He crashed into a tail fin component, involuntarily doing 2 flips in the air, and was about to land on his back. Wang Yunhan looked up and screamed in fright. Just then, while still about 4 to 5 meters above the ground, Lin Luo released a strong stream of air from the exhaust valve of his backpack. It briefly sprayed twice, then stopped, and then sprayed again. Using the rhythmic bursts of gas, he managed to float down to the ground as gently as a butterfly. Wang Yunhan ran over and asked, "Lin Luo, how did you do that?" I just released air," Lin Luo said nonchalantly, letting the air out of the compressed air canister through the pressure valve to regain his balance and provide an upward force. "You actually mastered such a skill, hiding it so well. I've been your colleague for so long, and this is the first time I've seen it. This isn't something for show. It's only useful in emergencies," Lin Luo replied. After a moment of silence, Wang Yunhan asked softly, "So, during the last earthquake, when you fell into the ice crevice, if I hadn't gone to rescue you right away, would you have used this technique to escape? The crevice wasn't particularly wide. With the push of the airflow, I could have probably floated to the shore. So did I do something unnecessary? That's not how it should be said. Having the courage to risk oneself to save a teammate in a crisis is not something everyone possesses. This has nothing to do with courage. I wouldn't save just anyone." "Huh? Are you okay? Shaolin, what happened?" Hu Hai hurriedly came down from the maintenance vehicle. Lin Luo pulled the steel wire back from his wrist, looking at the sharp, broken end, and said with frustration, "The safety rope snapped. The break is very sharp. I don't know what it got caught on. How could this happen?" Hu Hai stepped forward to check. The safety rope in the spacesuit has a strong anti-cutting performance. It usually doesn't wear out easily. It can support up to 3 tons. But it's definitely broken now, Wang Yunhan insisted. Hu Hai stared at the broken part for a while, unable to discern anything, and finally said, "As long as you're okay, that's good. There's a spare safety rope in the vehicle. You should go replace it with one for the component box number 13. Lin Luo returned to the vehicle alone, opened the wrist mechanism box, and found a new steel wire to replace the broken rope. He carefully examined the broken cross-section. The fine wires were uneven. As a maintenance worker, he recognized at a glance that this was caused by repeated cutting with a serrated edge. However, he was certain that the component he had just dismantled did not have a serrated shape. So how could the safety rope be cut? Lin Luo's gaze passed through the windshield and fell on Su Wei, who was still working on the outer wall of the starship. Half an hour ago, both he and Su Wei had been up there. If someone had tampered with it, Su Wei would be the only suspect. It seemed that Wang Yunhan's earlier reminder to be wary of Su Wei was not unfounded. Su Wei might harbor hostility towards him internally, but he had not shown it outwardly. However, without evidence, Lin Luo found it difficult to confront him directly. At this critical moment, if internal conflicts arose and slowed down the work progress, it would jeopardize everything. Lin Luo composed himself and got out of the vehicle. "Captain Hu, I'm fine now. I can get back to work." Hu Hai patted Lin Luo on the shoulder and said, "You did well, kid. I just saw you fall from the vehicle, and it gave me a cold sweat." We have so few people as it is. If someone else gets hurt, there will be no one left to work. Captain Hu, you should go back to the vehicle. Lin Luo approached Wang Yunhan and said casually, let us continue working. Wang Yunhan said in the private chat channel, Lin Luo, be careful. Someone might be up to no good. She seemed to sense something. Thanks for the reminder, Lin Luo sincerely expressed his gratitude. 4 days later, the engine of the Fushi had been stripped of its outer casing, protective layers, and structural framework. The next major task was to dismantle the engine itself. The engine was bullet-shaped 2 meters long, with a circular jet nozzle diameter of 6 meters. The engine's integrated circuit board was connected to data lines and fuel pipes. They had to remove a ring of steel hoops that encased the 24 engines, pull out the data lines, close the fuel pipe valves, and open the coupling clips between the engines. They successfully removed 3 Rhino rocket engines, each costing over 10 million. Then, they removed 2 giant syringe-shaped fuel tanks, each 8 meters long, from the 10 fuel compartments. After echo detection, they confirmed that there was mixed fuel inside. Not much, only about 1/10 of the full capacity, barely enough to use. Wang Yunhan, hands on her hips, looked at the engines and fuel tanks that had already been dismantled on the ground and said, these things are computer-controlled for ignition, right? How do we get the control system? Or do we switch to manual ignition mode? There are universal computer control boards and external control handles in the warehouse. Lin Luo replied, once connected, just input the ignition program on the computer control board, and we can easily control ignition and output power. Hu Hai went to apply with the warehouse manager and soon brought back the computer control board and external control handle. They tied the 3 engines together with steel wires and connected the computer control board to the fuel tank's fuel pipes. A crude version of a flamethrower was ready. As for whether it could work properly, that was still unknown. Afterward, they dragged the prototype flamethrower to an open area and placed it on the ice surface. Now we need to manually test the flamethrower. Since the control handle's connecting wire is only 100 meters long, it might be a bit dangerous. We should move the maintenance vehicle further away, Hu Hai said, to avoid any accidents. Wang Yunhan asked, Captain, what kind of accident are you referring to? En explosion? Hu Hai nodded. That possibility can't be ruled out. Then who is going to test it? Can't the handle's connecting wire be extended a bit? 100 meters still feels a bit dangerous, Wang Yunhan said animatedly. There aren't any extra connecting wires, so there's no way to extend it, Hu Hai said. I'm still shaky and afraid I won't control it well. Who wants to go? I'll do it. I'm familiar with electronic controls. Lin Luo volunteered. Lin Luo, don't push yourself too hard. Wang Yunhan advised. I'll let you have this opportunity to perform, Su Wei sneered. Chapter 27, Testing the Flamethrower. The test did not start immediately. To ensure the safety of the tester, Lin Luo, sufficient safety measures were taken in advance. First, a 2-meter high, 2-meter thick, and 4-meter wide ice wall was constructed 100 meters away from the engine, serving as a protective barrier. In case of an explosion, the wall could block and absorb most of the shock waves and prevent flying metal fragments. Secondly, a 100-meter-long safety rope was tied around Lin Luo's waist, with the other end secured to the mechanical arm of the maintenance vehicle. If cracks appeared in the ice surface after an explosion and Lin Luo fell into the crevice, the safety rope would pull him back up. At 5 in the afternoon, everything was ready. The maintenance vehicle was parked 200 meters away from the engine, while Lin Luo crouched behind the protective wall, holding the control handle. A few people drove over in a small green snow transport vehicle known as the Grasshopper, named for its large headlights resembling a grasshopper's eyes. From a distance, they guessed that the flamethrower test was about to begin. They were very concerned about the results of the test and, unable to sit still, came to the site to watch. Among them were Qin Yuemin, Nurse Zhuang, Amy, and Professor Luo, who was driving the vehicle. Originally, Dr. Gao also wanted to join in, but he had to stay in a medical room to be on duty. If he left and someone got injured, there would be no one to treat them. Lin Luo. Professor Luo has arrived. Wang Yunhan timely notified Lin Luo through the team channel. Lin Luo turned and saw the Grasshopper parked next to the maintenance vehicle. In addition to Professor Luo, 3 other female team members had come. Professor Luo noticed Lin Luo's reaction and sent a private message. Xiao Lin, don't mind us. Just continue with your test. We're just here to watch. You don't need to pay attention to us. Just pretend we're air. Pretend we're invisible. Okay. Lin Luo replied with a wry smile. Soon after, Qin Yuemin also sent a private message. Shaolin, focus, don't look around. Lin Luo said, Sister Min, I don't want to look around, but since you all are here, I have to acknowledge you and greet you. You're right. Start your work now. I hope everything goes smoothly. Only then did Lin Luo turn back, his eyes fixed on the flamethrower not far away. He originally did not feel very nervous. But when he thought about the crowd watching him with eager eyes, he suddenly felt a bit flustered, and his breathing and heartbeat quickened. However, this did not affect his operations. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the red ignition button. Suddenly, a blue arc appeared in the 3 chambers of the flamethrower, and at the same time, fuel mixed with oxygen was ejected, instantly producing 3 azure flames that merged into a larger flame. Well done. Amazing. Wow, it worked. Keep it up. The onlookers applauded enthusiastically. Although Lin Luo could not hear the applause, the cheers reached his ears through the communication channel. He forcibly suppressed the feeling of elation because the ignition was just the first and simplest test. It was too early to be happy, as there were still more than 10 different tests to conduct. It was supposed to be a routine operation, but thinking about the crowd watching him made it hard to remain calm. Next, Lin Luo tested the adjustment of the flame size and length, all without issues. Finally, he needed to use 2 ice blocks for a physical test to examine the reinforcing effect of the flamethrower on the ice blocks. The maintenance vehicle brought 2 1-meter square ice blocks to the front of the flamethrower, aligning the flame outlet with the ice blocks. Lin Luo used the smallest flame to burn the outer wall of the ice blocks, and a magnified lens clearly showed that the outer wall of the 2 ice blocks melted into water. After extinguishing the flame, the outer wall formed a smooth surface. Captain, could you please test the hardness of a bond? No problem. Hu Hai drove the engineering vehicle close to the ice blocks, using the mechanical arm to lift the blocks 5 or 6 meters and then repeatedly flipping them on the ground, followed by heavy impacts. After a series of tests, they concluded that the outer wall of the ice blocks, after being heated by the flame, would bond tightly and have a very strong adhesive force. That's it. All the tests are completed. Today's testing is over. Shaolin, you've worked hard. Hu Hei said. Hurry back to the vehicle. Wang Yunhan asked, Captain Hu, do we need to continue testing tomorrow? We need to do it one more time. Why? Is it necessary? Wang Yunhan was puzzled. Because today we only tested the operability and construction effect of the equipment, but we still need to test its stability. How do we test stability? Is it by using it longer or using it multiple times? It's to test again after 24 hours to see if any faults occur. As the main tool for reinforcement, it must undergo strict testing before being officially put into use. Hu Lang rarely put on a serious face. Then we can wrap up. Wang Yunhan said excitedly. At this moment, Lin Luo returned to the engineering vehicle. Professor Luo sent a message. To celebrate the successful test today, let us have a small celebration dinner tonight. Everyone has worked hard for so long and deserves to relax. Wang Yunhan eagerly asked Professor Luo, can we have a bit more food rations today? Rest assured, there will be plenty. Wang Yunhan clapped her hands and cheered loudly. Great. After the call ended, she said, I haven't had a full meal in a long time. Tonight, I can finally feast. If your portion isn't enough, come find me, Hu Hai said. Then, the maintenance vehicle placed the flamethrower and fuel tank on a broken shell and towed them away like a sled. They put the flamethrower into the Fushi storage and then returned to the camp. As soon as they entered the second sealed door, someone came to greet them. It turned out that to hold the celebration dinner, Professor Luo had everyone finish their work early and return to the camp to wait for the maintenance team's return. Amy, wearing a green dress, had equipped a camera on her shoulder specifically to interview the maintenance team. The modification of the flamethrower was a great success. Captain Hu, do you have anything to say? This is all part of our job. There is nothing much to say. Hu Hai usually communicated normally with his teammates, but in front of the camera, he became tongue-tied and could hardly say a few words. Captain Hu is too humble. That's fine. I'll go interview your team members. Amy then approached Wang Yunhan, knowing she was very talkative. Yunhan, hello. Do you know there's a celebration dinner tonight? Oh yes. Professor Luo told us earlier. It's thanks to you all completing the flamethrower test today that Professor Luo decided to hold the celebration dinner. We're all benefiting for your success. No, we can't take all the credit. The ice team also worked very hard. By the way, Yunhan, your hair has grown a lot. Wang Yunhan tilted her head and touched her long hair, saying, my hair grows quickly. It's been over 3 months. Everyone's hair has grown. Speaking of which, we need a barber to help everyone get a haircut. That is a good suggestion. I'll find out who can cut hair, Amy said excitedly. Although cutting hair isn't a big deal, I think it's necessary to maintain a good appearance. Chapter 28. Small celebration feast. The food supply for dinner is double that of usual. Everyone can only take their allotted share, and additional servings are not allowed. But for everyone, this is already a tremendous reward. Only those who have long experienced hunger can truly appreciate this. Without exception, on such an important day, the highest leader must deliver an important speech. The overall commander, Chen Longxiang, is still in a coma, sustained by nutrient fluids. And the current highest leader of the team is still Professor Luo. Since taking over as the temporary commander less than a month ago, Professor Luo has visibly aged, looking like he has aged 7 or 8 years. It's clear to everyone that he is physically and mentally exhausted, merely holding on to manage various significant and trivial matters. This is a critical period. The leader cannot rest or fall ill. Otherwise, if morale falters, nothing can be accomplished. Today is a joyous day. The launch platform has almost reached 50 meters in height. The fire sprayer has also been modified. And our return project has made a significant leap in progress. This is all thanks to the hard work of every team member present. The applause is thunderous. Additionally, there is good news. The space base has contacted the Mars base, sending us a supply spacecraft. Since it was launched from Mars, it is expected to arrive near Europa in about a month. We just need to hold on for another month, complete the assembly of the new spacecraft. And once we receive the supplies from the spacecraft, we can load the materials into Nuwa and return to Earth. Another round of applause. Double happiness. So, we must hold a celebration feast tonight and let everyone enjoy themselves. All right, let us start eating. After Professor Luo stepped down from the stage, the broadcast system began playing soothing music. There is actually meat. It's been a long time since I had meat. I didn't expect there to be pork chops. I thought they had all been eaten. It would be great if we could eat this richly every day. Everyone is immersed in the joy of enjoying delicious food. Although there are only a few simple ingredients on each person's plate, no one complains. I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat pork chops. You can have them. Sitting at the adjacent table, Qin women generously picked up a pork chop and walked over to place it on Lin Luo's plate. A few people around saw this scene and displayed expressions of surprise. Professor Qin is a vegetarian. She had specifically informed the kitchen staff, so there has never been meat in her allotted food. This time, during the celebration feast, everyone received the same food, and they forgot to remove the meat from her plate. It's not surprising that she doesn't eat pork chops, but it is strange why she gave it to Lin Luo. It can't be just because she was sitting closer to him, right? Oh, thank you, Sister Min. Lin Luo was a bit surprised, feeling warmth in his heart at this special care from Sister Min. Realizing this, he added, Sister Min, I can't just take your food. I haven't touched my vegetables yet. Since you like vegetarian food, I'll give them all to you. Qin Min didn't refuse, reaching out to take the small plate of vegetables Lin Luo offered. It wouldn't do to completely avoid vegetables. They're necessary for vitamins and immunity. Qin Min used her spoon to transfer half of the vegetables from her plate to Lin Luo's bowl. You make a good point. Lin Luo had no choice but to accept. More and more people noticed that food was being exchanged here, and they began to cast curious glances. After handing the plate back, Qin Min returned to her seat. Lin Luo secretly glanced over at her a few times, and whenever their eyes met, she would immediately show a gentle smile, unabashedly like close friends. Lin Luo suddenly remembered that he had been too exhausted from work recently. Every night, after showering and returning to the rest cabin, he would fall asleep within half a minute of lying down. And it had been many days since he had chatted with Qin Min. As everyone was finishing their meal, Professor Luo suggested they play a game. What game? Today. They finished work early, and everyone was not as tired and had eaten well, which piqued their interest in games. Professor Luo made a gesture to the base administrator and ran, who quickly input a string of codes into the controller. Suddenly, the lights went out. What is going on? Is there a power outage? Everyone immediately became uneasy. A power outage is a serious incident, as the base's air circulation system and temperature regulation system would all stop working. Dozens of bright points appeared on the ceiling. They were holographic projection lights. Everyone involuntarily squinted. A few seconds later, blue skies with white clouds, green jungles, sandy roads, and rocky hills appeared around them. And while they were sitting in their chairs, they transformed into sitting in a large sightseeing vehicle. This is a holographic projection game of a wildlife park. It's been a long time since they've seen the scenery and animals of Earth, right? Isn't it nostalgic? Let everyone experience it fully this time. The sightseeing vehicle began to move forward, and a herd of elephants appeared on the road, blocking the way, forcing them to slowly follow behind and wait for them to clear the path. Lin Luo was greatly shocked. Having lived in the camp for almost 2 months, it was his first time realizing that the camp had a holographic projector capable of simulating highly realistic scenes. For some reason, it had never been revealed to everyone. During the 1-hour game, everyone toured the entire zoo and saw hundreds of animals. Not only could they watch, but they could also interact with those animals. For example, if a rhinoceros approached and they shouted loudly, the rhinoceros would become furious and charge at the sightseeing vehicle, and the ground of the camp would actually vibrate, giving everyone a sense of being there. Similarly, when they greeted antelopes or deer, they would run away in fright, but then turn back to curiously observe the humans. Occasionally, monkeys perched in trees would jump onto the roof of the vehicle as it passed by, making chattering sounds, then jump back to the other side of the road, using the vehicle's roof as a bridge. After experiencing the game, everyone's desire to return to Earth grew more urgent. Lin Luo thought that perhaps they didn't tell everyone about this game earlier because they were concerned that it would make everyone homesick, worrying that if they hadn't finished their work, everyone would only think about going home and not focus on their tasks. Now the situation has changed. Letting everyone experience the game at this moment could actually strengthen their belief in returning, encouraging everyone to work even harder in the upcoming tasks. All right, the game is over. Everyone should go back and rest early. I hope everyone has good dreams. Dreams of being with animals. Professor Luo smiled and said, Chapter 29 Animals back in the rest cabin. Lin Luo checked the message from his sister on the virtual screen on the wall. Brother, I recently got a pet. Because our nature teacher said everyone can keep a pet in the biology classroom, and we can take it back to the dormitory at night and put it back in the classroom during the day. She wants us to observe it long term and then write an animal research report. The report grade will count towards our final exam. Guess what pet I chose? You definitely can't guess. Ding, ding, ding. Look, this is a little hamster, and I named it Cotton Candy. It's white and chubby, so cute. It's an omnivore, and it eats whatever I eat. Not picky at all, very easy to take care of. I've had it for 3 days, but I still don't dare to reach out and grab it. Every time I try to take it out, it makes a warning sound, and I'm afraid it will bite me. Hamster teeth are as sharp as blades. My report is titled The Food Storage Habits of Hamsters. Hamsters hide uneaten food, which is probably instinctive. Their ancestors had a hard time finding food in the wild, sometimes starving and sometimes feasting, so storing non-perishable food gradually became an instinct. Lin Yu talked nonstop about hamsters and even sent a few close-up photos of the hamster, clearly showing how much she liked this pet. Lin Luo replied, Cotton Candy is indeed very cute. I hope the next time I visit your school, I can see it as well. After that, Lin Luo dialed the internal communication channel and entered Qin Yuemin's rest cabin number. A few seconds later, it connected. Sis Min, sorry to bother you. It's fine. I just got back from the bathroom and wasn't doing anything. I think the zoo visit game tonight is pretty good. You're a biologist, so you must have some thoughts on it, right? The graphics are nice and the realism is high, but there are still some unsatisfactory aspects. What aspects? I didn't notice. There are some common sense errors, like when the elephant herd moves quickly, they make that loud, heavy footstep sound, right? Yes. In fact, elephants have very soft soles that can absorb vibrations, so even when they run fast, they make noticeable footstep sounds. I didn't notice that until you mentioned it. Also, when a chameleon is on a branch, it can only change to green like the leaves or gray-brown like the branches. It suddenly turn purple-red or change to other colors for no reason. That would only expose it to predators. Qin Yuemin listed several common-sense errors that appeared in the game. I see. Lin Luo joked. The company that designed this game must have saved money by not hiring a biologist as a consultant. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many basic mistakes. Yes, they definitely didn't hire a consultant, Qin Yuemin said. However, aside from these common-sense errors, other aspects were well done. It reminded me of my field study in Africa a few years ago. It was still very valuable. 6 minutes. Do you want to go back to Earth soon to see those real animals? Qin Yuemin chuckled. Although I'm a biology professor, my main research direction is in microbiology and biological evolution. I want to go back to Earth soon, but I don't necessarily want to see those animals. I'm not a zookeeper, but you do have a deep and comprehensive understanding of animals. You must have researched them in the past, right? I initially studied wild animals for a few years, then joined the national research team and changed my research direction according to the requirements. Tonight, my sister happened to mention pets. She said the nature teacher allowed them to keep small pets. Hee, hamsters, how nostalgic. I had some when I was a child, and I still remember it vividly. My parents often travel for work, so I let 2 hamsters out of their cage. They made a home in the kitchen corner. Later, they had 2 litters of baby hamsters, and the male hamster was chased away by the female hamster, who raised the babies alone. Although I know this is biological instinct, it still makes one marvel at the greatness of motherhood. For a long time, Lin Luo did not respond. Shaolin, are you asleep? No, I'm not asleep. It's just that what you said just now reminded me of my mother. I remember you said, your mother passed away? Yes, she passed away early due to long-term care for my sister, which caused her health to decline. She suffered a stroke and was taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. After a full examination, the doctor said her internal organs were like those of 70 or 80-year-old. So do you resent your sister? Resent her for taking your mother away early? I used to, but not anymore. She had no fault in being born into this world because of her congenital illness. My mother spent more time and energy taking care of her, which is not wrong. I was just a child at that time, so I had those negative feelings. Now I've long since let go. At least you still have a sister. I'm all alone. 6 minutes. I'm fine. By the way, why did you suddenly come to find me tonight? I was thinking about how I haven't chatted with you in a long time. So, it's okay. I know you've been working hard lately. I also want to do something, but Professor Luo said there's nothing for me to do. He asked me to receive the data sent back by the deep-sea exploration robot on the computer and start researching Europa's deep sea. Actually, the research work could be done later, or the data could be sent back to the space base for other experts to study. We have more urgent things to do now, but I can't help it all. Cis-men each has their own expertise. Repairing the spaceship is our job, so you don't need to worry too much. I understand that, but I can't control my thoughts. I think there's a job that would suit you. What job? The anchor Amy often comes to the construction site looking for someone to interview, but everyone is too busy to pay attention to her. She seems quite pitiful. After all, interviewing is her job, and she needs to shoot video material to meet her deadlines. Why not? You be your interview subject? Isn't that perfect? What is the name of this job? Let us call it spokesperson. Lin Luo further suggested. Of course, you can't just answer randomly. Before accepting the interview, you need to communicate with Professor Luo to understand the current work progress and arrangements, and then you can become a spokesperson for the interview. Well, that seems feasible. I'll go talk to Amy and Professor Luo tomorrow and give it a try. Thank you for your idea, Shaolin. You're welcome. It's just a small effort. Chapter 30 Next Time's idea. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the maintenance team drove the repair vehicle to the warehouse of the Fushi, transporting the flamethrower back to the location used for the experiment yesterday, securing it with an iron frame, and preparing for the second experiment. After a good meal and restful sleep last night, along with releasing accumulated stress through a holographic game, everyone appeared particularly spirited. As usual, they first checked the appearance of the flamethrower to confirm that all components were in good condition before starting the test. Let me be the tester today. Lin Luo already tested yesterday, Wang Yuhan said excitedly. Weren't you worried about danger before? Su Wei asked. That was before, this is now. Wang Yuhan retorted. I have no objections. It depends on how the captain arranges it. Lin Luo said nonchalantly. Captain who? Wang Yuhan tried to make a pleading expression, but suddenly remembered she was wearing a helmet, so the captain couldn't see her face. I disagree. Su Wei raised his right hand. Hu Lang asked. Su Wei, why do you disagree? If both Wang Yuhan and Lin Luo can be testers, then I want to have a chance, right? Isn't that unfair? Su Wei's reasoning was quite valid. Hu Lang frowned, thought for a moment, and decisively said, then let Lin Luo continue as the tester today. He has experience from the previous test, so you two don't need to argue. Next time, I will let you take turns. Don't feel like you're missing out. He secretly chuckled, thinking that these two young people probably wanted to compete for a job that wasn't particularly special because they saw Lin Luo being the center of attention after his successful test yesterday. However, it was natural for young people to be competitive. Wang Yuhan and Su Wei both turned their heads away and fell silent. Lin Luo, it's your turn. Hu Long waved at Lin Luo. After ensuring safety measures were in place, Lin Luo took his position, while the other three returned to the repair vehicle to await the results. Unlike last time, the repair vehicle was parked right behind Lin Luo and wasn't far away. There were no onlookers today. Lin Luo squatted behind the ice wall, gripping the control handle, and once again pressed the ignition button. The flamethrower S3 nozzles quickly emitted 3 streams of blue flames. Huh, what is going on? Lin Luo noticed that the flame from the top nozzle was noticeably smaller compared to the other two. Could it be clogged? Just as he was pondering, a rapid flash of fire suddenly burst in front of him, followed by a strong vibration from the ground. The ice wall in front of him swayed slightly before stabilizing again. Lin Luo instinctively ducked down. A few seconds later, as the shaking subsided, Lin Luo stood up and was instantly dumbfounded by the scene before him. The flamethrower had turned into a fireball. The fireball didn't last long, only burning for about 10 seconds before continuously shrinking and finally extinguishing completely. All that remained was a charred, deformed metal frame. Hu Lang said incredulously, how could this happen? We had checked it carefully before the test and confirmed there were no issues before starting. Although this was a result no one wanted to see, it was a harsh reality. The second test of the flamethrower had failed. After testing for less than 5 minutes yesterday, it exploded upon retesting today. This tool posed significant safety hazards and could not be put into formal use. This meant they needed to disassemble the 3 engines and 1 fuel tank again to rebuild a new flamethrower. Moreover, they had to identify the cause of the accident and eliminate the malfunction. Otherwise, the same result could likely occur again. The explosion was silent, but the fire was still seen by the staff at the ice harvesting field and the launch pad. Everyone stopped their work and looked towards the explosion's direction. Professor Luo immediately contacted the repair vehicle. Captain Hu, what is happening over there? Why did it suddenly explode? Professor Luo didn't ask if there were any casualties because everyone's real-time life data was synchronized through the detection system in the spacesuits and the starship's management system. Professor Luo only needed to connect to the management backend and check the data to know if the team members were okay, so there was no need to ask further. The flamethrower exploded, Hu Lang replied. What caused it? We haven't figured that out yet. That's fine. Accidents during tests are common. It's not your repair team's fault, so don't take it to heart. Let us hurry up and build another one. With the experience from last time, it should be much faster this time. Professor Luo patiently reassured them. Next time, just be more cautious to avoid making the same mistake. Understood. After ending the call, Professor Luo called Lin Luo back into the vehicle. I also saw that one of the nozzles had an abnormal flame, Hu Lang said, pulling up the 3D design of the engine on the screen and pressing the virtual control button to simulate the engine's operation. What do you think the problem is? Everyone quietly watched several times, and Wang Yuhan spoke up. I think it's highly likely that something got stuck in the narrowest exhaust pipe, blocking the nozzle. That's why the flame was small at first, and as the internal pressure increased and the temperature got too high, it exploded. Hu Lang nodded. Yes, that's about the reason. But where did something come from to get stuck in there? The parts don't just fall out on their own. Lin Luo raised a deep concern, and we used a flashlight to check the inside when we inspected it. We didn't find any foreign objects. Aside from that, there's no other possibility. Hu Lang was greatly puzzled. The third-generation Starship engines were known for their reliability. With mature technology that shouldn't suddenly fail or have parts crack, we should hurry up and disassemble the engine and build another flamethrower. It's useless to just ponder here. Su Wei said eagerly. All right, Let us go back to the Fushi and disassemble a few more this time, just in case Hu Lang made the decision. Seeing Lin Luo looking downcast, he walked over and patted Lin Luo on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Lin, don't be discouraged, keep a positive mindset. Good things take time. A small setback won't affect our work. We will definitely succeed next time. Yeah, cheer up." Wang Yuhan also came over and patted Lin Luo's shoulder. "Iem fine." Lin Luo forced a smile. "Next time, let someone else be the tester." "Let me do it. It's my turn this time." Wang Yuhan tried to grab it again. "Why should you get it?" Su Wei protested. "Lady first. Our repair team doesn't have that tradition. We've always been gender equal. How about we decide with rock, paper, scissors? Isn't that too childish? Humph. Then let Captain Hu decide." Su Wei and Wang Yuhan both looked at Hu Lang, who shook his head and said, "For the next flamethrower, whoever performs better between you two will be the tester. If you want to be the tester, no problem. Just work hard. I'll be watching." Chapter 31 Doubt, climbing back to the tail of the Fushi to disassemble the engine and fuel tank was a familiar task, and they were much quicker than last time. Wang Yunhan and Lin Luo were up top, while Su Wei was below. Everyone was busy removing screws with their tools, and when they needed to switch tools, the team leader would use the mechanical arm of the maintenance vehicle to pass the toolbox over. The two entered a private chat channel, where their conversation couldn't be overheard by Su Wei or the team leader. "Yunhan, I don't think the previous explosion incident was just an accident." Lin Luo lowered his voice unconsciously, even though outsiders couldn't hear. "So you think it was deliberate?" Wang Yunhan was taken aback. She had initially thought Lin Luo wanted to share something affectionate with her when he sent the private message. But he brought up a completely different matter, causing her mood to fluctuate dramatically. "Yeah, there's a high possibility. Who do you think did it?" "Su Wei. When we were checking the flamethrower, he was the last one to leave. None of us were watching him at the time, so he had the chance to throw a screw or something else into one of the engine's jet nozzles, clogging the outlet pipe." "I see. That guy had previously said to Captain Hu that he wanted to be a tester, but I ended up competing with him, and the captain let you continue as the tester, which made him unhappy. That's why he would do something unforgivable. To sabotage over such a trivial matter, he's too dangerous. I need to report this to Captain Hu." "No, we can't say anything now." "Why not?" "Right now, it's just suspicion. There's no evidence proving he actually did it." Lin Luo said cautiously, "If this gets to the captain, our team will be split up. If we don't show him some consequences and let him run wild, something serious will happen sooner or later." Wang Yunhan was filled with righteous indignation. Pretending nothing happened will only make this kind of person more rampant. "Calm down. It's not the right time yet. Let's focus on creating a new flamethrower first," Lin Luo quickly advised. That despicable little man." The two didn't dare to chat for too long, fearing the team leader would notice something was off. After spending half a day, they successfully built a new flamethrower. And this time they put in extra effort to give it a silver shell cut from a discarded part of the Fushi. The flamethrower, now encased, resembled a mutated dolphin with 3 large mouths. They named the new flamethrower Fire God. The maintenance vehicle dragged the Fire God to an open area, 500 meters away from the site of the last explosion. After establishing safety measures, everyone waited for the team leader to appoint the tester. "Xiao Wang, you performed well and worked hard. You'll operate the testing this time." Hu Lang said. "Xiao Su, don't be disappointed. You'll get your turn tomorrow." Su Wei just rolled his eyes, displaying a disinterested expression, and said nothing. After Wang Yunhan got out of the vehicle, she hid behind an ice wall, grabbed the control handle, took a deep breath, and pressed the ignition button. 3 streams of blue flames shot out from the mouth of the Fire God, all of uniform size and length, looking perfectly normal. For the next 5 minutes, Wang Yunhan successfully completed the rest of the tests. "Great, we passed the test." Hu Lang's clenched fist trembled slightly. This time there's definitely no problem. "All right, store the Fire God in the warehouse, and we'll retest tomorrow morning." Returning to the camp for lunch, the atmosphere was unusually heavy because news of the flamethrower explosion had spread widely. Just yesterday, they had celebrated the successful first test of the flamethrower with a party, and now it had exploded. Such extreme ups and downs were not something everyone could bear. Professor Luo had to step in to speak. "I want to talk about the explosion today. I believe you all saw that the flamethrower exploded. This is not good news, but it can't be considered bad news either. At least it happened now, and not while we were reinforcing the launch pad. We discovered the equipment's hidden faults in advance, identified the problems, made improvements, and enhanced safety. This is the proper way to handle things. The maintenance team was in a hurry and produced a second flamethrower. The initial test had already passed, and a secondary test would be conducted soon. I hope everyone can be a bit more patient with them. Amy echoed. Difficulties are temporary. Ultimately, all problems will be resolved. I still have confidence. A few more tries are fine, as the launch pad isn't ready yet, and we still have plenty of time. Separating the engine and fuel tank, along with other supporting measures, still has room for improvement. Let's keep working hard, just be careful not to hurt anyone. And perseverance is victory. Everyone expressed understanding. After all, whether in engineering or machinery, nothing ever goes smoothly. It's only through continuous mistakes and adjustments that one can get closer to success. Just after lunch, Lin Luo walked over to the side counter to pour a cup of hot tea. At that moment, Qin Yuemin approached him and softly asked Shaolin, "Were you the tester when the explosion happened today?" "Sister Min, what do you want to know? Do I seem so nosy?" "That's not what I meant. I just wanted to ask if you were okay." "I'm fine because the safety measures were thorough. I didn't have any issues." "I'm not talking about your physical safety." Lin Luo paused, realizing what she meant. He lowered his eyelids and said, "I'm very surprised and sad. Everyone was so excited yesterday, and now this happened." "That's not your fault," Qin Yuemin said. "Don't feel guilty. Unexpected events can happen to anyone. And if it doesn't work out this time, we'll try again next time. That's how experiments are. There is no such thing as a smooth, one-time success." "Thank you." Sister Min Lin Luo smiled, feeling much lighter after hearing that. "It's really not a big deal." Qin Yuemin continued. "Today, I took your suggestion and interviewed Amy. She was quite happy. I learned a lot of professional things from Professor Luo. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Having something to do makes it feel less uncomfortable." At that moment, Wang Yunhan called Lin Luo from another corner of the hall, and he had to excuse himself from Qin Yuemin and walked over. "What is up?" Lin Luo asked as he approached. "The team leader said he wants to hold a temporary meeting to arrange the work for this afternoon," Wang Yunhan replied. Lin Luo looked around and asked, "Where's the team leader?" "He just walked away with Professor Luo." "Then if he's not here, why did you call me over?" "Just to wait for him here," Wang Yunhan said. Lin Luo suddenly felt that Wang Yunhan was being unreasonable. What kind of excuse was that? But then he thought, since he had just been chatting with Qin Yuemin, could she be jealous and deliberately pulling him away? Sigh. He needed to find a good opportunity to clarify things with her. Chapter 32. If you want to keep it a secret, don't do it at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The maintenance team and the main force headed to the launch pad next to the Nuwa. The launch pad, made of ice bricks, had reached a height of 50 meters, and a winding road made of ice bricks surrounded it, looking quite spectacular. The construction site was mainly operated by 2 engineering vehicles and a transport vehicle. Wang Yunhan kicked the base of the launch pad a few times and said, "Although it's just stacked up simply without any adhesive, it feels pretty sturdy." Lin Luo responded, "Human strength can't shake it. But what if there's an earthquake? If it exceeds an 8-point magnitude, a launch pad without a foundation will be hard to keep intact. Therefore, reinforcing it with a flamethrower is an essential step." Speaking of earthquakes, it hasn't occurred for more than half a month, right? Do you wish for them to happen often? Of course not. I just think the frequency of earthquakes isn't that high. Besides, not every earthquake is a high-magnitude one. Sitting in the maintenance vehicle, Hu Lang said in the team channel, "Just take a look around the site. Others have already tidied up, and there's nothing we need to pay attention to. You two hurry back to the vehicle. We need your help to move the ice bricks and operate the robotic arms." "Understood." The two quickly ran back to the maintenance vehicle. Su Wei said with a cold face, "We're not here to play. Do we really need to get out and look closely? What do you care?" Wang Yunhan made a face. The three sat in their seats, each controlling a robotic arm. Hu Lang drove the maintenance vehicle to the vertical side of the launch pad. Above, a steel cable was hanging down, with a metal box capable of holding a truck attached at the bottom. Their job was to move the ice bricks unloaded from the transport vehicle into the metal basket, allowing the winch to pull it up for the engineering vehicles at the top to continuously stack the launch pad higher. In short, it was just moving bricks. Originally, this task was to be done by another engineering vehicle, But with the addition of the maintenance vehicle, that freed up engineering vehicle could go up to the launch pad, doubling the efficiency with two vehicles working together to raise it. The brick-moving job had no technical content. It just required neatly stacking the ice bricks into a box and informing the personnel controlling the winch, which would then start pulling the metal box up and lower the empty one down. The maintenance team was doing it quite well. However, such repetitive work was indeed too monotonous, easily leading to boredom and drowsiness. Xiao Wang, come tell us a joke to lift our spirits. I'll still give you a bonus, Hu Lang said, not saying anything. I don't want to. To everyone's surprise, Wang Yunhan flatly refused. Why not? I've already told all the jokes I can. I can't stand listening to them myself anymore. If you want to lift your spirits, why not drink a cup of strong black coffee? Inside the maintenance vehicle was a small bar counter with hot water available for various drinks, like juice, coffee, or black tea. Then why don't you get everyone a cup of black coffee? I also happen to want a hot drink. Wang Yunhan got up and skillfully made coffee at the small bar. I want sugar, 2 spoonfuls, Su Wei shouted. You have to come at it yourself. Wang Yunhan replied impatiently. Yunhan, what's wrong with you? Did you eat chili? Su Wei frowned. With your current state, I'm not too confident about letting you handle the retest tomorrow. Are you trying to compete with me? Wang Yunhan angrily placed the cup on the cup holder, making a clanging sound. I didn't say that. Su Wei forced a smile. What is wrong with you two? Why are you so angry? Hu Lang noticed something off and quickly intervened. Lin Luo came over, picked up a cup of coffee, thanked Wang Yunhan, and then signaled her not to publicly confront Su Wei. Wang Yunhan took away 2 cups of coffee, giving one to the team leader and bringing the other back to her seat. Su Wei resentfully got up to take the last cup of coffee, not forgetting to add 2 spoonfuls of sugar. When he returned to his seat and took a sip, he almost spat it out. It was as bitter as traditional Chinese medicine, clearly having too much coffee powder. He had no choice but to return to the small bar and dump the coffee, making a new cup for himself. He couldn't help but ponder why Wang Yunhan suddenly changed her attitude towards him. There must be some reason behind it. They worked until 5:30 in the afternoon, finally able to finish for the day. The maintenance team had not made any mistakes, which was commendable, considering they were not construction workers. Thank you for your hard work. Professor Luo sent a message. With your addition this afternoon, our efficiency has noticeably increased compared to usual. You will be testing the flamethrower again tomorrow, right? Yes, Hu Lang replied. Hope everything goes smoothly. Now, let's head back to the camp to rest. Just as they were getting out to enter the airlock, Su Wei and Wang Yunhan lagged behind. Yunhan, what did I do to offend you today? Why are you always snapping at me? Can you clarify? You Haven Tea offended me. Then, there must be a reason. Wang Yunhan shot Su Wei a fierce glare and said, You know what you've done. You're clear about it in your heart. If you want to keep it a secret, don't do it. Su Wei's expression froze as he said, What do you mean? Don't play dumb with me. You think about it yourself. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Wang Yunhan shook off Su Wei and quickly slipped into the second airlock. Su Wei watched Wang Yunhan's back disappear, standing there in a daze, his expression shifting between different emotions. Could it be that they have already discovered my scheming? Yes. Judging by Wang Yunhan's strong reaction, they must have found out. But since they haven't reported it to the team leader, it means they don't have solid evidence yet. Don't panic. They can't do anything to us. I want to get in trouble. What belongs to me, no one can take away. Just wait and see. I want to let you have it easy. Su Wei gritted his teeth and then stepped forward, quickly returning to the camp. Tonight's dinner returned to normal portions, only enough to fill them about 70 to 80%, which was quite uncomfortable for everyone. They really missed the hearty feast from yesterday. Lin Luo didn't expect that Qin Yuanmin would come over again to share food with him. Shaolin, I can't eat that much, so I'll share some with you. Some shredded potatoes and half a fried egg were directly placed into Lin Luo's plate. Sharing uneaten food with teammates instead of throwing it away was certainly commendable, but this behavior was too conspicuous. Last time was already enough to attract attention, and this time it made people suspect the relationship between Qin Yuanmin and Lin Luo. They had stayed in the laboratory for a long time, and during that time, no third party entered. They might have already crossed the line from a working relationship to a personal one, just not planning to go public at the time. And now, feeling it was inconsequential, it gradually started to show. Neither national law, military law, nor work regulations prohibit colleagues from dating. And leaders cannot interfere with subordinate romantic relationships for any reason. Therefore, their coming together was not something to be ashamed of. However, everyone couldn't help but be curious. How could a young, promising senior professor choose to be in a relationship with an ordinary maintenance worker? Was there some untold secret behind it? Amy hurried over to capture this scene. Chapter 33. Using their own methods at 8:30 in the morning. It was again the testing site for the flamethrower, and the scene was familiar. With the experience of previous failures, this time the pre-check was done more thoroughly. All right, that's enough. Report the situation. Hu Lang called for a stop. No problems found. Me neither. Me neither. The three of them reported successively to Hu Lang. It was now confirmed that there were no issues with the flamethrower, and the retesting was about to begin. Hu Lang helped Wang Yunhan with mental preparation. Xiao Wang. Relax a bit, just like yesterday's first test. No need to overthink, got it? Got it. Wang Yunhan replied loudly. You seem a bit nervous. Your state doesn't seem right. Are you sure you don't want to switch? Su Wei asked deliberately. No switch, thank you. Wang Yunhan said coldly. Lin Luo simply said, come on. After that, the three men returned to the maintenance vehicle, backing up a dozen meters, leaving Wang Yunhan alone behind the stone wall of the shelter. We can start. Hu Lang directed Wang Yunhan. However, Wang Yunhan made a strange move. Instead of pressing the ignition button on the control handle, she ran straight towards the flamethrower. Xiao Wang, what are you doing? Is there a problem? Hu Lang called out several times, but Wang Yunhan did not respond, which only deepened confusion. Soon, Wang Yunhan arrived in front of the flamethrower. She took out a miniature flashlight from her tool pouch, turned it on, and bent down to inspect the nozzle. Captain Hu, come here, I have an important discovery. Upon hearing this, Hu Lang quickly drove the maintenance vehicle over. What did you find? Hu Lang, along with Lin Luo and Su Wei, got out of the vehicle. Wang Yunhan extended her right hand, which had a small black ball on her glove. I found this thing stuck in one of the engine S nozzles. Hu Lang picked up the small ball to examine it, testing it against the helmet's outer shell. The small ball stuck to the iron frame of the helmet and didn't fall off. Isn't this a strong magnetic ball? How did it end up in a nozzle? Where did this come from? Yunhan, did you bring this? Su Wei asked. We checked several times before. How do we miss this strong magnetic ball? If I have evidence. What evidence? This time, I've learned my lesson. The same trick won't work again. Hu Lang urged. Xiao Wang, what's going on? You need to clarify. We came for retesting today, and a lot of people are waiting for results. The reason everyone didn't come to the scene is that Professor Luo issued a directive to avoid putting unnecessary pressure on us. Captain Hu, do you know? If I'd started the test just now, the result would have been the same as yesterday. A failure, Wang Yunhan asserted. Why? Hu Lang was increasingly confused. How can you predict the future? Don't tell me this is just a woman's intuition or a dream you had last night. Of course not. Just wait. Wang Yunhan took out a slender pipe-style grabbing tool and inserted it into the nozzles of the three engines one by one, fiddling with it, and surprisingly retrieved 3 miniature syringe cameras. All 3 cameras were taped with red duct tape. Who put these in? Hu Lang demanded. He knew very well that the engine could not have built-in pinhole cameras. It was me, Wang Yunhan admitted, patting her chest. What are you playing at? Can you explain this right now? Even a usually good-natured captain was about to lose his temper. I'll show you the footage captured by these 3 cameras. Once you see it, you'll understand everything. Wang Yunhan commanded the AI in her helmet to compile the videos recorded by the 3 cameras into one video with 3 angles. Then sent it to the group channel, where everyone in the channel could click to play it. 2 of the cameras captured nothing, but one camera recorded around 8:57 a.m. a gloved hand holding a black ball, then placing it inside the engine nozzle. When the hand left, there was no longer a black ball in the glove. See? This strong magnetic ball was deliberately placed inside. Wang Yunhan suddenly pointed at Su Wei. The video shows that the glove's number is 74, which is your spacesuit number, Su Wei. What do you have to say for yourself? Su Wei stood frozen like a statue. As soon as he saw the video, he knew everything was over. The number on the glove had indeed been captured. Although his face was not shown, the glove's number was enough to prove that he was the one who tampered with it. Xiao Su, what is going on? Explain. Hu Lang stepped forward, grabbing Su Wei's arm. Lin Luo spoke up, Actually, the explosion of the flamethrower during the last retest was not an accident. Someone was sabotaging it. Both Wang Yunhan and I suspected that the last person to handle the flamethrower was Su Wei, but we had no evidence. Later, when Su Wei and Wang Yunhan competed for the test work, the captain assigned it to Wang Yunhan. So I thought there was a high probability that Su Wei would try to interfere again, which is why I discussed with Wang Yunhan to use his own methods against him. Wang Yunhan took over the conversation. This time, we had to catch him red-handed. So when I finished inspecting, I secretly hid 3 night vision pinhole cameras deep inside the nozzle while he was paying attention. As a result, this guy walked right into the trap. Now you have nothing to say, right? Everyone turned to look at Su Wei through the translucent black visor of his helmet. They couldn't see his expression, but it was clear that with his misdeeds exposed, he was on the verge of a breakdown. Suddenly, Su Wei knelt down, lowered his head, and said with a choked voice, "I'm sorry, everyone, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have sabotaged things. I shouldn't have been jealous of Lin Luo. You can hit me or scold me however you want, but please don't hand me over to Professor Luo." Professor Luo's other identity was a colonel in the Army's Aerospace Division, and once someone violated military law and was caught by him, it was hard to imagine what kind of cruel punishment he would impose on the offender. Su Wei's actions had clearly crossed the line of military law. He was precisely considering this, which is why he was afraid that the matter would reach Professor Luo. "Xiao Su, how could you be so foolish?" Hu Lang said sadly. Unlike Lin Luo and Wang Yunhan, Su Wei was a disciple that Hu Lang had personally trained. "Captain Hu, please handle this guy fairly." Wang Yunhan fanned the flames. "Being lenient with him is an insult to everyone's hard work. If it weren't for this guy causing trouble, we would already be using the flamethrower to reinforce the launch pad during the retest. We could have gone home a day or 2 earlier." Hu Hai, hearing this, set aside his feelings as a master and asked Lin Luo to keep an eye on Su Wei to prevent him from escaping. "Captain Hu Hai, go. Don't send me to sea." Hu Hai blocked Su Wei's communication channel, and then he could no longer hear what he was saying. "Xiao Wang, Lin and I will step away for a bit. You continue the testing here." Received. Hu Hai and Lin Luo took Su Wei back to the camp, searched him, and then locked him in a closed detention room. The detention room was surrounded by soundproof glass, and no matter how much Su Wei shouted and cried, it was futile. Hu Hai looked at Su Wei, who was crying uncontrollably, and felt a pang of compassion, quickly turning to walk away. "Captain, how do you plan to deal with Su Wei?" "I will report the whole incident to Professor Luo. Let him consider what to do about it." Chapter 34 Retest Results. Hu Hai and Lin Luo drove the maintenance vehicle back to the flame thrower testing site. But on the way, they received a communication from Wang Yunhan. "Report to the captain. I have completed the retest, and all results are normal." The retest was successful. Hu Hai sighed in relief, his eyes reddening as he said, "Great, that's wonderful." Wang Yunhan continued, "It turns out Su Wei was up to no good. Once we took out what he had set up, everything returned to normal. By the way, is he currently in the detention room?" "What did Professor Luo say?" Hu Hai sighed and replied, "I plan to report this to Professor Luo when we return in the afternoon. He must be busy with something, and there's no need to distract him right now." Lin Luo added, "Professor Luo is easygoing. He probably won't do anything harsh to Su Wei. Most likely, he'll wait to hand him over to the military court for trial." Hu Hai said irritably, "No matter what, that kid brought this on himself. Let us not talk about him anymore. It's a waste of time. We need to focus on our work." Although the retest of the flamethrower was successful, it's just the beginning. Don't celebrate too early. There are still many issues to resolve one by one. "Understood," Wang Yunhan replied. The two picked up Wang Yunhan and then used mechanical arms to mount the flamethrower onto the trailer, transporting it to the launch pad site. "See, I told you there would be no problem." Professor Luo sent a communication, his tone filled with joy. "Professor Luo, we request to start trial operations. Please approve as soon as possible," Hu Lang said. "Agreed. Start by trying the corners first. Be careful," Professor Luo advised. "Okay." Hu Lang drove the maintenance vehicle to the side of the launch pad, and then asked Wang Yunhan to use 2 mechanical arms to lift the flamethrower. The control handle was outside, so Lin Luo got out of the vehicle to use it. Wang Yunhan controlled the height and distance of the flamethrower, while Lin Luo controlled the size and switch of the flame. The two had to work closely together to ensure the desired effect was achieved. Professor Luo personally came over to supervise. Is it ready? If so, go ahead. I've already notified them to stay away from here. Okay, let us begin. Hulang replied. Hulang's hands began to shake again, his palms sweaty. He gripped his knees tightly, wondering how he had developed this problem. Getting nervous made his hands shake and sweat, rendering him unable to do anything. Relying solely on his team to operate. Was it because of the pressure? Lin Luo and Wang Yunhan worked together, lifting the flame thrower high. The nozzle angled down at 80 degrees, then ignited it, directing the flame at the outer wall of the launch pad. The ice bricks melted into water from the heat, flowing down, and once they left the flame's range, they would freeze again. The flames slowly descended, and water continued to flow until it reached the bottom. Put out the flame. At that moment, the outer side of the ice wall that had just been heated had transformed from top to bottom into a hole. But it was not smooth and flat. Instead, it had circular intervals, as if ripples had been frozen instantly. Wang Yunhan controlled the mechanical arm to extend a large iron shovel and then struck the reinforced outer wall with it. She struck a total of 30 times at a rapid pace. Stop! Lin Luo stepped forward to inspect, saying, there are slight cracks and damages, but the overall structure remains intact. Xiao Wang, apply double the force and do it 3 more times, Hu Lang ordered. Wang Yunhan followed the instructions for the test. After 3 strikes, a more than 1 meter long polygonal ice block rolled down from above. Apart from the area where the ice block had slid out, the rest of the outer wall remained intact without any signs of continuous collapse. Professor Luo excitedly sent a communication. This is the effect. This is the result we wanted. We have succeeded. With this technology, we can build the launch pad even higher. Reassembling the 4 modules of the Nuwa is just a matter of time. He did not let the maintenance team rest, but instead urged them to keep working hard and immediately begin the reinforcement work. Lin Luo and Wang Yunhan often worked together. Their teamwork was excellent, and they quickly got the hang of operating the flamethrower. Every time they reinforced an area, Hulang would drive the maintenance vehicle to another area. In this way, they spent half a day reinforcing the entire outer wall from the bottom of the launch pad up to 10 meters high. At higher positions, the mechanical arm couldn't reach. But there were other ways. They could drive the maintenance vehicle to the ring road and then use the mechanical arm to spray the flame downwards. The ring road wound around the outer wall like a mountain road, spiraling upwards. Let's call it a day for now. We'll continue tomorrow. At this rate, we expect to reinforce the top outer wall in 3 days. Since the reinforcement work was progressing smoothly, everyone was in high spirits, and they seemed to be able to see the scenery of Earth ahead. Of course, except for Su Wei. Back at the camp, Professor Luo was initially in a good mood after privately listening to Hu Lang's report, but his expression changed immediately. He hurried to the detention room to check on Su Wei. Su Wei was curled up at the foot of the bed, and upon seeing Professor Luo, he was so frightened that he lay flat on the ground. Professor Luo pressed the communication system outside the door, allowing for dialogue from the inside and outside. You're Su Wei, right? Good. I will remember you. Professor Lu. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I will make amends. What you did cannot be solved just by admitting your mistake. This is not a prank. It is a serious crime of sabotaging military engineering. Sai, if I had known today, I wouldn't have acted like this back then. You're only in your 20s and have ruined yourself. Now that we are short on manpower, please let me work with everyone. Give me the hardest and most exhausting tasks. I am willing to bear it. Professor Luo shook his head, lit a cigarette, and exhaled smoke, saying, jealousy of a colleague and deliberately playing tricks. How can I trust you with work with that mindset? Even if I gave you the simplest task, I wouldn't feel secure. No, as soon as you come out of the detention room, I feel unsafe. So you must remain inside until someone takes you to court. I will not hold a private trial or punishment here. That does not align with my principles. You will wait for the interrogation and judgment you deserve. I'm going to rest now. You stay here and reflect. If you behave well in the future, I will consider letting you out. Seeing Professor Luo turn to leave, Su Wei lunged forward, pressing his hands and forehead against the glass. Professor, being here is like being a waste. Does staying silent every day count as good behavior? Please give me another chance. I will make amends. I have my standards for judgment. You don't need to say more Professor Luo said angrily. "You are not qualified to question my decision." A series of incoherent cries echoed from the detention room. Professor Luo stepped out the door and closed the communication system, and the noise immediately ceased. Chapter 35, all set 3 days later. The highest point of the launch pad had reached 65 meters. The reinforcement work on the outer wall was almost completed at the same time. What does this mean? It means that the fourth module can be hoisted onto the launch platform immediately and restored to a vertical position. However, things are not as simple as they seem. Installing a pulley system at the top of the launch pad facilitates control over the force, a step that can be completed in just a few hours. Imagine a steel cable tied to one end of a cylinder from an inclined angle, slowly pulling it. Will the cylinder stand steadily? Obviously not. There is a high possibility that the bottom of the cylinder will slide forward, especially on a smooth metal platform. Furthermore, once one end of the cylinder is suspended, it can easily sway left and right, causing it to hit nearby objects. In short, in addition to applying a significant pulling force from above the launch pad to the fourth module, several other forces are needed to assist in safely standing it up as desired. A separate steel cable needs to be tied to the bottom of the module, then pulled in the opposite direction and fixed to the ice surface with steel nails. This way, when the upper end of the module is pulled, the lower end can be prevented from sliding. Additionally, 2 more steel cables need to be pulled from either side of the module, which must also be fixed to the ice surface on both sides. However, these cables need to be wound around a modified gear controller with anti-slip teeth. During the lifting process, if the module tilts left or right, adjustments can be made by tightening or loosening the cables through the rotating shaft. Therefore, before lifting the fourth module, preparation work must be done, and adjustments must be made to ensure everything is foolproof. Everyone understands that during the lifting process, there can be no mistakes. Otherwise, if the module is damaged, corresponding replacement parts will not be available for repairs. If the end was not assembled properly, then everyone will have to stay here and perish, becoming frozen corpses. This is a life-threatening job. After 4 days, 24 steel cables, each 15 centimeters thick, have been secured to various parts of the fourth module. The cables on the wings and rear have been fixed to the ice with 5-meter-long and 1-meter-thick steel nails. The positions where the nails were placed on the wings also had modified gear controllers added to the cables, similar to the principle of a fishing rod reel. Everyone has conducted 3 rounds of tests to ensure that the nails are secure, the steel cables are tough, and the controllers are very flexible. Everything is ready. Professor Luo instructed everyone to finish work an hour early today. Everyone should rest well tonight to be in the best condition to complete this task tomorrow. Of course, everyone wanted to conserve their energy for the challenge ahead, but the more they understood the importance of the job, the harder it was to fall asleep. At 11:30 p.m., Hu Lang entered the medical room. He suddenly began to vomit uncontrollably, and the vomit contained not only undigested dinner, but also alarming amounts of blood. After an examination, Dr. Gao made the following diagnosis. You already have a stomach ulcer that has not healed for a long time, and the gastric mucosa has become increasingly thin. Just now, a spasm in your stomach caused the blood vessels beneath the gastric mucosa to dilate and rupture, leading to bleeding. This condition is often caused by excessive psychological stress. Lying on a hospital bed, Hu Lang nodded in acknowledgement. I've been thinking about the work of lifting the fourth module tomorrow, and somehow I just felt nauseous. Maybe I really am under too much pressure. However, I think it's not just me. Everyone is probably the same. In your current condition, it is impossible for you to return to work tomorrow. Dr. Gao said with his hands in his pockets, you'll need at least a week of rest. Hu Lang immediately turned to sit up, but the pain in his stomach returned, causing him to bend over, gritting his teeth, unable to speak for a while. Quickly lie down. Nurse Zhuang and I just saved you, and now you want to make your condition relapse, wasting all our previous efforts? Dr. Gao and Nurse Zhuang worked together to press Hu Lang's shoulders, forcing him to lie back down. It's no use forcing yourself. Your body cannot bear the burden anymore. If you insist on working while sick, it would be irresponsible to everyone. What consequences could arise if, at the most critical moment, your illness recurs and leads to a work error? Can you imagine? Yes, you can delegate tasks to others. You still have team members, right? You can supervise from the back. You don't have to be on-site watching closely. Dr. Gao and Nurse Zhuang used both soft and hard tactics. Suddenly, Hu Lang's left hand twitched, and he pressed down hard with his right hand. This sudden hand tremor filled him with despair. He weakly closed his eyes and said softly, "Okay, I will listen to you. Tomorrow I will stay here and direct my team to complete the work." That night, Hu Lang stayed overnight in the medical room. He asked Dr. Gao and Nurse Zhuang not to spread the news of his illness. He also did not use the communicator in front of his hospital bed to contact Lin Luo and Wang Yunhan to inform them of tomorrow's work arrangements. He believed that would only add to their stress, and it would be better to wait until tomorrow to tell them. At least they could get a good night's sleep. The next morning at 8 o'clock, everyone donned their space suits and set off, including Dr. Gao and Nurse Zhuang, who usually stay behind. Only 2 people remained in the camp: Hu Lang in the medical room and Su Wei in the detention room. Lin Luo and Wang Yunhan went to the garage to retrieve the maintenance vehicle, following the main group. They did not expect to receive a notice from the captain upon waking up that he was unable to report for duty due to sudden illness. So the responsibilities of the maintenance team would fall on the 2 of them. Halfway there, 3 people were waving at them towards the windshield. "Can we hitch a ride?" Qin Yuemin sent a message. "Me too," said Nurse Zhuang. "Me too," said Amy. These 3 women seemed to be waiting together for a ride. Lin Luo certainly had no reason to refuse, so he drove the vehicle over and let them all get in. The maintenance vehicle was quite spacious, normally accommodating 5 people. And today, it was also 5 people, so it didn't feel crowded. Everyone took off their helmets inside the vehicle. "Isn't Professor Luo driving a separate vehicle? Didn't he pick you up?" Wang Yunhan asked. "He was in too much of a hurry, and didn't he want to stop and wait for us?" Nurse Zhuang replied. "We had no choice but to keep waiting, and we ended up waiting for your maintenance vehicle. This is my first time inside a maintenance vehicle." Qin Yuemin looked around. "It's not as complicated as I imagined. There aren't that many buttons. The video footage we shoot today must be very valuable. By the way, let me interview you first," Amy said with a smile. "Today we will be lifting the module. How do you all feel? Please share with everyone." Chapter 36. Ascent at 8:40. Various vehicles surrounded the construction site of the launch pad. Professor Luo led an engineering vehicle at the top of the launch pad, responsible for directing the technician operating the winch. "Everyone, stay alert and pay close attention to my instructions. Do not act on your own. I repeat, do not act on your own. Report any issues immediately. Absolutely do not conceal, omit, or delay reporting." Professor Luo was doing ideological work in the team channel. The maintenance team was responsible today for controlling the tensioner on the right wing of the module. The tensioner itself had no power. The maintenance vehicle had to use a robotic arm to manipulate the handle of the tensioner to tighten or loosen the steel cable. The specific operation fell to Lin Luo and Wang Yunhan. After arriving at the construction site, Amy got out of the car, saying that she needed to be outside to capture the stunning visuals, as the view from inside the vehicle was too limited. Qin Yuemin quietly asked, "Will staying in the car affect your work?" Nurse Zhuang smiled slightly and said, "If it does, just say so." Just as Lin Luo was about to speak, Wang Yunhan interjected, "If you all keep quiet, it won't affect anything." Nurse Zhuang immediately covered her mouth, making sounds through her nose in agreement. Qin Yuemin fastened her seatbelt around her waist, her gaze focused on the launch base outside, her expression intense and expectant, like a moviegoer waiting for the show to start. Professor Luo announced, 3, 2, 1, time's up, ascent begins. The winch on the launch pad began to exert force, winding the steel cables attached to the top of the module. The winch was secured to the top with a metal device and was also tied to 2 steel cables that wrapped around the outer wall, tightly secured to the ice surface. Without external force pulling the winch, it could not remain firmly in place while lifting dozens of tons. The winch was the most crucial source of lifting power and must not be damaged, as there were no substitutes available. With the naked eye, the 8 steel cables transitioned from a slight curve to a taut straight line. Everyone was silently cheering in their hearts. In an instant, the upper end of the 4th module began to lift off the ground, rising slowly at a speed of 2 to 3 centimeters per second. As it reached about 4 meters high, the entire module suddenly exhibited slight swaying from side to side. Professor Luo shouted, "Tighten the tensioner on the right wing a bit." "Take it slow," Don't pull too much at once. Received. Wang Yunhan and Lin Luo immediately got to work, maneuvering the robotic arm to turn the handle, causing the shaft of the tensioner to rotate, tightening the cable. The shaft was equipped with an anti-reverse device, ensuring that even if the robotic arm was suddenly released, the steel cable would not loosen. Professor Luo shouted again, "Okay, stop on the right wing." "All right, received." Lin Luo felt like his ears were about to be deafened. It was the first time he had heard Professor Luo speak so loudly. In fact, it wasn't necessary to strain his voice so much, as the communication system was very smooth, and even in a normal volume, everyone could hear him clearly. Perhaps Professor Luo was just overly excited or tense. The person under the most pressure on site was undoubtedly Professor Luo, as the upper end of the fourth module rose higher, reaching a height of 20 meters. Professor Luo focused entirely on directing various positions, and everyone held their breath, not uttering a single unnecessary word. 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. When the fourth module stood completely upright, like a giant pillar supporting the heavens and the earth, everyone fell silent, a sense of unprecedented sanctity rising in their hearts. What they saw was not a part of the NWA spacecraft, nor a large metal rod, but the hope of going home. The ascent work was completed. Professor Luo solemnly announced, his voice hoarse. Almost everyone cheered at the same time. Many people had tears in their eyes. Finally, they could go home. There was nothing more joyful than this. Although it was a bit later than originally planned and involved some unnecessary tasks, who would care about that now? The ascent process was nerve-wracking, but only took a little over half an hour. The process of untying the steel cables, however, took a full 3 hours. No one complained about it being too slow or cumbersome. All the preparations and finishing work were essential and could not be careless. The happiest person was undoubtedly Amy, as she had many questions she could legitimately ask everyone. At that moment, everyone was eager to express their feelings and wouldn't, as usual, make excuses to refuse her interview. "How do you feel right now? Can you share?" Unprecedented excitement, just like when I finally got into university after repeating 3 years. I feel like my thoughts have already launched back to Earth with an invisible Shinjo spaceship. I want to tell my parents that I'll be home soon. I have been hesitating about whether to marry my girlfriend of 8 years, as there were many real-life issues to deal with, which was quite stressful. Now, I've finally decided that I want to marry her. Even if we have to face a mountain of troubles in the future, we can face them together. Earth, I'm coming back. By the time the finishing work was completed, it was already noon. Professor Luo instructed everyone to go back for lunch and resume work at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The next task was to continue stacking the launch pad, reinforcing it, and then wait until it reached the appropriate height to hoist the third module, and so on. The subsequent work might not be any easier than it was now. The higher the height, the greater the risk and more difficult the operation. However, the successful erection of the fourth module had already instilled enough confidence in everyone. Confidence is the most valuable thing. It can turn the impossible into the possible. Everyone drove various vehicles back to the camp entrance. Just as everyone was excitedly getting out of the vehicles, preparing to relax in camp, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, there's a meteor." Europa, being in Jupiter's rings, routinely has small meteors passing by, so everyone wondered why that person reacted so strongly. Many people turned around curiously. In the distance, in the gray-black sky, a dark yellow circular meteor appeared, and from its flight trajectory, it could be predicted that it had a high probability of colliding with Europa. Europa's surface already had several long-standing craters, indicating that it had been visited by many meteors in the past. The meteor was not large, at most about 10 meters, but frightened everyone. What if it hit the launch pad or the fourth module? The probability of that was low, but better to be safe than sorry. However, at such a moment, what could mere humans change? They could only watch helplessly as the meteor fell. Chapter 37, Uninvited Guest. Between Jupiter and Mars lies a vast asteroid belt, where most of the time, the asteroids coexist peacefully. However, asteroids do not always remain on their original orbits. They can sometimes be influenced by overlapping gravitational forces and veer toward Jupiter or Mars. Jupiter is surrounded by dozens of moons, which often intercept the errant asteroids, resulting in numerous craters on their surfaces. Europa has certainly been struck by asteroids multiple times in the past. The surface of Europa does not display obvious impact craters because when an asteroid strikes the ice shell, the intense heat momentarily melts the ice into water, which gathers in the crater. Once the temperature drops, the water refreezes, making the craters invisible, leaving only some scratches on the surface. Over the years, as geological activity changes, those scratches gradually disappear. Therefore, natural disasters on Europa, apart from occasional earthquakes, include asteroid impacts. With a diameter a quarter that of Earth, Europa is not classified as a small asteroid. Thus, the damage from one or two asteroids is quite limited. The decision-makers who formulated the Europa ice-breaking plan certainly considered this risk, but after research, they deemed it too low to ignore, which ultimately allowed the plan to pass approval. However, at this very moment, it just so happens that an asteroid is flying toward the engineering team's location. Everyone can only hide in the camp, silently praying that the asteroid does not hit the launch pad or the camp itself. Finally, at 12:36:51, the asteroid struck the surface of Europa. It came down at an angle and did not stop immediately upon hitting the ice surface. Instead, it began to roll. As it rolled, waves of white vapor erupted from both sides, spraying ice debris, ice powder, and water vapor. It landed about 2 kilometers away from the camp, and the vibrations that reached the camp were significantly dampened by the shock-absorbing devices inside, so the tremors felt were not particularly intense. However, seeing the asteroid rapidly rolling toward them through the window, everyone could not relax for a moment. Seconds later, the asteroid brushed past the camp, only about 400 meters apart. The asteroid continued rolling for over a kilometer before finally coming to a stop. The camp was hit by countless flying ice fragments, and from inside, there was a clattering sound, as if hundreds of people were striking the shell with hard objects. However, it soon subsided. The camp's hard and energy-absorbing shell was sufficient to withstand such impacts. Yet in that moment, no one felt lucky, because something had gone wrong at the launch pad. The ice fragments from the rolling asteroid had struck the launch pad. The launch pad itself was made of ice blocks, and when ice blocks collided with ice blocks, both would crack and shatter. Even though the outer wall of the launch pad had been reinforced with a flamethrower, it could not withstand such high-speed, continuous impacts. Not long ago, the surveillance cameras left on the construction site captured the devastating scene. The left side of the launch pad was shattered by ice blocks, creating a semicircular cavity about 10 meters in diameter in the center. Meanwhile, the fourth module on the launch base experienced slight swaying due to the ground vibrations. At this moment, the steel cables tied to the fourth module had all been released, leaving it in an unanchored state. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. The fourth module swayed a few times before stabilizing again. However, the launch pad had suffered significant damage and was now in an unstable condition, at risk of collapsing from top to bottom at any moment, unless it was repaired as quickly as possible. After the asteroid ceased its activity, Professor Luo immediately issued a directive. Everyone, pay attention. There's an emergency situation. Lunch and rest are temporarily canceled. We must go back to repair the launch pad immediately. We absolutely cannot let the launch pad collapse. This was a very realistic problem. If the launch pad collapsed, they would have to start all over again, which meant the completion time for assembling the in-wall would be delayed by another month. With food supplies running low, they could not sustain themselves for a month. By then, before the rocket carrying rescue supplies even arrived, they would all starve to death. Everyone hurriedly put on their helmets and spacesuits, then followed Professor Luo to the launch pad construction site. In just a few seconds, their feelings plummeted from heaven to hell. Who would have thought they would encounter such bad luck? Although it was fortunate that the asteroid did not directly hit the launch pad, it still affected it, casting a thick shadow over the good mood generated by completing the first module installation that morning. Back in the repair vehicle, Wang Yuhan exclaimed, "This is so frustrating. How could this happen? Is it the heaven's way of preventing us from going back?" Lin Luo, driving the vehicle without changing his expression, replied, "Don't lose heart. The situation is still under control." At this moment, Hu Lang, in the medical room, also sent a message. "Quickly tell me what happened." Wang Yuhan responded, "Captain, something big has happened. An asteroid fell and blasted a big hole in the launch pad. Now Professor Luo is calling us back for urgent repairs. Hu Lang exclaimed in surprise. Oh, I was just listening to Professor Luo on the public channel saying that the module lifting work was going very smoothly today. And I was so happy. I wanted to go to the hall to see you all, but Dr. Gao disagreed, saying I couldn't get too excited. How did it turn into this in the blink of an eye? Such as fate, Wang Yuhan sighed. You're just a few years old, and you believe in fate? Hu Lang said, exasperated. Since the situation has already occurred, there's no point in talking about it. The priority now is to prevent the situation from escalating. Understood. Received. The two drove the repair vehicle to the open area of the launch pad and saw the ground on the left wing piled with messy ice blocks. Seeing the gaping hole in the launch pad up close was even more shocking. If it weren't for the outer wall having been reinforced, the upper part might have already collapsed under heavy pressure, cutting the entire launch pad in half. However, the situation was not optimistic. The ice bricks near the gap had developed radial cracks, which seemed to expand and elongate as if they were alive. This meant that if the gap was not filled quickly, the upper part of the launch pad would inevitably collapse due to the unbalanced stress. Everyone follow my instructions. Do not panic and do not act rashly. Professor Luo's voice trembled. This had never happened before. First team, second team, clear the ice debris on the ground. Third team, transport ice bricks from the mountain road to the area near the gap. Fourth team, stand by. After a few minutes, the repair work proceeded in an orderly manner. Transport vehicles were sent to the ice collection site to bring over ice bricks since the remaining ice bricks on the construction site were insufficient to fill the gap. One engineering vehicle used its mechanical arm to first level out the uneven or curved areas of the gap before grabbing chunks of ice to fill it in. Another engineering vehicle worked on the section of the mountain road that had broken, also using its mechanical arm to repair the road with ice bricks. The repair vehicle's job was to promptly use a flamethrower to burn the surface of the ice bricks after they were inserted into the gap to achieve reinforcement. Due to the urgency and tension, everyone worked in silence, fully focused on their tasks. Chapter 38 Confession 5 hours later. The gap in the launch pad was finally completely repaired. Two people had fainted in succession at their workstations. Since no one could leave, Professor Luo had no choice but to call over Dr. Gao and Nurse Zhuang from the camp, asking them to use a small transport vehicle to take the two fainted team members back for treatment. At this moment, Professor Luo stood outdoors, looking at the repaired launch pad, feeling a mix of emotions. The repair was completed, but the launch pad had already undergone deformation, with the upper section tilting about 5 degrees towards the left wing, over 20 meters high. This was not visible to the naked eye. Professor Luo had measured it using an electronic level. The slight tilt in the upper section of the launch pad was not a major issue for now. But as it continued to rise and eventually exceeded 100 meters, the tilted area could potentially become a significant hazard. The problem was that there was currently no way to address this hazard. He could only return and report the situation to the space base, hoping that the experts there could propose effective solutions. Everyone, it's time to wrap up and return to the camp. This announcement was still shouted out, but it sounded somewhat weak. Everyone drove their vehicles back to the warehouse of the Fushi, then together took 2 transport vehicles back to the camp. Dr. Gao and Nurse Zhuang had already heated up the food, waiting for everyone's return. Since they hadn't had lunch and had been busy all day, everyone ate like hungry wolves, with no semblance of decorum. What surprised Lin Luo was that, at this moment, Qin Yuemin came over and shared some of her dishes from her tray with him. In the afternoon, Qin Yuemin did not get on the maintenance vehicle. She stayed in the camp to help Dr. Gao and Nurse Zhuang with administrative work. Sister Min, aren't you hungry? Lin Luo had finished all the food on his plate, leaving him only half full. Facing the extra food offered to him, he really had no reason to refuse. I haven't done much physical work today, so I haven't consumed much energy, and Qin Yuemin lowered her voice. I still have some snacks left in my lab to replenish my energy. Thank you so much. Lin Luo gratefully started eating, quickly clearing his plate. Qin Yuemin sat down next to Lin Luo, looking out the window, and sighed. The events of today made me realize what it means to experience great ups and downs. Sometimes success and failure are just a line apart, and when facing irresistible external forces, that feeling of helplessness and despair is especially strong. Seeing Qin Yuemin's pale face and gloomy eyes, Lin Luo knew she was once again enveloped in negative emotions. This was actually unavoidable. Anyone who encountered such things could hardly remain optimistic. This was just a low-probability event. Next time, there won't be another meteorite falling down. No, even if there is, it can't possibly land near us again. Those meteorites don't have eyes, and they have no enmity with us, so they won't specifically target us. Lin Luo forced a smile, wanting to lighten Qin Yuemin's mood. Qin Yuemin smiled slightly, seeming to understand a bit, and said, "That makes some sense." At that moment, Wang Yunhan, who had just returned from the restroom, was holding her tray and intended to come over to Lin Luo's side. But upon seeing that Qin Yuemin had already taken her spot, her expression darkened immediately. She walked straight over. "Professor Qin, your old spot doesn't seem to be here, does it?" "What old spot?" Qin Yuemin pointed to a seat near the door where she used to sit often, which was now empty. "Seats don't have name tags. Aren't they open for anyone to sit?" Qin Yuemin retorted. "Then why did you sit in my old spot?" Sorry, I'll change my seat." Qin Yuemin got up and moved from Lin Luo's left side, circling around the table and then sitting down in an empty seat on Lin Luo's right. Wang Yunhan was nearly furious. This woman is getting bolder. She was still a professor, yet she had no regard for decorum. How could she cling to a repairman all day long? "Oh, you haven't eaten yet? Then take your time. We've already finished. Let's go somewhere else, Shaolin." Qin Yuemin tugged at Lin Luo's elbow, leading him to the kitchen to return their trays, then guided him towards the lab. "Sister Min, are you going to do experiments now?" Lin Luo thought Qin Yuemin suddenly wanted to do some experiments, so she brought him along to continue being her assistant. He secretly guessed that perhaps she had gotten some meteorite fragments and wanted to check their chemical composition. However, as he looked at the table in the lab designated for samples, there were no meteorite fragments there. He then thought that Sister Min might be worried he wouldn't have enough to eat and planned to give him some snacks. Should be considered an experiment, but I don't really like calling it that. Qin Yuemin turned her back, fiddling with test tubes and an electron microscope on the experimental table. Considered? Lin Luo became increasingly confused. Not seeing Qin Yuemin asking him to help, he didn't dare to disturb her, silently waiting for instructions. "You should know, right?" Qin Yuemin turned around, her gaze softening. "Sister Min, I haven't been to the lab in a long time. I've forgotten what to do. Can you give me a hint?" Lin Luo thought Qin Yuemin was blaming him for forgetting the tasks an assistant should do. "Everyone knows. You can't possibly not know." Lin Luo tried to recall, but it seemed there was nothing that everyone knew that he did not. Qin Yuemin took half a step forward, widening her eyes and softly saying, "Everyone can see that I like to be with you, like to chat with you." At first, I didn't understand what this feeling was because it was so unfamiliar to me. I hadn't experienced it before. But later, I figured out. This is the natural attraction between men and women. Lin Luo instantly understood her meaning. This was no longer a hint, but a clear declaration. He was extremely surprised, more so than the meteorite falling today. Qin Yuemin's face flushed, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Lin Luo, I'm sure I've fallen for you. Whether it counts as love, I can't define. I don't know why, but today I felt an impulse to convey these feelings to you and really want to know how you feel about me right now." Lin Luo's hands involuntarily twitched. At that moment, Qin Yuemin took another step forward, bringing them less than a meter apart. Lin Luo could no longer control his body. He took a small step forward and reached out to embrace Qin Yuemin. "Sister Min, I like you too. When I'm with you, I feel an unprecedented comfort and ease." Lin Luo released Qin Yuemin, looking into her eyes and trembling as he said, "Even though being stuck here and unable to return is hard, the thought of possibly not seeing you again after going back makes me less eager to return early because I want more time to spend with you." Having confirmed each other's feelings, the barrier between them instantly vanished, and the immense passion surging within them compelled them to lean in closer. A sweet atmosphere rapidly spread around them, and under this influence, the gray and white tones of the lab seemed to transform into vibrant colors. Chapter 39. Desire. After coming out of the laboratory, Lin Luo felt a bit lightheaded. His mind kept replaying the scenes from the experiment, giving him a surreal feeling. However, the fragrance clinging to him clearly told him that it was real, he and Mingjia had established a romantic relationship. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. But in order to maintain a high level of work performance tomorrow, he had to fall asleep. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the energy. He headed to the shower room. On the way, Lin Luo ran into Wang Yunhan coming out of the shower room. By the way, the shower room is unisex. Where have you been? I couldn't find you anywhere, and your communication watch was off, Wang Yunhan said. Lin Luo wanted to tell her the truth, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to say it. I just wanted to have some quiet time. What did you want me for earlier? I went to the medical room to visit team leader, Hu. Oh, right. I haven't gone to see him yet. Is he resting now? You shouldn't go now. They don't allow visits at this time. Team leader, who didn't say much, just told us to continue cooperating with Professor Luo's arrangements and to do our work well. Reinforcing the outer wall of the launch pad is a critical step. I understand. Hey, is there anything else? Suddenly, Wang Yunhan tugged at Lin Luo's shirt, leaned in, sniffed him forcefully, and then pushed him away. You smell like a woman. Her face was filled with surprise and anger. Lin Luo felt extremely embarrassed, not expecting her to notice this. It was like a dog's nose. However, he didn't feel ashamed. Taking this opportunity to clarify things would be better for everyone. I'm now in a relationship with Qin Jiao Mingjia. At first, Lin Luo stuttered. But after saying it, he became more composed. We both feel that we are a good match together. Wang Yunhan froze for a moment, her eyes reddening. She bit her lip, threw out, I wish you happiness, and turned to run away. Lin Luo watched her retreating figure, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. But he understood that a long pain is worse than a short pain. Since it was impossible between him and Wang Yunhan, it was better to let her get over it sooner. This was actually better for her. Working with Wang Yunhan was generally pleasant, but it wasn't love or infatuation. It was a different matter altogether. He was clear about that. Lin Luo hurriedly finished his shower and returned to the rest pod, feeling a bit restless. He casually dialed Qin Yuemin's communication code. After waiting for 2 minutes without it connecting, he thought that maybe Mingjia was in the shower room at this time, so she wasn't in the rest pod. At that moment, someone suddenly called through communication, and when connected, Lin Luo heard Hu Lang's voice. Captain, you haven't rested yet? How can I sleep? You too, right? Yeah, what happened today really makes people uneasy, but it's already in the past. The meteorite incident is over, but the impact it caused won't be easy to clear. What do you mean? I heard everything for Xiaowang. The meteorite struck the ground, and the ice chunks it splattered created a gap in the launch pad. Although this gap has been repaired through emergency measures in half a day, we can't assume the launch pad has returned to normal. After all, it has internal damage, which could lead to stress imbalance in other parts. It might not be visible from the outside. We need to drill holes near the original gap to insert a pipe probe and check the internal condition. Is this a special task for tomorrow? Yes, this inspection is essential. I discussed it with Professor Luo before. He just sent a message approving this work. You must get it done tomorrow. Professor Luo will provide the specific drilling plan tomorrow. Understood. Get some rest. I'll talk to Xiaowang. You don't need to notify her. Drilling into the launch pad and probing the interior. It seems the captain suspects there might be a lot of cracks inside. If that's the case, the launch pad can't continue to be used. Even if repaired, it would be meaningless. Cracks inside might not show obvious problems if the height is increased. But once other modules are hoisted again, the top of the launch pad would experience an oblique downward pull, which could, in extreme cases, lead to the launch pad being cut in half. Such a result would be unbearable for anyone. If the inspection results tomorrow show numerous cracks inside, it would mean the overall structure of the launch pad is no longer solid, and the launch pad, which took so much effort to build, would have to be abandoned, requiring a new one to be constructed. Time is running out. Food won't last that long. But who can control the results of the inspection? We can only leave it to fate. Before, he wanted to spend more time with Qin Yuemin, so he wasn't in a hurry to return to Earth. Now, after confirming their relationship, his mindset flipped 180 degrees. He longed to return to Earth as soon as possible, so he could do many things with Qin Yuemin that could only be done on Earth, like watching the same movie, holding hands while shopping, going to restaurants, and visiting his sister together. The beeping call interrupted his thoughts. He pressed the answer button. Are you asleep? It was Qin Yuemin's voice. No. What are you thinking about? Thinking about what to do when we get back to Earth. Have you thought it through? Can you tell me? Of course. Lin Luo then shared all his thoughts without reservation. Well, I think it all sounds good. Qin Yuemin's voice seemed to carry a hint of shyness. Then you're agreeing in advance? Lin Luo suddenly became excited. It seems there is no reason not to agree. Qin Yuemin paused and said, those are all things couples usually do. Now that we are a couple, I also want to experience what it feels like to engage in romantic activities. Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. Mingjia, don't treat this like an experiment, okay? Sorry, it's just a habit. The two chatted sweetly for a while. And later, when Qin Yuemin heard Lin Luo yawn, she knew he must be getting sleepy. So she took the initiative to end the call and told him to rest early. Good night. After ending the call, Lin Luo checked his sister's messages and found that Lin Yu was already complaining about why he hadn't come to see her for so long. After all, it had been nearly half a year since they last met. During this time, Lin Yu had summer vacation, and she could only stay at school for art classes, unable to go out and play. Half a year. Time really flies. Lin Luo replied to his sister, I'm sorry, I really can't get away this time. If work goes smoothly, we should be able to meet before the spring festival. I'll take you out to celebrate the new year. Chapter 40. Drilling the next morning. Bad news came early. The two people who fainted yesterday had a fever in the middle of the night. Although they were treated and their fever subsided, they could only lie in their hospital beds to recuperate and wouldn't be able to go out for field work today, with already insufficient manpower. This situation made things even more difficult. Leaving the garage of the Fushi, Lin Luo and Wang Yuhan drove the maintenance vehicle, towing the flamethrower placed on a two-wheeled trailer, heading to the launch site construction area. The atmosphere in the vehicle felt somewhat unnatural. Today, Wang Yuhan had lost her usual cheerfulness and liveliness, seemingly transformed overnight into a calm and capable person, which made Lin Luo feel quite out of place. Due to the emergency repairs made yesterday, the ice bricks piled up at the construction site were nearly all used up. Therefore, most of the personnel were reassigned to the ice harvesting area to excavate and transport ice bricks, leaving very few people at the launch site. Professor Luo sent the electronic version of the drilling construction drawings to the maintenance vehicle. The hole's diameter, position, and depth must be strictly followed according to the drawings. Although you two are young, I have seen your capabilities several times over the past few months, so I believe you'll be fine. I won't say much else. It's up to you now. Professor Luo seemed to have full confidence in the two of them. Currently, only 2 out of the 4-member maintenance team could be deployed, and if they also failed, there would be no one left to assist, since there was no need to reinforce the outer wall today. Lin Luo unloaded the trailer and drove the maintenance vehicle up the winding road. According to the drawings, for the 12 locations requiring drilling, they first used the mechanical arm to attach the drill bit, creating 20-centimeter deep holes, and then placed small red flags as markers. Wang Yuhan compared the photos of the red flags with the construction drawings to confirm everything was in order. She intended to send them to Professor Luo for review before officially drilling, but then remembered that Professor Luo had already entrusted them with the task. So she dismissed that thought. After all, drilling a few holes wasn't a complex or difficult project. There was no need to trouble Professor Luo. With the cargo compartment of the maintenance vehicle opened, the mechanical arm grabbed a 10-meter-long drill bit from the compartment, attached it to the drilling machine, and then began drilling at the marked locations of the red flags. The holes within the 10-meter depth were quickly completed, while the deeper holes required an additional 10-meter-long drill bit to reach the necessary depth. Although the ice blocks were extremely hard at sub-zero temperatures, they could not withstand the grinding of the high-speed drill. 2 hours later, all 12 small holes were drilled. Wang Yuhan sent the drilling data to Professor Luo for his review. After confirming the diameter, position, and depth of the holes matched all specifications, Professor Luo smiled in satisfaction and said, "You two work efficiently. Keep it up, and let's lower the pipeline detector." The mechanical arm removed the long drill bit and drilling machine, grabbed the coiled pipeline detector, and then inserted the detection head, equipped with 4 multi-angle cameras, into hole No. 1, slowly lowering it down. The detection head had a spotlight that not only provided a clear view of the inside of the hole, but also emitted ultrasound, using imaging functionality to display the internal structure of the hole, clearly showing even cracks just a few millimeters wide. Among them, Significant cracks were found in holes number 6, number 8, and number 11, with very few intact ice bricks remaining inside. The deepest points of these 3 holes were just adjacent to the gap that was repaired yesterday. After carefully reviewing the data, Professor Luo said, "Fortunately, the range of internal cracks isn't as large as we anticipated. It's still within a controllable range. However, these 3 locations pose significant risks and must undergo further repairs. Otherwise, continuing to build up and hoist could potentially lead to severe accidents." Lin Luo proposed. Professor Luo, "I think we can insert a water pipe deep into these 3 holes and then pour in melted water. The water can quickly seep into those cracks. And once it freezes, it will act like an adhesive, filling the gaps and bonding the broken ice bricks together." "Good. Your idea aligns with mine," Professor Luo replied. "However, if we only heat the ice and pour in the water, the hot water will freeze before it has a chance to penetrate the cracks. We must add an antifreeze agent in a specific ratio to lower the freezing point and delay the freezing time of the water to achieve our goal." I'm sorry. I didn't think it through," Lin Luo said, feeling embarrassed. No worries. Boldly hypothesize, carefully improve," Professor Luo said kindly. "I'll go arrange for the antifreeze agent and bring over the metal pipes. Let's wait an hour before pouring in the hot water. In the meantime, you two should go help at the ice harvesting site." "Understood." Lin Luo and Wang Yuhan drove the maintenance vehicle toward the ice harvesting area. "Lin Luo, you seem to have changed," Wang Yu suddenly said. "What?" Lin Luo didn't respond immediately. "You become more expressive." "Really? It seems that love can truly transform a person." Lin Luo forced a smile, unsure of how to respond. "That's a good change." Wang Yuhan glanced at Lin Luo. "You don't need to feel embarrassed. You should be happy for yourself." Lin Luo still couldn't find the words to reply. Wang Yuhan yawned, rubbed her eyes, and said sleepily, "I'm a bit tired. You can operate the mechanical arm while I drive." "Okay, no problem." Lin Luo thought for a moment and added, "If you're really tired, it's better not to drive. That goes against work regulations. You can lie down in the back and sleep. I can drive and operate the mechanical arm at the same time. It won't be a problem." Then I'll leave it to you." Wang Yuhan unbuckled her seatbelt, moved to the back, pushed the other 2 chairs together, and made a small bed. She lay down, reached into the storage compartment for a blanket, covered herself, turned on her side, and comfortably closed her eyes. Lin Luo glanced back, feeling a bit relieved, then focused his attention on the windshield and the monitoring screen. Looking at the scenery outside, a sense of ease and fulfillment arose within him. He had driven a maintenance vehicle alone before, but this was the first time he operated it solo on Europa. The feeling of being unrestrained and free from the gaze of others was exhilarating. When faced with simple tasks, one person was indeed sufficient. There was no need for several people to cooperate. Soon, the maintenance vehicle entered the ice harvesting area and began working with the ice harvesting team, loading the cut ice bricks onto the transport vehicle's cargo compartment, which would then be sent to the launch site construction area. Estimating the speed of ice harvesting and stacking, he believed it would take at least half a month to finish hoisting the remaining 3 modules. Moreover, no unexpected incidents could occur during this half month. Chapter 41 Water injection. An hour later, the maintenance vehicle returned to the launch site. Before Lin Luo arrived, there was already an engineering vehicle and a transport vehicle waiting on site. The red engineering vehicle had its cargo compartment replaced with a closed tank with a capacity of 5,000 liters. The tank did not rotate because it contained continuously heated hot water, which would not solidify even if it remained still. The other transport vehicle's cargo compartment was loaded with dozens of steel pipes, each 15 centimeters in diameter and 5 meters long. The maintenance vehicle had to work in coordination with these 2 vehicles. Lin Luo and the drivers of the other 2 vehicles established a group chat channel for communication. The driver of the engineering vehicle was named Lu Hong, and the driver of the transport vehicle was named Qin Gang. Lin Luo, let's first determine the order of the vehicles. Lu Hong, I'll be first, the maintenance vehicle second, and the engineering vehicle last. That should be fine. I'll drive in front, making it easier for you to handle the steel pipes in the back. Once you finish installing the pipes, you can pull the water hose over and insert it into the tank to fill it with water. That's my suggestion. Qin Gong, I agree. Lin Luo, I agree too. Let's go with that. After a brief discussion, the three vehicles began to ascend the winding mountain road one after another. The road was only wide enough for one vehicle to pass at a time, which was an unfortunate necessity. 10 minutes later, all three vehicles arrived near the drilling location. The maintenance vehicle used its mechanical arm to grab a steel pipe and inserted it into the pre-drilled hole. The hole's diameter was exactly 5 centimeters larger than the pipes, so it could be easily placed. If a pipe was too long and protruded above ground, it would not affect subsequent construction. If it was too short, another pipe would be added, and the pipes would be twisted to connect tightly. From hole number 1 to hole number 7, the installation of the steel pipes went smoothly. However, problems arose at hole number 8. After inserting one pipe, the second one could not be fully inserted, leaving half of it outside. Lin Luo checked the data and found that hole number 8 was 18 meters deep. Logically, 4 steel pipes should be sufficient, so it was impossible for the second pipe to get stuck. There must have been some abnormal change inside the hole. Lin Luo had to use the pipeline detector again, inserting it into the steel pipe to check the situation deep inside. Lu Hong, what is going on? Why can't we insert the steel pipe? Lin Luo, there's a blockage in the pipeline. I'm investigating the cause. Lu Hong got it. At this moment, the pipeline detector was already at the bottom. The images transmitted from the detection lens showed a collapse inside the pipeline, with broken ice filling the lower part of the hole. No wonder the steel pipe was stuck. Lin Luo, it's a minor issue, just a blockage inside. I'll just re-drill the hole. The mechanical arm of the maintenance vehicle pulled out the outer steel pipe and placed it back in the transport vehicle's cargo compartment. Then, another mechanical arm lowered a steel wire rope with a metal ball tied to the end. When the wire rope entered the unseen steel pipe's interior, the metal ball suddenly opened up, and its elastic claws firmly held the inner wall of the steel pipe. The mechanical arm wound the wire rope to pull the steel pipe up from the hole. Once both steel pipes were cleared, the maintenance vehicle's other mechanical arm attached a drill and a high-speed drill bit, reinserting it into the pipeline to drill. In less than a few seconds, the original depth was re-drilled. The mechanical arm withdrew the high-speed drill bit and placed the drill and bit back into the maintenance vehicle's cargo compartment. The maintenance vehicle once again inserted the steel pipe and connected. Lin Luo, installation is complete. Next, Qin Gang, you're so skilled. How many years have you been a maintenance worker? Lin Luo, 3 years. Qin Gang, only 3 years? I didn't expect that. Lu Hong, Lin Luo, why is it only your voice on your side? Don't you have a female colleague named Wang Yunhan? Lin Luo, oh, she is asleep. I told her to rest first. Lu Hong, you just completed such a complex and continuous operation all by yourself? Lin Luo, yes. Is there a problem? Lu Hong, no problem, just a bit surprising. Qin Gang, haha, you're amazing. If it were me, I would definitely have to pause at each step, afraid of making a mistake. Lin Luo, you're exaggerating. After a few more minutes, Lin Luo inserted the remaining 4 steel pipes into the holes. The first step of the construction was finally complete. Lin Luo, now we can start filling the water. Qin Gong, okay. The mechanical arm of the maintenance vehicle grabbed the hose from the tank and inserted it into the steel pipe. Qin Gang, now we have to wait for 3 minutes. Lu Hong, why do we have to wait? Isn't the water already heated inside the tank? Qin Gang, you don't understand. Besides heating the water, the steel pipes also need to be heated. The outer layer of the steel pipe is insulated, and the inner side is a heat-retaining material. Lu Hong, I understand now. Heating the inside ensures that the hot water doesn't lose temperature when it reaches the bottom. Qin Gang, right, so it takes a little extra time. Are you anxious to carry out other tasks? Lu Hong, not really. It's okay to spend a little more time. After all, we've already delayed here for so long. When the 3 minutes were up, Qin Gang controlled the water pump to fill the steel pipes with hot water through the hose until the water overflowed from the top opening of the steel pipes, then pulled out the hose. Lu Hong, what if we run out of water? Do we have to go down to refill ice for melting? Qin Gang, that's the only way. It's troublesome, but there's no other method. We can't just dig up some ice from the launch pad to melt for water, right? Lu Hong, of course not. If Professor Luo finds out, he might charge you with destruction of military facilities and deal with you under military law. An hour later, all 12 holes were filled with hot water. This hot water would cool down quickly, but it would remain liquid for a short time, which was enough to fill the internal cracks. Lin Luo, we can pack up now. Lu Hong, that went smoother than expected. Qin Gang, I'm starting to reverse. You guys follow me. The engineering vehicle at the back began to back down, followed by the maintenance vehicle and the transport vehicle. Lin Luo switched to a private chat channel to call Professor Luo. Report. The water injection repair work for the holes has been completed. I'm also sending the construction video and data. After a moment, Professor Luo replied, Good job. It's about time. Let us all return to the camp for lunch. The three vehicles headed towards the garage of the Fushi. After parking the vehicles, the three of them boarded another transport vehicle to return to the camp entrance. Although Lin Luo, Lu Hong, and Qin Gang were in the same team and had seen each other frequently, they could only barely be considered familiar until today. After working closely together, upon entering the hall, everyone took off their helmets. Lu Hong and Qin Gang originally intended to invite Lin Luo to sit at the same table for lunch, but someone got there first. Qin Yumin came over and linked her arm with Lin Luo's, taking him away. Not only Lu Hong and Qin Gang, but everyone else in the hall was surprised by this scene. Qin Yumin's small gesture was highly significant, essentially publicly announcing that she was dating Lin Luo. Chapter 42. Clear and logical in Europa. There's a severe lack of entertainment activities. Previously, a few ice skating rinks were established, but they were destroyed in an earthquake. Now everyone is busy and has no time or mood to rebuild the rinks. As a result, people have become particularly attentive to the big and small matters around them. In short, they're concerned with gossip. Recently, Qin Yumin and Lin Luo have been seen behaving quite intimately, and everyone has already speculated about this behind their backs countless times. Today, seeing the two of them sitting together, hand in hand, having lunch, their relationship is confirmed, making further speculation meaningless. Minjia, what's wrong with you today? Lin Luo looked at the woman in front of him with confusion. Nothing. Is it not normal to have lunch with your boyfriend? Today, Qin Yumin not only became bolder and more direct in her personality, but also dressed in a way that exuded a strong femininity. Her long hair cascaded down her waist. She wore a form-fitting purple pencil skirt, a white jacket, and semi-transparent high heels. It was like she had transformed into a different person. Lin Luo couldn't help but feel his face heat up. This wasn't the first time he had been the center of attention during a meal. The last two times Qin Yumin had served him food, it had drawn attention. But that kind of focus came and went quickly, unlike now, where everyone's gaze seemed to stick to him. It seems that his relationship with Qin Yumin has exceeded everyone's expectations and understanding. Qin Yumin picked up a piece of sausage from her plate, but instead of placing it on Lin Luo's plate, she moved it to his mouth. Open up. As Lin Luo opened his mouth, the sausage was stuffed in. He didn't expect that at his age, he would still have the chance to experience being fed. He could hardly taste the sausage, but the feeling in his heart, which was gradually intensifying like magma, felt as if he had swallowed a handful of chili peppers. Was the work hard this morning? Qin Yumin asked softly. I saw the maintenance truck working on a launch pad. Lin Luo then briefly recounted the work he had done in the morning. Even though you only said a few words, I can imagine that the process must have been tedious. Just like when we conduct research. Sometimes the papers published only state the results in a sentence or two, but the time and effort spent behind it are immeasurable. That was just basic operations. It can't be compared to your publishing papers. I want to allow you to compare like that. Qin Yumin extended a finger and lightly tapped Lin Luo's lips. In a large project, everyone's work is essential and very important. You don't need to belittle yourself. Lin Luo smiled and continued eating without responding. Qin Yumin quickly scanned the dining hall and said, It seems something is off. What's off? Lin Luo nervously looked around. Why isn't Wang Yunhan back with you? Doesn't she usually stick to you? Lin Luo slapped his knee and exclaimed, she's still sleeping in the car. I forgot to wake her when I got off. Qin Yumin chuckled. So that's it. You can be careless sometimes. You were in such a hurry to get out of the car that you forgot her. She was covered with a blanket at the time, so I didn't notice her. How could she be sleeping in a car? Did you do all the work this morning by yourself? Not at first. Later when we got to the launch pad. She said she was tired and went to the back to sleep. I did the rest of the work by myself. Your maintenance team, one got caught, one is sick, and now one is sleepy. Aren't you the only one left? It's fine. I can handle it alone. Don't push yourself too hard. Hey, I need to hurry and wake her up, or she won't know when she'll wake up. Lin Luo inputted the communication short number for the transport vehicle on his communication watch and made the call. After waiting for about 10 seconds, he finally heard Wang Yunhan's response. Why are you waking me up when I'm sleeping so comfortably? It's time for lunch. Go back to the camp and sleep. Really? Are you coming back? Forget it. I'm not coming back. What are you having for lunch? I'm not eating. I don't have an appetite anyway. If you're really hungry, let the supply officer take my portion for you. Bye. After ending the call, Qin Yuemin said, how could such a spirited girl like Wang Yunhan suddenly lose her appetite? It seems a bit strange. Lin Luo thought for a moment and explained a reason. Wang Yunhan was unhappy after learning about his relationship with Qin Yuemin, which was out of character for her. Qin Yuemin suddenly grabbed Lin Luo's hand and said, I understand why she doesn't want to come back. Maybe she doesn't want to see us together. With a slight smile, she added, she's really a straightforward girl. I think after a while, she'll be fine. Probably not. Huh? The pain of unfulfilled desire will last a long time. It's not just an emotional or conceptual issue. It's the significant reduction of dopamine secretion in the body that puts people in a depressed state, which is uncontrollable. Lin Luo pondered this and sighed, Minjia, you are truly a biologist. That's such a professional explanation. Although everyone understands the scientific reasoning behind it, many still fall into the depths of it, unable to control themselves. Perhaps this is the charm of love, leading people to follow their instincts and develop in uncontrollable directions. It's like an adventure with an unknown outcome, relying entirely on luck. Qin Yuemin tightened her grip on Lin Luo's hand. The feeling at that moment was very real. So this is what love is, a fascinating yet terrifying chemical reaction. Lin Luo found himself increasingly unable to understand Qin Yuemin's words. Xiaolin, what? I want to try doing more things that couples do. Not just the things you mentioned that can only be done after going back to Earth. What are those? I can't say for now. Then I won't ask. At another time, in another place, I'll tell you. Qin Yuemin winked. Oh, okay. I'll wait for you. Although Lin Luo didn't fully understand, he could only pretend to. Eat up. The food is going to get cold. Qin Yuemin retracted her hand and lowered her head to eat her lunch. Lin Luo quickly joined in and, as usual, finished his plate in less than a minute. Seeing this, Qin Yuemin pushed some of her food onto his plate. I can't finish this. Help me eat it. But Minjia, you're eating too little. That's not good for your health. We women have thicker subcutaneous fat, so eating a little less won't have too much of an impact. You men, however, often do physical work and are under a lot of pressure, so you need to eat more. Keeping your body healthy is important to take better care of women, isn't it? Lin Luo was speechless. With such a clear-headed girlfriend, he simply couldn't argue with her. Chapter 43, letting go at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone resumed work. Why didn't you wake me up at noon when you finished? Wang Yunhan complained repeatedly while working on maintenance. I am sorry, I just forgot. Lin Luo said with a, I don't think you forgot. I think there's another reason, she retorted. There's no other reason. I had made arrangements with the other two drivers, Qin Gang and Lu Heng, to go back together, so I forgot to call you. Stop talking, we're here. Let us get to work. At that moment, the maintenance vehicle with the flamethrower arrived at the launch pad construction site. Since maintenance work on drilling and watering had been done in the morning, they could continue stacking and reinforcing in the afternoon. The once quiet site became lively again. With 2 construction vehicles and 1 transport vehicle present, Professor Luo had just gotten off the transport vehicle, overseeing the site and directing operations. Every half hour, a transport vehicle would deliver a load of ice bricks, unloading them in the material preparation area of the site. The construction vehicles would stack the ice bricks into the cargo hold and then transport them to the top of the launch pad, starting to stack them layer by layer like building blocks. Of course, how they were stacked was not solely based on the driver's mood or preference. The experts from Aerospace Base had provided a fairly detailed virtual 3D construction diagram. The construction vehicle would upload this diagram into its working system, and during construction, the 3D construction diagram would overlay the real scene. Then the AI engineer would instruct the driver where to place the ice bricks with pinpoint accuracy. If construction did not follow the AI engineer's instructions, the system would send information to a higher command system, immediately alerting the leaders and prompting them to take action. In a way, this construction process was somewhat rigid and monotonous, lacking flexibility, but it also ensured precision and completeness in construction, effectively preventing various low-level errors from occurring. The maintenance vehicle continued to be responsible for reinforcement work. The flamethrower continuously sprayed flames on a newly constructed outer wall, melting it into water to form a tightly bonded whole. This kind of work had become second nature to Lin Luo and Wang Yunhan. They cooperated with each other, taking turns to rest, and the work was relatively easy. The watering work in the morning went well, right? Lin Luo asked. Of course it went well. Professor Luo has already verified the data. If there were any issues, we wouldn't have resumed stacking work in the afternoon, Wang Yunhan replied. But I have a bad feeling. Lin Luo said. Don't say that. Whenever everything goes smoothly and according to plan, something bad always happens. That is not a rule, Wang Yunhan countered. I hope it's not. 2 hours later, team leader Hu Lang sent a communication inquiring about the current work progress. The launch pad has been stacked to 70 meters. Lin Luo answered. Good progress. Hu, how is your health? Wang Yunhan asked. Much better. I should be able to leave the hospital tomorrow. No? Leave the medical room, he replied. At that moment, Nurse Shuang's voice interrupted. That's impossible. You just vomited 100 milliliters of blood today. Didn't I tell you to rest? If you keep worrying and stressing, your condition will only worsen. The communication suddenly cut off. It was clear that Nurse Shuang had forcibly ended the call. Wang Yunhan shook her head and said, Looks like we can't rely on Hu. He has always been strong and healthy. I didn't expect him to suffer from a gastric bleed due to too much stress. Is it because we haven't been leaders that we can't understand that kind of pressure? Lin Luo smiled and said, That definitely has something to do with it. Being a leader comes with responsibilities, and it's not easy. Do you want to be a squad leader in the future? A squad leader is still a small leader. Managing 7 or 8 people. It depends on the situation. If they really want me to do it, I don't think I would refuse. Why? Because the salary would increase by 5 times. It's not about the salary. It's just that someone has to be a leader, right? If no one wants to take on that role, then who will manage? If everyone just does whatever they want, something will go wrong sooner or later. Lin Luo gave an example. Look at our commander. He has been in a coma and hasn't woken up yet. If Professor Luo hadn't stepped up to take on the command work, we would have been in chaos by now. Professor Luo is very capable and responsible for his work, but I always feel like he is a bit unreliable. What do you mean by unreliable? I can't really explain it. It's just a woman's intuition. Once this topic was brought up, Lin Luo had nothing to say because he would never have the chance to understand a woman's intuition in his lifetime. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's almost time to get off work. Wang Yunhan stretched and clasped her hands together in front of her, quietly praying. I hope we don't have to work overtime today. Please no overtime. At that moment, Professor Luo sent a voice notification. Attention everyone. Today we will be working an extra hour, finishing at 6. Wang Yunhan exclaimed in frustration. Why? Lin Luo said, What is the big deal about working another hour? We're not tired anyway. Wang Yunhan suddenly shot Lin Luo a sideways glance. Don't use we. You are you, and I am I. Lin Luo was puzzled. Are you very tired? When did your stamina get so bad? These past 2 days. Lin Luo suddenly realized. Wang Yunhan must have had her period. It must be true. Under such circumstances, women often feel fatigued and irritable, which is a physiological reason that cannot be resisted or overcome. I understand now. You can go rest in the back. I can manage by myself. But you can only stay in the vehicle and must wait until 6 to return to the camp. Okay. Wang Yunhan was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised her face and said, Lin Luo, can you not be so nice to me? You already have a girlfriend. You shouldn't be so nice to other girls behind her back, you know? This? What are you talking about? Lin Luo was momentarily stunned. This is just mutual care between colleagues. Where did your mind go? Wang Yunhan left her seat, lay down on the 2 merged seats, and pulled a blanket tightly around her. The atmosphere in the vehicle suddenly became heavy. Recalling what Qin Yuemin had said at noon, Lin Luo felt it made sense. Some things cannot be let go just because one wants to. Wang Yunhan clearly hadn't let go yet. Perhaps she needed more time. Chapter 44, Another earthquake 3 days later. The launch pad had been built to a height of 85 meters. This height was sufficient to hoist the 20-meter-long third module. Therefore, today Professor Luo ordered the start of the second hoisting operation. The reason the erection of the fourth module is called lifting is that during the entire process, the bottom of the fourth module remains in contact with the launch base and is not completely suspended. The third module is different. It will be entirely suspended in mid-air, greatly increasing the difficulty. It must be aligned with the boundary face of the fourth module and remain stable for a long time to ensure that the screw holes align for the nuts to be attached. Preparations were proceeding in a tense and orderly manner. The third module had been secured with more than 10 steel cables, each of which would play a role. There were 4 people in the maintenance vehicle. Besides Lin Luo and Wang Yunhan, there were also Qin Yuanmin and Hu Lang. Although Hu Lang could leave the medical room, he had lost too much blood previously and was very weak. Even walking was a struggle, and he could only barely sit. Of course, everyone advised him not to accompany the vehicle, but he was worried and felt that it was inappropriate to miss this time, so he insisted on being present. As for Qin Yuanmin, she claimed she was just hitching a ride. Anyway, there happened to be an empty seat, so it seemed reasonable for her to sit there. Today's hoisting operation was very important and would certainly have difficulties, with many issues only discoverable during the operation. However, once the hoisting of the third module was successful and we had gained experience, the remaining second and first modules will be much simpler. Hu Lang said meaningfully, "So today we must succeed and not fail." Wang Yunhan countered, "When have you not said that?" Lin Luo, Hu Lang, and Qin Yuanmin couldn't help but laugh. The maintenance vehicle's job was to control the winch on the ground, which would pull the third module away from the outer wall of the launch pad to reduce friction and increase lifting speed, while also avoiding any impact that might damage the module or protruding parts of the outer wall. So the team took their positions for the final checks, and after 5 minutes, they would begin the hoisting. Report any problems immediately. Do not delay or ignore. Professor Luo's voice echoed over the public channel. Group 1, inspection complete. Everything is normal. Group 2, inspection complete. Everything is normal. The maintenance vehicle belonged to Group 8, and they also reported everything was normal. Good. All groups are normal. Final countdown in 10 seconds. Just as Professor Luo counted down to 3, an unusual tremor suddenly shook the ground. The earthquake monitoring device installed near the camp immediately sent an emergency alert. An earthquake is coming, with energy approaching magnitude 8. Depth. The faces of everyone turned pale. An earthquake occurring at this critical moment was unexpected, especially since it had been calm for over a month without any seismic activity. Evacuate the construction site. Move away from the launch pad. Professor Luo immediately issued the command. Various vehicles began to retreat, while those at the top of the launch pad's control pulley and winch quickly boarded transport vehicles and rushed down. Everyone ran to an open area at least 200 meters away from the launch pad, anxiously watching the launch pad swaying in the earthquake. If the ice block launch pad were to collapse, all their hard work would be in vain. If the N1 module were damaged, all hope would be lost. No one wanted to see any of these possibilities. However, no one noticed that danger was approaching. The hundreds of ice cracks in the open area, originally only a few to several centimeters wide, were now rapidly expanding at a visible speed. Crack. Without warning, the 2 left wheels of the engineering vehicle fell into an ice crack that had opened wide, causing the vehicle to tilt sharply to the left, startling everyone inside. Quickly restore level status. Hu Lang instructed. Wang Yunhan and Lin Luo control the mechanical arms to lift the vehicle's body on the adjacent ice surface and then move it sideways to place the wheels back on the ice. However, before they could catch their breath, another ice crack, 7 or 8 meters wide, appeared beneath the vehicle. The entire vehicle fell into the ice crack. Fortunately, the 2 mechanical arms quickly spread out to the sides, supporting the vehicle. More hands! Hu Lang shouted, his anxiety causing him to suddenly faint. Lin Luo then controlled the 2 mechanical arms to stretch out sideways, pressing against the ice surface to prevent the vehicle from falling. Engine pressure is increasing, Wang Yunhan reported. At this moment, all 4 mechanical arms were acting as fixed support points, essentially bearing the entire weight of the vehicle. This state could not be sustained for long. The engine would continue to overheat and eventually burn out. Stay calm. We need to move the vehicle away from the ice crack. Move forward. The two maneuvered the mechanical arms, transforming them into mechanical legs to crawl forward. The ice crack was narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. Another 50 meters ahead, the crack's width was only about 2 meters, which wouldn't allow the vehicle to fall in. Creak, creak. The mechanical legs took slow, heavy steps, pushing forward. Everyone inside the vehicle could feel the temperature rising. Lin Luo's neck and chin began to sweat. Although the outdoor temperature on Europa was over -100 degrees, all vehicles were coated with insulation, preventing thermal exchange between the exterior and the vehicle, which still needed to dissipate heat through its system. Because the engine was operating under high load, the heat that couldn't be expelled in time was building up inside the cabin. Call for rescue, call for rescue. Qin Yuemin used the communicator to call for help. However, they were not the only vehicle in this predicament. Many others were also in danger and needed self-rescue or assistance. Others couldn't spare any help. Professor Luo issued a notice. This area is unstable. Move northwest immediately. At this time, the earthquake had ceased, but new ice cracks continued to appear on the ground, seemingly with a delay. This was understandable, because beneath Europa's kilometers-thick ice shell lies an ocean hundreds of kilometers deep. Aside from the mantle, Europa could be considered a water ball. The water in the ocean also moves with the planet's rotation, and during an earthquake, the water in the ocean surges violently, impacting the ice shell. This impact could last for a long time. After all, everyone knows that water shaken violently in a container does not settle quickly. We're almost there. Almost out of the ice crack zone. Wang Yunhan exclaimed excitedly, just 10 more meters. Suddenly, the vehicle tilted sharply to the right. This time, the ice crack did not open, but the joint at the end of one mechanical leg on the right side broke. Stop, we can't climb anymore. Or the other mechanical arm won't be able to bear half the weight of the vehicle and will break too. Lin Luo shouted nervously. Chapter 45. Abandoning the commander to save the vehicle. Lin Luo glanced at the screens on both sides and said, "There's a way. We can fully extend the two mechanical legs on the left side so that the 3 wheels on the right side of the vehicle can land on the ice surface. This way, with the wheels bearing some of the weight, the mechanical legs won't break." Wang Yunhan immediately nodded and said, "I agree." Following Lin Luo's instructions, the 2 mechanical legs on the left side fully extended, and then the vehicle moved to the right, allowing the 3 wheels on the right to land on the ice. However, this meant we couldn't move forward. Wang Yunhan anxiously said, "We don't know if the ice crack will continue to widen. Staying here is too unsafe." Lin Luo turned to look at Captain Hu and Qin Yuemin, saying, "You all put on your helmets, and help the captain put his on too. Then get out of the vehicle through the right door immediately. While nothing has gone wrong yet, hurry and evacuate to a flat, open area. If other vehicles see you, they should come to assist." Qin Yuemin immediately asked, "And what about you? It's too dangerous for you to stay in the vehicle alone. Shaolin, don't be a hero. Come down with us. Is the vehicle more important than lives?" If it were a normal situation, Lin Luo would certainly agree with abandoning the vehicle to save the people. If the captain were awake, he would also support this view. Lives are certainly more important than a maintenance vehicle. Even though a multifunctional maintenance vehicle costs over 30 million, most people would never earn that much in a lifetime. However, this is a special time. The construction of a launch pad is nearing the mid to late stage, and the hoisting work is about to be completed. We absolutely cannot lose the maintenance vehicle. Otherwise, if any subsequent equipment gets damaged, we would have to rely on manual repairs, which would be inefficient and too difficult, especially for many large pieces of equipment that can't be handled manually at all. Lin Luo, what use is it for you to stay? Do you think you have the ability to get the maintenance vehicle out of the ice crack? Wang Yunhan asked. I don't know, but I have to find a way to save the maintenance vehicle. We can't be without it. Shaolin, get out of the vehicle with me. Qin Yuemin had already put on her helmet, but hadn't pulled down the transparent visor yet. She stepped forward to pull Lin Luo's hand. Lin Luo remained unmoved. Sister Min, please respect my choice. Hearing this, Qin Yuemin stiffened, slowly releasing Lin Luo's hand, her gaze dimming as she softly said, "Then I'll wait for you outside." Wang Yunhan helped Hu Lang put on his helmet, put one on herself, and then supported Hu Lang toward the right double-sealed door. Qin Yuemin opened the door. letting Wang Yunhan and Hu Lang go out first, then turned back to take a deep look at Lin Luo's back, pulled down her visor, stepped back, and closed the inner sealed door. From the screen, Lin Luo saw that the three had already exited the vehicle and started walking away. Wang Yunhan was struggling a bit to support Hu Lang alone, so Qin Yuemin proactively went to assist her. Lin Luo suddenly found it amusing. If the captain saw him in this embarrassing state, he would surely feel ashamed, a grown man needing two girls to help him walk. "Shaolin, I'll wait for you," Qin Yuemin said in the team channel. Lin Luo forced a smile. "Sister Min, I need to focus on the operation next, so I have to turn off the communication system." Qin Yuemin suddenly shouted, "Good luck." Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. When did this professor start cheering like a little girl? After turning off the communication system, he wiped the sweat from his neck with a towel, took a deep breath, and began to implement his plan to save the maintenance vehicle. The current situation of the maintenance vehicle was as follows. More than half of the vehicle was suspended over a 12-meter wide ice crack, with the two mechanical legs on the left almost fully extended, allowing the right wheels to touch the ice surface. The two mechanical legs on the right had one already broken, and the other was bent to maintain balance on the ground. Lin Luo had to find a way to get all 6 wheels of the maintenance vehicle back on the ice surface so that it could move away from this dangerous area filled with ice cracks. His idea was simple. If he could extend the left mechanical leg a few more meters, it could push the vehicle to the right, allowing all the wheels to touch the ground. The first problem to solve was that the hydraulic telescopic rods inside the mechanical legs had already extended to their maximum limit. So how could they be extended further? Lin Luo's idea was to use a drilling machine and drill bit. He saw one of the mechanical legs on the left lift up, while at the same time, the cargo compartment opened, and the mechanical leg grabbed the drilling machine and attached it, then attached a 10-meter-long, 18-centimeters drill bit. He planned to drill the bit into the inner wall of the ice crack. With the drill bit inserted into the inner wall, the mechanical arm grabbing the drill bit would effectively gain additional distance, potentially pushing the vehicle to the right and getting it fully back on the ice surface. Of course, this action was very risky. Who knew if the surrounding ice wall would collapse due to the violent vibrations during drilling? If the two mechanical legs on the left lost their foothold, the vehicle would lose support, roll to the left, and fall into the abyss. However, to save the maintenance vehicle, he had to take the risk. The drill bit pressed against the ice wall, and then the drilling machine began to rotate the drill bit, gradually increasing speed. Lin Luo held his breath, staring intently. Good, the drill bit has gone in very smoothly, he thought. When the drill bit reached a depth of 4 meters, Lin Luo commanded it to stop, then unlocked the drilling machine's locking function, shifting it back to detach it from the drill bit. The mechanical arm grabbed the exposed 6-meter drill bit, applied pressure, and found it quite secure. Lin Luo was greatly encouraged. It turned out his idea was feasible, but one drill bit was still not enough. He needed to drill another one. At this moment, the other mechanical arm on the left connected to the drilling machine and drill bit, positioning itself 5 meters away from the previous drilling location to drill another hole. The drill bit entered the ice wall smoothly, encountering no resistance. However, after 2 meters of drilling, radial cracks suddenly appeared around the hole, and before Lin Luo could react, these cracks extended upward, shattering into several large chunks of ice that fell into the ice crack below. Lin Luo gasped. This unexpected situation was not something he had anticipated. However, this was just a minor issue. He could simply change position and drill another hole. This time, he moved to the right side of the first inserted drill bit, maintaining a 4-meter distance, and began drilling again. After a dozen seconds, the drill bit had entered 4 meters. He removed the drill bit, put the drilling machine back in the cargo compartment, and then extended the mechanical arm to grab the second drill bit he had inserted. Everything was ready. He just needed to push outward with both mechanical arms simultaneously to complete the task. Lin Luo's heart raced. He felt an unprecedented tension, but also a kind of indescribable excitement rising within him. At this moment, he felt like a fearless king, unafraid of anything, only filled with anticipation to see the outcome of his fate as soon as possible. Chapter 46. Reversal. The two mechanical arms on the left side of the maintenance vehicle grasped the drill bit and slowly extended, pushing the vehicle slightly to the right. Lin Luo closely observed the state of the surrounding ice wall around the two drill bits. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the ice wall above drill bit number 1. And soon after, drill bit number 2 also broke. Both drill bits tilted downwards at an angle of more than 10 degrees. Lin Luo dared not hasten the extension of the mechanical arms, fearing that deeper cracks would form, causing both drill bits to break free. As a precaution, the right mechanical arm quickly retrieved a drilling machine from the cargo compartment, fitted it with a 10-meter drill bit, and immediately began to drill into the ice surface on the right side. After the drill bit penetrated the ice, the mechanical arm kept the drilling machine connected to the drill bit, thus creating a stable pulling force by tugging on the drill bit anchored to the ground. This pulling force from the right side could alleviate the pressure exerted on the drill bits by the two mechanical arms on the left side. At that moment, not far away on the ice surface, Qin Yuemin and Wang Yunhan were watching the movements of the maintenance vehicle, leaving Hu Lang lying on the ground. "Come on, just a little bit more. Shaolin, you can do it. I believe you'll be fine," Qin Yuemin murmured softly. What is he thinking? Isn't this risking his life? It's not worth it for the maintenance vehicle. It's still not too late to get out. Wang Yunhan shook her head sadly. Lin Luo closed his eyes, gripping the control levers with both hands, and urged the three mechanical arms to exert force. The two mechanical arms on the left side fully extended, while, simultaneously, the right mechanical arm fully retracted. In an instant, the vehicle moved 2 meters to the right, and the 3 wheels on the left side landed on the ice surface. As soon as Lin Luo felt the vibrations from the left side of the vehicle, he knew he had succeeded. Then he drove the wheels and steered the vehicle to the right, quickly escaping the ice crevice. The maintenance vehicle arrived in front of Qin Yuemin and Wang Yunhan, and the automatic outer door opened. Qin Yuemin was the first to step onto the platform and rush inside, then close the outer door and open the inner door. As soon as she entered the cockpit, she threw herself onto Lin Luo, hugging him tightly. "Shaolin, congratulations, you made it back alive." She boldly and passionately pressed her lips against his. "Sister Min, I told you it would be fine." Lin Luo felt completely drained, allowing his girlfriend to act as she pleased. Soon after, Wang Yunhan brought Hu Lang back to the cockpit. However, Qin Yuemin showed no signs of embarrassment and continued to sit on Lin Luo's lap. After Wang Yunhan helped the captain back into his seat and fastened his seatbelt, she quietly returned to her own seat. "This isn't the time for showy affection. We need to gather with everyone. There are still others who need our help. Sister Min, you should sit back. I need to drive," Lin Luo said softly, seemingly afraid of upsetting Wang Yunhan. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Qin Yuemin kissed Lin Luo on the cheek again before reluctantly shifting her legs back to her own seat. After that, Lin Luo drove the maintenance vehicle towards the gathering point. All other vehicles had gathered in the area without cracks. Several vehicles showed varying degrees of deformation and damage. Wang Yunhan sighed helplessly. "Now our workload is going to increase." At that moment, Lin Luo noticed 3 transport vehicles, but it seemed that one was missing. Only 2 were present. The transport vehicles were all marked with numbers and different colors. The missing transport vehicle was driven by Lu Hong just a few days ago. Lin Luo had executed the water-filling task with him and later collaborated at the launch site, so they were somewhat familiar. Lin Luo asked on the public channel, "Where's transport vehicle T9? Where is Lu Hong?" "T9 has, unfortunately, perished. It fell into a crevice. We called for Lu Hong, but there has been no response. It's likely he is in grave danger." Sigh, Lu Hong wasn't married and still has a 60-year-old mother at home. Came the responses from everyone. Professor Luo's voice rang out from the life sign detection data. "Lu Hong has fallen in the line of duty. It's regrettable that we couldn't save him at that time. Lin Luo, we also saw the predicament you were in, but we noticed you were trying to get out of it on your own, and since you turned off the communication systems in your helmet and vehicle, we knew you didn't want to be disturbed, so I didn't call everyone over. You really made everyone nervous earlier. Fortunately, you are safe and back." Amy's voice sounded. "Lin Luo, you must give me half an hour later. I want to do a special interview with you. You can also join Professor Qin. I need multi-angle news material. I also want to cooperate with your work. If I can find the time, I have no objections." Lin Luo replied listlessly. I didn't expect another acquaintance to sacrifice, and with the body falling into the crevice, it can only sleep forever on a distant alien planet. At this moment, Lin Luo enlarged the image of the launch site on the screen and saw a shocking scene. There were small-scale collapses on the left wing and rear of the launch platform. Thankfully, the launch platform hadn't completely fallen, but felt precarious. It seemed that a significant amount of time and effort would be required for repair work in the coming days. Fortunately, all 4 modules of the Nuwa had remained intact, including the already upright 4th module, which had not been affected by the earthquake. Lin Luo suddenly recalled the captain mentioning that time was running out. With this back-and-forth situation, time was indeed insufficient. It was estimated that they could return home in another half a month, but now it would be delayed again. All they could do was hope that the supply rocket launched from Mars would arrive soon. Otherwise, in the face of severe food shortages, it will be difficult for everyone to endure. The earthquake is over. There shouldn't be aftershocks. Everyone, follow me back to the camp. Today we will rest for the day. We will discuss tomorrow's work arrangement in the evening meeting. Professor Luo issued the directive. Received. Other vehicles followed the red transport vehicle where Professor Luo was, avoiding the crevices on the ground, and made their way toward the camp in a winding manner. After finally returning to the camp, everyone relaxed their spirits and slumped onto the sofas, not wanting to move. Shaolin, aren't you going to sleep? Qin Yuemin asked with concern. I think you'd better get a good sleep. Your complexion is very pale. Don't push yourself, okay? I am indeed very tired, but I definitely can't sleep at a time like this. Lin Luo sighed heavily. The changes that had occurred today were too severe and exceeded expectations. Just thinking about the increased workload in the future gave him a splitting headache. Don't think about the future. That's just a waste of energy. I know, but I can't control my thoughts. I have tranquilizers. Do you need some? They can help clear your mind and relax your body. Okay, I want some. If you have such good stuff, you should have taken it out earlier. Aren't you afraid of side effects? I trust that Sister Min wouldn't harm me. Qin Yuemin smiled and pinched Lin Luo's face, saying in a low voice, Shaolin, being with you is very enjoyable. Lin Luo quietly held Qin Yuemin's hand and replied, Me too. Chapter 47 Interview After dinner. Some people returned to their rest cabins while others stayed in the hall. The atmosphere in the hall felt somewhat dull and oppressive. It's no wonder, as such a huge upheaval had occurred that morning. No one could maintain a good mood. Just thinking about how many efforts had gone to waste made it even more distressing, yet there was nothing they could do. Lin Luo checked his sister's voice message in the rest cabin. I hope to see my brother before the new year. I really like the new year. Last year, I watched the electronic fireworks display at Nanyue Square, and I still remember it. I want to see it again. Brother, I haven't had much going on lately, so you don't need to worry about me. Just focus on your work. I will study hard. The teacher is teaching equations now, and I will learn them quickly. When I grow up, I will definitely become an electronics technician and create better-looking electronic fireworks for more people to see. Lin Luo frowned deeply. The new year. He didn't know if he would have the chance to celebrate it. The current situation was filled with too much uncertainty. Usually, when faced with such a devastating situation, Professor Luo would come out to speak and inspire everyone. But tonight, he only spoke a few words before hastily ending the conversation. Although this mission had been fraught with difficulties, as long as we work together with a shared purpose and closely cooperate, we can definitely overcome the challenges in the end. Don't dwell on what happened today. Tomorrow we will start over, and in a few days, we can restore our original progress. Everyone could see that the determination and perseverance in Professor Luo's voice and expression were forced. He had clearly lost his confidence inside. The series of disasters had repeatedly delayed their return journey, and the stored food was estimated to be running low. Tonight's dinner portion was only half of what it usually was, pitifully small, barely enough to fill a quarter of their stomachs. If they were too hungry to bear it, they would have to resort to drinking water to stave off hunger. Fortunately, due to the accident today, everyone was feeling down, and naturally, their appetites weren't very good, so no one complained about the reduced food portions. However, they still needed to continue working intensely. How could such a meager amount of food sustain their energy and stamina? Lin Luo knew that Professor Luo must be feeling very troubled at this moment. As a leader, the pressure he bore was far greater than anyone else's. He imagined, if I were the leader, what could I do to boost morale and strengthen belief? That's right, entertainment activities. The reason everyone was surrounded by melancholy after the disaster was that the camp lacked entertainment. Even on the most critical frontline battlefield, soldiers still need entertainment. Otherwise, if they remain tense without relaxation, they might break down before even facing dire straits. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to provide everyone with a form of entertainment to help them forget their worries and regain their vitality. Professor Luo understood this well. Last time, he activated the holographic game projector in the hall, allowing everyone to experience the joy of visiting a wildlife park in the game. However, using the same trick again wouldn't work this time. First, the novelty of the game had worn off after one experience. Secondly, the animals and scenery of Earth would only make everyone feel that returning to Earth was even more out of reach. Suddenly, Lin Luo thought of Amy. He used the communicator to input Amy's spacesuit number. Amy quickly answered, "Who is this?" "Lin Luo." "Oh, what a rare guest. Lin Luo, you came to find me. So there must be something special you want to say, right?" "Not particularly, but AI. Didn't you say you wanted to interview me last time?" "I'm free now." "Huh. You still remember that. I thought you were just brushing me off." "Wait a moment. Let me turn on the recording function and check my notes." I have 9 questions I want to ask you. Let's go through them one by one." "Sure. Do you need me to send you the questions in advance to confirm?" "Isn't that too much trouble? I'm not a celebrity." "Okay, then I'll start asking now." Amy's first question was very simple. She just asked about Lin Luo's personal situation. "You really have it tough. Still, Haven T finished paying for your family's burial expenses. And the special school your sister attends has high tuition fees too. I don't want to say much about that. Everyone has their difficulties. Like you, I believe you definitely didn't participate in this plan for fame or profit." "Hee, Lin Luo. You really know how to empathize. I do have my reasons for coming to Europa, and it might sound a bit funny. I had a breakup, and that kind of pain made me fearless. So when I heard the company was involved in such a dangerous plan, I volunteered to join." "Oh." Lin Luo didn't respond. He hadn't expected Amy, who always seemed so spirited and cheerful, to hide such a story behind her. If she hadn't said it, who would have guessed? Back to the topic. This is my interview with you. How did it turn around? Next question. Are you and Professor Qin in a romantic relationship? Yes. Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Although he hadn't asked Qin Yuem in for her opinion, her recent public displays of affection had made it clear. There seemed to be no point in trying to hide it. "I can understand how you feel right now. Like every couple in love, you feel that this dull and boring world has become more beautiful and richer because of each other, thinking of each other every moment, hoping to see each other's love in every word and action. Pretty much, but not that exaggerated. Could it be? No way, I hope I'm wrong. What do you mean? What are you guessing?" "I guess between the two of you, Professor Qin is the one actively pursuing. She's the one chasing you. So your feelings aren't as strong because the one being loved always feels secure." Memories of Lin Luo's interactions with Qin Yuemin flashed through his mind. He couldn't say that she was pursuing him because he liked her too. He just felt that it was impossible between them, so he never thought about taking action. He only wanted to keep this beautiful feeling deep in his heart. Her repeated expressions of affection had encouraged him to muster the courage to face his feelings for her. After all, whether they could return to Earth was uncertain. Why consider future difficulties? Isn't it most important to cherish the present beauty? This was his later thought, and it was also his current thought. Your perspective is really open-minded. I agree with your view. If you encounter true love, you should love wholeheartedly without reservation, leaving no regrets. Even if the outcome is painful, at least you won't regret it for life. I support you. Thank you. But it's a pity. Your colleague Xiao Wang actually likes you quite a bit. I can tell. During the first earthquake, when you fell in the crevice, she risked everything to save you, which isn't something that can be explained by just colleague feelings. I've already made it clear to her that there's nothing between us. Sigh. The fallen flowers have intentions, but the flowing water is heartless. I hope Xiao Wang can get out of her emotional predicament soon. Amy hurriedly said, "Oh, it seems I've gone off topic again. I need to finish asking the questions quickly. I can't waste your precious rest time." "It's fine. I'm not in a hurry. I'm not too tired yet. I'm just worried that Professor Qin might look for you at this time. If she finds your line occupied for too long, she might easily overthink. Women in love are like that. As long as I explain it clearly to her, it'll be fine. I'm just cooperating with your work." "Okay, Thanks for your cooperation. I wish everyone could cooperate like you. The third question, using ice bricks to make a launch pad. I heard this idea was yours. Why did you come up with such a good solution? It's nothing special. It's about adapting to local conditions and using available materials. I think it's the most economical and efficient approach. Of course, the launch pad made of ice bricks also has an irremovable flaw. The overall structure is not stable enough, and the external hardness is insufficient. The recent meteorite fall and this earthquake have proven that point. Indeed, but this is still a solution when there are no other options. Having a solution is better than having none. The fourth question, regarding today, the maintenance vehicle almost fell into a crevice, and everyone else abandoned the vehicle and ran out. Why did you stay inside? Because I couldn't abandon the maintenance vehicle. I believe the importance of the maintenance vehicle doesn't need explanation. Once we lose the maintenance vehicle and those large repair tools, our maintenance team would basically be rendered useless. Without the ability to repair, many subsequent tasks cannot be carried out. I think it's a major issue worth risking my life for. Applause came from a loudspeaker. You are truly far-sighted and selfless. Just this fearless spirit alone is unmatched by many. I admire you greatly. It's not as lofty as you say, because I want to go back too. I can't let lost hope slip away from my hands, and I am quite confident in my control abilities, which is why I dare to take the risk. Exceptional courage and top-notch skills. Can you stop praising me? It's too embarrassing. All right, then let us move on to the fifth question. After about 10 minutes, we reach the ninth question, which is also the last one. Lin Luo, what do you think about the future of our team? Are you an optimist or a pessimist? The current situation is easily discouraging, and I am affected by it too. But I'm not someone who just leaves things to fate. I believe the most important task ahead is not to repair the damaged launch pad, but to mend the gradually dispersing hearts of the people. Mending hearts? That's an interesting way to put it. So, what do you think we should do to mend hearts? Entertainment. Entertainment? Yes, we have been lacking entertainment recently, which makes our attention solely focused on work and whether we can return to Earth. If people are always preoccupied with such heavy themes, they obviously cannot relax and can only repeat monotonous tasks like low-level robots. In such a state, work efficiency will definitely drop and mental fatigue will easily lead to mistakes. That makes sense. At first, everyone could enjoy outdoor activities like ice skating and play card games in the hall. Recently, however, everyone has been busy with work, and even when they come back, they lack the energy and mood to play games. Exactly. So we need some non-gaming entertainment. I can't guess your thoughts. Can you give a hint? Do you remember that Arctic Bear Company is the main commercial sponsor of this plan? They paid a sponsorship fee of $50 billion. Of course, I remember. When this news was announced, it sparked a heated discussion. After all, it's rare for a company to be willing to invest such a large sum to sponsor a space program. They didn't sponsor for free. There's an outdoor advertising contract, right? Advertising contract, oh right. The condition for them to pay the sponsorship fee was for the space team to build a three-dimensional billboard on Europa and shoot an advertisement in front of it. In this era of advanced space exploration, more and more companies are willing to spend money to sponsor space teams, putting their company or product advertisements into outer space to showcase their financial strength and expand brand influence. The Arctic Bear Company is a frozen food company that specializes in various frozen products. They commissioned the Europa team to build a 5-meter-high trademark billboard, which is provided by the company and is stored in the Fushi spacecraft's warehouse. According to the original plan, if everything went smoothly, the billboard and advertisement would be set up on the last day because that was the simplest and easiest task, requiring no effort at all. However, after the unexpected events, everyone only thought about repairing the new spacecraft and returning to Earth as soon as possible. It seems that everyone has forgotten about the Arctic Bear billboard. Or perhaps everyone hasn't forgotten. It's just that, comparatively, the billboard is no longer important. They should be spending their precious time on repairing the Shenzhou spacecraft. Even if they ultimately fail to meet the Arctic Bear Company's requirements, they could at most refund a small portion of the fee. After all, the title of exclusive brand sponsor for the Europa ice-breaking project has already been established, and both Shenzhou spacecraft and the metallic camp have the Arctic Bear logo on them. Achieving the advertising effect. What did you think of the advertisement issue? What does it have to do with entertainment? Amy asked in confusion. Of course it does. If it were just about erecting a billboard, there wouldn't be much to say, but shooting an advertisement is different. Please come up with a detailed plan to get everyone involved in shooting the advertisement. You can negotiate with the manufacturer, and if you consult them at night, you'll definitely get a reply by tomorrow morning. Sure, no problem, leave it to me. But will Professor Luo agree? Isn't it a bit untimely to shoot an advertisement? I will find a way to persuade him. From your tone, you seem quite confident. Professor Luo isn't the type to be rigid and conservative. As long as I clarify the reasons, he has no reason not to agree. All right, let's end today's interview here. I've taken up quite a bit of your time. I'll contact the manufacturer right away, huh? Tomorrow is definitely something to look forward to. Thank you for your hard work. Good night. Good night. Chapter 48 Polar Bear Company, thank you. However, it's a pity that your colleague Xiao Wang actually likes you quite a bit. I can tell. When the first earthquake happened and you fell into the ice crevice, she risked herself to save you. This is not something that can be explained by just colleague feelings. I've already made it clear to her that there's nothing between us. Unrequited love. I hope Xiao Wang can get out of her emotional predicament soon. Amy quickly said, "Oh, it seems I've gone off topic again. I need to finish my questions soon. I can't waste your precious rest time." "It's okay, no rush. I'm not too tired yet. I'm just afraid that Professor Chin might come looking for you. If she finds your line busy for too long, she might overthink it. A woman in love tends to do that. I'll explain it to her clearly. It won't be a problem. I'm just cooperating with your work." "All right. Thanks for your cooperation. It would be great if everyone was as cooperative as you." The third question, using ice bricks to build the launch pad. I heard this idea came from you. Why did you think of this good method? It's nothing special, just adapting to local conditions and using available materials. I think this is the most economical and efficient approach. Of course, there are irremovable flaws in a launch pad made of ice bricks, such as insufficient overall stability and external hardness. The last meteorite fall and this earthquake have proven that. Indeed, but this is the best approach we have under the circumstances. Having a method is better than having none. The fourth question, regarding today's incident, the maintenance vehicle almost fell into the ice crevice, and everyone else abandoned the vehicle and ran out. Why did you stay in the vehicle? Because I can't abandon the maintenance vehicle. I don't think I need to explain the importance of the maintenance vehicle. Once we lose it and those large maintenance tools, our maintenance team will basically be rendered useless. Without repairs, many subsequent tasks can't proceed. I think it's a matter of great significance, worth risking my life for. Applause came from the loudspeaker. You are truly far-sighted and selfless. Just this fearless spirit alone is hard to match. I admire you greatly. It's not as lofty as you say, because I want to go back too. I can't let the hope I've lost slip away from my hands. And I'm quite confident in my ability to control the situation, so I dared to take the risk. Courageous and skilled. Can you stop praising me? It's too embarrassing. All right, then let us move on to the fifth question. After about 10 minutes, they reached the ninth question, the last one. Lin Luo, how do you see the future of our team? Are you an optimist or a pessimist? The current situation can easily lead to pessimism, and I am affected too, but I'm not the kind of person who resigns to fate. I think the most important task ahead is not to repair the damaged launch pad, but to mend the gradually dispersing hearts of the people. Mend hearts? That's an interesting way to put it. So how do you think we should go about mending hearts? Entertainment. Entertainment? Yes, we've been lacking entertainment lately, which causes us to focus all our attention on work and whether we can return to Earth. If a person constantly thinks about such heavy themes, they certainly can't relax. They can only repeat tedious work like a low-level robot. And in such a state, work efficiency will definitely drop. And mental fatigue can lead to mistakes. That makes sense. At first, everyone could enjoy outdoor sports like ice skating and play card games in the hall. But recently, everyone has been busy working, and even when they come back, they have no energy or mood to play games. Exactly. So we need some non-game entertainment. I can't guess your thoughts. Can you give a hint? Do you remember that Polar Bear Company is the main commercial sponsor of this plan? They donated $50 billion in sponsorship fees. Of course, I remember. When this news was announced, it sparked a lot of discussion. After all, very few companies are willing to spend such a large sum to sponsor a space program. They didn't sponsor for free. There's an outdoor advertising contract, right? Advertising contract. Oh, right. The condition for them to pay the sponsorship fee was that the space team would build a three-dimensional billboard on Europa and shoot an advertisement in front of it. In this era of space advancement, more and more companies are willing to spend money to sponsor space teams to get their company or product advertisements into outer space to showcase their financial strength and expand brand influence. Polar Bear Company is a frozen food company that specializes in producing various frozen foods. They commissioned the Europa team to build a 5-meter-high trademark billboard, which is stored in the Fushi spacecraft's warehouse. According to the original plan, if everything went smoothly, the billboard and advertisement would be erected and filmed on the last day, as it was the simplest and easiest task, requiring no effort at all. However, after the unexpected changes, everyone only thought about repairing the new spacecraft and returning to Earth as soon as possible. It seems everyone forgot about the polar bear billboard. Or perhaps everyone didn't actually forget. It's just that compared to the current situation, the billboard seems unimportant, and they should spend their precious time on repairing the Starship. Even if we ultimately fail to complete the Polar Bear Company's requirements as agreed, we can at most refund a small amount of their fees. After all, the title of the exclusive commercial sponsor of the Europa ice-breaking project has already been established, and the polar bear logo is on the hulls of both starships and the metal camp, achieving the advertising effect. Why did you think of the advertising matter? What does it have to do with entertainment? Amy asked, puzzled. Of course, it has something to do with it. If it's just about putting up a billboard, there's not much to say, but filming an advertisement is different. Please come up with a detailed plan to get everyone involved in shooting the advertisement. You can negotiate with the manufacturers, and if you consult them at night, you'll definitely get a response by tomorrow morning. Sure, no problem. I'll take care of it, but will Professor Luo agree? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to shoot an advertisement at this time? I will find a way to persuade him. From your tone, it seems you are quite confident. Professor Luo isn't the kind of rigid and stubborn traditionalist. As long as the reasons are explained clearly, there's no reason for him to refuse. All right, let us end today's interview here. I've taken up a lot of your time. I'll contact the manufacturers right away. Tomorrow will be exciting. Thank you for your hard work. Good night. Good night. Chapter 49, Two-Person World. The next day, early in the morning, Professor Luo walked out of his office with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Last night, he had reported the situation here to the leaders and experts at the space base, and, in the end, he was so exhausted that he just lay down on the sofa in his office and fell asleep. Professor Luo walked through the corridor, preparing to enter the hall to have breakfast with everyone. He had already asked the personnel responsible for food distribution to cut the food ration in half, and he believed every team member had noticed, but what could be done? The remaining food was nearly depleted, and they could only try to reduce consumption as much as possible. Meanwhile, the carbon dioxide to starch processing machine in the camp was already running at full power. This machine could convert carbon dioxide in the air into starch, which is an important nutrient for the human body. However, it could only produce 1 kilogram of starch in 24 hours at most. 1 kilogram of starch sounds like a lot, but with over 20 team members, each person could only get at most 1 bowl of paste. On the cold planet of Obaro, there was completely no food source. During this time, Professor Luo had reviewed various data collected by the deep-sea submersible in the underwater ocean and found no signs of fish or other aquatic life. Even if there were fish, it would be impossible to catch them through several kilometers of ice. As he reached the intersection of the front corridor, suddenly a person walked towards him from the right. It was Lin Luo. Professor Luo rarely remembered the name of a repairman, but Lin Luo's performance was so outstanding that he could not forget it. Moreover, during this special period, the importance of the repairman was unparalleled. Lin Luo, why are you coming this way? Aren't you going to the hall for breakfast? Professor Luo, I came specifically to find you. Oh, is there something urgent? Professor Luo observed Lin Luo's expression, but Lin Luo did not seem anxious at all. Actually, I have a proposal today that I want to discuss with you privately, Lin Luo said in a low voice. Go ahead. Professor Luo showed a friendly smile and patted Lin Luo's shoulder to encourage him. Lin Luo spoke frankly and simply conveyed his thought from last night to Professor Luo. Professor Luo's expression changed slightly. In the past, if he had heard someone say they needed a whole day to shoot some advertisement, He would have been furious and blamed the other person for not knowing the priorities. Now, however, he patiently wanted to hear Lin Luo's reasoning. From what he knew about Lin Luo, he should not be the type of person who seeks pleasure. Due to a series of unfortunate events recently, everyone's morale was quite low. Under these circumstances, if they continued to work at the same high intensity as usual, it was likely that someone might fall ill or make operational mistakes, which could lead to significant losses. Professor Luo nodded. The team members' physical and mental states were indeed approaching their limits, and this condition could not be maintained for long. People and machines are still distinctly different. Lin Luo continued. Therefore, it is necessary to allow everyone to rest appropriately and provide some entertainment. Professor Luo nodded again. Setting up the advertisement board and shooting the advertisement is one of our tasks. It was just postponed due to unforeseen circumstances. Now we can pick it up again and make this task a way for everyone to regain their spirits. Setting up the advertisement board is straightforward. Just dig a foundation and assemble a few sections of the advertisement board. As for shooting the advertisement, it's not just shooting a random video. Do you already have an idea? I just asked Amy. She contacted the manufacturer last night and received a response this morning. The manufacturer sent several shooting plans, and she chose one that we can handle. She will direct it and lead everyone in completing this advertisement. Professor Luo's eyes lit up, and he said, "Great. You all have already discussed this without telling me. This is well done. It saves time. So it's settled. After breakfast, you will personally go to install the advertisement board, and Amy will stay in the hall to hold a meeting to explain how to shoot the advertisement. How does that arrangement sound?" "No problem." Afterward, the two went to the hall together. When the people sitting in the hall saw Lin Luo and Professor Luo appear together, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Professor Luo urged everyone to finish breakfast quickly as there was an important announcement to make. Everyone finished their breakfast in less than 5 minutes. A small piece of solid protein, a small pancake, and a cup of sugar water. Professor Luo announced, "Today we will not go to the construction site, but we cannot rest. We have other things to do." Everyone exchanged glances and began to discuss quietly. No one could guess what Professor Luo was planning. "We have 2 tasks today. The first task is to set up the polar bear advertisement board, and the second task is to shoot a segment of advertisement around this board. This is actually one of our unfinished tasks, and today we will take it out and complete it." Everyone fell silent, clearly not understanding the significance of this action. Professor Luo pointed to Amy and said, "I'll let Amy explain the details to you. She will be the director of the advertisement board and instruct everyone on how to shoot it." Amy, with a sweet smile, stepped onto the stage and began explaining the steps for shooting the advertisement, what positions were needed, and who would be responsible for which position. Lin Luo did not stay. After finishing breakfast, he went to the changing area at the door, changed into a space suit, put on his helmet, and quietly went out. He had already heard Amy's explanation in the morning and felt there was no need to listen again. Now he needed to install the advertisement board as soon as possible. As he walked out of the camp, he received a communication call from Qin Yuemin. "Shaolin, where are you sneaking off to? Didn't Professor Luo say we don't need to go to the construction site today? He asked me to install the advertisement board. This task is something he arranged for me privately. Can I go with you? You want to come too?" "Why? It's not exactly a fun thing. I don't care if it's fun or not. I just really want to be with you. Although I know this is not appropriate, at least during your working hours. I shouldn't make such a request, as it will surely affect your work. But I find I can't control myself. So this is what it feels like to be unable to resist. I finally understand. Forget it. Just pretend I never said anything." Lin Luo's heart warmed, and he smiled. "Since you, Sister Min, have spoken up, how can I pretend I didn't hear? Sure, you can come along. It's just a simple task that won't affect anything. I'm waiting for you at the door. Can you come out in 3 minutes? I won't take that long. I could be out in a minute." In less than a minute, Qin Yuemin indeed came out from the camp gate in her space suit and helmet. They say that women's preparations before going out take a lot of time and effort, but this seems not to apply to Qin Yuemin. She walked up and took Lin Luo's arm, saying, "Let's go." The two got into a small transport vehicle parked nearby, and then Lin Luo drove towards the warehouse of the Fushi. "Is Xiao Wang not coming with us?" "Professor Luo only arranged for me to carry out the task. I can handle this small matter by myself, so I didn't call her. So now it's our 2-person world? Qin Yuemin tilted her head against Lin Luo's shoulder. Sister Min, there are cameras in the car too. Professor Luo can see every move we make through the top management system. Professor Luo wouldn't engage in such vulgar behavior as spying on others' privacy, would he? This can't be called spying, right? Monitoring the work status of team members in real time is a right that a leader can exercise. Qin Yuemin lightly scraped Lin Luo's nostril with her finger and sat up straight. Hee, just joking with you. Seeing your troubled expression is really adorable. Chapter 50 Advertisement You. So fast? Actually, I don't think it's fast, just average. I was just overreacting. Don't you wish it was faster? Of course not. Why? If it ends too quickly, we have to go back to the camp right away, and we can't continue our world for two. Minjia, when did you become so selfish? Only caring about your own happiness. Because I've realized that if we can't go back to Earth, we might as well enjoy the best time here. From the perspective of biological population development, it doesn't really matter if an individual lives a few decades more or less. An hour ago, Lin Luo drove the maintenance vehicle out of the warehouse, then used the mechanical arm to drag the billboard parts out and put them in the cargo compartment. He then took Qin Yuemin to an open space 500 meters away from the launch pad to dig the foundation for the billboard. The foundation was dug in just half an hour, and it took another half hour to insert the support for the billboard and assemble the lower and upper parts. The entire task was completed in just 1 hour. It was effortless and extremely simple. However, Qin Yuemin was not very eager to return to the camp so quickly. Because Lin Luo was out for work this time, while Qin Yuemin followed him out for a date, she naturally didn't want this rare date to end just like that. This could be considered a unique stubbornness of a woman in love, right? Then, let's take a couple of laps around and enjoy the breeze before heading back. Lin Luo proposed a compromise. Qin Yuemin snuggled up to Lin Luo and softly said, "I'll listen to you." So, Lin Luo drove the maintenance vehicle around the billboard, making 2 large circles with a diameter of a few kilometers before heading back. The mascot of the polar bear company was very festive, wearing a red scarf and smiling brightly, making one feel very comfortable just looking at it. Although I'm not a big fan of sweets. I have had polar bear ice cream many times, and it tastes really good. If only there was polar bear ice cream now, we could eat it together. Yeah, it would be great if there was ice cream. Ice cream is high in sugar, fat, and protein, providing a lot of calories. Usually, when people are hungry, they think of staple foods that can fill their stomachs, like rice, noodles, and bread. Hearing Qin Yuemin mention ice cream, Lin Luo now thought ice cream was pretty good too. Although it wouldn't make one feel full, it could quickly replenish energy. The maintenance vehicle drove to the Fushi, and Lin Luo switched to the maintenance vehicle to take Qin Yuemin back to the camp. On the way, he reported his work to Professor Luo, who expressed satisfaction and urged him to return quickly, as everyone would be going out to shoot the advertisement soon. And Amy had arranged a job for Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin that was within their capabilities. Entering the hall, everyone gathered in a semicircle, with Amy standing in the middle, using a remote-controlled laser pointer to point at the virtual screen, explaining the details and key points of the shoot. Lin Luo was quite surprised. She had been talking for over an hour and still hadn't finished. Is shooting an advertisement that complicated? Seeing Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin, Amy quickly gestured for them to sit down and listen. The male and female leads of the billboard have finally returned. As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin. They exchanged a glance, both a bit stunned, thinking that Amy would assign them some behind-the-scenes supporting work. But unexpectedly, the most important roles were given to them, forcing them to face the situation. Let me give you a brief overview of the plot. As for how to perform, I'll explain that before we start shooting. I'm afraid you might forget it. The story is about a couple who met because of polar bear ice cream. The boy accidentally bumped into the girl while running, causing her ice cream to fall to the ground. The boy compensated her with a new one, and from then on, they got to know and love each other. Later, they broke up due to a misunderstanding. On a cold winter day, the boy was walking down the street when he saw a huge polar bear billboard by the roadside, reminiscing about the moments he spent with the girl, feeling very regretful. At that moment, the girl was also drawn to the billboard and encountered the boy in front of it. They were both very moved, reconciled, and kissed. At this moment, the polar bear billboard suddenly melted, revealing a sparkling heart-shaped core inside. It turns out that even the cold polar bear has a heart that beats for love. Of course, some parts of the plot require special effects support, but we don't need to worry about that. Just shoot the main storyline well and send the video to my company. And there will be professionals responsible for post-production. How does that sound? Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin nodded and then looked at each other, both blushing, because they would have to kiss in front of the camera, in front of so many people. This was a bit too bold. If the advertisement was broadcasted, wouldn't it be seen all over the country? Lin Luo asked, will our appearances also be altered with special effects? Amy said it should be used, but it won't cover your faces. There will definitely be a beautification function. What's wrong? Don't you want to shoot with your real faces? Qin Yuemin secretly pinched Lin Luo's arm and answered for him. I don't have any objections. With the beautification function, even my students might not recognize me. Since the girl was so brave, Lin Luo, as a boy, had no excuse to find. So he also said, then I have no objections either. All right, you two just focus on getting into character. As for how to shoot, you don't need to worry about that. There will be someone responsible for those miscellaneous things. Amy said, I believe that as long as everyone works together, we can definitely wrap up today. Later, while listening to Amy and others talk, Lin Luo learned that some parts of the plot would be filmed indoors, and only a small portion would require outdoor shooting. It sounded quite interesting. He had never tried it before, and it wouldn't hurt to give a shot now. Thinking about acting as a couple with Qin Yuemin in the advertisement. How should he put it? The atmosphere was very dreamy. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even think about it. This was simply the highest level of showing off love. Half an hour later, Amy had already moved all the movable items from the hall. The hall was spacious enough to serve as the main shooting scene. Amy asked Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin to go back and change into everyday clothes, of course. Something a bit nicer. Is everyone ready? The first scene is set in front of the ice cream truck, where the girl buys ice cream and turns around only to be bumped into by the boy rushing from behind. Are the actors playing the vendor and the passers-by ready? Several people answered in unison, ready. Soon, Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin changed into their outfits and appeared in the hall. Amy went over to explain the scene to the two and then let them rehearse on site. Chapter 51 Surprise from the manufacturer's design at first. Lin Luo was a bit hesitant as there were so many eyes on him and he had no acting experience. He felt like he was being pushed into a situation he wasn't prepared for. Don't worry about others. Just focus on me, Qin Yuemin said calmly. She seemed to treat the rehearsal as a brand new challenge. Perhaps scientists are the least afraid of failure, as many experiments often have to be repeated dozens or even hundreds of times before they succeed, yet they still persevere. Amy called for everyone to be quiet, and then said, you two can start now, and the scene fell into silence, all eyes on the main actors. Qin Yuemin stood in front of a table, behind which a man pretended to buy ice cream from a vendor. She took an invisible ice cream from the man's hand, lifted the lid, turned around, and was about to bring it to her mouth when Lin Luo rushed over from the side. The two collided. Hey, why are you like this? Qin Yuemin looked down at the ice cream that had fallen on the ground, showing a mix of sadness and anger. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'll get you a new one, Lin Luo said as he took a new ice cream from the vendor and handed it to Qin Yuemin. She brightened up and said, this is more like it. Hello, miss, what's your name? Why should I tell you? Because I want to buy you ice cream every day from now on, Lin Luo said seriously, and Qin Yuemin blushed. Clap, clap, clap. All right, the first scene rehearsal is over. Amy led the applause, and others joined in. The main actors and extras left their positions to relax their tense nerves. Amy approached the two and said, you did great, much better than I expected. It felt so genuine. Let's keep it up. Before long, Amy brought in a professional camera, had a tall guy carry it, and instructed someone skilled in makeup to do the main actor's makeup, while directing a few people to handle the lighting. After a busy while, they were finally ready to begin formal shooting. They filmed 3 times in a row, and only on the third try did Amy say, this one is good. Great. Keep this energy. Qin Yuemin and Lin Luo gradually found their acting rhythm. It turned out that acting wasn't as complicated as they had imagined. By finding the right camera angle and immersing themselves in the scene, their reactions came naturally. The following scenes went very smoothly. After lunch, everyone continued filming, and by around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all indoor scenes were wrapped up. Next came the outdoor scenes. Everyone changed into spacesuits, put on helmets, donned filming equipment, and rushed to the polar bear billboard. Amy explained, even though you all have helmets on and we can't see your expressions, we will shoot the same scenes indoors later in your original costumes. The post-production will merge the two videos, replacing the outfits and removing the helmets. So we hope you can still perform passionately. Otherwise, the excitement won't come across. Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin nodded in agreement. They were at the final scene, and it was the most important one, so they couldn't afford to be careless. It feels strange, Qin Yuemin said. We haven't even returned to Earth. You were doing things that lovers do. Although it's just acting, the feelings are very real. Lin Luo agreed, saying, perhaps this is what the lyrics of pop songs often say. It's not about what you're doing, but who you are with. Are there such lyrics? I'm interested to hear them. At that moment, Amy's voice came through the public channel. Positions everyone, quick clear out. We're entering the final 3-minute countdown for filming. The lighting technician moved in, and the cameraman took their fixed position. Oh, right, I almost forgot to mention a special design. Everyone fell silent, waiting for her to continue. After the main couple kissed, they were to appear intoxicated, then sway and fall against the polar bear, landing on its belly. This was a request made by the manufacturer's advertising department. They wanted to see this effect and mentioned it would bring unexpected surprises. Since it was the manufacturer's request, they would do their best to accommodate it. 3 minutes later, they officially began filming. Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin had a chance encounter in front of the billboard. Although the camera couldn't capture their faces, they couldn't help but recite their lines. You, how come you're here too? Because heaven doesn't want us to be apart. But didn't you say you didn't want to see me again? Yet after being apart from you, I've been thinking about you every day. Give me your hand. Qin Yuemin extended her left hand, and Lin Luo grabbed it, pulling her close and kissing her. Since they were both wearing helmets, they could only pretend to kiss. Their figures gradually swayed, then they embraced tightly, slowly leaning to the side and falling against the polar bear billboard's belly. Although it was a billboard, the outer shell was made of a very thick, low-temperature resistant silicone, making it very soft to the touch. Suddenly, the polar bear's white exterior quickly turned pink, and then its body rapidly expanded. Lin Luo quickly pulled Qin Yuemin back. Bang! The polar bear's outer shell exploded, and a bunch of white cups rolled out, tumbling onto the ice surface. On the original support of the billboard, 2 small polar bears, only half a meter tall, were seen embracing each other. This was the manufacturer's special design. During the filming, when the big polar bear was hit in the abdomen, the internal mechanism was triggered, exploding and revealing a pair of polar bear lovers hidden inside. But that wasn't the surprise. The rolling cups were the real surprise. As everyone gathered to look, they discovered that all those cup-shaped items were actually high-end ice cream from the polar bear brand, Frozen Adventure. The manufacturer had packaged the products inside the billboard, probably intending to give these ice creams as gifts to the team. This ice cream wouldn't melt even at room temperature, but once exposed to ultra-low temperatures, it would solidify completely. The commander must have known about this arrangement because, during the billboard security check, the scanning machine could see inside, and the security personnel wouldn't allow unidentified objects through unless someone told them to ignore it. Great! There are over 100 Frozen Adventure ice creams here. With these, we won't have to starve. Amy exclaimed happily. Professor Luo also remarked, this really solves our urgent problem. If we had known there were ice creams in the billboard, we should have taken them out earlier. Luckily, we had to contact the manufacturer for filming. Otherwise, they wouldn't have actively informed us. Ice cream contains a lot of sugar, protein, and fat, and is generally not classified as a nutritional product. However, for team members who have been unable to fill their stomachs for a long time, this ice cream is simply the best nutritional source. Chapter 52. Kissing. After counting, there are a total of 268 ice creams from Frozen. That's even more than the initial estimate. Pick them all up carefully, don't break any, and put them in the carriage. Professor Luo instructed everyone to collect them all and load them into the transport vehicle, then send them back to the camp. It's not that he is worried someone might sneak a taste. It's impossible to do that while wearing a helmet. This batch of ice cream is crucial supplies and needs to be stored properly as soon as possible. With this batch of ice cream, they can last another 10 to 8 days. This is definitely encouraging news. After finishing the outdoor shoot, Amy called everyone to wrap up and go indoors to reshoot the previous scenes. In fact, according to the filming flow, they could have shot the last scene indoors first and then gone outdoors, since the actions are the same. However, Amy felt that shooting outdoors once first and then going back indoors for reshoots would allow the male and female leads to express their emotions more fully, resulting in a better effect. This time, without the helmet barrier, the two leads had to kiss in public. Amy insisted they do it for real, stating that posing was too troublesome and unnecessary. Since they're a couple in real life, they should act as if it were real. Everything was for the sake of better filming results. During the first take, Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin's performance was somewhat unnatural, prompting Amy to ask for a retake of the kissing scene. In the second take, although they both got into character, it still didn't evoke the emotional impact they needed. Amy approached them and said, I see where the problem lies. It must be that you don't kiss often in real life, am I right? Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin were taken aback for a moment. Then Qin Yuemin candidly admitted, it's true, counting those last 2 times, it hasn't even been 5 times in total. Why so few? Amy asked, surprised. I get it. You just recently became a couple, so there hasn't been much intimacy before. No wonder it looks like your hand movements and mouth movements aren't very practiced. This one work. Because this final scene is about 2 lovers who've been deeply involved with each other, but you both seem like you just started dating, which creates a sense of incongruity. Then, director, how do you think we can solve this problem? Lin Luo asked. Amy glanced at her watch and said, everyone is waiting for you. Repeated NGs are too exhausting. How about this? You two go to the temporary lounge and practice kissing for 15 minutes. After that, we'll continue shooting. I hope you can get past the awkward phase in that time. The two were pushed by Amy into the temporary lounge next to the hall. The door closed behind them. The lounge was only about 4 to 5 square meters, with a 1-meter wide small bed and 2 long benches against the wall. Once inside, they sat on a small bed. Lin Luo never imagined he would have to practice kissing for a scene. It felt absurd yet full of anticipation. He originally thought that kissing was a natural expression of affection that occurred in a romantic atmosphere, but now it had turned into a job. However, who could refuse such a rare benefit? Minjia, let us stand up. Sitting sideways like this isn't quite like the action in the scene, Lin Luo suggested. Are you planning to stand for 15 minutes? Standing for 15 minutes is nothing for me. Are your legs uncomfortable? Can't you stand for long? No. I just feel that standing and kissing in a room feels very unnatural. That is true. The specific posture isn't the most important. What matters is that familiar and tacit understanding. It's hard to express in words, so let us start practicing now. With that, Qin Yuemin leaned in closer. Anything can become familiar with practice, transitioning from awkwardness to confidence. Although they only had a short time of a few minutes, in this private space without anyone watching, they both immersed themselves fully. Qin Yuemin bit her slightly swollen lips and said, her face flushed, being controlled by hormones and dopamine is both delightful and frightening. Rationality is really powerless in this state. Lin Luo chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. What time is it? And you're still promoting your biological experiment theory? Are you still trying to use rationality to defeat emotions? I just feel a bit reluctant to be captured by love like this without any power to resist. Qin Yuemin said, leaning against Lin Luo, breathing heavily. Suddenly, Lin Luo lay back, and Qin Yuemin followed suit. Lying down to rest at that moment felt utterly wonderful. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and they hurriedly sat up, realizing it was almost time. A few seconds later, Amy walked in with a smile. How is it? Have you two found that familiar feeling? I think we should be good now, Qin Yuemin replied. No problem at all. Lin Luo's tone was quite confident. Really? I thought you'd say you weren't ready and ask for another 15 minutes. Amy grinned. Since you both say you're ready, let's go out and shoot. You don't know, just now outside, everyone was saying you two took showing affection to a new level. This will definitely be recorded in the history of the development of Europa. Is this going to turn into a historical event? Both of them looked bewildered. Then, Amy took them back to the filming site to continue shooting the final scene. The first take didn't work. The second was acceptable. The third was already good enough. But perhaps it could be even better. The fourth maintained the standard. The fifth, perfect. Commercial shoot completed. Wrap up. Amy shouted excitedly, then added, Being a director feels really great. It's a pity it'll be over in less than a day. If this commercial becomes a hit, I might just change careers to become a director. Lin Luo and Qin Yuanmin walked hand in hand to the sofa in the hall. Their faces were pale, and they felt exhausted, needing a good rest to recover. Kissing had unexpectedly turned into a laborious task, which was unforeseen. They exchanged smiles, silent affection flowing between their gazes. Today, playing lovers, they felt as if they had spent a long time together, even though they had only been in a relationship for less than 2 months. It felt as if they had been together for years. If only they could stay together and preserve this feeling. How wonderful would that be? In an instant, both of their hearts echoed the same thought. Then, Professor Luo announced that everyone could have an ice cream each, although the ice creams were the same flavor. They fed each other, feeling that this frozen ice cream was incredibly sweet, the sweetest they had ever tasted in their lives. Chapter 53, Third Module, a week later. The collapsed section of the launch pad was repaired. Thus, the module hoisting operations could continue. Although the last time they hoisted the third module, there was a major earthquake, which left a psychological shadow on everyone. After several days of effort, everyone gradually regained confidence, believing that it was unlikely to encounter an earthquake every time. Everyone took their positions, and it began. Professor Luo issued orders. The third module, lying horizontally on the ground, was slowly lifted with the help of steel cables. Rising off the ground, in addition to the pulling force provided by the winch above, there were also steel cables pulling from 3 other directions, with the pivot providing the force. Right wing, apply tension. Keep going. A little more. Professor Luo stood on the ice surface just over 10 meters away from the third module, observing its movement while directing several control points to make fine adjustments to the module's position. The pulling force began to be applied to the lower end in front. Take it slow, no need to rush. Good, stop. When the lower end of the third module was lifted off the ground, Professor Luo instructed the control point next to him to wind the steel cables to pull the module, keeping a distance of 2 meters from a vertical ice wall of the launch pad to avoid scraping. Once the lower end of the third module had risen to 5 meters higher than the fourth module, Professor Luo called for a stop. The next part was the main event. Since the top of the launch pad only had a small fixed hoist converted from the wreckage of the Fushi, which could not rotate or extend, it was necessary to use the steel cables tied to the module's shell for adjustments. First, all 4 steel cables at the lower end were pulled simultaneously, tilting the third module closer and closer to the top of the fourth module. During this process, if the lower end of the third module did not align with the upper end of the fourth module, the cables on both sides had to be adjusted. The entire process was quite cumbersome and time-consuming. Professor Luo had to tirelessly direct, his mouth never resting. Lin Luo, Wang Yunhan, Hu Lang, and Qin Yuanmin sat in the maintenance vehicle, which was responsible for controlling the front of the launch pad and adjusting the pivot under the third module. The mechanical arm grasped the pivot handle, rotating clockwise and counterclockwise to achieve tensioning and loosening. After resting in the medical room for several days, Hu Lang finally managed to control his stomach bleeding, and he returned to work normally yesterday. Although today's work was particularly important, Hu Lang withstood the pressure and did not experience a relapse. Unlike the last hoisting operation, the atmosphere in the cockpit was very relaxed, without the feeling of being on high alert. Captain Hu, I seriously suspect you were faking illness, and your condition was actually fine. You just didn't want to leave the medical room, Wang Yunhan suddenly said. What do you mean by that, Xiao Wang? Do you think I faked my illness to find an excuse to slack off? Hu Lang stared. Am I that irresponsible? Wang Yunhan chuckled. You're not faking slack off. But anyone can see it. I don't want to state it so clearly. Just ask Lin Luo. Lin Luo chimed in, yeah. I don't want to say it so clearly either. You two are teaming up to mess with me? Hu Lang's eyes widened, because I haven't been on duty these days. You all don't take me seriously as the captain anymore, right? Qin Yuanmin smiled slightly and said, Captain Hu, let me say something fair. The day before yesterday, when I accompanied Xiao Lin to visit you in the medical room, I noticed it too. Hu Lang's face turned awkward, and he trembled as he asked, What did you all notice? The other 3 burst into laughter, and Wang Yunhan couldn't help but say, Of course, it's that you have a crush on Nurse Zhuang and can't bear to leave the medical room. Every time she comes to serve you food or medicine, Your eyes are glued to her, shining brightly. You definitely can't see how your own eyes are shining, but we bystanders can. Hu Lang instantly felt his cheeks burning. He regretted taking off his helmet earlier, because if he had it on now, no one would see him blushing. Captain Hu, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. I see Nurse Shuang seems quite interested in you too. She takes care of you with such patience and even personally feeds you. If I were the nurse, I definitely wouldn't be that attentive. You'd better confess sooner, or if someone else gets to her first, you'll regret it, Wang Yunhan reminded. Hu Lang slapped his knee and stammered, Xiao Wang. Do you know what time it is now? Work time. We shouldn't talk about irrelevant things. Focus on the work. Wang Yunhan pouted, unconvinced, and said, Isn't it just winding the pivot? Tighten it a bit, loosen a bit. Even a 3-year-old could operate it. At that moment, Lin Luo excitedly said, It's already locked in. The lower end of the third module finally made contact with the upper end of the fourth module. Next, Professor Luo instructed to tighten the pivot controlling the upper end of the third module, allowing the winch above the launch tower to loosen, slowly straightening the third module. The left and right wing pivots needed to cooperate closely to avoid lateral swaying of the module during the lifting process. The maintenance vehicle had less to do at this point since it didn't need to tighten or loosen the steel cables at the lower end of the module. Lin Luo explained to Qin Yuemin, Now, the weight of the third module is basically resting on the fourth module. If it weren't for the fact that the fourth module was previously tied down with steel cables in all 4 directions and secured with steel nails on the ice surface, it would be very easy for the fourth module to tilt and collapse due to uneven load distribution at this moment. So, some early preventive measures are very necessary. Although they are time-consuming and labor-intensive, they are indispensable. Qin Yuemin didn't say anything, adjusted her seat to move a bit to the right, getting closer to Lin Luo, and then she reached out to hold his hand that wasn't on the control panel, feeling the softness and warmth from her palm. Lin Luo turned to gaze at Qin Yuemin. He knew that being affectionate with his girlfriend in the workplace wasn't appropriate. But since he didn't need to operate the controls right now and it wouldn't adversely affect their work, he also held Qin Yuemin's hand in return. Their hands intertwined, silently conveying their affection. This scene did not escape Wang Yunhan's eyes. She frowned but pretended not to see it. After the last filming of the polar bear advertisement, their relationship had become public and they were officially recognized as a couple, receiving everyone's blessings. She knew very well that she had lost her chance to compete. Sometimes she saw the happiness glowing in Lin Luo's eyes and the increasing number of smiles. And she had to admit that Qin Yuemin was the one who could bring positive changes to him, the most suitable partner for him. At this moment, the vehicle communication system announced Professor Luo's inspiring notification. The hoisting of the third module is complete. Everyone, wrap it up. Chapter 54 full version of the advertisement on the morning of the third day, at 8 o'clock. Amy burst out of the hall shouting, The official version of the polar bear advertisement we filmed earlier has been completed by the professionals at my company, working overtime. It was already sent to my email this morning. I've seen it. Do you want to watch it? Yes, we want to. Everyone replied in unison. After all, everyone had put in a lot of hard work for this, so they were eager to see the final presentation. Amy looked at Professor Luo, seeking his approval with her eyes. Professor Luo cleared his throat, stood up, and said, Since everyone wants to see it, let's watch it. I want to see it too. Come on, Amy, you brought the C card, right? Insert it into the data port on the screen wall and play it now. Got it. Amy happily walked toward the screen wall and inserted a C card, clearly well prepared. Seeing Amy's joyful expression, everyone was even more excited about the upcoming visuals. Amy pressed the play button and quickly found a seat in the front row. Others, whose chairs were not facing the screen, hurriedly adjusted their seats to face it. The advertisement, after editing, presented the storyline in a different order than the shooting sequence. The screen first displayed a snowy night, then showed a city blanketed in snow. It switched to a 5-meter-tall polar bear advertisement in the park. A long-haired woman in a gray dress and a brown coat passed by the fountain in front of the advertisement. She suddenly noticed the polar bear and slowly walked up to it, revealing a dreamy, yet sorrowful expression. The long-haired woman was, of course, Qin Yuemin, enhanced with beautifying effects. Her fair skin and sparkling eyes, making her look even more charming. appearing several years younger. The scene then transitioned to a memory segment, showing the beginning of Qin Yuemin and Lin Luo's encounter, acquaintance, and love. The food truck selling polar bear ice cream happened to stop in front of the polar bear advertisement. The screen returned to the present, and Qin Yuemin's eyes turned red. Next, it played the sweet moments they shared together before returning to reality. Tears glistened at the corners of Qin Yuemin's eyes. The camera shifted to a long shot. Lin Luo passed by the park entrance, his gaze crossing over a low fence, suddenly noticing the polar bear advertisement. The tone switched to gray. The screen showed the two of them breaking up due to a conflict. Afterward, Lin Luo became very dejected. Every time he saw someone eating polar bear ice cream on the street, he would show a regretful expression. He suddenly strode toward the polar bear advertisement. When he reached the advertisement, he saw no one there, nor the ice cream truck. He felt even more lost and lonely. The scene shifted to behind the advertisement, where Qin Yuemin leaned against the support of the advertisement, took out her phone from her pocket, found a contact named Darling. Her fingers trembling but hesitating to press the call button. Suddenly, her phone rang, showing that Darling was calling. She appeared anxious and hesitant, not answering immediately. The phone rang only 3 times before it stopped. Qin Yuemin's expression grew even sadder, her inner monologue. Isn't he trying to reconcile with me? Why did he give up so soon? Or did he accidentally dial the wrong number? Should I call him to ask? Just as she was in deep turmoil, she suddenly heard Lin Luo call out, "I'm here." It turned out that Lin Luo heard the familiar ringtone from behind the advertisement, immediately went around, and was pleasantly surprised to see Qin Yuemin. They locked eyes deeply. "I'm here too," Qin Yuemin replied. Then they ran toward each other and embraced, kissing tightly. At that moment, the outer layer of the polar bear model on the advertisement turned a peach pink, then melted into a puddle of snow water, revealing a pair of small polar bear couple models in a kissing pose inside. At the same time, countless frozen ice creams rolled out from inside the advertisement, quickly tumbling on the ground, forming a giant pink heart that surrounded the couple still kissing. Finally, the screen shifted to the polar bear logo, accompanied by a very artistic line. "Love can transcend time and space. Love can melt ice and snow. Love can create eternity." After watching, everyone was left speechless for a long time. Professor Luo had to step in to break the silence. It was amazing. He led the applause. Everyone followed suit, clapping and cheering loudly. Amy walked to the front of the screen and said to everyone, "I was deeply moved. Watching this advertisement makes me feel an urge to fall in love immediately." Although the post-production editing and special effects added a lot, the original footage we shot was also quite impressive. So, it's the strong collaboration that produced such a shocking effect. The leader of the advertising department at the Polar Bear Company said he didn't expect the advertisement we shot to be so professional beyond imagination. When he learned I was the director, he even invited me to continue making advertisements for them when I return to Earth. Of course, I'm not boasting about how great I am. I will always remember that this is a result of everyone's hard work together. Thank you all for your close cooperation before, and thanks to the leading actors and all the extras for their hard work. Another round of thunderous applause erupted. Everyone felt motivated. The sense of achievement from completing something together filled people with strength. Lin Luo turned to look at Qin Yuemin, who was sitting beside him, and everything was unspoken yet understood. Professor Luo stepped in again and said, "I personally agree with the last advertisement shoot. Today's results prove that as long as we work together, there's nothing we can't achieve. I hope everyone continues to maintain this mentality and put it into our future work." While expressing great emotion, he reminded everyone they couldn't just relax like this. They still had to go to the ice field to carve ice bricks and continue building at the launch site. Professor Luo wanted to remind everyone of this. Subsequently, everyone collected their thoughts, lined up to enter the gear room at the door, put on their spacesuits, and don their helmets before going out through the sealed door. Today, Qin Yuemin did not ride the maintenance vehicle with Lin Luo, but stayed in the camp. She believed that sometimes spending some time apart could enhance the passion of their relationship. Being together all the time could easily lead to boredom. Someone had collected samples from a fallen meteorite yesterday and specially delivered them to her. She had already placed the samples in the laboratory. and today was just the right time to check them to see if any biological information could be discovered. She put on a white lab coat and re-entered work mode. She remembered Lin Luo once said that when she worked seriously, she appeared the most mysterious and charming because no one could see through her thoughts, leading them to unconsciously fall into that kind of fascination. She found that to be very reasonable. Chapter 55, 12 holes, 10 days later. The launch pad has been built to a height of 152 meters. This height is sufficient to hoist the third and fourth modules, as Professor Luo announced a work stoppage. In fact, the third module could have been hoisted at a height of 100 meters. But Professor Luo believed it would be too time-consuming and labor-intensive to dismantle the upper hoisting frame afterward. It would be better to go all the way to the top in one go and hoist the remaining 2 modules within a day. Therefore, everyone put in their utmost effort, working 12 hours a day, and finally capped the launch pad before finishing work yesterday. Tomorrow, the maintenance vehicle will drill 16 holes, each 50 meters deep at the top, and then securely attach the hoisting frame, allowing hoisting operations to commence. Many people did not sleep well last night, thinking about assembling the new spacecraft tomorrow. During breakfast today, Lin Luo noticed several more panda people. He remained calm and did not get overly excited and unable to sleep. Exhausted from work every day, he would leave a few messages for his sister in the rest pod, chat with Qin Yuemin for 20 minutes, and then fall asleep. He really had no energy to worry about or look forward to tomorrow. He felt that living each day well was the most important thing. No one could predict what tomorrow would bring. Seizing the present was the way to go. Hello, Captain Hu. I heard your maintenance team will be doing drilling work today. Can I come along to observe? Qin Yuemin ran to find Hu Lang to make the request. Professor Qin, if you want to come, just follow Xiao Lin. I never said you couldn't. Hu Lang smiled helplessly. After all, there was an empty seat, and leaving it empty was pointless. Thank you. Qin Yuemin smiled politely and quickly left to find Lin Luo. Hu Lang watched Qin Yuemin's back and murmured, "What does that kid Lin rely on to win over such a beauty? Truly hidden talent? I need to find out his secret later." At that moment, Lin Luo came out of the kitchen after putting away the wash bowls. Qin Yuemin stood with her hands behind her back, smiling sweetly. "Sister Min, are you waiting for me? I just happened to see you here. Are you coming to the construction site with me today? What do you think? I hope you will." "Why?" "Because I can spend more time with you." Lin Luo scratched his head. "I've been busy from morning till night lately and hardly got to see you. We barely exchanged a few words before sleeping. Today is an important day, and I hope to witness it with you." Qin Yuemin opened her arms and stepped forward to give Lin Luo a gentle hug. "Xiao Lin, you're getting better with words. You've changed, and so have I." Before Lin Luo could savor her words, Qin Yuemin took a step back and naturally linked her arm with his as they walked towards the changing room at the door. Before long, everyone had arrived at the launch pad construction site, except for a few logistical personnel who stayed behind at the camp. Although the launch pad was completed, it was still considered a construction site as long as the hoisting was not finished. The maintenance vehicle drove up the winding road, and the closer they got to the top, the sharper and narrower the bends became. The road at the bottom could only accommodate one vehicle at a time and could not make turns. A transport vehicle carrying parts for the hoisting arm followed behind a maintenance vehicle. The maintenance vehicle's mechanical arm connected to the drill, installed the drill bit, and began drilling holes in the ice bricks, connecting 3 drill bits to reach a depth of 50 meters. It took over an hour to drill 12 holes. Then, the mechanical arm of the maintenance vehicle picked up the hoisting arm parts and placed them in order on empty ground for assembly. These parts were not the entire hoisting arm, only the base. After the base was assembled, the maintenance vehicle used a metal drill to make 12 corresponding holes in the base, then moved it to align with the 12 holes in the ice bricks. "It's aligned now. We can hoist the steel nails up," Hu Lang said on the communication channel. Professor Luo responded, "No problem. Lower the steel wire rope." Hu Lang operated the mechanical arm to grab the steel wire rope reel, then turned the reel to lower the steel wire rope with a hammer attached to the end down to the launch pad. The steel nails were 50 meters long and could not be transported up by vehicle, so they had to be hoisted. By the way, there were no ready-made steel nails of that length. These 12 were dismantled from the cylindrical framework of the Fushi spacecraft and then welded together. The nails had a diameter of 20 centimeters, making them sufficiently sturdy. One by one, the steel nails were hoisted up and inserted into the drilled holes, taking 3 hours to complete. However, this was not the end of the work because the nails were only inserted and not secured. If the base experienced upward pulling force, the nails would be pulled out. There was one last step, using a torch to burn the nail caps. Once heated, the heat would transfer downwards, melting the ice bricks, encasing the nails into water, which would freeze again and tightly wrap around the steel nails. Shaolin, start the torch. Hu Lang ordered. Lin Luo used the mechanical arm to grab the torch from the transport vehicle's cargo hold and then directed the flame at the caps. After 10 minutes, he turned off the flame. The 4 mechanical arms of the maintenance vehicle simultaneously pushed the base of the hoisting arm and found it immovable. Mission accomplished. The transport vehicle backed down first, while the maintenance vehicle stayed on top to continue assembling the hoisting arm. Not long after the first transport vehicle left, the second transport vehicle arrived with other parts of the hoisting arm. The maintenance vehicle used its 4 flexible mechanical arms to pick up the parts, install them, press them down, and screw them in, all in an orderly and smooth manner. At 1:30 p.m., the hoisting arm was assembled. Cheers erupted in the public communication channel. That's right, we can now start hoisting the 3rd and 4th modules. Even if they had to work overtime until 10 or even midnight, everyone believed they would have no complaints. Are you tired? Qin Yuemin came over with a soft towel to wipe Lin Luo's sweat and handed him a cup of hot water. It's okay, Lin Luo said. Although the workload is large, the difficulty is not high. At this point, the maintenance vehicle had backed down from the launch pad, leaving the installation of the steel wire rope to other team members who had been watching from below for several hours and were probably eager to try it out. Professor Luo personally spoke. Maintenance team, thank you for your hard work. You have completed this task exceptionally well, and everyone is greatly encouraged. How about this? You can go back to the camp for a meal and rest, and I will notify you when we need you to come back. Wang Yuan touched her deflated belly and said weakly, finally, we can eat. Hu Lang then drove the maintenance vehicle back to the camp. Chapter 56 Bad News. After working until 10:30 p.m., the second module was finally hoisted into place. Although everyone was too exhausted to speak, they were grateful that nothing unexpected had happened. Hard work is always worth it. Lin Luo was already yawning. At this time, he would usually be lying in the rest pod, ready to sleep. Even though it never gets dark on the surface of Europa, the human biological clock still maintains its inertia. According to the original plan, both the second and first modules were to be installed today. However, plans often cannot keep up with changes. Today, too much time was spent on drilling and pulling ropes, so there was only enough time left to hoist the second module. If they were to continue hoisting the first module, they might have to work for another 2 hours. Professor Luo deliberated for a long time and finally sought everyone's opinion. Voting to decide. 20 votes in favor and 1 against. Since it was an anonymous vote in the management system, it was impossible to find out who cast the opposing vote, but that wasn't the main point. The result was out. Having persevered for 12 hours today, most people thought there was no reason they couldn't hold on for another 2 hours. Everyone continued with the hoisting work. Professor Luo didn't give everyone a break because once they started resting, their muscles and nerves would relax, making them feel even more fatigued and weaker. The first module was short and light, only 5 meters long and weighing less than 2 tons. It was the tip of the Shenzhou spacecraft, containing various antennas and sensors. After about 70 minutes, the first module was hoisted into place, securely positioned on top of the second module. Lin Luo, Wang Yunhan, and Hu Lang slid down the rope along the hoisting arm, landing at the bottom of the first module. They used safety clips to secure the outer wall's buckles and then proceeded to screw in the bolts. Human efficiency was lacking, and they spent over an hour finishing the job. The 3 of them slid down a steel wire rope connecting to the ground stake, directly descending from a height of 100 meters to the ground below the launch pad. Upon returning to the vehicle, the 3 immediately took off their helmets. Who said, I need someone to feed me. I can't lift my arms right now. Is it really that exaggerated? Didn't you just take off your helmet by yourself? Taking off my helmet took all my strength. Just ask Lin Luo. Shaolin, how are you? I don't have much strength in my arms either. Then I'll drive. You all rest. Have all the tasks been completed? If so, we can go back tomorrow, Qin Yuemin said, already closing her eyes and picturing the scene of returning to Earth. The work of my repair team is considered complete, and the assembly work of the Nuwa is also finished, Lin Luo replied. At this moment, Professor Luo spoke on the public channel. Work is done. Let's head back to the camp. Today we finally assembled the Nuwa. It's truly a memorable day. We've endured many hardships, but we made it in the end. The Nuwa is now only externally connected. Tomorrow we still need to go inside to connect the piping and wiring, then check the system. If everything is normal, we will head back to Earth tomorrow. Received. The group responded weakly. It wasn't that they were unhappy about hearing they could return to Earth. They simply didn't have the energy to feel happy. Sure enough, when they got out of the Fushi vehicle and switched to the transport vehicle, many people fainted or collapsed on the spot. Fortunately, a few people still had decent stamina and could help those who were in trouble into or onto the vehicle. When the transport vehicle returned to the camp entrance, a few people were already asleep. Lin Luo casually ate a little nutritional supplement, drank a glass of water, and then returned to his rest pod to sleep soundly. At that moment, even an earthquake of magnitude 8 would probably not wake him. The next morning, everyone thought they would not have to work today, just waiting for a few crew members to connect the internal piping of a Nuwa and then conduct a comprehensive system check. If everything was fine, they would move back into the Nuwa. However, I reported the progress of the work here to the higher-ups last night. They recognized everyone's hard work. Originally, I hoped to give everyone a good rest today, but the higher-ups consulted aerospace experts overnight, and the experts' response was that there is still one step that needs to be completed. Everyone groaned in despair. Professor Luo explained, the launch pad made of ice bricks is no longer needed. During the initial launch of the Shenzhou spacecraft, the tail flame is enormous and will spread outwards. The flames could very likely reach the launch pad, which is only a few meters away, causing the outer wall to melt and leading to a loss of balance, ultimately toppling over and crushing the Nuwa. This indeed was a possibility that could not be ignored. Thus, everyone quickly accepted the work arrangement for today. Lin Luo said, this demolition isn't easy either. Wang Yunhan replied, of course there are intricacies. Hu Lang added, let's get out there and work. We don't have much time to waste. The launch pad was built by stacking ice bricks, and obviously, it wouldn't be disassembled brick by brick. That would be too slow. The best method was to create a groove at the back and then apply force from the other side, causing the entire ice platform to topple backward. There were no obstacles behind, so it wouldn't matter if it broke. After determining the construction plan, everyone found their positions and silently began working. Lin Luo and others in the maintenance vehicle also started digging the groove. Professor Luo supervised on-site, fearing that someone might cause an accident. Lin Luo noticed that Professor Luo was in a bad mood, but didn't know why. Was it because today's tasks would delay things again? It didn't seem necessary. Lin Luo was curious, but had no opportunity to ask. Sister Min, why don't you privately message Professor Luo and see what is bothering him? Do you think I can ask him? All right, I'll give it a try. Shortly after, Qin Yuemin walked to a corner, mumbling into the helmet's communicator for a while. The volume was too low to hear what she was saying. Moments later, she bent down and whispered to Lin Luo, it seems to be a food shortage issue. There's only one day's worth of food left. Today's meal and tomorrow's meal will basically clear out. So soon, Lin Luo was greatly surprised. Had the food stored in the Fushi and Nuwa been depleted? Yes, Professor Luo wouldn't joke about that. What about frozen? It's also nearly eaten up. There are only a dozen left. Sister Min, you know this so well. Did Professor Luo tell you? No, I talked to Sister Zhao, who was in charge of cooking yesterday, and she let it slip. According to the rocket speed, the rocket carrying rescue supplies from Mars should be arriving soon as well. The radar instruments in the management system should be able to see the specific location. I feel the problem is serious. I hope we can get through these next few days safely. Chapter 57. Demolition of the launch pad today. The Nuwa has completed the internal wiring connections, and all hundreds of items in the intelligent system have passed self-checks. This means everyone can finally go home. As the red indicator lights on the Nuwa's exterior lit up, the crowd cheered loudly, dancing with joy, even happier than winning 5 million. However, Professor Luo's expression remained serious. Before launching the starship, the launch pad must be taken down, which which is no small task and will take a whole day. Moreover, the remaining food is barely enough for lunch, and there will definitely be none left for dinner. Unexpectedly, after overcoming all the difficulties, the final headache turned out to be food. After all, food cannot be created out of thin air. Even if carbon dioxide is turned into starch, it requires energy and other auxiliary materials. For now, they can only take it one step at a time. At this moment, everyone was busy at the launch pad. Professor Luo instructed everyone to dig a 10-meter deep trench on the outer side of the base of the launch pad. Then have them place a series of liquid explosives in the trench. When the explosives are detonated, the entire launch pad will tilt outward. However, this approach carries risks. If the collapsing ice blocks strike the upright Nuwa, it would be like lifting a rock to smash one's own foot. The Nuwa cannot withstand any damage now. The Fushi has already been dismantled into scrap metal, and there are no spare parts left to replace. To be cautious, Professor Luo had them dig 3 trenches at heights of 2 meters, 30 meters, and 100 meters from the base, each 10 meters deep, 8 meters wide, and 3 meters wide. This means the launch pad will be brought down in 3 separate explosions. What are the benefits of doing it this way? First, by detonating the top section, the debris that falls will be blocked by the base of the launch pad and will not hit the Nuwa. Similarly, the same principle applies when detonating the middle section. Finally, when the lower half is exploded, it will slowly collapse without creating too much impact force that would send ice debris flying upon hitting the ground. At 3 p.m., the explosives in the 3 trenches were set. Everyone retreated to a safety zone 500 meters away. 1 minute later, I will initiate the detonation. Professor Luo reminded everyone to leave. The maintenance vehicle moved to the designated safety area. Lin Luo explained the reasoning behind the 3 explosions to Qin Yuemin, who was still in the vehicle, as she expressed great curiosity about it. The demolition site is too close to the Nuwa, Qin Yuemin said worriedly. Can't we use another method? Lin Luo shook his head. It's not that we can't, but other methods take too much time. Blasting is the most efficient method. Hu Lang interjected. Let's just trust Professor Luo's arrangements. He's a senior geologist and is very skilled in explosives. Wang Yunhan complained. He's a geologist, not a tunnel digger. They're not the same thing, right? Qin Yuemin and Lin Luo laughed at this, making Hu Lang feel quite embarrassed. Qin Yuemin stepped in to speak for Hu Lang. It's indeed not the same thing. But those geologists who specialize in mineral research all know how to blast, because collecting various mineral samples from rock layers is easiest to do with explosives. At that moment, a tremor came from inside the vehicle, and everyone realized that Professor Luo had already detonated the explosives in the top trench. The tip of the launch pad did not collapse entirely, but was completely shattered into small pieces that fell down like fine debris. The 12 50-meter-long metal nails previously inserted into the launch pad also slid down the slope and crashed onto the ice surface, kicking up a large cloud of white ice dust that looked like a thin mist from a distance. In less than 10 seconds, the explosives in the middle layer were detonated. The vibration caused by the middle layer collapsing was even greater, making everyone's heart skip a beat. Although they could not hear the sound of the explosion, they could still feel the destructive force. In the blink of an eye, only the bottom layer remained. Soon, the 3rd explosion followed. However, this time there was a bit of an accident. Only the outer half of the bottom collapsed, while the other half remained relatively intact, still standing at a height of 30 meters. Such a volume and height certainly could not be considered without significant risk. As expected, Professor Luo ordered everyone to dig new trenches in the remaining section of the launch pad and place explosives once again. Because of the excessive ice debris that had collapsed earlier, creating a small hill, it buried the main outer wall on the other side of the launch pad, and they had to dig a 20-meter-long passage to reach it. This time, they placed double the weight of explosives. At 7 p.m., the final explosion was a great success, and the last remaining part of the launch pad collapsed into a pile of ice several meters high. The 4 explosions also caused some side effects, with many cracks appearing on the surrounding ice surface. Fortunately, these cracks were not wide, but they could not be ignored. The transport vehicle brought over metal materials, and the engineering vehicle laid those materials over the larger cracks, constructing temporary bridges. The maintenance vehicle also came to help. They continued to work until 11 at night. "Who team? Can we call it a day?" Wang Yunhan yawned and asked. "What do you ask me for?" "It all depends on what Professor Luo says." Hu Lang frowned slightly. He looked exhausted, feeling that even holding his neck up was a struggle, but he couldn't show weakness in front of his subordinates. So he had been enduring without showing it. "Shaolin, do you think Professor Luo will let us take the spaceship back now?" "I think he will. Because the longer we wait, the more likely we are to encounter trouble." Everyone was waiting for Professor Luo's notification. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from the public channel. "Help! Help! The person in the detention room has escaped. He killed Dr. Gao and is destroying everything in the camp. I locked myself in the medical room. He can't get in for now. You all come back quickly." The person in the detention room? The three members of the maintenance team exchanged glances. Having almost forgotten about that guy, Su Wei. He actually escaped and even committed murder and destruction. This is serious. Professor Luo immediately ordered, "Everyone, return to the camp." On the way back, Wang Yunhan asked, "How did that guy escape? The detention room couldn't hold him?" "Don't forget, he is also an excellent maintenance worker," Hu Lang said with a serious face. "With so much time, it's enough for him to find the loopholes in the detention room. As long as he can find something suitable to modify into a tool, he could definitely break out of the detention room's closure mechanism. In fact, he has already escaped. Has anyone checked on him during this time?" Lin Luo asked. "No, why would we check on him? That annoying guy, I don't want to see him again." Wang Yunhan said, "I went to see him once to check if he had repented, but he refused to talk to me," Hu Lang said hurriedly. "We must get back quickly, or Xiao Zhuang will be in danger. That kid is getting bold enough to kill. Let me see how I deal with him." Lin Luo said, "Captain, let me drive. You should rest for a bit." He had already noticed that Hu Lang's body was severely exhausted, and even his hands gripping the steering wheel were trembling slightly. "I hope he doesn't do anything crazy before we get back," Qin Yuanmin muttered. Chapter 58. Escapees. At this moment, Su Wei, dressed in a spacesuit and wearing a helmet, stood at the door of the central control room of the camp, holding a multifunctional screwdriver and a code deciphering device. He was fiddling with the tools, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a while, the control room door emitted a beep and opened automatically. Normally, only a few high-ranking leaders with special permissions could open the control room using voice recognition, fingerprint, or iris verification. Ordinary team members were not allowed access. However, Su Wei was very familiar with the operation principle of this electronic lock and managed to crack it in just 15 minutes. Upon entering the control room, he first glanced at the buttons on the console, then locked onto one label for the double-sealed door. His index finger hovered over the button, his face showing hesitation. He recalled the many days he had been confined in the detention center, feeling like a worthless animal left to die without anyone caring for him. He remembered how they only provided him with food twice a day, and it was becoming less and less, leaving him nauseous from hunger and dizzy. He thought about how he would be sent to a military court for trial upon returning to Earth. With his future ruined and no idea how many years he would have to spend in prison before being released. With all this despair and anger in mind, he finally pulled the button upwards and then pressed down hard. The management AI issued a warning. "Please note, your action will cause both layers of the sealed door to open simultaneously, which is extremely dangerous. Please confirm." Su Wei pressed the button down again. Command confirmed. Both layers of the sealed door will open simultaneously. The camp's entrance consisted of a double-sealed door with a pressure transition zone between the two doors. Each time anyone entered or exited, one door would open first, allowing them to enter the transition zone to adjust to normal atmospheric pressure before the other door opened. Opening both doors at the same time was a violation of protocol. What would be the consequences? A negative pressure zone would form inside the camp, and any movable items would be sucked out. Additionally, Europa's super cold would steal the camp's internal temperature, causing everything inside that couldn't withstand the cold to freeze and crack. In other words, it would be akin to an act of self-destruction. Once both layers of the sealed door opened simultaneously, the camp would be rendered useless. When the maintenance vehicle rushed back to the camp entrance, several people's gazes passed through the open doorway and directly into the empty hall. The hall was lit by fluorescent lights. Hurry to the control room and close the door. The lighting is still normal. Maybe the circuit system can still operate. There's still time. Hu Lang shouted. Lin Luo put on his helmet and prepared to get out of the vehicle. Qin Yuemin called out from behind. "I'll go with you." Lin Luo replied in a private channel to Qin Yuemin, "It's very dangerous." Qin Yuemin insisted, "It's not the first time." Lin Luo had no choice but to nod. "All right, let's go." Seeing the two get out, Wang Yunhan also wanted to follow, but was pulled back by Hu Lang. "You don't need to be a light bulb. Xiaolin can handle it." After Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin entered the hall, they saw Sister Zhao's frozen body lying at the kitchen door, a truly tragic sight. Sister Zhao was not a dedicated cook. She was a communicator on the Nuwa spacecraft, just over 30 years old, and had taken on the role of a cook because she was skilled at cooking. Su Wei actually. Lin Luo felt a chill throughout his body, realizing that his former colleague had turned into a murderous monster and had opened the double-sealed door, destroying the entire camp. Lin Luo searched around and arrived at the door of the medical room. There lay another body, that of Dr. Gao, dressed in a white coat. His skin already turned grayish-white. His fatal injury was likely to the head, with a large area of black blood clotted. Qin Yuemin, being a biology professor, showed no fear in front of the corpse. She said in the private channel, "There's a smear of bloodstains left in the corridor. Doctor, Gao must have encountered the murderer at the intersection, got his head injured, and then crawled on the floor with his injured body to the medical room. He ultimately succumbed right at the door of the medical room." Inside the medical room, there were two other people, Nurse Zhuang and the Commander-in-Chief, Chen Longxiang. Lilian, connect to the camp's communication network. Lilian was the name of the AI system in Lin Luo's helmet. The AI could be custom named and had various voice options. Connection failed. Unable to find the camp network, it may have stopped operating. Lilian responded. Lin Luo had somewhat anticipated this outcome. The internal communication equipment had likely malfunctioned due to the extreme low temperatures. Without connecting to the camp network, it would be impossible to call for help inside the medical room, unless Nurse Zhuang had a spacesuit helmet. But given the sudden incident, how could she have thought to grab a helmet? Lin Luo glanced at the personnel online list on the public channel and did not see Nurse Zhuang's avatar or name. The door of the medical room was sealed, and the air inside should still be intact. However, if we open the door to rescue them, a negative pressure would occur, causing the air inside to escape instantly, and the temperature would plummet to minus 100 degrees Celsius. Lin Luo explained the difficulty of the rescue task to Qin Yuemin. "Is there another way to enter the medical room?" Qin Yuemin asked. "There is through the fresh air duct, but we can't enter there either. The air would leak through the open duct." Lin Luo thought for a moment and said, "The only way is to enter the control room, close the door, and restart the pressure adjustment system. However, I suspect the culprit Su Wei might still be in the control room. What is he still doing there? Not sure. Maybe waiting to die. What he's doing is tantamount to suicide." The two quickly arrived at the control room door and immediately saw the door lock cover pried open, with the intricate circuit board exposed. "I don't see Su Wei's avatar lit up on the public channel's communication list." Qin Yuemin pointed out her new discovery. "He must have turned off the communication function of his helmet, so we can't detect his data." Lin Luo said as he grasped the doorknob and twisted it clockwise twice. The electronic lock was damaged, allowing for manual unlocking. Now, if he twisted it one more time clockwise, the internal air pressure would push the door open. "Next, I want to..." Qin Yuemin nodded and said, "No problem. I will cooperate fully." The two positioned themselves on either side of the door, leaning against the wall. Lin Luo twisted the doorknob one more turn. In an instant, the gap between the two doors rapidly widened, releasing a strong airflow. The two doors swung open under the impact of the airflow. Once the airflow completely dissipated, Qin Yuemin walked to the center of the doorway. She saw no one inside the control room and quietly signaled to Lin Luo. Lin Luo nodded to her. Qin Yuemin cautiously stepped forward. Suddenly, a figure sprang out from the shadows by the door, wielding a stick-like object and striking fiercely at Qin Yuemin's head. Wearing her spacesuit helmet, ordinary hard objects wouldn't pose a threat to her safety, but upon closer inspection, the weapon turned out to be a 50-centimeter-long wrench. If the head of the wrench struck the visor, it had a high probability of shattering the visor glass. She wanted to dodge backward, but the wrench was too fast. Her body hadn't moved yet, and the wrench was already in front of her, feeling as if it would penetrate the visor and touch her eyelashes in the next second. Just as it was about to happen, Lin Luo, who had been prepared, grabbed Qin Yuemin's left arm and pulled her back, then raised his left hand to block the wrench. He suppressed the intense pain in his arm and kicked the assailant. The person flew backward, their backs slamming against the display screen before crashing down. However, it seemed that the person was not seriously injured. They flipped over and stood up again, still holding the long-handled wrench. The close-range communication channel automatically connected. Lin Luo heard Su Wei's voice. "Lin Luo, you came just in time. Since I'm dead anyway, I'll drag you down with me." After saying this, he attempted to rush forward. Lin Luo aimed his right hand at Su Wei's feet and shot out safety wire, which coiled up and ensnared one of Su Wei's legs. With a tug, Su Wei fell backward onto his back. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo jumped over and mounted Su Wei, kicking the wrench out of his hand. "Do you remember what the master said during our first lesson when we just joined the maintenance team as apprentices?" Lin Luo declared solemnly. He said, "Never use maintenance tools to harm others." At this moment, Qin Yuanmin also came over to help Lin Luo restrain Su Wei, who was still trying to struggle. Soon, other team members arrived as well. Chapter 59. Evacuation. Su Wei was bound with ropes, unable to move. Professor Luo, angry and regretful, said, "It's all my fault for not managing the detention room properly at the beginning. This brat found a loophole and caused a disaster. Take him to the side. I want him to live in return for trial." A few people dragged Su Wei to the door. "Is Nurse Zhuang and the commander still inside?" Professor Luo asked Lin Luo and Qin Yuanmin. "They're still inside, but we can't contact Nurse Zhuang. We don't know what the situation is inside right now." Lin Luo replied. "The sealed door is closed now, but it seems that the camp's pressure regulation system and air supply system have broken down." Professor Luo thought for a moment and said, "In that case, we need to implement rescue as soon as possible, or the oxygen inside will run out quickly. You two step aside and rest. I will lead the rest to solve the situation. You've all worked hard." Lin Luo and Qin Yuanmin watched from the side. Professor Luo called for someone to bring 2 sets of spacesuits and helmets from the changing area, then manually opened the medical room door and rushed inside. Nurse Zhuang was crouched next to the bed where Commander Chen lay, with an oxygen mask over her mouth and nose. Commander Chen also had an oxygen mask on his face. The life monitor at the head of the bed showed that Commander Chen's heart rate and blood pressure were within normal ranges. Fortunately, there was an oxygen tank in the medical room. Otherwise, what everyone would have found upon entering would likely have been 2 corpses. With everyone's help, Nurse Zhuang and the commander put on the spacesuits and helmets and were then taken out of the medical room. Su Wei, Nurse Zhuang, and the commander were sent back to the Nuwa spacecraft, with Su Wei locked in the isolation room. The bodies of Sister Zhao and Dr. Gao were wrapped up and sent back as well, placed in simple coffins. Professor Luo ordered the remaining people to stay behind and help move the usable supplies into the containers, then drag them back to the cargo hold of the Nuwa spacecraft. After everyone else dispersed to carry out their tasks, Professor Luo called a few members of the maintenance team to the front. "Is our camp considered unsalvageable? Can it still be repaired?" Hu Lang had just checked the control room and replied, "Many components have been frozen and damaged, and multiple systems have collapsed. It can't be repaired. When the camp was designed, only external insulation was considered, so there is no insulation layer inside." Professor Luo sighed and said, "Things shouldn't have turned out this way. We could have had one more dinner, but all the food Sister Zhao prepared has frozen. We won't starve for missing one meal," Wang Yuhan interjected. "It'll be over soon if we just endure," Hu Lang added. Lin Luo and Qin Yuanmin exchanged glances, both silent. Wang Yuhan and Hu Lang surely didn't know that the last meal at the camp was already the last remaining food. There was no other food on the Nuwa spacecraft, as it had all been moved to the camp and consumed. The return trip would take more than 40 days, and not having food to eat for such a long time was an unimaginable extreme situation. The rocket carrying the rescue supplies would take who knows how many days to arrive, and everyone was unsure if they could survive until that day. Qin Yuanmin tugged at Lin Luo's sleeve and said in a private chat channel, "Shaolin, come with me to the lab. I need to take the samples and data stored there." The sealed door leading to the lab was still intact, so the things inside should not have been damaged. Lin Luo asked Professor Luo for permission to go to the lab with Qin Yuanmin, and Professor Luo nodded in agreement. Once they arrived at the lab and the sealed door closed, They instinctively opened their arms and embraced each other. Were you scared just now? No. I knew you would come to help in time. You trust me that much? I've always believed in you. They hugged for about 3 minutes before separating. What do we need to take? Lin Luo scanned the lab. Although the lab was only about 10 square meters in size, it contained quite a lot of items. All the documents in the cabinets and the sample jars in the refrigerator. Qin Yuanmin pulled out a folded cart from the corner, pressed a switch, and the previously folded cart transformed into a small cart with 2 layers of shelves. One of them went to get the documents, while the other went for the samples. And soon they had placed everything they needed on the cart. This lab is quite rudimentary, but it has left many beautiful memories, Qin Yuanmin said sentimentally. Are you referring to the time we worked together? Lin Luo asked teasingly. Don't you think it's beautiful? I noticed you've been frowning for a while. That was because the experimental results didn't meet expectations. I came to Europa to search for extraterrestrial life, but in those ice sample tests, I couldn't even find amino acids. Over the past month, I've analyzed the videos and data sent back by the deep-sea probe, but found nothing. According to biological perspectives, Europa is a lifeless planet. The environmental conditions are too harsh for life to develop. I see. So you initially believed there was life on Europa, but the experimental results didn't match your hypothesis, which is why you were in a bad mood. However, from a research perspective, proving that there is a high probability of no life on Europa and that life cannot emerge is also an important research outcome. After all, no scientists have studied this topic before. We should hurry out. Lin Luo had to interrupt Qin Yuanmin, as the lab system monitor indicated that the power system was starting to gradually cut off. The generator would likely shut down soon. Okay, after opening the sealed door, the two pushed the cart and quickly returned to the camp's hall, where they saw that most people had left, with only 1 or 2 still searching through various rooms for valuable items. After exiting the camp, the two looked back at the camp where they had lived for nearly 4 months, then loaded the cart onto the transport vehicle, climbed aboard, and immediately headed for the re-encased spacecraft. Now, the biggest wish was that the self-check systems of the re-encased spacecraft would all pass and not cause any more problems. After a series of blows, everyone would really struggle to cope. Inside the re-encased spacecraft, which felt both strange and familiar, they could finally take off their helmets. Everyone searched for their original seats and sat down. Originally, Qin Yuanmin and Lin Luo were not sitting in the same row, but Qin Yuanmin unilaterally changed her position to sit on Lin Luo's left. Last night, while chatting with Lin Luo, Qin Yuanmin suddenly said she wanted to see him. So Lin Luo quietly left the rest area and came to Qin Yuanmin's hatch. Qin Yuanmin opened the door to let him in. With a lonely man and woman together in a room, the sparks ignited, and what happened was self-evident. Thus, they had broken through that barrier and advanced to a more intimate relationship, not wanting to be apart for even a moment. Qin Yuanmin deeply realized the power of hormones and dopamine. The concepts of restraint and patience were no match for it. What is the first thing you want to do when we return to Earth? This question seemed to have been asked before. Yes, it has been asked, but I want to see if your thoughts have changed. Of course they haven't changed. Lin Luo took Qin Yuanmin's hand. Chapter 60. Lift off the system self-check of the re-encased spaceship lasted 10 hours. 6 hours have passed, leaving 4 hours remaining, which felt as long as a month. Many people were hungry and tired, falling asleep in their chairs. When they woke up, everyone was delighted to see that the various indicator lights inside the re-encased had lit up. Captain Anrin announced through the internal broadcast, "Attention everyone, an important announcement is coming. The internal self-check of the Shenzhou spacecraft is complete, and all systems are functioning normally. We are now waiting for the engine to warm up, and we should be able to lift off in about 15 minutes. Professor Luo continued on the broadcast. It has not been easy for everyone to come this far. If it weren't for the belief that we must return home, and if we hadn't put in every effort to overcome difficulties, perhaps we would all have to stay on Europa, becoming just a number in the history of space exploration, the first human mission to Europa, a failed mission, with many lives lost. I am very glad that everyone here has returned to the re-encased and is about to embark on the journey back to Earth. However, there is still a challenge we must bravely face next, which some of you may already know is the issue of food. Due to the earthquake caused by the first high-pressure gas eruption, the warehouse door of the Fushi was damaged, leading to the loss of some stored food. Therefore, We had to reduce the food supply to one meal a day, implementing an equal distribution system. Later, when the food in the warehouse was nearly consumed, I had to send people to retrieve food from the new storage to supplement the camp. Today, we only have enough food for one meal left. And under the previous conditions of pressure loss at the camp, it has already been damaged. This means that we cannot find even a tiny bit of food inside or outside. Upon hearing this, everyone could no longer sit still and began to talk among themselves. I thought I had escaped death, but it turns out I just went from sudden death to chronic death. I bet that if I only drink water, I can last at most 5 days. The food on the new is all gone. My God, I had no idea. We have over 40 days until we return to Earth, and even relying on willpower, we can't last that long. Is this the rhythm of cannibalism? Don't say such scary things. Hasn't the rescue rocket arrived yet? When will it come? It should be quick, coming from Mars, about a month. Professor Luo continued. I know everyone is anxious right now, feeling how can we support ourselves without food until we return to Earth. This is indeed an unsolvable problem. Although the rescue rocket has long been launched, due to adjustments in its trajectory, the arrival time is still uncertain. It could be a week or a month, who knows? Many people turned red-eyed upon hearing this, as it meant they might very well die on the way. After all the hardships, they finally fought for a chance to return home, but they might not survive the journey, only to have their bodies brought back. Who could accept that? Everyone, don't panic. There's still one method, perhaps the only feasible one. Hearing that there was still a solution, everyone put away their negative emotions and perked up their ears to listen. In a cargo hold, there are 8 sleep pods. By lying in a sleep pod and inhaling the hypnotic gas, you will enter deep sleep. Your heart rate will slow down, your breathing will become less frequent, and your metabolism will significantly decrease, thus not consuming too much energy. We will send in 8 people first, and after 5 days, we will rotate in another 8 people. This way, we might be able to last until the day we receive the rescue supplies. Everyone knew about the sleep pods, but they didn't like to use them because prolonged use could lead to the degradation of bodily functions, and the longer one slept, the more pronounced the effects would be. Once they woke up, they would need a long time of rehabilitation to return to normal. However, under the current special circumstances, there was no room for picky choices. Now, I will announce the first round of selected candidates. This was randomly drawn by the machine. Professor Luo read out the names of the 8 people. Among them was Lin Luo's name, but not Qin Yuemin's. They certainly didn't want to be separated, but they felt it was inappropriate to voice their opinions to Professor Luo. Therefore, Lin Luo decided to give up his selection and let someone else have the opportunity. He went to the control room to inform Professor Luo of his decision. Professor Luo agreed and then activated the random selection software, which this time selected Wang Yunhan. Just now, Lin Luo applied to give his opportunity to someone else. So I drew another team member, Wang Yunhan. Do you have any objections? Wang Yunhan communicated with Professor Luo through the communicator at her seat. I have no objections. She thought to herself that although lying in the sleep pod was uncomfortable, it was better than waking up every day to see Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin showing affection in front of her. Good. Then the 8 team members whose names were called, please leave your seats and head to the cargo hold, where someone will guide you to lie down and cover you up. I wish you sweet dreams. The 8 people went to the cargo hold and lay down in the sleep pods. After inhaling the hypnotic gas, they lost consciousness within seconds. At this moment, Professor Luo announced, the engine warm-up is complete, and we are about to lift off. Please fasten your seatbelts within 1 minute. The countdown to liftoff begins. Immediately, the internal AI voice started the countdown, 60, 59. Everyone cheered, some even tearing up with excitement. They had all been on the Shenzhou spacecraft before, some even dozens of times, but this was the first time they felt that the imminent liftoff was such a moving experience. Soon, Professor Luo returned from the control room and took his seat, which happened to be right next to Lin Luo. Attention everyone, urgent notice. Urgent notice. Final preparations for liftoff. Ensure your seatbelts are fastened, and keep your belongings in the net bags. The captain reminded. This time, it's really thanks to you, Lin Luo. You have made the biggest contribution on this trip. I will definitely help you apply for the Advanced Individual Award. The idea of mining and manufacturing ice bricks to build a launch platform was yours. And you also led the modification and testing work for the fire extinguishers, reinforcing the launch platform's outer wall. You put in a lot of effort to subdue Su Wei. I must apply for the Advanced Individual Award for you. Our country's space agency values meritocracy and clear rewards and punishments. They will give you what you deserve, whether you want it or not. Professor Luo turned to Lin Luo, his eyes filled with appreciation. Professor Luo, you flatter me. In fact, I didn't contribute that much. Lin Luo humbly responded. Professor Luo patted Lin Luo's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up, saying, your name has appeared in my work report countless times. I know a good person when I see one. Young man, your future is limitless. It was the first time Lin Luo had seen Professor Luo so generous with his praise, making him feel a bit embarrassed. On December 10th, 2098, at 1:40 Beijing time, the Nuwa lifted off from Europa. On the surface of Europa, only the abandoned camp, the wrecked Fushi, and the empty launch pad remained. Chapter 61. Sleep pod. Those who sleep in low-temperature sleep pods naturally have little to say. They remain in a state of sleep 24 hours a day and will not wake up until the set time arrives. Prolonged sleep can actually be harmful to the body, as muscles and bones deteriorate from lack of use. While some brain cells remain active in dreams, others that do not participate can die off. The sleep pod has a massage function that automatically massages the user's entire body every few hours, maintaining muscle activity. It also adjusts air pressure periodically to apply greater pressure on the body, stimulating the bones to prevent osteoporosis. Additionally, it extends electrical needles to contact the scalp, sending weak currents to activate brain cells. This comprehensive functionality makes it a state-of-the-art biotechnology product. However, despite these features, those who have tried the sleep pod still dislike it. The experience feels akin to sleeping in a coffin. And the dreams are mostly nightmares about being trapped in some predicament, unable to escape no matter how hard one tries. Lin Luo and the others who sleep in the passenger cabin have it relatively easier. At least they have moments of wakefulness and can move freely in the cabin. I had only been to Mars before, and even then I felt it was far from Earth. Qin Yuemin lay back in the reclining chair, squinting, and quietly said, Europa is even farther from Earth, so far that it feels like a dream. But I still came and completed my work. Lin Luo replied. Once we establish a formal base on Europa and have a new relay station, our spacecraft will be able to reach even farther places. The exploration of the universe will never stop. I mean, in 10 or 20 years, where will we be? It's truly something to imagine. Pluto? Or beyond the Milky Way? No matter how far we go, we will still be concerned about Earth and want to return to our birthplace. Perhaps the next generation born on extraterrestrial planets will be able to completely shed their ties to Earth. When the two were awake, they would talk about trivial matters that might sound dull to others, but they enjoyed it. Although there was no edible food on the Nuwa, it was tea, just pure water that they could drink. Inside the Nuwa, there was an automatic nutrient liquid generator that mixed sugars, salts, protein powder, vitamins, minerals, and pure water from different sources to create a nutrient solution. This nutrient liquid cannot fill one's stomach, but drinking 2 cups a day can replenish some of the necessary nutrients and maintain basic bodily functions. Only 2 cups a day, if they wanted more. Professor Luo wouldn't allow it, because the raw materials for making the nutrient liquid were also limited. Due to their weak and fatigued bodies, everyone rarely moved while awake, except for occasional trips to the restroom to avoid wasting energy. By the 5th day, Lin Luo could no longer sit up. Of course, he didn't need to use the restroom, as there were no excess waste products to excrete. He spent most of his time dozing, being awake for less than 2 hours a day. Qin Yuemin was in a similar state. They had tea-talked for 2 days, only occasionally turning to look at each other, and now even speaking was very difficult. Every day, when Lin Luo woke up, he would check the date and ponder one question: why hadn't the rescue rocket arrived yet? Logically, it should have arrived by now, even if it needed to constantly adjust its course. It had been a full month since Professor Luo said the Mars base had launched the rescue rocket. At that time, the relative distance between Mars and Jupiter was only 590 million kilometers. He always felt that something was off. Now, when everyone woke up, The only thing they cared about was whether the rescue rocket had arrived. It was their only hope at the moment. On the fifth night, Professor Luo once again drew up a new list of personnel to enter the sleep pods. Among the 8 names were Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin. This time, Lin Luo did not refuse, as he felt it was time for him to have a long sleep. Perhaps he could have a good dream. The 8 people in the sleep pods were dragged back to the passenger cabin by 2 robotic assistants walking on the ceiling. After just 5 days, they were already too weak to move. Later, Lin Luo and the others were also carried to the cargo hold by the assistant robots. If it weren't for the robots, it would have been quite difficult for them to float there on their own. Lying in the sleep pod, Lin Luo wanted to say something to Qin Yuemin in the adjacent pod, but his throat moved without producing any sound. Qin Yuemin was the same, unable to speak. They exchanged a glance and smiled, as if to say goodnight. Soon, the transparent cover descended, and the pod released a hypnotic gas. In just half a minute, Lin Luo fell asleep. Before long, he entered a dream. He returned to Earth. Outside, it had just snowed, and the sky was clear. He sat inside a car parked by the roadside, occasionally gazing through the car window towards the entrance of the Biological Research Institute. Soon, a woman in a white suit and glasses with a ponytail came out. It was Qin Yuemin. Qin Yuemin opened the car door, revealing an apologetic smile. "Have you been waiting long? Sorry, I had an impromptu meeting today and couldn't notify you because phones are not allowed in the conference room." "It's okay. I just arrived," Lin Luo replied. It was only natural for him to wait for his girlfriend to finish work. "Where should we go for dinner? I know a good restaurant. I want to take you to try it." "What about Xiaoyu? Aren't you going to pick her up?" "She went back to school this morning. She probably misses her classmates. Several of them are still at school taking art classes during the break." After that, the two fell silent for a long time. Suddenly, Qin Yuemin spoke up. "Shaolin, have you thought about the future?" "The future?" "Yes. Even though you can take a vacation now, what do you plan to do after the vacation ends?" "Of course, I'll go back to my job." "Do you still long for life in outer space?" "Not so much longing. It's just a job requirement." "Have you ever thought about changing jobs?" "What job?" "I only know how to do maintenance." "You could stay at the space base as a maintenance worker. They need people there too." "I'm not sure if they need people, but I feel you need me." "What are you talking about?" "Isn't it true? Don't you think it's too dangerous to be in outer space for long periods? What if one day you wake up to a notification that your boyfriend is gone, and every time we're apart for too long, you feel you can't bear the loneliness?" "I guess you're right. I do have concerns about that, but I want to force you." "Actually, the main reason I became an astronaut is because of the high income. It allows me to pay for my sister's tuition and my father's medical bills. However, after the Europa incident, I suddenly realized that there will always be some people willing to take risks to advance humanity, or else we wouldn't have the brilliance we have today. It's a great mission, and I hope my work can align with this sense of mission, which makes me feel that my life has more meaning. Do you understand what I mean?" "Yes, I completely agree with your perspective." Chapter 62 lies 5 days later. The sleep pod released the awakening gas. The top cover automatically lifted, and Lin Luo woke up. He felt that his physical condition was good, with about 70 to 80% of his strength restored. And since his stomach hadn't moved for a long time, he didn't feel a strong sense of hunger. He had really enjoyed this sleep, and the dreams he had were quite absurd. He vaguely felt that he had experienced several months of time in the dream. And the plot in the dream was like a TV series, with scene after scene progressing logically rather than being a chaotic collage of images. In the dream, he and Qin Yuemin returned to Earth, still maintaining their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. They lived together, and Lin Yu, his younger sister, also lived with them. The cohabitation life was both sweet and interesting, as many times the two had to find ways to avoid Lin Yu when they were being intimate. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Lin Yu, whose mental age was only equivalent to that of a 10-year-old, what they were actually doing. Many scenes and details were hard to recall, but one image was vivid and unforgettable. After their passionate moments, Qin Yuemin went to the bathroom to take a shower. She came out wearing a nightgown and then tossed her washed clothes into the dryer on the balcony. She wasn't very good at operating the dryer, causing a malfunction, so she called Lin Luo, the professional repairman, to fix it. Lin Luo checked and found it was just a program error. Restarting the system would restore it to normal. At that moment, a sudden strong wind blew outside, lifting Qin Yuemin's skirt high and she wasn't wearing anything underneath. She immediately reacted, screaming and pressing down her skirt with both hands. However, this scene was coincidentally witnessed by Lin Yu, who was walking towards the balcony. "Sister Min, why aren't you wearing NK?" "Why?" Lin Yu asked curiously, staring at Qin Yuemin. "Little sister, you must have seen it wrong. That's skin-colored NK." Lin Luo forcibly explained for Qin Yuemin. "Yeah, skin-colored, very close to flesh color," Qin Yuemin said with a stiff smile. "Impossible, I wouldn't mistake it. You guys won't trick a child. I'm not that stupid. Show me again." Lin Yu surprisingly reached out to lift Qin Yuemin's skirt. Qin Yuemin fled in a panic, rushing back to the bedroom, locking the door behind her, narrowly escaping a disaster. Lin Luo laughed so hard he could hardly breathe. During his vacation, Lin Luo tried to find other jobs, having worked in popular electric vehicle factories and robot workshops. Although that grounded work state was reassuring, it lacked much fun. Later, he followed Qin Yuemin's advice and returned to the aerospace base as a maintenance worker, dealing with the Shenzhou spacecraft every day. Listening to those maintenance workers share anecdotes about outer space reminded him of his past days working in space. Who doesn't start as a newbie? He had initially stayed at the space station for 2 months, had been criticized by the captain for poor performance, had tossed and turned due to the unfamiliarity of weightlessness, and had experienced the adverse effects of space sickness after returning to Earth. In the end, he decided to continue being an astronaut. Not long after, the space agency announced an important plan to construct a base on Europa. He eagerly signed up, then said goodbye to Qin Yuemin and his sister at the Shenzhou launch site, embarking once again on an unknown journey. The Shenzhou spacecraft he boarded was named Great Sage, after the Great Sage equal to heaven. Just as the Great Sage landed on Europa, Lin Luo was awakened and found himself lying on a spacecraft returning to Earth from Europa. It was an extremely subtle feeling, making it hard to distinguish which was reality and which was a dream. Lin Luo struggled to get out of the sleep pod, and once out, he had to lean against the support column beside the pod, stretching out both hands to grab hold. Otherwise, it was quite difficult to maintain body stability in a weightless state. He saw that Qin Yuemin's sleep pod hadn't opened yet, so he thought to wait nearby for a while. Although the awakening gas in each sleep pod was supposed to be released at the same time, it didn't mean that every user would wake up simultaneously. Some woke up in just a few minutes, while others might take dozens of minutes. Another sleep pod opened. The person who came out was Professor Luo. To ensure fairness, Professor Luo had also included his name in the lottery list, so he was drawn this time as well. At that moment, 2 auxiliary robots approached from the ceiling track. They extended their long arms and clamped under Professor Luo and Lin Luo's armpits, lifting them into the air and slowly sliding towards the passenger cabin. Lin Luo had no way to refuse. These robots only executed rigid program commands, which was to take the awakened individuals back to the passenger cabin. If you asked them to wait for others or let them take others first, they wouldn't pay any attention. "Professor Luo," Lin Luo greeted. "How is your health?" "Not bad. Thanks for your concern." Professor Qin forced a smile, but being older, his recovery wasn't as quick. "I'll have some nutrient solution later, and I can return to the control room." "Professor Lu?" Lin Luo hesitated. "Feel free to ask any questions. Then I will ask." "I calculated the time. It's been over a month now. Logically, shouldn't the rescue rocket from Mars have met us by now? Why is there still no news? At least, we should know how far we are from them, right?" Professor Luo fell silent for a moment, looking heavy-hearted. "Sigh, this question should be on everyone's mind, not just yours. Actually, I deceived everyone." Lin Luo was shocked. "You mean, there is no rescue from Mars?" Professor Luo shook his head. "There is a rescue. But after I reported the situation to the space agency, the leaders decided the next day to launch a rescue rocket. However, I told everyone it was launched from Mars, which is a lie. At that time, there were no spare rockets or sufficient rescue supplies on Mars. So the rescue rocket was sent from Earth. The speed of the rescue rocket is slightly slower than the Shenzhou spacecraft, according to the relative motion trajectory. It is estimated that we will meet in at least 68 days. This is mainly because we left Europa too late. There is nothing we can do about it." Lin Luo was speechless for a long time. Professor Luo said apologetically, "I will announce this matter on the broadcast shortly. I truly apologize to everyone. However, After the gas explosion, many devices were damaged, and even the supplies in the warehouse were lost. Everyone's morale was low, and I fabricated this lie to encourage everyone. I had no malice. Lin Luo nodded to show he understood. Professor Luo, don't blame yourself. If someone else were in charge temporarily, they might not do better than you. I believe everyone will understand you. Besides, the rocket is already on its way and getting closer. Professor Luo glanced at his smartwatch and said, there are still 10 days. If there are no accidents, we will meet the rescue rocket in 10 days. Chapter 63, Rescue Rocket 10 Days. It can be counted on 10 fingers. But for someone who has been in a state of hunger for a long time, it feels as endless as if there were no end in sight. However, there is finally hope. This is a specific number, not a vague a few more days or wait a little longer. Everyone's bodies are gradually becoming thinner. The metabolic process of the human body is such that if there is no energy intake, it will first consume the fat in the body for energy. Once the fat is nearly exhausted, it will begin to consume muscle protein. Therefore, those who are overweight actually have an advantage in this situation, as their body fat can support them for a longer period of time without losing shape so quickly. The nutrient solution was completely consumed 2 days ago, and now there is only pure water left to drink. The Shenzhou spacecraft has a water recycling system, so there is no need to worry about running out of water. It is now the 3rd day of the countdown. Everyone is eager to confirm with Professor Luo whether there will be any adjustments to the timeline. However, Professor Luo happened to be selected again in this round to go to the sleep chamber, and they must wait for 3 days for him to wake up. They turned to ask the captain, but the captain remained tight-lipped, telling everyone that without Professor Luo's instructions, he could not answer any questions about the rescue rocket. Some people could not help but feel anxious. Last time, it was said that the rescue rocket was a beautiful lie launch from Mars. And this time it was said that they would meet the NY in 10 days. Could this also be a lie? If it were still a lie, then everyone's only hope would be shattered. What difference would it make whether they lived a few more days or a few less? 3 days. In 3 days, they would know the outcome. It is indeed an exciting yet worrying 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. And it is the day Professor Luo wakes up. At 2 in the afternoon, Professor Luo and the others who have awakened are assisted by robots back to the cabin. Professor Luo's face is pale, with bloodshot eyes, indicating that he has likely had many dreams during these 5 days, and they were endless nightmares. Lin Luo has experienced that muddled state. Although his dreams were not nightmares, being immersed in dreams for too long makes it hard to distinguish between dreams and reality. Even after waking up, seeing Professor Luo in this state, no one could ask anything for a while. It was better to save their strength and wait for him to fully regain consciousness. Moreover, it wasn't even necessary to ask themselves. Waiting for others to ask would yield the same effect. An hour later, a weak voice from Professor Luo came over the intercom. Everyone, I'm back. I know you must have been counting the days on your fingers. Today is the last day, the day we meet the rescue rocket. I have already checked the positioning system. The rescue rocket from Mars is only 300,000 kilometers away from us. In 10 minutes, we will see it. 10 minutes. Everyone found it hard to believe this word. Something that felt so distant and long now was only 10 minutes away. It felt dreamlike. This made many people doubt whether they were still lying in the sleep chamber, and the announcement they just heard was merely a dream. As the saying goes, what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. In simple terms, dreams are a true reflection of the subconscious, and everyone's subconscious desires to meet the rescue rocket soon. So it is not surprising that they would dream of such things after falling asleep in the sleep chamber. Even if it is a dream, being able to eat something in the dream is not a bad thing, right? However, why does time in dreams feel so real? Can it be fast-forwarded? Why does 10 minutes feel so long? Lin Luo said, I believe this time it's real. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Normally, Qin Yuemin, who was half a meter away, wouldn't be able to hear him, but he used the communicator next to the pillow to amplify his voice. Qin Yuemin replied, I really want to. Her voice was also very weak. Both of them were lying on reclining chairs and apart from their eyes and mouths. They could barely move. Other parts of their bodies were almost immobile, not just lacking strength, but their muscles had atrophied, weak like a 100-year-old man suffering from various ailments. Lin Luo asked, "You want to eat something?" The rescue rocket from Earth must have abundant and sufficient food, everything you could want. Qin Yuemin said, "What I want to say is not about eating." Lin Luo, confused, asked, "Then, Sister Min, what do you want to do?" "I can't say now. When the time comes, you will know." "Why?" "For now, it's a secret." Lin Luo actually wanted to speculate further on this question, but as soon as he thought about it, his vision darkened and the world spun. Thinking consumes more energy, and his body was clearly no longer able to sustain that. About 10 minutes later, the captain announced over the intercom, "The rescue rocket has appeared and is slowing down." The rocket is adjusting its direction, sinking its speed, making contact. It has successfully docked with the NWA's docking port. It should have been a scene of cheers and joy, but everyone only managed to lift the corners of their mouths in a faint smile. They could neither shout nor cheer. After that, the captain, along with the transport robots, went to the docking port, entered the rescue rocket, tied the rescue supplies to a rope, then released the straps securing the supplies, allowing the boxes to float. The transport robots pulled the rope, bringing one box after another into the cargo hold of the NWA. The captain did not move all the supplies at once. He prioritized taking away food and energy supplies. Soon, the captain returned to the control room and announced, "All rescue supplies are in place. Enough for 2 months of use." Now the rocket and the NWA are combined, increasing the rocket's engine thrust. We can return to Earth at a faster speed. After that, new nutrient solutions were available again. Although there were now a dazzling array of canned goods and instant food, and they could eat whatever they wanted, everyone had not eaten for too long, and their stomachs could not digest these things at all. They could only start with liquids and soft foods, and wait until their stomachs recovered normal digestive capabilities before eating other foods. Several small service robots, flying in the air, delivered packets of nutrient solution to everyone's mouths. And everyone greedily sucked on the nutrient solution through straws like babies drinking milk. Less than half an hour after drinking the nutrient solution, Lin Luo felt that his hands and feet could move, although his movements were as slow as a rusty robot. Another half an hour passed, and Lin Luo could adjust his chair and sit up straight. The situation with Qin Yuemin was similar. After consuming enough energy, everyone's physical strength was rapidly recovering. A few hours later, everyone in the cabin left their nearly moldy seats and floated around inside the cabin. Next came a party filled with joy and food. Lin Luo reached out to touch his swollen stomach, knowing he could not continue eating. His stomach, which had just regained normal function, was still a bit weak and could not handle too much food. Even with so much food, moderation was necessary. Professor Luo also reminded himself not to overeat to avoid gastric cramps or intestinal blockages and other acute illnesses. After all, Dr. Gao had already passed away, and there was currently no doctor on board the NWA to treat acute illnesses. At this moment, Lin Luo suddenly remembered what Qin Yuemin had said before, and he felt an itch of curiosity and wanted to know the answer. So he ran to find Qin Yuemin. "Sister Min, can you tell me the answer now? What did you want to do the most at that time?" Qin Yuemin smiled charmingly, cupped Lin Luo's face with both hands, then quickly leaned in and pressed her lips against his mouth, which had opened in surprise. After a long time, they parted. Qin Yuemin hugged Lin Luo, and as he gasped near her ear, she said, "This." Chapter 64, New Year, January 21st, 2089, 8 o'clock p.m. Beijing time. The Tiangong Hotel, near the aerospace launch base in Anning City, is about to host a grand wedding. The lobby on the first floor is filled with 20 tables of guests. Many media reporters are eagerly pointing their cameras at the ceremonial stage. At this moment, in the bride's room, Shiyu, a gender-neutral girl who once accompanied Qin Yuemin to the cemetery, stands beside her. Shiyu is Qin Yuemin's assistant in the university laboratory, and the two have been close for many years. Today, she serves as the chief bridesmaid. Seeing that everyone else has left, Shiyu leans closer to Qin Yuemin and says, "Professor, Lin Luo is too cunning." Qin Yuemin pauses while retouching her makeup and asks, "Why do you say that?" "That day in the cemetery, when he bumped into you, I don't think it was an accident. Lin Luo must have done it on purpose to get your attention. He had ideas about you back then. I didn't expect him to also be involved in the Europa icebreaking project and then take the opportunity to approach you, who lacks romantic experience. "Professor, aren't you reconsidering?" Qin Yuemin sighs and replies, "Whether it was intentional or unintentional, it's still a kind of fate. I am very clear about my feelings and thoughts. Since I am sitting here, it means I have thought it through." Shiyu has nothing more to say. At 8:30 p.m., the wedding officially begins. Romantic music plays as the groom Lin Luo and the bride Qin Yuemin walk hand in hand from the backstage. Behind them follows a group of over 20 groomsmen and bridesmaids. The groomsmen are mostly Lin Luo's astronaut colleagues, while most of the bridesmaids are female students led by Qin Yuemin. Lin Yu, wearing a pink lotus skirt, is also hidden in the bridesmaid group. The couple, one a space maintenance worker and the other a biology professor, have a significant difference in status, and even in this very open-minded era, their unusual pairing stirs public opinion. After returning to Earth, official media proclaimed the perfect success of the Europa icebreaking project, commemorating the sacrificed members and promoting the accomplished members, establishing new role models. With a boost from Tianyuan Entertainment, Lin Luo and Qin Yuemin suddenly became well-known figures across the country. Although everyone had seen related reports and knew they got together because of the Europa icebreaking project, they were still very curious about how they came to be together. The media repeatedly asked, but the two parties always refused to disclose. However, today is different. At the wedding, asking the newlyweds about their romance is something they cannot hide, especially since it is the first day of a new year, a celebratory occasion that should not disappoint the guests. Do we really have to talk about this private matter? Qin Yuemin blushes. Yes, you must. The crowd erupts in cheers, the noise rising wave after wave, causing the crystal chandelier above to sway slightly. Seeing Lin Luo nodding at her, Qin Yuemin takes a deep breath and begins to recall. At first, he always played the role of the protector in front of me, but I could see that he needed protection too. Perhaps after spending so much time together, I unknowingly grew fond of him and got used to being with him. We didn't plan to get married so soon. But later, after returning to Earth in the sanatorium, I discovered I was experiencing pregnancy symptoms. At this moment, a reporter rushes to the front with a microphone. "So you are getting married because of the baby?" This situation is rare now because everyone is afraid of having children. Another reporter chimes in. "When did you get pregnant? Was it on Europa or on the Shenzhou spacecraft?" This is a record-breaking historical event. There has never been a record of conception in outer space in human history. These two overly excited reporters are quickly dragged away by security. Qin Yuemin shows a sweet smile and says, "As for when I got pregnant, you can infer from the pregnancy period. It was indeed on Europa." Seeing Qin Yuemin so cooperative, the reporters become excited as if they have been given a shot of adrenaline. There are so many hot topics to explore. They bombard her with a series of questions, regardless of whether they are polite or appropriate. Lin Luo gently pulls Qin Yuemin aside, stands in front of a cluster of microphones, and raises both hands in a pleading gesture, saying, "Please, dear reporters, be kind and don't make things difficult for my wife." The doctor said that too much excitement could harm a fetus. Upon hearing this, the reporters show embarrassed expressions and refrain from continuing to press Qin Yuemin. But they refuse to let Lin Luo off the hook, insisting he say something sensational. Otherwise, they won't have any hot topics to report back. Lin Luo clears his throat. His gaze deepens, and he says loudly, "Once, when I was working outside the spacecraft, sometimes looking at the dark, deep space, I would strongly feel the fragility and insignificance of humanity, which made me constantly ponder a question. What are we humans living for? Is it merely survival instinct? After returning from Europa, I already have an answer in my heart. My wife's research report says that this cold planet Europa has not even found amino acids, has no life, and does not possess the conditions to nurture life. But I don't think so. Even in the extreme cold world, as long as there are humans, as long as there is love, new life can be conceived. Perhaps experiencing love and being loved is the reason we live." As soon as these words are spoken, thunderous applause erupts from the audience. After the wedding, Lin Luo sits in the back seat of the wedding car with Lin Yu and Qin Yuemin, heading to their newly bought home. Lin Yu will live with the couple from now on. Brother, sister-in-law, the wedding was so much fun, so exciting. Are we having another one tomorrow? Lin Yu claps her hands, her smile radiant. Of course not. A wedding is not a party. It can't be held casually. Lin Luo pats Lin Yu's head and adds, "Soon, we will have a little baby in our family. I love little babies, but will the baby be a brother or a sister?" Qin Yuemin and Lin Luo both laugh. Lin Luo replies, "You can't call it a brother or sister. That will be your nephew or niece. We still don't know if it's a boy or a girl." Seeing his sister looking confused, he patiently explains the definitions of nephew and niece. Qin Yuemin holds her husband's hand, resting her head on his shoulder, her expression serene as she closes her eyes. At this moment, two dazzling platinum-colored light clusters suddenly appear in the sky ahead. Lin Luo immediately recognizes that two Shenzhou spacecraft are simultaneously launching from the aerospace launch base. In an instant, the originally pitch-black night sky becomes as bright as day. Surrounding the two light clusters burst forth dozens of layers of colorful ring-shaped halos, resembling a grand festival fireworks display, accompanied by deafening roaring sounds, carrying the beautiful wishes of the new year, breaking through the sky and rushing toward the future. Chapter 65 Extra. Daily life after marriage at 8 in the morning after having breakfast prepared by the smart kitchen cooking machine. Lin Luo got dressed and first drove his sister Lin Yu to school, then headed to the Aerospace Technology Education Center alone. Qin Yuemin had been away from home for the past few days, staying in her university dormitory as she was busy with an important experiment and couldn't return home. Less than half a month into their marriage, both of them returned to their normal lives. Qin Yuemin resumed her role as a professor at the university, but Lin Luo did not immediately go back to the aerospace base to work as a technician. The space agency believed that as an exemplary individual, he could play a role in popular science education. So they arranged for him to go to the Aerospace Technology Education Center every day to explain the details and processes of the ice-breaking project to students visiting from schools. Lin Luo suddenly found that this unfamiliar job was quite good, providing a fresh experience. However, it was more exhausting than he had imagined. Speaking continuously was mentally draining. Every afternoon when he returned home from class, he felt as if he had run dozens of kilometers, completely worn out and not wanting to say another word. At this moment, Lin Luo stood on the podium. The beautiful host beside him passionately said, "Now it's time for a Q&A session. We will select 10 lucky little science fans to stand up and ask their questions one by one." A spotlight on the ceiling cast a small white circle of light that quickly moved over the audience. When the light stopped, whoever was illuminated would be the lucky audience member. A girl with twin ponytails was the first to be selected. A drone flew in and delivered a microphone to her hand. "Hello, Uncle Lin. I want to ask you a question." The little girl appeared a bit nervous, but her tone was very polite and courteous. "Okay, you participated in multiple tasks in the ice-breaking project, including rescuing people from ice seams, building launch pads, repairing the NWA spacecraft, capturing criminals, and, I can't remember the rest. You're clearly just a technician. Why did you participate in so many tasks? It seems like you're all-powerful." This question was asked for the first time, and Lin Luo couldn't respond immediately. He thought for a few seconds before answering. "I am indeed a technician, but that doesn't mean I can only do maintenance work. When I'm needed, I step up because someone has to. If everyone is afraid of trouble or getting hurt and nobody steps up, then problems won't be solved. And if one problem isn't solved, a whole chain of subsequent issues becomes impossible. I'm not all-powerful, but everyone should try to play their part as much as possible, rather than just sticking to their small, familiar area." The little girl opened her mouth as if to ask another question, but the drone suddenly flew over and took the microphone away, delivering it to the next child chosen by the light circle. Each person could only ask one question. Next was a boy around 7 or 8 years old. "Uncle Lin, I'm curious. The popular science books say that a person can only survive 3 to 5 days without food, just drinking water. Why could you all last 20 days? Is it because the body's physiological functions can endure hunger better in space?" Lin Luo replied, "In a weightless state, the body's physiological functions do change to some extent, but for trained individuals, the changes are not significant. We use a method of taking turns in the sleep pod, sleeping continuously for 5 days, which slowed our metabolism significantly. After leaving the sleep pod, we spent most of our time sleeping. Perhaps due to weightlessness, the burden on our organs was reduced, so we consumed much less energy. The specific principles we'll need you to research when you grow up. Next, a 15-year-old boy wearing a red hat asked, Lynn, I heard you're only 19 this year. Just 4 years older than me. I'll just call you Lynn, bro. I'm graduating next year, and I'm studying space navigation. But I feel like a navigator just looks at electronic blueprints and instrument data, and there's not much else to do. This job seems unchallenging. I want to switch majors to learn space maintenance like you. Is it too late to change majors now? At your age, it's definitely not too late to learn a new major, but you will take 2 more years to graduate than others. If you're not in a hurry to find a job, I think continuing your studies is fine. However, being a navigator is also an important position. As space routes become more numerous and longer in the future, the importance of navigators will become increasingly prominent. I hope you think it through carefully. Lynn Luo answered earnestly. Next was an adult, a woman in her 30s wearing glasses and a purple suit. She sat among a group of students, likely a teacher. It was not surprising that she was selected, as the audience included a few adults due to the random selection mechanism. Mr. Lin, I want to ask, since you're no longer working as a space technician, do you plan to switch careers and become a lecturer at the Science Education Center in the future? Lin Luo paused for a moment, looking at the decorative painting of the solar system on the wall, and said, My role as a lecturer here is only a temporary arrangement. When the next important deep space mission arises, I will still follow the Shenzhou spacecraft. The next question came from a 6-year-old boy, who asked, Aren't you scared at all? After going through so many dangers, would you still dare to go into outer space? If it were me, I wouldn't dare. Not every time is so lucky. The boy's words elicited laughter from the audience. Lin Luo replied seriously, Of course, I am afraid. Unless you're a low-level robot without judgment, it's impossible not to be afraid. Every mission is new and unpredictable. No one can tell you whether an accident will occur in the next second, so it's normal to worry. But if you think from another perspective, your involvement allows our country and all humanity to go further and faster. Then that little fear becomes insignificant. Why do we need you to go along? Because accomplishing the mission requires abilities like yours, so you are an irreplaceable part. When you think of it this way, all fears will dissipate. After answering the 10 audience members' questions, a video clip began to play on the big screen with voiceover narration. At this point, Lin Luo finally had a chance to walk backstage and take a break. While Lin Luo was drinking water, the host Xing Yuyan came over to chat. Lin Luo, if there is another space mission next time, will you really participate again? I thought you planned to stay here and work with me as colleagues. I probably will, if my name is on the list. But you just got married and haven't even finished your honeymoon. If you get called away suddenly, you and your wife might not see each other for several months. Can your wife accept that? We've discussed it before, and she said she doesn't mind. Work needs to be done. It's normal. Sometimes she works in the field and is away for months too. Isn't that worse? What? Just think about it. You go on a mission for months and want to spend time with your wife, but just when you want to, she happens to be on a business trip for 3 months. After 3 months, she finally returns, and then you're assigned to go on another mission. Isn't that a terrible coincidence? You're talking about the worst-case scenario. I don't think it would be that coincidental. Isn't your wife pregnant? It's not even 3 months yet, so it doesn't affect her movement. But in 2 months, when her belly gets bigger, she won't be able to work. If you go to outer space at that time, who's going to take care of her? It's too cruel for a pregnant woman to be alone. That's true. The space agency knows my situation and probably won't arrange for me to be away from Earth for long after my wife is in her late pregnancy. Those leaders are also compassionate. Once your wife has the baby, you won't be able to leave either. It's exhausting to throw a child to someone else for care. And as a father, you might become a stranger in the child's eyes, not even allowed to hold them. The boat will naturally reach the bridge. There are no perfect solutions in this world. Lin Luo smiled bitterly and did not continue the topic. At 5:30 p.m., Lin Luo left the Science and Education Base Center and headed to the school to pick up Lin Yu. When they returned home, the kitchen cooking machine had already prepared dinner according to the scheduled program and dishes. During dinner, Lin Yu looked at the empty seat diagonally across from her and asked, Has sister-in-law not come home again today? Not sure, but it's highly likely she won't be back. Otherwise, she would have messaged me in advance. Oh, she's so busy. Even busier than you used to be, brother. She won't be busy forever. After this period, it will be fine. Lin Luo changed the topic. How was your day at school? Do you have any interesting stories to share with your brother? No interesting stories, but I did have a misfortune. Oh, tell me about it. Do you really want to hear about my embarrassing misfortune, brother? It's not like that. I'm just concerned about you. Go ahead. Today in the corridor outside the classroom, I got knocked down by a boy. I fell to the ground, hurt my knee, and later a classmate accompanied me to the school clinic for treatment. How bad is the injury? Let me see. Why didn't you say anything at the school gate? No need to look. I applied some ointment, and it's fine now, just a bit dark. What's that boy's name? Did he bump into you on purpose or by accident? His name is launch.The. It should be accidental because he was playing roller skating racing in the corridor with two other boys. He skated too fast and couldn't stop in time, so he bumped into me. He apologized at that time, and I forgave him. Wait a minute. Did I hear that right? Roller skating? How can you roller skate in a classroom corridor? With 0-degree shoe covers. Those shoe covers have a bottom like glass. When you put them on your shoes, you can slide on the corridor floor just like roller skates. 0-degree shoe covers? How could there be such a thing? I've never heard of it before. It's all because of a documentary. Documentary? The documentary about the Europa ice-breaking project. All the faculty and students in our school watched it in the auditorium. Brother, you had several close-up shots. I told my classmates I was my brother, and they didn't believe me. I didn't know you worked in such a place before. It's amazing. After Lin Luo became famous, he told Lin Yu about his real job. But Lin Yu still had a vague concept of outer space and didn't quite understand what it meant. So the roller skating you mentioned is from the documentary. Yes, there were a few shots where people were skating on the ice and racing against each other. It looked so fun that many people wanted to learn to skate. But we don't have a skating rink here, so some people bought 0-degree shoe covers to play, and it gradually became popular. Lin Luo didn't expect that Qin women leading the roller skating in Europa would actually influence Earth months later. As more and more schools organized faculty and students to watch the documentary about the Europa ice-breaking project, it was estimated that a new trend would form among students in the future, and it could even spread throughout society. To Lin Luo's surprise, just after he finished cleaning the kitchen and came out, he saw the front door open. The security door had a very high safety factor, and only people with fingerprints or keys could open it, so there wouldn't be any outsiders. It was Qin Yuemin who had returned. Lin Luo quickly walked up to her and gave his wife a moderately warm kiss. Why didn't you say a word before coming back? I wanted to surprise you. Qin Yuemin wrapped her arms around Lin Luo's neck and wouldn't let go. Have you missed me these days? Of course, I missed you. Do I even need to ask? Then why didn't you come to school to find me yesterday when you had a day off? I was afraid of disturbing you while you were doing experiments. Didn't you say that when you're working, I shouldn't bother you unless it's something important? Do you think wanting to see your wife is not an important matter? Lin Luo was speechless. He had never heard such a statement before. Qin Yuemin chuckled and turned to walk away. Have you just had dinner? Yes, I have. Have you eaten? I have. My colleagues are still in the private room at the restaurant. I left early. Did the experiments finish? And are you having a celebration banquet? There is still some finishing work left on the experiment. I can leave it to those assistants to do. Starting tomorrow, I'll take a week off. Then I'll also apply for leave tomorrow to accompany you around. Ever since returning to Earth, they had spent a lot of time recuperating, preparing for the wedding, and then doing media interviews and participating in various activities. There wasn't much private time left for them. Therefore, Lin Luo really wanted to find a time to walk around with Qin Yuemin, enriching their romantic memories. Although they had already married because of the baby, they were still in the dating phase. Now that Qin Yuemin could still move freely, when her belly got bigger, they wouldn't be able to go anywhere. You taking leave to accompany me is not so good. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a 3-day leave. It won't have any impact. After all, accompanying my wife is more important. That's sweet. You're getting more and more smooth-tongued. I'm just speaking the truth. Qin Yuemin walked into the bedroom and changed into a silk nightgown, then asked, Is Xiaoyu in her room? She is doing homework, I think. I'm not too sure. There's a 50-50 chance she is doing homework and a 50-50 chance she is chatting with classmates. Lin Luo said with concern. Girls her age already have the idea of protecting their privacy, so I can't just go in and check. You're right. Qin Yuemin loosened her tied-up hair, walked to Lin Yu's room door, and whispered to Lin Luo, I'll help you go in and take a look. Then she spoke to the inside of the room, Xiaoyu. It's me. As soon as the door opened, Lin Yu rushed up and hugged Qin Yuemin. Ah, sister-in-law, you're back. I haven't seen you for several days. I thought you were missing. Qin Yuemin gently stroked Lin Yu's head, affectionately saying, "I just finished work. I one T go missing again. By the way, were you doing homework or chatting with classmates? I finished my homework at school. I'm listening to music now. What's up?" "Oh, nothing. I just came to see you. I haven't seen you for several days and wanted to see what changes you've had. You're so good. I'm relieved. By the way, I brought you a gift. It's in my room." Qin Yuemin took Lin Yu's hand and entered her own bedroom. Lin Luo did not follow them inside. He tidied up the living room outside, then took out his phone, entered the main page of the Science and Education Center, and watched the video of his work from today. Every night, he had to watch for a while, as it was easier to see his work's shortcomings and areas for improvement from an observer's perspective. He felt that today's performance could score a 9. Recalling the times he stood on stage answering questions from the audience, several times he couldn't answer, creating an awkward atmosphere, and he had to rely on the host to smooth things over to get through it. After half a month's training, he could now handle things independently and with ease. Around 10 o'clock, Lin Luo finished showering and returned to the bedroom. Qin Yuemin was not wearing glasses and was leaning against the headboard reading. Nowadays, very few people read physical books, but she still maintained this habit. Qin Yuemin noticed Lin Luo sitting beside her without moving. "What are you doing?" "You're reading." "I'm also reading." "What book are you reading?" "A book that's visually appealing." Lin Luo snatched the book from Qin Yuemin's hand and placed it on the bedside table, then casually turned off the lamp. Chapter 66 Extra. Arctic Special Training. Snow covers the ground, and ice stretches for miles. This is the Arctic. The Chinese Polar Research Station has established a training base here, where different teams come to train every day. This month, the team stationed at the base consists of 36 members from the China National Space Administration. This is in preparation for an upcoming mission to explore Europa, one of Jupiter's moons, which is an icy planet. The astronauts assigned to this mission must have experience working in extreme cold environments. On this day, the team, dressed in cold-resistant clothing and helmets, exited the base and boarded several snowmobiles. Now we will head to work area number 1. It's an area filled with crevices, so I hope everyone stays alert and cautious, as the crevices may look stable, but they are actually very fragile. Today, we will be training in crevice rescue operations. Although it is just training, the danger is very high. The person making the announcement from the front of the command vehicle was Lin Luo. Lin Luo is the chief instructor for this 20-day training program. However, he was not selected to be part of the Europa exploration team, probably because the leadership was considerate, knowing that his wife was about to give birth. So they did not include him. But as a pioneer with professional experience from his previous work on Ganymede, the Space Administration invited him to serve as an instructor. His wife, Qin Yuemin, is now 8 months pregnant and can no longer attend university classes, so she is resting at home. Lin Luo initially hesitated to accept the invitation, but Qin Yuemin encouraged him, saying, "It's only 20 days. It's fine. You should go. During this time, I can hire a maternity consultant from a maternal and child institution to guide my daily life. If I encounter any difficulties, I can have a caregiver come to help. As for Xiaoyu, she doesn't need to stay at school. Just arrange for a car to pick her up and drop her off at school." Currently, the government has established official maternal and child institutions in major cities to encourage childbirth. These institutions provide comprehensive services for women who want to become mothers before and after childbirth at a very low cost, with subsidies available after giving birth, making it essentially free, with no worries on his mind. Lin Luo accepted the invitation and boarded a military transport plane heading to the Arctic Research Station a few days later. He has been in the Arctic for a week and has gradually become familiar with the trainees. Today's training focus is on mastering the use of climbing exoskeletons and the correct way to use them during rescue operations. Of course, only the outdoor operations team needs to undergo this training. Other team members will simulate on-site command and coordination. At first, Lin Luo felt a bit awkward commanding trainees who were about the same age as him, but now he has fully embraced his role as a leader. Only as a leader does one truly understand the weight of responsibility. This training will be graded based on your specific performance. Those who score below 8 points will have their free time canceled tonight and will continue training indoors. So, please adopt the right mindset and treat this as a real mission. The exoskeleton used in this training is called the gibbon, with particularly long and robust arm structures, which are said to be more suitable for climbing ice walls. The simulated victims are plastic mannequins equipped with life sign sensors and response simulators, suspended by a rope 50 meters above the ground in a crevice. As an instructor, Lin Luo naturally cannot just speak. He must demonstrate to the trainees. He first showed how to put on the exoskeleton, then controlled the exoskeleton, which was secured by a safety rope, to climb down the edge of the ice wall. A teaching drone followed Lin Luo, allowing the trainees on the ground to see his every move through a holographic projector. A few minutes later, Lin Luo reached the same height as the simulated victim and used the exoskeleton's arm to shoot out a claw to grab the rope attached to the victim's back, pulling the victim towards himself. During this process, the victim's breathing and heart rate data would change, mimicking a real person's vital signs. If the data for breathing and heart rate disappeared, it would indicate that the victim had died, marking a mission failure. For instance, if the victim's helmet or cold-resistant suit were punctured, the vital signs would disappear in less than a minute. It could be said that this was a very realistic simulation training. Lin Luo methodically secured the simulated victim to himself using a safety harness, then cut the rope behind the victim and issued a command to the team above. Start the winch at slow speed, gear 7. The trainees controlling the winch on the ground followed Lin Luo's instructions, and soon, Lin Luo appeared at the edge of the crevice. With a powerful push from the exoskeleton's arms, he jumped onto the ice surface. He unhooked the victim and placed them onto a stretcher. Get the victim into the medical tent for treatment. With a command, several trainees acting as logistics personnel quickly carried the stretcher into the nearby tent. launch.The, Lin Luo announced. The victim has survived. The demonstration mission is complete. Everyone, return to your original positions. The trainees lined up in 2 neat rows and, led by the class leader, applauded vigorously. Lin Luo humbly said, "What I just demonstrated were the most basic rescue steps. Did you all remember?" "Yes." Everyone shouted in unison. Although their voices were muffled by the helmets, the effect in the communication system was deafening. The situations encountered in reality will be even more complex. So, while mastering the basic operations, one must also be able to adapt to changes. Additionally, it is necessary to overcome the fear of the depths of the crevice. Then, Lin Luo had the outdoor group pair up to begin basic training while he watched from the side, occasionally offering reminders. He was even more nervous than the trainees when they entered the crevice, fearing that they might encounter an accident. 3 hours later, the training ended. Lin Luo had the trainees line up to take attendance, but discovered that one person was missing. Using the tracking system, he found that a 20-year-old soldier named Wang Guoming was located 500 meters away from the assembly point at the bottom of a slope. Checking his vital signs, Lin Luo noticed that his breathing was weak and his heart rate elevated. What was happening? "Wang Guoming, this is Instructor Lin. Respond if you can hear me. Respond if you can hear me." Lin Luo forcefully called the private chat channel of the other party using the communication channel. Since he had instructor authority, the system would automatically connect even if the other party did not want to answer. "A student named Wang Guoming has had an accident. Everyone, get in the vehicles and follow me to check the situation." Lin Luo quickly got into the command vehicle and rushed to Wang Guoming's location. However, at the bottom of the slope, there was no sign of him. Stopping the vehicle, Lin Luo leaned forward and noticed a trail of footprints in the snow, indicating that Wang Guoming had clearly walked there alone. Taking a few more steps, he saw signs of rolling, and at the spot where the marks disappeared, a crevice over 10 meters wide appeared. Oh no! Wang Guoming must have accidentally slipped and rolled down, falling directly into the crevice. He was lucky not to have fallen to the bottom of the crevice, but likely landed on a protruding part. Given his vital signs, he was probably in a state of unconsciousness. If he was not rescued in time, his life would be in danger. At this moment, the vehicles carrying other trainees also arrived. Emergency notification. Trainee Wang Guoming has fallen into a crevice. We must take rescue action immediately. Outdoor operations team members Luo Wei and Xiong and Gao Zhaoyi, you 3 put on exoskeletons and follow my lead. Everyone else, return to your posts and prepare. Remember, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. Everyone quickly sprang into action. 3 trainees wearing long-arm gibbon exoskeletons were called out by Lin Luo, and of course, it was because of their outstanding performance. However, at that moment, they all looked pale, their palms sweating profusely. Training was one thing, and their mindset was relatively relaxed. But just thinking about the upcoming real rescue mission made them tense, worried that if the rescue failed, someone might die, possibly Wang Guoming, or even the rescuers. In this special emergency situation, Lin Luo certainly didn't want to let some newcomers go down to save people alone. He had to join in himself, and they would act as assistants, allowing them to experience the urgency of the situation. After putting on the long-arm gibbon exoskeleton and securing his safety rope, Lin Luo was the first to go down. The other 3 followed suit, mimicking him. The teaching drone, acting as a reconnaissance drone, turned on its spotlight and began to descend through the ice crevasse. Lin Luo's helmet was connected to the drone's camera, allowing him to see a clear image on a small screen to his left. Soon, the drone spotted Wang Guoming's figure. It turned out that he had fallen onto a protruding platform, and there was an ice hole behind this platform, into which he had slid deep. The drone detected this using its thermal imaging function. Entering the ice hole, the drone found Wang Guoming curled up at the bottom, more than 30 meters deep. At that moment, Lin Luo and the others also landed on the platform. The structure inside the ice hole was complex with a risk of collapse. They had to be careful and not damage the internal structure. Lin Luo reminded them a few times before leading the team into the hole. The entrance was not a straightforward passage. There were other branches and hollow layers, with bizarre shadows everywhere. The 4 of them, using the long-arm gibbon exoskeleton, navigated various terrains and finally arrived in front of Wang Guoming. Calling out to him again, they still couldn't wake him. Wang Guoming had already lost the ability to move. "I'll carry him. You lead the way," Lin Luo said, securing Wang Guoming with a safety belt on his back. This scene reminded him of the past on Europa, when team member Gua Yuming sacrificed himself to save Commander Chen Longxiang. By the way, after returning to Earth, Chen Longxiang, who had been in a coma for half a year, had already awakened. He was astonished to hear that the ice-breaking plan had been completed, as he had no knowledge of what had happened afterward. It was only through watching documentaries that he learned the ins and outs of the events. Later, at a newly convened press conference, he publicly commended the personnel who performed outstandingly in this mission and posthumously honored several sacrificed team members as martyrs. He also personally visited Gua Yoming's family. Crack, crack. The sound of cracking ice beneath Lin Luo's feet sent chills down his spine. His weight, combined with the exoskeleton and Wang Guoming's weight, exceeded a ton, and the ice seemed to be under severe strain. They couldn't stay here for long. Otherwise, the entire ice layer might collapse. "Move faster. The structure here is very unstable." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way, and then his body was suspended, beginning to sway dramatically. He quickly grabbed the rope and braced his legs against the oncoming ice wall, barely stabilizing himself. The 3 people ahead immediately felt the safety rope pulling them back. "Grab the surrounding ice wall," Lin Luo shouted. The 3 used their spiked exoskeleton hands to firmly grasp the ice wall, preventing themselves from being yanked back by the sudden surge of force. "Stay still, I'll come up." Lin Luo climbed up while holding onto the ice wall. The ice blocks on the wall were somewhat fragile. Several times, when he exerted force, they broke off, and he nearly slipped down again. It was fraught with danger, making the 3 people above anxious, not daring to make a sound. Ultimately, Lin Luo climbed into a stable passage and urged the 3 trainees to continue leading the way. That was just a small accident. There was nothing to worry about. When the 4 emerged from the ice hole back onto the protruding platform, the trainees watching everything through the drone's video feed cheered. "Activate the winch, speed 5. The winch pulled the 4 of them up. Once they reached the ground, Lin Luo immediately released Wang Guoming and instructed the trainees to drive him back to the base for treatment. Afterwards, he stayed in place to continue teaching, explaining how to handle unexpected situations like the one they just experienced and how to cooperate with each other. Everyone looked at him with admiration. It's one thing to speak well, but it's another to do well. Having a capable instructor teach them was something everyone appreciated. A few minutes later, they returned to the base. After changing into casual clothes, Lin Luo immediately went to the medical room to check on Wang Guoming. Wang Guoming's condition had stabilized. The base had already informed him, so he was not particularly anxious. Upon entering the medical room, Wang Guoming happened to open his eyes. The doctor nearby said, "It's good that you woke up. There are no major issues elsewhere, just some muscle bruising. You should recover in a few days." Lin Luo asked Wang Guoming, "Why did you leave the team without permission and run off to a deserted place?" "I'm sorry, Instructor Lin, actually I have a neurosis. At that moment, I had a hallucination and saw my girlfriend, so I chased after her and accidentally fell down the slope." Neurosis? Why wasn't this condition recorded during the health check? Because I only had a few episodes of this condition when I was a child, and it hasn't occurred since, so it didn't show up during the physical examination. Then why did it flare up now? Because this condition has a special trigger, which is staring at dark cracks for an extended period. Today happened to be the ice crevasse rescue training, and I stared at the crevasse for a long time, and it unknowingly flared up. Well, in your case, I can only apply for you to withdraw from training. After leaving the medical room, Lin Luo immediately submitted a report to the space agency, which responded that Wang Guoming would be suspended from training and a vehicle would come to pick him up in 3 days. Lin Luo suddenly realized that he had become ruthless for the sake of the collective and to ensure the successful completion of the Titan exploration mission. He felt that he should make the right sacrifices. Selecting out unqualified trainees was indeed a primary duty of an instructor. Chapter 67, Side Story, Series November 6, 2094. 13:60 Beijing time. The Chinese research base on the dwarf planet Ceres located in the asteroid belt between Jupiter and Mars. This base has just been completed for less than 6 months, and many areas still need improvement. The first advance team returned to Earth not long ago, and the space agency sent a second construction team to speed up the progress so that this base could be officially put into use as soon as possible. A trademark of the sponsor, Sanziwu, needs to be hung at the top of the power tower, which is a special requirement, and there is a time limit, so it must be completed within 3 days. Scaffolding doesn't need to be set up, but 3 engineering vehicles must work together. So we need to coordinate the time to get all 3 vehicles over. Lin Luo, wearing a spacesuit and helmet, stood in front of the power tower, assigning new tasks to several team members. He is currently the deputy team leader of the construction team, responsible for maintenance work, logistics, and advertising business. The team leader of the construction team is Professor Luo Ying, who has previously collaborated on the icebreaking project. The team members all know about this. So during their free time, they pester Lin Luo to tell them stories about his experiences with team leader Luo on Europa. Those are old stories. Why bring them up again? Haven't you all seen the documentary? Lin Luo appeared somewhat reluctant. Of course, we've seen it, and we've watched it dozens of times. Yes, team leader Luo and team leader Lin, you are both amazing. Without the two of you, the Europa project might have had a different outcome. We've watched many of your interviews and speeches, but hearing it from you in person feels completely different. Yes, your experiences must be very valuable. We will all study hard. Team leader Lin, please. The excessive enthusiasm of the team members made it impossible for Lin Luo to refuse. So he agreed to share 1 or 2 segments of that past story after completing the work each time. Looking back now, it seems like a long time ago. Even though it was only 4 years ago, it feels as distant as a real dream. Perhaps it's because so much has happened to him in these 4 years. He transformed from a space maintenance worker who only thought about making money into a space science popularizer, then into a training base instructor, a technology promotion ambassador, the deputy team leader of the construction team, someone's husband, and someone's father. The pace of life has been so fast that it feels impossible to stop. At this moment, team leader Luo sent a communication. Team Lin, the Sanziwu advertisement will be installed in the afternoon, right? Yes. Then I'll leave it to you to handle. I have to oversee the construction of the ecological experiment cabin and can't leave for a moment. I understand. I can handle this little matter. I trust you to get it done. That is settled. Soon. Lin Luo received a report from his subordinates that all 3 engineering vehicles had arrived in front of the power tower, and the components for the Sanziwu advertisement had also been transported over. You all stay on standby. I'll be there shortly. Lin Luo immediately drove from the camp to the power tower. When the first advance team arrived, they had already erected 3 different brand advertisements around the base, but unexpectedly, the second construction team needed to build 5 more. Nowadays, putting up advertisements in outer space seems to have become a commercial trend. Major brands are competing fiercely for the advertising bidding slots of newly launched space projects. The Sanzhou advertisement was installed in just 1 hour. There was no difficulty at all. The subordinates completely followed Lin Luo's instructions, which is why it went so smoothly. After everyone drove the vehicles into the garage, they got into the same transport vehicle and returned to the camp to rest for a while. The current work management is very humane. Even if it's not after work hours, they can return to the camp as long as they have the leader's permission. Everyone gathered in the hall to drink water and eat, and according to custom, Lin Luo had to share some past stories with his subordinates to satisfy their strong curiosity. What to talk about this time? Let's talk about the advertisement. That time on Europa, we made a lot of efforts to return to Earth, which left us exhausted and disheartened, so everyone forgot about installing the advertisement. At that time, the Arctic Bear was the exclusive sponsor. So how did you remember it later? Someone asked. I reminded team leader Luo. At that time, he was the temporary commander, and I told him that everyone was under great pressure and needed some entertainment. We should put aside our current work and shoot an advertisement for the billboard so that everyone could relax. I still remember team leader Luo's expression at that time. Filled with disbelief, but after considering it, he agreed. I've seen that Frozen-themed advertisement. You were the male lead, and the female lead was your wife. That advertisement was so well made, so romantic. Someone exclaimed. Actually, the filming process was a bit twisted. After all, we had no relevant experience. But we managed to finish it. The post-production also contributed a lot, using special effects to create many shots that we hadn't filmed at all. Who would have thought that shooting an advertisement could be life-saving? Because hidden in the Arctic Bear advertisement were hundreds of Frozen-themed ice creams. The kind that wouldn't melt even without being in a freezer. It was those high-calorie ice creams that helped us survive the final stretch on Europa. Wow. Will the advertisements we installed this time also have big gifts inside? Did the manufacturer say anything? Should we check? Someone suddenly thought, without special requests. Those advertisements shouldn't be tampered with. Our job is only to install them, and we can't do anything extra. Lin Luo put on a serious expression. As for whether the manufacturer hid gifts inside, that depends on whether they plan to let us know at the right time. Once we notify the manufacturer that the advertisement has been installed, they will definitely reveal it after the video inspection. I've seen some news reports before. Many manufacturers want their products to appear in outer space, as it makes their products look very upscale, and they secretly learned this trick. Someone speculated. Sanzhou is a military product brand, and since we won't be using military products on series, expectations are not high. The next day, Lin Luo received feedback from the Sanzhou manufacturer. We are very satisfied with the installation of the advertisement. We have hidden a small gift inside the advertisement. Just press the longest toe of the middle leg of the Sanzhou, and it will drop out. We hope you enjoy it. Lin Luo relayed this news to the 5 subordinates who installed the advertisement with him yesterday, and they were all eager to find out. Lin Luo took the time to bring them back to the front of the power tower again. Team leader Lin, you should press it. Everyone entrusted the task of opening the gift to Lin Luo. Lin Luo stood on the mechanical arm of the engineering vehicle, lifted to the same height as the Sanzhou. He pressed hard on the longest toe of the middle leg of the Sanzhou, and then the entire Sanzhou figure emitted a golden light, and a pair of wings slowly unfolded. Suddenly, a golden object fell from the open beak of the bird. The people below picked it up and saw that it was a golden egg the size of a goose egg. They didn't rush to open it, but waited for Lin Luo to come down. Team leader Lin, does the manufacturer want us to play the golden egg game? Do we need to find a hammer now? Or can we just use a stone? What if we open it now and break it in the low temperature, low pressure environment? Let's just go back to the camp and open it. Lin Luo made a gesture for everyone to quiet down, then took the golden egg and said, since the manufacturer put this gift on the billboard, they must have thought that we would open it outdoors. So it's fine to open it outdoors, and we won need a stone hammer. Moreover, I just touched it, and the shell is quite hard. I estimate that even a hammer wouldn't break it. In other words, there is nothing inside. The golden egg itself is a gift. Could it be made of solid gold? Sending a gold product directly. The three-legged crow manufacturer is really too unoriginal. Lin Luo turned the golden egg over and over, noticing a small red number 3 etched at the bottom. Just this lonely little number obviously has great significance. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly understood. He tapped the shell of the golden egg 3 times with his gloved hand. It seemed the golden egg sensed something, and suddenly a horizontal crack appeared in the middle. To everyone's surprise, inside was a machine bird shaped like a fully red 3-legged crow. The machine bird spread its wings and fluttered onto Lin Luo's shoulder. Lin Luo tried to search for communication signals and indeed found a new signal source, which was emitted by the machine bird. He connected to this signal source and entered the team channel. "Hello, I am a cute little pet. My name is Xiao Wu." The voice was childlike, sounding like a 2-year-old. While speaking, the machine bird twisted its body and neck, blinked, and opened its mouth, making very rich gestures. It turned out to be a mechanical pet. I thought it was something edible. Don't underestimate this thing. With such a small size, it can operate normally outdoors on Ceres. It must use the latest military technology, and it has high value. Really? Xiao Wu, what can you do? Xiao Wu replied. I can cheer you on, tell jokes, and comfort sad people. Lin Luo said. I now announce that Xiao Wu is joining our team. It is also a member of our team, mainly for logistics work. Xiao Wu made a joyful sound. Yay. Yay. Thank you, Lin Luo, Captain Lin. Oh, how do you know my name? I have your voice data in my VoicePrint archive, so I recognized it as soon as I heard it. Do you know the other people present? I know them all. They're called. Xiao Wu accurately listed the names of 5 subordinates. Wait a minute. After hatched, I didn't say anything, so how does it know my name? Zhu Yong was puzzled. Silly, because I'm in the team channel. I can tell the names of others by their voices, but I didn't know yours. However, your name is definitely in the channel list. That name I haven't called must be yours. You're just a mechanical pet, and you have the authority to view our team list? Zhu Yong was very dissatisfied. Xiao Wu explained. Although I'm a gift from the Three-Legged Crow Company, I am a product designed by the Chinese Academy of Military Sciences, representing the Academy, and I have been authorized to view personnel information for this mission. Lin Luo finally understood that Xiao Wu was commissioned by the Three-Legged Crow Company to be designed and manufactured by the Military Academy. Formally, it was a gift from the Three-Legged Crow Company, but in reality, it was a military experiment. The Three-Legged Crow Company specializes in producing military products, so it is not surprising that they cooperate with the Military Academy. At noon, Luo Ying sent a notice to Lin Luo, Captain Lin. I will go to the volcano with Professor Yun, Professor Zhao, and 3 other team members for geological research. The construction and management of the base will be entirely up to you, so I hope you can put in more effort. Okay, Lin Luo agreed readily. Because Professor Luo's other identity is a geologist, this time, in addition to leading the team to improve the base construction. He also has a task to conduct a more detailed and comprehensive geological survey of Ceres. When it comes to accompanying scientists on scientific expeditions, Lin Luo couldn't help but think of the past, when he and Qin Yuanmin collected ice samples on Europa. After getting married, they had often talked about that time. To Lin Luo, it seemed ordinary because protecting and assisting scientists in completing research projects was part of his job. He didn't have any special thoughts about Qin Yuanmin at the time, just a vague feeling that being around her was very relaxed and comfortable. However, Qin Yuanmin had a different experience. At first, she treated it as a normal job, where having an assistant to provide help is common. Later, when Lin Luo protected her several times in critical situations, she developed an inexplicable fondness for this young man, who was a few years younger than her. Fate can sometimes be mysterious. Later, as they interacted, they attracted each other and gradually fell in love, which was something neither of them had anticipated at first. In the afternoon, after finishing work and returning to the camp, Lin Luo entered the rest cabin and immediately checked his wife's message. Honey, how was your day? Little Bear said he misses you and hopes you can come home to play with him soon. I told him you would be back after a while. He asked how long it would be, and I said around the Spring Festival. There will definitely be a holiday during the Spring Festival. He didn't ask any further. Dad, when will you come home? Mom bought me a Shinjo spaceship model, but I can't put it together. Please come back soon to teach me. Brother, I'll be graduating in 2 months. Will you be able to make it back for my graduation ceremony? I will speak on stage. Although I only have 2 sentences, they are very important, and I hope you can hear them live. Hearing the familiar and affectionate voices of his family. The fatigue accumulated in Lin Luo's body throughout the day instantly disappeared without a trace. His heart was suddenly filled with strength, planning to speed up progress tomorrow to complete the mission as soon as possible and return home to reunite with his family. This, perhaps, is the bond between family members. No matter how far the distance, it cannot isolate or interrupt.